Chapter 1. Luck is also a part of strength. November 30th, 38th year of Konoha. On this night, in Konoha Village, within the Hyuga clan's territory, in a room of an apartment building located near the western edge, the silvery moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. On the bed lay a slender boy with short white hair, his delicate features framed by fair skin, exuding a tranquil and serene expression under the moonlight. Suddenly, the boy's brow furrowed tightly, and his body convulsed. His eyes flew open, and he sprang up as if performing a sit-up, letting out a loud cry. Ah! Huffing and puffing, Xinyan took deep breaths, lightly patting his chest, striving to calm his racing heart. Damn! I didn't expect that after all this preparation, I would die again. What terrible luck! I should have been more cautious. Once his emotions settled, Xinyan couldn't help but let out a sigh. He then directed his attention to the deep blue attribute panel that had appeared before him. A multitude of text filled the screen. Dream projection ended. Projection world. So what if I reincarnated as a spider? Projection character, Xinyan Randall. Projection race, Iluro Balladorado, giant serpent. Projection status, dead. Commencing settlement. As a lower-tier species of the abyssal maze, you have slain numerous monsters, and your abilities have reached the limits of your race, ultimately falling prey to a wandering earth dragon. Your abilities are sufficient to be the leader of the giant serpent clan. Comprehensive evaluation. While your performance as a lower-tier species is commendable within the vast abyss, it is but unremarkable. Settlement concluded reward, 185 potential points. You may expend potential points to acquire possessions from your projection world, including but not limited to skills, talents, bloodlines, and items. Skills: Venomous Fangs LV5, Dragon Scales LV2, Dark Vision LV7, Heat Sensitivity LV5, Poison Resistance LV5, Secondary Awareness LV3. Talents. Damn, how come my rating only be E? Upon seeing the comprehensive evaluation rating on the panel, Xinyan's expression darkened. During his last projection into the world of Demon Slayer, he had survived for several years, only to perish upon leaving the mountains, receiving a rating of D. Yet this time he had only achieved E. Indeed, the difficulty of the world is on an entirely different level, so the evaluation criteria must also vary. Furrowing his brow, Xinyan scrutinized the array of information on the panel, contemplating how to make the necessary choices. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, skim mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. He had traversed into the world of Naruto for over a year, having arrived at the tender age of 4. Initially, he believed he could follow the path of many other transmigrators, becoming a genin at 4, a chunin at 6, a jonin at 8, and dominating the ninja world by 10. However, reality proved to be far more complex. After being reborn into the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he found himself akin to a caged bird, lacking even the most ordinary of talents. For the prestigious Hyuga clan in Konoha, children are afforded the opportunity to study in the clan's academy before enrollment. To his dismay, Xinyan discovered that he was significantly slower in reaction than his peers. During physical training, he was consistently outperformed by his contemporaries. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Before his transmigration, he had been a recluse, spending his days immersed in cultivating immortality and rarely engaging in physical exercise, making quick reactions seem unnatural. Fortunately, such reflexes could be honed through diligent practice. After undergoing a projection experience and more than a year of time, he finally managed to bring his reflexes up to a normal level. His pace in acquiring cultural knowledge, however, was far superior, though there was little to boast about, given that the soul inhabiting his body was that of an adult. The real challenge lay in the sluggishness with which he refined chakra. Clearly, he was far from capable of evolving into Chakra Hira, let alone Chakatana. It took Xinyan a full half-month to successfully refine chakra for the first time. His performance across the board undeniably marked him as a straggler. Xinyan had initially thought that despite his poor talent, his foresight from having read half of the Naruto storyline would allow him to gradually rise to prominence. To his astonishment, he realized that he had transmigrated into Konoha in the year 37. Much of this storyline was scarcely depicted in the original work, leaving him with only a few well-known plot points, rendering his foresight advantage exceedingly faint during this period. However, fortune smiled upon him in the second month after his arrival. On April 1st, an interface akin to a game attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Every day, he would automatically receive 1 potential point. Moreover, if he dreamed, he could earn additional points. Once his potential points accumulated to 30, a new line of information appeared on the panel, granting him abilities from the projection world. He could also expend additional potential points to select an identity within the current world. The first world was the one Xinyan was exceedingly familiar with, the world of Demon Slayer, which he had even completed reading the manga. Though he had only read it once, he could not claim to remember every detail, yet he retained around 70 to 80% of the plot. With the advantage of foresight, Xinyan felt confident that he could reap significant benefits in this world. After enduring a full month in the world of ninjas, Xinyan opted to start as the son of a wealthy merchant with decent talents. However, he was caught off guard when he realized that when he arrived, the plot seemed to have yet to commence. In this vast world, where could he possibly search for the uncharted mountain dwelling of the protagonist's family? In that world, even the mountains or cities, there could be man-eating demons lurking about at night. During the night, aside from practicing breathing techniques and using the Nichiren blade to sever the heads of demons, there was no way to kill them. Fortunately, under the careful guidance of his escort, Xinyan managed to reach Tao Mountain with caution and perseverance. His sincerity moved the former Thunder Pillar, the retired Sakashima the Ur, who had lost his leg in midlife. Xinyan became his disciple, spending 3 years in his tutelage. However, when he finally emerged from the mountains to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps examination, he encountered one of the strongest of the upper moons, Kokushibo, resulting in his immediate demi-sea stroke of luck akin to winning the lottery. Yet, perhaps due to perishing at the hands of an upper moon, his final comprehensive evaluation stood a D. He was allowed to bring back one of his possessions from the world of Demon Slayer without expending points, including but not limited to talents, bloodlines, experiences, and items. Thus, Xinyan chose the talent that enabled him to practice breathing techniques. Although he had mastered the methods of the thunder breathing techniques, given that he inhabited a different world, it was possible that his original body lacked the talent for cultivating breathing techniques, necessitating the choice of a talent. Additionally, due to his D rating, he received an extra reward of 270 potential points. Consequently, he used 100 potential points to exchange for experience in practicing the thunder breathing techniques, allowing him to bypass the slowest initial stages of cultivation. Following this experience, Xinyan became even more cautious and methodical. After the projection concluded, he continued to secretly cultivate the thunder breathing techniques in the subsequent time. However, due to his young age, he exercised considerable restraint to avoid harming his body. Several months later, Xinyan discovered that a new projection world had appeared. So what if I reincarnated as a spider? Once again, it was an anime world he was familiar with. This time, he had accumulated nearly a year's worth of potential points, along with the remaining 170 points from previous rewards, and chose to start as a giant serpent at the pinnacle of lower-tier species. As for why he did not select a human, it was because in that world, the potential of humans was relatively low compared to monsters, and their progression was exceedingly slow. Although monsters had race limitations, they could evolve rapidly by continuously devouring other monsters. As for why he did not use potential points to select a mid-tier or even upper-tier species, it was because the cost to exchange points was exorbitant, requiring a wait of several years, if not decades. By choosing a lower-tier species, he found himself surrounded primarily by intellectually inferior lower-tier creatures. Utilizing human intelligence, he swiftly completed multiple evolutions, with his skills proving to be no weaker than those of certain mid-tier monsters. Yet, he was killed by a passing upper-tier earth dragon. Twice he had suffered such misfortune, it was utterly absurd. He had specifically waited so long, exercising caution within the abyssal maze, only to encounter an upper-tier species that perhaps, out of curiosity, had pursued him down the street to eliminate him. Potential points, 185. Gazing at the balance of points on the panel, Sun Yan sighed. With a D rating, he could obtain one of the projection character's possessions without expending points. The second would require 100 points, and the third would demand 200. He surmised that each additional selection would consume double the points of the previous one. During his first experience, Sun Yan had been unaware of these intricacies. Thus, during the second projection, he deliberately waited for a considerable duration, selecting a favorable opening. Yet who could have anticipated such an outcome? Although a grade evaluation cannot be obtained freely for any belonging, he still had the option to expend 100 points for selection. Moreover, this time did not yield a complete lack of gains. Secondary Consciousness Level 3. A subordinate skill of parallel consciousness. Every increase of 2 levels allows the emergence of a secondary soul persona, characterized by pure rationality and complete obedience to the primary soul special effect, a 20 increase in the growth rate of mental attributes. This represents the most significant acquisition for Sun Yan this time. The soul persona of secondary consciousness will not resemble the primary entity as closely as the advanced skill of parallel consciousness, and its cultivation speed may even surpass that of the primary entity. However, the advantage of secondary consciousness lies in the fact that the secondary soul persona will not betray, will not exhibit emotional tendencies, and will not defy the commands of the primary soul. The effect of this skill is akin to the concept of drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right, enabling dual focus and maximizing the utilization of time. Furthermore, both the primary and secondary personas can simultaneously employ different skills and spells, leading to a qualitative enhancement in combat capabilities. In fact, the world of Naruto also possesses a similar concept, such as the shadow clone technique, where the created physical clones retain the memories and consciousness of the original, even exhibiting independent personas. In the original work, Naruto's shadow clones even competed with the original for access to the restroom due to the original experiencing gastrointestinal distress. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, skim mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features on your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The unwavering secondary consciousness is, for Sun Yan, far superior to the shadow clone, as it can persist indefinitely without consuming chakra or mental energy, while autonomously cultivating to become stronger. Moreover, the additional capability of accelerated mental attribute growth makes it his unequivocal first choice. Having made his decision, Sun Yan expended 100 points to redeem this skill. Acquired skill, Secondary Consciousness Level 3. Redemption complete. Potential points, 85. Simultaneously, Sun Yan felt a slight swelling in his head. A voice, devoid of fluctuation, suddenly resonated within his mind. It was the secondary consciousness, his reliable aid from the abyssal maze. Secondary consciousness. I shall heed your commands. Essence. Sun Yan silently intoned. Everything remains as before. Proceed as we did in the abyssal maze. Secondary consciousness. Affirmative. As the redemption concluded, the text on the interface swiftly vanished from view. Sun Yan distinctly sensed the memories of nearly 3 years spent in the abyssal maze gradually fading away. This sensation resembled that of personal memories transforming into indistinct fragments from a long-forgotten film, only retaining hazy recollections. Having undergone this experience a second time, Sun Yan had grown accustomed to it. This, after all, serves as a form of protection for him. Ultimately, only an instant had elapsed in reality, and he had not yet spent 3 years in the world of Naruto. Having dwelled in the world of Demon Slayer for 4 years, and spent 3 years in the abyssal maze, his memories of reality were still fewer than those of these 2 projection worlds. Once finished, Sun Yan glanced at the wall clock. It was 10:15 p.m. The time was identical to when he had departed. Retracting his gaze, Sun Yan reclined once more, initiating a review of his attributes. Name, Hinata Sun Yan. Attributes, Water. Physique, 068. Strength, 061. Agility, 052. Mentality, 15. I technique, Byakugan. Cultivation techniques. Chakra refinement technique level 0. Thunder breathing technique level 2. Skills. Basic gentle fist level 0. Secondary consciousness level 3. Potential points, 85. What world awaits me next? How long until it opens? Before long, Sun Yan felt his eyelids growing heavier, and he unwittingly drifted into slumber. Chapter 2. New World, Naruto. Time silently passed, and soon it was March 1st, 39th year of Konoha. In the span of 4 months, Sun Yan accumulated 141 potential points, which, when added to the remaining points, brought the total to 226. He still had not awaited the opening of the new world. However, he remained unperturbed, for even when the new world did open, he would need potential points to select an identity. Thus, Sun Yan aimed to ensure the best possible opening. In just 11 days, it would be the day for new students to enroll in a ninja academy. Sun Yan had already completed his registration in advance. At 6 in the morning, Sun Yan rose early to engage in physical training. To ensure his physical development, he adhered to a routine of going to bed before 10:30 and sleeping by 11. Then, he would rise punctually to practice. Between the ages of 4 and 5, entry into the Hyuga clan's academy was mandatory. All children of appropriate age were required to attend lessons, a common practice among many prominent clans. This ensures that the majority of prominent clans' offspring, even those with relatively modest talents, can maintain a commendable standard among their peers during their formative years. However, Sun Yan stands as an exception, burdened by innate deficiencies in talent. During the ages of 5 to 6, he seldom attended school. His proficiency in gentle fist techniques was already quite lacking, and without an enhancement of his natural abilities, no amount of effort would suffice. After all, the world of Hokage is one that heavily favors lineage and innate gifts, where the measure of success lies in one's proximity to the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya, as well as the magnitude of one's advantages. Nonetheless, through diligent practice over time, his reflexes have improved significantly, eliminating the lag behind his contemporaries. Following customary routines, Sun Yan commenced his foundational physical training. He first completed several laps around the streets before returning to the courtyard to refine his gentle fist techniques. Subsequently, he retreated to his room, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began the practice of the thunder breathing technique. Sun Yan's breath rose and fell in a rhythmic cadence, initially growing louder before gradually becoming more gentle and regular, with increasingly elongated intervals between each inhalation and exhalation. As his breathing slowed, a faint mist of white vapor escaped from the tip of his nose. At this juncture, Sun Yan ceased his practice, for a subtle discomfort began to manifest in his lungs. This breathing technique bore resemblance to the qigong of a past life, serving as a means to awaken the body's inherent energy. Furthermore, chakra, as a fusion of physical and spiritual energies, plays a significant role in enhancing the efficacy of this breathing practice. When Sun Yan first practiced the technique of thunder breathing in this world, the scant chakra within him began to circulate in harmony with his breath, accelerating his training to some degree. However, his chakra was pitifully limited. Furthermore, his innate affinity was for water. Although this did not hinder his cultivation of thunder breathing, a natural affinity for lightning might have conferred additional benefits. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. As his talent was already subpar, and he could only focus on steady development, the Second Great Ninja War had nearly concluded, and the onset of the Third Great Ninja War was approximately slated for the 43rd year of Konoha. Thus, he had at least 3 to 4 years for growth. His ambition was to become a medical ninja, thereby reducing his chances of facing the front line in battle. With the skill of secondary awareness level 3, his solitary study was equivalent to that of 2 individuals, making his quest to become a medical ninja seemingly unchallenging. As for the matter of talent, it could gradually be addressed through projection over the coming years. For now, the paramount concern was to ensure stability. Due to his incomplete physical development, Sun Yan could only practice breathing techniques for a limited duration each day. After all, injuring his lungs or other internal organs would pose a significant risk. To extend his training duration in breathing techniques, it was crucial to enhance his physical condition and maintain chakra protection over his lungs throughout the practice. However, Sun Yan's inherently low chakra levels presented a considerable obstacle. His parents, both ordinary nin of the Hyuga clan, possessed mediocre talents. Upon his birth, it seemed he had not inherited their abilities. Instead, he bore white hair and, when not utilizing the Byakugan, his eyes were a bluish-white rather than the pure white typical of his clan. Initially, Sun Yan speculated that he might be a remnant of an ancestral bloodline connected to Otsutsuki, but 2 years had dispelled such notions. At his current age, he found himself unable to employ any methods within the Naruto world that could enhance his physique or augment his chakra. Following the completion of his training in breathing techniques, Sinyan ventured into the yard to practice basic swordsmanship, gradually increasing his daily repetitions of 1,000 sword swings. Although he could not yet wield sword techniques, it was imperative for his body to reacquaint itself with the motions of swordplay. Time swiftly passed, and at 8:30, Sinyan took a shower and began preparing breakfast. Fortunately, his parents had left behind some savings and a house before their untimely demise. This ensured that his expenses for at least the next 3 to 5 years would be covered. As for the years beyond, he would soon become a ninja capable of earning his own income. After finishing his meal, Sinyan settled onto the living room sofa with a foundational text on medical ninjutsu, which he had borrowed from the ninja school's library using his student identification. According to his current trajectory, pursuing the path of a medical ninja appeared to be the most prudent choice. Once he attained a certain proficiency in medical ninjutsu, he would likely avoid the battlefield altogether. And even if he were to engage in combat, he would not need to be at the forefront. Furthermore, the pursuit of research offered a more favorable avenue for long-term development. Even if his talent improved in the future, the cost-effectiveness of studying medical ninjutsu would still be exceptionally high. Although his chakra levels were insufficient to activate the Byakugan at present, awakening this ability was inevitable. With the Byakugan's ocular prowess, he possessed a significant innate advantage in his aspiration to become a medical ninja. Coupled with the mindset of an adult and the benefits of secondary awareness, he was, in essence, two adults acquiring knowledge simultaneously. While he might be lacking in innate talent as a ninja, his learning capacity was undoubtedly exceptional. Sinyan opened the book, sharing his visual perception with his secondary consciousness. His primary attention was focused on the left side of the book, while his secondary consciousness concentrated on the right side, allowing him to assimilate knowledge into his mind at an accelerated pace, just as he was fervently engrossed in learning the foundational theories of medical ninjutsu. A deep blue panel suddenly materialized before his eyes. The information displayed caused him to momentarily cast aside his studies. A new world was unfolding. Would he expend 30 points of potential to initiate a dream projection? Current selectable world, the world of Naruto. Timeline, 99 days before the arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki in ancient times. This is the world of Naruto in ancient times? 99 days prior to Kaguya Otsutsuki's arrival? Was there not a considerable chance of encountering her? As he beheld the information before him, Sinyan felt a jolt of excitement. Based on Kaguya Otsutsuki's portrayal in the original work, it would not be an exaggeration to describe her as somewhat naive. If he could manage to meet her, gaining her trust should prove to be a manageable task. A mere opportunity to exploit could yield tremendous rewards for Sinyan. Wait, calm down. Let us think this through. Sinyan hurriedly rushed to the restroom to splash cold water on his face, then continued to examine the information displayed on the panel. Chapter 3. The projection begins before embarking on the journey of dream projection. One must make a choice regarding their identity. 1. Sacred family. You hail from one of the 3 ancient sacred lands, Miamu Mountain, Shigulin, Longdachong, a family of spirit beasts. Naturally, your being is imbued with the essence of nature, endowed with intellect comparable to that of humans, and even the potential to attain celestial powers, articulate speech, and a lifespan that stretches into eternity. Additional potential points required, 5,000 to 100,000. 2. Noble family. You are born into a noble lineage, with a father who wields significant power as a minister of the realm, or perhaps the esteemed emperor himself. From birth, labor is unnecessary. All that is required is to excel among your siblings to inherit your father's authority, thereby commanding the fate of ordinary people. Additional potential points required, 20 to 100. 3. Common family. You originate from a humble human family, of lowly status, serving as subjects to the emperor, burdened with the dual responsibilities of laborious daily tasks and military service to defend your homeland. Hunger may have plagued you since birth, rendering your physique frail and weak. Additional potential points required, 0 to 5. 4. Beast family. You emerge from the wild, perhaps abandoned by your parents at birth, struggling for survival in a world where the law of the jungle prevails. Additional potential points required, 0. 5. Random family. You come from a family that is likely human, with your identity, race, and health shrouded in uncertainty. Additional potential points required, 1. Indeed, the first option for identity selection is utterly irrelevant. Becoming a creature of the 3 sacred lands grants the opportunity to cultivate celestial arts, but this point requirement is simply outrageous. A minimum of 5,000 points? Abandoning that, the ordinary human family from ancient times. Even if Kaguya appears, there will be no chance of contact. Thus, I shall disregard it. What is this? A random family option has appeared? Is this another lottery in another world? Just 1 point? If it's a certain factory's lottery, I would surely fall into a pit. Abandoning that, the only viable choice seems to be the noble family, requiring 20 to 100 potential points. Indeed, without extraordinary abilities, all are considered ordinary, and the point exchange levels are completely disparate. No. As Sinyan silently chanted within, the attribute panel faded from view. Regardless, I already possess 226 potential points. I shall play it safe and wait for 4 more days to gather 230 points. I will allocate 30 points for projection, 100 points for noble lineage, and reserve 100 points as a safety net for exchange. That should suffice. In the world of Naruto, As long as I encounter Kaguya Otsutsuki, I will surely. In his heart, Isin remained composed and analytical. As for waiting another 6 months to accumulate an additional 200 potential points, he dismissed the idea entirely. Before the arrival of Kaguya, humanity in ancient times possessed no chakra within their bodies. If he were not to encounter Kaguya, the abilities he could obtain in that world would hold almost no value. He might not even utilize 100 points of potential, let alone require the subsequent 200 points for redemption. Provided he could meet Kaguya, based on Isin's understanding of the narrative, earning her trust would be a straightforward endeavor. With Kaguya by his side, Isin would be virtually invincible in that world, making the pursuit of high evaluations evidently achievable. Sinyan is not greedy. Is it unreasonable to extract a bit of Otsutsuki chakra from Kaguya? Consider Indra and Ashura, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, who have been deceased for centuries, yet their chakra can still be reincarnated, subtly influencing the character of their reincarnations. This indicates that the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan indeed has an impact on the soul, given that Sinyan was already an adult before his transference. Having firmly established his worldview, any influence this chakra might exert on his character can be deemed negligible. Furthermore, throughout Kaguya's portrayal in the original narrative, she exhibits an utter lack of cunning. Without having faced betrayal, she is undoubtedly more susceptible to manipulation. This represents an untapped treasure trove. Although he has not completed the entire original series of Naruto, he has deliberately revisited the chapters featuring the beautiful female characters, including the manga, anime, and related material. According to Sinyan's recollections, Kaguya was with the Emperor of the Land of Ancestors, giving birth to Yui and Hamura. However, this appears to be an original creation of the anime, likely a fabrication. One must ponder, could a being of such a high caliber as the Sage of Six Paths procreate with someone devoid of chakra? It seems even that would be implausible. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. In the manga, Kaguya is depicted as an ascetic, becoming pregnant after receiving the blessings of many. Yet this also feels rather far-fetched. Based on how Kaguya birthed Kaguya's Black Zetsu, she must have utilized Inyang release, expending a significant amount of chakra to conceive Yui and Hamura. Sinyan retrieved paper and pen, meticulously listing the events concerning Huinya from his memory in Chinese, subsequently sifting through the useful portions to prepare for the projection. 3 days later, having experienced several dreams, he accumulated 4 potential points ahead of schedule. As night descended, Sinyan extracted notes detailing the Huinya incidents from beneath his bed. After reviewing them, he tore them into shreds and flushed them down the toilet. He then lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. Should he expend 30 potential points for dream projection? Indeed, in the identity selection phase, a total of 130 dream potential points were consumed. The projection commenced. As the final line of information appeared, Sinyan succumbed to a profound slumber. Projection complete. Background introduction. In ancient times, the land was vast yet sparsely populated, with low productivity. At the heart of the continent lay a colossal valley named Ainara, flanked to the east by 3 human-occupied nations, the Kingdom of Bi, the Kingdom of Zu, and the Kingdom of Yu. Among them, the Kingdom of Bi stood as the mightiest, boasting a population nearing 4,000. The Kingdom of Yu followed with approximately 1,500 inhabitants, while the Kingdom of Zu, the weakest, possessed merely 1,000. In the face of the formidable Kingdom of Bi, the Kingdom of Zu allied with the Kingdom of Yu, maintaining a precarious balance among the 3 nations. At that moment, the Kingdom of Bi was preoccupied with raiding the small villages to the west, steadily increasing its power. As the newly appointed sovereign of the Kingdom of Yu, you inherited a range of complications from your predecessor. I wish to see the sovereign. Your Majesty, Lord Naki, the sovereign has retired for the night. Please return tomorrow. In the darkness, Sinyan vaguely heard a cacophony of voices. He abruptly opened his eyes, feeling a tightness in his chest, and noticed a delicate, pale arm draped over his shoulder. Looking down, he found a beautiful young maiden peacefully resting against his chest. Such stimulation upon arrival? Sinyan had undergone 2 projections and was now quite accustomed to the process. At this moment, a plethora of memories unfolded in his mind like a series of slides being played. After a while, Sinyan gently pushed the girl's head aside and sat up from the bed. My lady, what troubles you? Who dares to disturb your rest at such a late hour? The girl, still drowsy from her slumber, awakened to the commotion outside the door. Sinyan descended from his bed, donned his outer garment, and spoke in a calm tone. You may continue to sleep. I shall step outside for a moment. A torrent of memories surged forth, with Sinyan and his secondary consciousness each grasping half, swiftly sifting through the vital information, which accelerated the process significantly. From these recollections, he discerned that the former emperor of the Feather Nation was tyrannical and debauched, indulging in the pleasures of the flesh with an entourage of 4 to 50 concubines, despite ruling a mere populace of 1,500. His insatiable desires led him to seize the wives of his generals, including General Hachi. Just half a month prior, during a bout of illness, he had the audacity to summon his recently of age daughter into the imperial harem. Meanwhile, Sinyan, as a prince in this body, had long harbored rebellious thoughts. Thus, he conspired with Huchi and others to orchestrate an accident that resulted in the emperor's demise. Although the prince had initially vowed to release General Huchi's wife and daughter upon ascending to the throne, he not only failed to fulfill his promise but also summoned Hichi's daughter to his bedchamber, showing no intention of returning Hichi's wife. Truly outrageous. It seemed that Hichi could no longer endure this situation. Chapter 4. The Emperor Can Indeed Foretell? The sweetness of candied hawthorn reminds you. Please consider bookmarking this after reading for convenience on your next visit. Such filial piety and virtue in both father and son. The prince had previously masked his true nature quite adeptly, or perhaps Hichi and his associates were simply too naive. This matter must be handled with care. It cannot interfere with crucial affairs. In his heart, Xinyan pondered silently as he approached the door and called out, "Who is making such a commotion?" "Your Majesty, please forgive me. It is Lord Hishi. He insists on seeing you, and I could not stop him." The maid on duty outside immediately knelt down upon hearing this. "Your Majesty." Upon witnessing Xinyan emerge with an impassive expression, Hishi's heart sank, and his demeanor grew somewhat intricate. "General Hishi, please rise." "I am fully aware of your intentions." Xinyan smiled faintly and raised his hand to signal Hishi to rise. He then turned his gaze towards a nearby maid. "Please bring Lady Maidwa here. General Hishi will wait in the side hall." Hishi was both surprised and elated, never expecting that the emperor would finally fulfill his promise. As a subordinate, he had already betrayed the emperor once and was unwilling to commit such an act of treachery again, especially since the kingdom of Yu could not withstand another upheaval caused by a change of emperors. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hishi knelt once more. He was then guided by the maid to the side hall. Upon returning to his chamber, Nabahiko changed attire under the attentive service of Ai, the daughter of Nagi. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin and white hair, his expression betraying no emotion. The reflection mirrored Nabahiko's adult form from the world of Naruto. It seemed that as long as the projected character was human, their appearance bore a resemblance to his original self in that realm, differing only in age. The projection was fixed at 16 years. Only through the expenditure of potential points could one adjust the foundational age. Secondary consciousness, original self, I recommend that you acquiesce to Nagi's request for the greater good. Upon hearing this, Nabahiko could not help but internally scoff. Do I strike you as a lecherous individual? Of course, I would release them. Beyond Kaguya, none other holds any significance. He was well aware of the close camaraderie between Generals Hoshi and Junichi, who jointly commanded the majority of the military forces of the Land of Wings. Presently, he found himself reduced to an ordinary person devoid of any chakra, and it was imperative that he did not offend them. However, he needed to devise a prudent resolution. Otherwise, having just ascended to the throne, it would be troublesome should others perceive him as weak and easily manipulated. After all, Kaguya would not descend for another 9 days, and it was essential to stabilize the situation during this interval. After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly illuminated Nabahiko's mind. A solution. With newfound determination, he made his way towards the side hall. Upon his arrival, he found Hoshi's wife, Minami, weeping softly as she held their child. "Your Majesty." The two immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Nabahiko enter. There is no need for excessive formality. Xinyan took his seat at the head of the table and remarked, "It seems I should return your wife and daughter to you soon. However, in recent times, I have been plagued by the same dream repeatedly, leaving me mentally exhausted and on the verge of forgetting significant matters from before." Upon receiving Xinyan's unequivocal response, Hichi was filled with joy and bowed once more. Yet, after hearing Xinyan's explanation, she regarded him with a hint of perplexity. What kind of dream could the sovereign have experienced? Xinyan spoke with a solemn expression. "I dreamt of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. On the night following 99 days, she was enveloped in a radiant white light as she descended, landing near the lands of our ancestors and the realm of wings." The mention of a celestial maiden descending from the sky startled she and evoked a similar reaction from Minami, who stood beside her. Xinyan nodded solemnly and said, "Just a moment ago, I experienced the same dream. This is a divine gift bestowed upon me, to honor the heavenly maiden. I intend to disperse the women of the harem at dawn. I did not expect your arrival tonight. In light of this, I entrust you with the full responsibility of welcoming the goddess in 99 days. The content is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading." "Yes, Your Majesty," Hishi exclaimed, kneeling on one knee in deep respect. The people of this era are exceedingly superstitious, holding a profound reverence for deities and spirits. The emperor is regarded as the heir to the will of the heavens. Hishi's audacity to act against the former emperor stemmed from the latter's tyranny and, additionally, the support of the prince, who is recognized as the new heir to the divine mandate. Naturally, there exists a minority of individuals who are entirely skeptical and dismissive of such beliefs. However, the majority adopt a mindset of cautious belief. Yoshihiko continued, "This matter must remain confidential for the time being. Only 4 individuals are privy to it." "4?" Nagi responded. Taken aback, Sinyan remarked, "As for General Junichi, I entrust this matter to both of you. You are my most reliable right and left arms, and I have complete confidence in your abilities. However, it is imperative that we maintain utmost secrecy, should the people of the rival nation or our homeland become aware. And should we offend the Celestial Maiden, all of humanity upon this earth would face annihilation." Seeing the Emperor's grave demeanor, Xin was taken aback and nodded vigorously. "Yes, Your Majesty." Beside them, Mabwa also knelt down, vowing to keep this matter under strict confidentiality. "Very well, I trust your capabilities. You may retire to rest for now." "Yes," Xin replied, bowing as he led his wife away. "By the way, please ensure that General Junichi retrieves his former concubine tomorrow." Yoshihiko called out to Nagi and added, "Furthermore, in order to express our sorrow over the passing of the former emperor, the taxes to be paid in the next 3 years will be reduced by 1/3. Nagi displayed a look of gratitude and fervently replied, "On behalf of the people of Yuziguo, I express our heartfelt appreciation for your holiness's benevolence." Nagi's reaction pleased Yoshihiko, who gave a slight nod, signaling for them to withdraw. Indeed, the people of this era are easily satisfied. The following day, a piece of news that sent the entire nation of Yuziguo into a frenzy spread throughout the land. Thus, with the assistance of Nagi and Junichi, Yoshihiko firmly established himself in the role of emperor. Yoshihiko has meticulously prepared everything within his power. Each night, soldiers take turns to vigilantly observe the starry sky. As time flows swiftly, the moment of Kaguya's descent approaches quietly. On this night, the stars shine brilliantly, adorning the sky with their myriad glimmers. Shinyan, with his eyes closed, examined his attributes within the confines of the palace. Potential points, 135. Having resided in this realm for 99 days, he gained an additional 35 points due to his dreams. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Sinyan heard a commotion outside the door. He abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly exited the chamber. "Your Majesty, your prophecy has come to fruition. A luminous object resembling a star has just streaked across the sky to the northwest. In accordance with your command, Lord Chuani has already taken a group ahead to investigate," he said reverently. With a surge of determination, Nobuhiko hastened back to his room, retrieving a flat stone slab the size of a basketball from beneath his bed before dashing outside. "Your Majesty, this is Heki." Witnessing Nobuhiko emerge hurriedly with the stone, couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Hold this and lead the way swiftly," Nobuhiko insisted, placing the slab into Heki's arms while adjusting his appearance as he walked. "Yes," Heki responded, clutching the hefty stone slab and sprinting towards the northwest, even outpacing Nobuhiko. Chapter 5. My home is spacious and secure. From the perspective of the Naruto Dream Projection, please credit the source, New Keyboard Novel Network. Heki, burdened with the substantial stone tablet, ran with surprising speed, even faster than Nobuhiko. Under his guidance, Nobuhiko traversed the slopes of the northwest, hastening towards a grove of bamboo. "My lord," exclaimed Kazuki, pointing ahead. Yet, it was unnecessary for Kazuki to remind him, for Nobuhiko had already perceived the sight. Before them, amidst the bamboo, appeared a radiant orb of white light, strikingly vivid against the dim moonlight. Junichi and the others were gathered around the gradually fading brilliance. A woman clad in white, her skin fairer than snow, emerged, her long, lustrous white hair cascading down to her calves, resembling a celestial maiden from myth. In this era, a woman's pale complexion was synonymous with beauty and nobility. Kaguya's appearance left the soldiers utterly awestruck. "My lord," upon witnessing Nobuhiko's arrival, Junichi and the others knelt on one knee in reverence, their gazes averted from Kaguya. "Rise," he commanded. Shinyak waved his hand, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the woman. Kaguya Otsutsuki. At last, the moment had arrived. A surge of ecstasy coursed through his heart, though he endeavored to suppress his excitement. Observing Kaguya's bewildered expression, he casually inquired, "From whence do you hail?" Kaguya, still seemingly entranced, offered no response. "How audacious! The sovereign is addressing you," exclaimed a soldier nearby, unable to tolerate Kaguya's impassive demeanor. Sinyan's expression darkened as he cast a stern glance at him, causing the soldier to immediately fall silent and retreat. "If you have nowhere else to go, perhaps you might consider accompanying me home. My residence is spacious and secure." With a gentle voice, Nobuhiko spoke softly, a warm smile gracing his face as he slowly approached Kaguya, extending his hand. It was unclear which of Nobuhiko's words had touched Kaguya, but she finally regained her composure. Gazing at his striking features, with white hair and pale eyes, her gaze flickered slightly as she scrutinized him. After a moment of silence, Kaguya gradually raised her right hand towards the palm extended before her. Sinyan gently took Kaguya's hand, feeling its icy yet delicate softness. "Let us proceed," he murmured as he slowly guided her away from the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, on the side, Hoki, following Sinyan's prior instructions, placed the stone tablet he had been holding onto the spot where Kaguya had just appeared, swiftly digging a pit in the ground. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading modes, such as reading mode, browsing mode, and novel mode, as well as turn off ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. There is a flicker of flame. Someone is approaching. Judging by their attire, they appear to be from the land of the ancestors. As Nobuhiko had yet to exit the bamboo grove, a group of over 10 individuals brandishing torches swiftly approached from the low slope to his right. You stay here and proceed according to the plan. Do not engage in conflict. Sinyan gazed at Kazuki beside him and softly instructed, yes. Upon hearing this, Junichi escorted Sinyan along with 3 soldiers. Kazuki and the others remained behind, awaiting the arrival of the soldiers from the ancestral nation. It shouldn't take too long, should it? Sinyan removed his black outer garment and draped it over Kaguya's shoulders, then took her hand, quickening their pace. Kaguya remained silent, allowing Sinyan to lead her as they hastened towards the other side of the hill. I am called Sinyan. What is your name? As they sprinted, Sinyan's breath grew somewhat labored. When he finally spotted the wooden fence of a village ahead, he slowed his pace. Although he had known for some time, they had yet to deepen their relationship. My name is Kaguya. A glimmer of vitality returned to Kaguya's eyes. Soon, Sinyan brought Kaguya into the territory of the Feather Nation. From now on, you shall exclusively attend to Lady Kaguya. All her wishes must be fulfilled. She will reside in the annex. Yoshihiko summoned 2 maidservants and instructed them. Yes, my lord. Kaguya, you may retire for now. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. Rest assured. This place is quite secure, and I shall ensure your safety. With a piercing gaze, Nobuyuki looked intently at Kaguya and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of inexplicable brilliance flashed in Kaguya's eyes. Seemingly sensing Nobuyuki's sincerity, she silently nodded and, guided by her maid, proceeded toward the side hall. Upon reaching the corner, she paused, turning her head to cast a glance back at Nobuyuki. Upon witnessing this, Nobuhiko revealed a faint smile. After Kaguya departed, the corners of his mouth could no longer suppress their upward ascent. This Kaguya-hime, undeniably powerful, yet excessively naive. At long last, the moment had arrived. From the realm of Naruto, the dream projection. Please acknowledge the source, Zenjian Pan Novel Network. Sinyan suppressed the surge of excitement within him as he returned to the bedchamber of the main hall. Recently, after cleansing the small villages in the western region, there were subtle indications that their nation was probing eastward. Unlike the agrarian-focused nations of his homeland in Yuzigyo, their country was notably belligerent. Sinyan was originally quite concerned that the nation of Bai would take action against the nations of Zu and Yu after clearing the small village in the west. However, with Kaguya now in play, the threat from Bai has been entirely neutralized. Only the foolish emperor of Zu, as depicted in the original work, remains oblivious. Despite being fully aware of Kaguya's extraordinary powers, he chose to abandon her after she eliminated a few soldiers from Bai, simply because he was slightly intimidated. He even dispatched pursuers to hunt her down. How utterly foolish. Shortly thereafter, Nagi returned with the remaining soldiers to report to Sinyan, bringing back a meteorite inscribed with unknown characters. After bestowing praise upon the gathered individuals and offering them grains along with a modest portion of precious spices, Nobuhiko dismissed them. Those who had come this evening were indeed trustworthy. Yet his actions were merely a precautionary measure to temporarily divert the attention of both the kingdom of Ji and the kingdom of Zu, thus buying himself some time. This would allow him to focus on nurturing his relationship with Kaguya. The night stretched on interminably, and Nobuhiko, brimming with excitement, found himself unable to sleep. At the break of dawn, he made his way to the open area outside the main hall to practice his martial arts. On one hand, it was his customary routine. On the other, he sought to gauge Kaguya's reaction. Sinyan practiced at a leisurely pace, gradually focusing his mind. When he regained his awareness, he discovered Kaguya standing quietly in the corridor, gazing at him. Kaguya, what brings you up so early? Have you rested well? Sinyan took the cloth towel handed to him by the maid and wiped the sweat from his brow before approaching Kaguya's side. Kaguya nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Sinyan was not surprised by her reaction. It was merely a matter of time before they became more familiar with each other. However, it seemed that Kaguya was not well acquainted with the gentle fist technique he employed. This was understandable, as the gentle fist techniques known to Kaguya were of the divine level, such as the Shink Strike. The version utilized by Nobuhiko is a diluted and inferior one that has been passed down through the ages, so it is quite understandable that he may not be familiar with it. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Kaguya seemed to lack enthusiasm for the conversation, her gaze fixed on the sky above. Nobuhiko, however, paid no mind to this. As they continued their light-hearted exchange, he accompanied her in gazing at the heavens. Whenever the discussion turned to intriguing topics, Kaguya would turn her head to look at him. Though her words were few, the atmosphere remained far from awkward. Before they knew it, lunchtime had arrived. To treat Kaguya, Nobuhiko had instructed his servants to hunt in the nearby woods, resulting in the capture of 2 young deer. Part of the meat was stir-fried while the other portion was roasted. As he beheld the tantalizing dishes of venison on the table, he could not help but swallow hard. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed such a meal. The scarcity of meat was not due to the difficulty of sourcing it. Given the abundance of forests teeming with wildlife in the vicinity, the real challenge lay in procuring spices, which were precious. Most of the spices from the land of feathers were supplied to him, yet they were still insufficient for lavish indulgence. The gamey flavor of the deer meat was pronounced. and even the young ones possessed a distinct musk that Nobuhiko found intolerable. Thus, it was imperative to employ a generous amount of spices to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Do try this. It is truly delicious. Xinyan delicately employed a small knife to carve the venison from the rack into petite morsels, subsequently using chopsticks to transfer them onto Kaguya's plate. He then sprinkled a yellow powder, reminiscent of chili, atop the succulent meat. Noticing Kaguya's dazed gaze fixed upon the pieces of meat, Xinyan recalled that the Otsutsuki clan likely did not require sustenance beyond their chakra. With this realization, he gently patted her arm and lifted a piece of venison to his lips. He murmured, eyes squinting in delight, for the flavor was indeed exquisite. Having abstained from meat for several days, the taste was nothing short of divine. You should try it too, he urged, bringing a piece of venison to Kaguya's lips. Kaguya, transfixed by Xinyan's fair and handsome visage, found herself momentarily lost in thought. Ultimately, she parted her lips and took a gentle bite, savoring the morsel as she chewed. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with newfound delight. Her lips parted wider as she swiftly took a larger bite of the venison, her chewing becoming more animated. After finishing, Kaguya mimicked Xinyan's movements, attempting to wield the chopsticks. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to grasp the meat, she lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes intently upon Xinyan. Seeing this, Nobuhiko helplessly sat behind Kaguya, guiding her in the art of using chopsticks. Thus, 3 months quietly elapsed. During this time, both the nation of Biji and the nation of Zu consecutively dispatched envoys to Yuzakuni, inquiring about the meteor that had fallen from the heavens. Rumors circulated that Nobuhiko had taken a stunningly beautiful wife, yet he deftly deflected such claims. The demeanor of the Zu nation remained relatively composed. While the envoys from Biji displayed a more hostile attitude, their words laden with veiled threats. However, Nobuhiko remained largely unfazed by this. That night, with frost chilling the air and dew heavy upon the ground, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparsely scattered stars, casting a silvery glow across the land. On the grassy expanse outside the main hall, Kaguya stood motionless, gazing up at the sky, seemingly captivated by the breathtaking scenery. At that moment, a pair of strong, fair hands encircled her from behind, draping a dark cloak over her shoulders. Kaguya merely turned her face slightly to glance at Nobuhiko before returning her gaze to the starry sky. After all, each day unfolded in this manner. The moonlight tonight was truly exquisite. Xinyan and Kaguya stood side by side, their voices soft and gentle, as if afraid to startle the shy stars above. For 3 months, Xinyan had accompanied Kaguya in gazing at the night sky, rarely interrupting her reverie. Kaguya turned to him, her gaze penetrating. Is there a place that feels like home to you? Being away from home must make you long for it. I've heard that if one wishes sincerely upon a star, their dreams will eventually come true. Kaguya, what is your wish? Xinyan asked softly, locking eyes with her. After a moment, Kaguya looked up again, her eyes fixed on the celestial expanse. After a long pause, she finally turned back to him. I wish for everlasting peace, free from war. At that moment, Kaguya's voice was remarkably tender, tinged with a hint of shyness. Feeling the sincerity in her words, Xinyan's heart stirred slightly. Although I have only known you for 3 months, it feels as though we have shared a lifetime. It seems there are countless things I wish to convey to you. Yet I find myself at a loss for where to begin. Zenhiko approached Kaguya, tightening the grand cloak she wore. As long as you desire it, I shall remain by your side, whether gazing at the starry sky or witnessing the peace you long for. I shall never depart. Xinyan gently grasped Kaguya's hand, their fingers entwined in a tender embrace. I am but an ordinary human, destined to live a mere few fleeting decades. Yet you may remain untouched by the ravages of time, impervious to death. My existence is but a fleeting moment in your eternity. Nevertheless, I wish to entrust these precious years to you. When you someday reflect upon this time, finding it a meaningful experience, that will suffice for me. Regardless of your worries and fears, I hope that in this moment, your heart finds warmth. Upon hearing Xinyan's heartfelt words, Kaguya's gaze softened, glistening with unshed tears. Thus, Xinyan held Kaguya's hand, silently accompanying her. The night sky gradually faded to a deep blue, and when the first faint glow of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, it signaled the passage of a night. This stargazing vigil continued for 5 days. On the 6th evening, however, Xinyan could no longer endure, retreating to bed early. The relentless nights had taken their toll, and he fell ill with a fever. In a daze, Xinyan felt a warm, smooth figure slip beneath the covers beside him. Startled, he realized the sensation was all too real. Turning to see Kaguya nestled behind him, he muttered, Kaguya, what are you doing? His fever-addled mind cleared slightly, though a throbbing headache persisted. Yi said, as the rightful consort, this is what I must do. Kaguya replied softly, her cool hand brushing against his pained expression. The icy touch on his forehead brought him some comfort. Soon, he felt a soothing warmth flowing from her fingertips into his head. A profound sense of relief washed over him, alleviating much of his suffering, and he swiftly drifted into slumber. As the morning sun filtered through the gaps in the wooden window, caressing Xinyan's face, he gradually awoke from his deep sleep. The pain in my head has vanished? Upon waking, he realized his fever had subsided. Last night had been torturous, akin to the sharp blows of an axe. Wait, this is no dream. Inhaling the familiar fragrance enveloping him in the covers, Xinyan's gaze sharpened. He vaguely recalled Kaguya's visit last night, her hand touching his forehead. A cool breath entering his being before he succumbed to sleep. With this thought, Xinyan hastily sat up, crossing his legs to begin refining his chakra. In less than 10 minutes, he abruptly opened his eyes, a joyful expression illuminating his face. Indeed, chakra. Kaguya had infused her chakra into his body last night. Mental state. 1. 65 Cultivation Technique. Chakra Refinement Technique LV3 on the panel. The proficiency of the Chakra Refinement Technique, which had previously been at LV0, had surged to LV3. He felt as though the speed of chakra refinement had skyrocketed, akin to boarding a swift aircraft. His mental attribute had also increased by nearly 0. 1. Yoshihiko descended from the bed, casting a sweeping glance around the room, before approaching a wooden stool beside a potted plant. With a sharp crack, he concentrated his chakra into his hand, seizing the corner of the stool with force. Instantly, cracks appeared along the edge, and with a gentle twist, he effortlessly snapped off a corner of the stool. This power? Is this the essence of the Otsutsuki clan's chakra? Shinichi gazed in astonishment at the destructive power of the chakra before him. Just moments ago, he had merely channeled a trace of chakra into his hand, exerting no extraordinary force. The crux of the matter was that he could assert with certainty that in the realm of the Hokage, employing an equivalent amount of chakra would undoubtedly fail to achieve such a magnitude. The quality was utterly on a different level. Alas, it was simply too scant. In his heart, Shinii pondered quietly. The amount of chakra that Kaguya had infused into him was not substantial. However, once Kaguya's chakra merged with his own, he acquired the ability to refine chakra. Although Xinyan is unaware of how this body, endowed with Kaguya's chakra talent, compares to his original form in the Naruto world, he is certain that it surpasses it significantly. Once he familiarized himself with the transformations of his body, Xinyan stepped out of his room, ready to practice Gentle Fist. With chakra at his disposal, even without the Byakugan, the efficacy of Gentle Fist should not be underestimated. Yako, where has Kaguya gone? Xinyan stepped out of the room and discovered a maid tidying up the corridor. He inquired, "Have you seen His Majesty?" The maid respectfully replied, "Lady Kaguya is dining in the side hall." "I see," he acknowledged. Xinyan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He then began to practice his soft punches in the open space. Thud, thud, thud. This time, empowered by chakra, Xinyan's movements transitioned from slow to swift, and the force of his punches significantly increased, creating a series of gusts of wind. After an undetermined period, Junichi hurriedly arrived at the corridor, seemingly in urgent need of attention. Chapter 7. The Onset of Crisis, my lord. Junichi knelt on one knee, addressing him. Xinyan paused his actions and spoke, "Junichi, there is no need for excessive formality. What is it that you wish to convey?" Junichi replied, "My lord, emissaries from the Suzaku minister of the neighboring nation have arrived, bearing news concerning Lady Kaguya." A shadow of concern crossed Junichi's countenance. Ever since Kaguya's arrival in the Land of Feather, she had remained close to the emperor, and it was evident that word of her presence had been leaked. Upon hearing this, Nobuyuki raised an eyebrow. The ministers of Suzaku and Jinbu from the Land of Bai were rather odious in the original narrative, and it was no surprise that they harbored intentions towards the Land of Yu. However, with Kaguya present and Nobuyuki having acquired chakra himself, he felt no fear. Yet, as he had only just obtained this chakra, he required time to familiarize himself and grow stronger. Thus it was prudent to exercise caution for the moment. This time, it was not the case that both the Suzaku and Jinbu ministers had come together. Otherwise, he could have easily dispatched them. The audacity of such a minuscule territory to claim the titles of Suzaku and Jinbu was astonishing. After all, he had promised Kaguya to safeguard peace, and it was imperative to demonstrate his capabilities. Moreover, the rating of the projection was directly correlated with his actions, which was the crux of the matter. If he could subdue the bellicose nation of Bai and unify the surrounding countries, it would evidently be beneficial for enhancing his rating. "Please entertain the envoys with fine food and drink, and inform them that I have been feeling unwell lately, and merely brush it off," Nobuyuki instructed. Junichi expressed his concerns, saying, "Your Majesty, if we continue to feign illness, I fear the next visitors may indeed be the Suzaku and Jinbu ministers. The military strength of Bai exceeds ours by more than threefold, and we..." Xinyan waved his hand and said, "Rest assured, just do as I instruct. I have my own ways to deal with them." Upon witnessing Xinyan's confident demeanor, Junyi refrained from saying more. As a loyal subject, it is his duty to serve his lord unto death. After Junyi departed, Xinyan prepared to resume his martial practice. However, Kaguya approached him from the end of the corridor. This time, before Xinyan could utter a word, Kaguya spoke first. "Your body." Yoshihiko smiled and said, "It's all better now. Feel for yourself." As he spoke, he took Kaguya's hand and placed it against his forehead. Kaguya showed no signs of resistance, her cool hand resting gently on his forehead. The sensation from last night was truly remarkable. It felt as though a mystical energy had entered my body, and today it seems to have grown even more potent. Xinyan smiled as he spoke. "That is chakra." Kaguya showed no intention of concealment. As her hand wandered over Xinyan's body, moving from his chest down to his lower abdomen, finally coming to a halt. Chakra has strengthened within you. Kaguya's tone wavered slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Xinyan. Chakra? What is that? Xinyan gazed at Kaguya with a series of puzzled expressions. Upon hearing this, Kaguya's eyes flickered subtly. After a moment of silence, she turned her gaze towards the sky in the northwest. Upon witnessing this, Naruto smiled and waved his hand, saying, "If you do not wish to speak, there is no need to force it. I shall refrain from asking further." Chakra. It originates from the divine tree, Kaguya explained, turning her head, her gaze imbued with complexity. The divine tree, indeed. Naruto understood the importance of discretion and chose not to press further. In this world, there exist mature fruits of the divine tree. Should he acquire one, it would undoubtedly elevate him to unimaginable heights. However, in this ordinary human form, such ascendance would likely be taken quite literally. Furthermore, the divine tree is intrinsically linked to Kaguya, leaving no opportunity for others to seize the fruit. Having obtained Kaguya's chakra was already a significant gain, enhancing his mental prowess considerably. If he could also acquire some of the Otsutsuki techniques from Kaguya, it would be a tremendous windfall. The chakra makes my body feel remarkably invigorated. Might you bestow upon me a little more? Just a small amount will suffice. I believe that in doing so, I may extend my years and relish in your company a while longer. A gentle smile graced Xinyan's face as he locked eyes with Kaguya. Feeling the intensity of Xinyan's gaze, imbued with sincere emotion, Kaguya blinked and then silently nodded, extending her hand to rest upon Xinyan's chest. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Wow, why do I feel a sense of guilt akin to deceiving a woman? Will I face divine retribution? As chakra flowed into his body like a gentle stream, a wave of guilt surged within Xinyan. Kaguya is truly too easy to deceive. That's enough. No more. As Xinyan beheld Kaguya gazing at him with her pure and unblemished eyes, continuously channeling chakra into him, he felt that it was sufficient for the time being and instructed her to cease. However, the moment she halted, a sharp pain surged through his chest, prompting an involuntary cry of anguish, followed by a sudden darkness enveloping his vision. In a state of dazed confusion, Xinyan sensed a soft sensation at the back of his head. Overwhelmed by a sense of bodily fatigue, he couldn't help but emit a soft groan. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Kaguya's face, etched with concern. A knee pillow. Naruto regained his composure, extending his hand to gently caress Kaguya's cheek, her delicate gaze evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Gazing out at the pitch-black sky beyond the window, Naruto inquired, "Have I worried you? How long have I been asleep?" Kaguya softly grasped Naruto's hand, her voice laced with concern. "It has been 2 days." Upon hearing this, Naruto was taken aback. At this moment, he felt that, aside from the lingering soreness in his body, his chakra seemed significantly diminished compared to before. "Perhaps I have bestowed upon you an excess of my chakra," Kaguya remarked, a hint of remorse gracing her features. Due to their frequent exchanges, Kaguya had become remarkably fluent in her conversations with Naruto. Xinyan, upon witnessing the situation, chuckled and remarked, "It is not your fault. It is merely my carelessness." He never anticipated that the cause of his fainting spell was the excessive exertion bestowed upon him by Kaguya. At the border between the Kingdom of Ancestors and the Kingdom of Feathers, a dense forest sprawled, where at present, a group of over 100 individuals had established their encampment deep within the shade of the trees. The tents glowed brightly with light, and shadows danced within. "Are you certain that the Emperor of the Kingdom of Feathers remains in a deep slumber?" In the middle of the tent, seated behind a low table, was a thin man with shifty eyes and a rather unsavory appearance, who was now glaring menacingly at the soldier of the Kingdom of Feathers kneeling before him. "Indeed. Lord Juke, my brother serves close to His Majesty the Emperor, and he informed me last night that, as of today, His Majesty has been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. The soldier affirmed. Upon hearing this, Lord Juke inquired further, "I have heard that your emperor has taken a remarkably beautiful consort, a heavenly maiden. Is this true?" "Absolutely. Lady Kaguya is as if she has descended from the realms of myth, with skin as fair as snow, a beauty beyond the reach of mere mortals," the soldier confirmed. And upon receiving his affirmation, a fervent light flickered in Lord Juchue's eyes as he instinctively licked his lips. Beside him, the robust and fearsome Lord Xuanwu spoke in a low voice, "You may return now. First, spread the word internally that the emperor is afflicted with an incurable illness. For days hence, Lord Juke and I shall embark on a diplomatic mission to the Kingdom of Feathers, feigning a return to our homeland by evening. Under the cover of night, we will stage a false assault from the west, and you shall then open the gates. Once our plan is successful, a quarter of the territory of the Kingdom of Feathers will be entrusted to your rule. Now, make haste and return." "Yes. Thank you, Lord Juke. Thank you, Lord Xuanwu," the soldier exclaimed with unrestrained joy, bowing repeatedly. Once the soldier departed, a sinister smile crossed Lord Xuanwu's face. "The old ways shall prevail. Eliminate all, young and old. And Kaguya shall be mine. The spoil shall be divided equally." Lord Zhuge and Lord Xuanwu exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 8. Preemptive strike. Please recommend and collect. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Your Majesty, we were merely misled by rumors. Xin Yan sat upright in the main seat of the Grand Hall, flanked by he and Junyi, each accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. 5 commoners from the Kingdom of Feather knelt before him, their heads bowing repeatedly to the ground. I am gravely ill and shall soon depart from this world. Speak, who has instructed you to spread these rumors? With his gaze cast downward, Naruto remained expressionless. Your Majesty, we are doomed. We should not have heeded the rumors. Indeed, Your Majesty, it was not we who spread them. Xin Yan's brow gradually furrowed as he gestured to the soldiers beside him, declaring, since they are unwilling to speak the truth, prolong their suffering, execute them all. Yes. The soldiers flanking him stepped forward, seizing the 5 individuals and dragging them towards the exit. Your Majesty, spare us, they pleaded in desperation. We truly do not know anything. Please, no? Your Majesty, I know. It was Sato. It was Sato. With a slight frown, Naruto raised his hand and commanded, wait. The soldiers immediately halted, dragging the 5 individuals back. It was Sato. He provided each of us with half a liter of wheat, instructing us to disseminate your. One of the soldiers accompanying him changed countenance upon hearing these words. Xin Yan spoke in a deep voice, take them away. Confine them for 10 days before releasing them. Go fetch Sato. Yes. The 4 soldiers immediately departed from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals who had been spared from execution bowed repeatedly, expressing their gratitude for the Emperor's mercy. Is the rumor of my grave illness intended to incite internal strife within the kingdom of Yu, the work of those from that nation? In the depths of his mind, Xin Yan pondered quietly. The neighboring small nations had been virtually eradicated by the forces of their adversary. The ancestral nation showed no inclination towards expansion, and with the turmoil in the feathered realm, the ancestral nation could hardly secure its own interests. Thus, it was undoubtedly the work of their foe. I never anticipated that before I could take the initiative against them, they would already be so eager to meet their demise. Although the disparity in military strength was considerable, Xin Yan possessed the ace of Kaguya, rendering defeat an impossibility. His body had recently acquired chakra, and during this period of projection, he had adapted to the techniques of breathing and swordplay. While he had yet to reach the mastery he had attained in the world of Demon Slayer, dealing with ordinary individuals, even in numbers of 10, was a trivial task. Much like a skilled genin in the world of Hokage, he could easily contend with several armed adults, with a body enhanced by chakra. Even a child's speed and strength surpassed that of an average person. Of course, this was contingent upon the availability of adequate chakra. Soon, the soldiers bound Sato in the Grand Hall. After enduring a series of torture and threats, Sato finally confessed. Take him away. Execute him. Yes. Sato, battered and bruised, cried out, Your Majesty, you promised to spare my life. Your Majesty. Silence. A soldier struck Sato at the back of his neck, causing him to lose consciousness. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The ministers Suzaku and Jinbu of the rival nation commanded 2/3 of the military strength in their domain. The forces they brought exceeded theirs by more than double, and a direct confrontation would likely lead to dire consequences. We must avoid war at all costs. We can resolve this through negotiation. Whether they demand wealth, beauty, or even land, we shall grant it to them. Anything to avert battle. Xin Yan rubbed his temples, displaying an expression of distress. Upon hearing Shi's words, he was taken aback, yet he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Junyi wore an incredulous look, exclaiming, Ceding land? Your Majesty, how can this be permitted? This is utterly unacceptable. If it comes to a fight, we could unite with our ancestral nation. Victory is not beyond our grasp. No. Should war ensue, the kingdom of Yu may face annihilation. I cannot allow my nation to perish on my watch. Xin Yan wore a solemn expression, exuding an air of resolute determination as he turned his gaze towards the soldiers at his side. You may withdraw for now. I must confer with General Heki and General Junichi regarding the matter of ceding territory. What transpired today must remain confidential. The soldiers, feeling a sense of frustration, departed from the Grand Hall, disheartened by their sovereign's apparent weakness. Your Majesty, are you truly prepared? Heki inquired, stepping forward as the soldiers exited. Based on their interactions over the past days, he believed that while the sovereign was exceptionally kind-hearted, he was not weak enough to exhibit such vulnerability as he had just done. Humph. Junichi, standing nearby, let out an indignant scoff, resolute in his determination to resist, even if it meant facing punishment. Xin Yan did not respond. Instead, he rose and exited the Grand Hall, surveying his surroundings before returning inside, closing the door delicately. What if the people from the Kingdom of Bai do not arrive the day after tomorrow? He remarked lightly. Jun's expression shifted dramatically, his voice suddenly dropping an octave. Your Majesty, do you mean? Last month, the envoys from the Kingdom of Bai seized Crescent Lake from the Kingdom of Zhu, which dared not retaliate. Our Kingdom of Yu is not significantly stronger than the Kingdom of Zhu. Even if the events unfolding here were to reach the ears of Zhuge and Xuanwu, they would believe that, in the face of overwhelming force, we would relent. However, to alleviate their fears, it would be prudent to instill in them a greater sense of confidence. I trust that, apart from Sato, there are others within our ranks who would willingly convey this intelligence. Your Majesty, are you planning to wait until they infiltrate the kingdom of Yu before taking action? Naki's face displayed astonishment, taken aback by the audacity and resolve of their sovereign. Remember two phrases. First, capture the ringleader before the thieves. Xinyan spoke slowly. Secondly, peace is achieved through struggle, while peace sought through compromise leads to its demise. Prepare well over the next few days. With that, Xinyan left the grand hall to find Kaguya in the sleeping quarters to restore her magic. Hoki and Junichi exchanged glances. Savoring the emperor's words, capture the leader before the followers. Peace is achieved through struggle, while peace sought through compromise leads to its demise. As anticipated, the people of the opposing nation arrived punctually. Their foolishness offered no sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, since they had come, they must be dealt with accordingly. In the conference room, Hoki and Junichi stood quietly behind Xinyan. Opposite them sat the minister of Shizuku and the minister of Xuanwu from the rival nation. The minister of Xuanwu approached Xinyan, unfolding a map and pointing to the bamboo forest in the northwest. Your Majesty, this is an ancient map uncovered by our nation. It indicates that the bamboo forest and the surrounding farmlands to the northwest of your realm once belonged to us. We demand their return. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to reclaim them by force. He asserted confidently, taking a seat beside Xinyan. They had grown weary of employing the same tactics. At this moment, he merely wished to relish the expression of Xinyan, who yearned to resist, yet dared not to. Much like the feeble emperor of the ancestral nation. Loading more content. Please wait. The soldiers of the rival nation had slain the subjects of the ancestral realm. And yet their emperor had to apologize and offer compensation to his own soldiers. Observing Xinyan's silence as he gazed at the map, the minister of Shizuku casually approached him, saying, I have heard that your Majesty has taken the celestial maiden as your primary consort. Might we have the honor of witnessing her beauty? Of course. Xinyan replied with a smile, not at all. The minister of Shizuku's laughter faltered, his expression frozen as he believed he had misheard. Xinyan rose, and upon receiving the signal, Heki and Junichi approached the two. Tianzi, you must think this through. Our army is stationed on the mountain. All you need to do now is. Minister Zhuke assumed that Xinyan was merely posturing and instinctively resorted to threats. Ah, my hand. How dare you? You are finished. I will. Minister Zhuke lamented in agony, clutching his wrist from which blood gushed forth, for his hand had already fallen onto the table. With a swift motion, Xinyan silenced Chuchue's threats with a fatal blow to his throat, causing him to collapse to the ground, convulsing. The two guards behind them also fell victim to Heki and Junichi. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, cries of anguish echoed, though tranquility soon returned. Tianzi, what are you doing? You must consider the consequences of becoming an enemy of the other nation. Seeing Xinyan approach with a knife in hand, devoid of expression, Minister Xuanwu retreated in terror. He had never anticipated that the Tianzi of the Feather Nation would be a madman, ruthlessly eliminating Zhuke. How dare he? Did he not fear the might of the other nation's army? With a sudden motion, Heki seized the limp Minister Xuanwu by the collar, forcing him back into his seat. While Junichi slammed paper and ink before him, let the soldiers of the other nation enter in batches. Tell them that the Feather Nation will receive them with all its might. Xuanwu's complexion changed in shock as he gazed upon the Tianzi of the Feather Nation with palpable dread. Chapter 9. Unification and Return Under the Duress of Death and Suffering. Minister Xuanwu ultimately chose to write the letter, instructing their soldiers to march to their demise in waves. However, by the fourth batch, the soldiers of the other nation detected the ruse. Yet, under Minister Xuanwu's orders, many soldiers were ruthlessly shot down by a barrage of arrows amidst their hesitation. Leading the charge, Xinyan and the soldiers of the Feather Nation nearly annihilated the 1,000-strong army of the other nation. Of course, Kaguya's assistance was indispensable. Victorious, Xinyan stood bloodied beside Kaguya, letting out a soft sigh. I did not wish to stain your hands. Gradually coming to her senses, Kaguya looked at Xinyan and asked, Are you not afraid of my power? Moments ago, when Kaguya unleashed the might of her Byakugan, many had been reduced to mere fragments. Although it was the soldiers of the other nation who perished, the gruesome scene had left the soldiers of the Feather Nation shaken. All present bore expressions of fear as they distanced themselves from Kaguya, save for Xinyan, who alone dared to approach her. Nobuyuki gazed into the depths of Kaguya's eyes, sensing her underlying concern. He wiped the blood from his hands onto his garment and then gently clasped her hand. You are my wife. My feelings for you are solely filled with love and trust. Xinyan's response instantly softened Kaguya's gaze. Feeling the hand in his palm gradually relax, Xinyan continued. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. To achieve peace, the use of force is an indispensable means. Yet even so, I firmly believe that love can bring about peace. A decade later, within a resplendent palace towering 20 meters high, Xinyan lay weakly in Kaguya's embrace, his eyes distant and unfocused. In these 10 years, Xinyan had unified the land, establishing the harmonious empire of flame, undoubtedly with Kaguya's assistance, to realize peace and minimize casualties. Shortly after Xinyan vanquished the opposing army, Kaguya consumed the fruit of the divine tree, acquiring the power of all creation. All nations that opposed Xinyan were transformed into white absolutes within the infinite Tsukuyami. Although the original tale does not reveal how many lives Kaguya took, Xinyan was certain that this time, the death toll was significantly lower. At least the majority of the innocent had survived. After all, where is there war without loss of life? However, Xinyan never anticipated that after Kaguya consumed the fruit of the divine tree and awakened the Rinnegan, she would infuse him with an abundance of Otsutsuki chakra. It was this chakra that ultimately claimed his life, whether due to his constitution or genetic factors. Kaguya's chakra awakened Xinyan's Byakugan, yet it also inflicted upon him a terminal illness akin to the bloodline disease. His body began to deteriorate rapidly. If Kaguya ceased to supply chakra, Xinyan would perish immediately. Continuing to infuse chakra was merely a futile attempt to quench an insatiable thirst. And today marked the fateful day of Xinyan's demise. Kaguya, let us unite once more. Shinya lifted his gaze, admiring the delicate beauty of Kaguya's visage. He reached out, gently caressing her abdomen, infusing her with chakra. If there were any regrets, it was that this body was too frail. Despite his chakra cultivation reaching a certain pinnacle, it could not ascend further, ultimately preventing him from taking that final step with Kaguya. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. His defenses could not be breached. However, Kaguya later conceived the idea of merging their chakras, employing yin-yang release to nurture a child. And she had succeeded. Tears streamed down Kaguya's cheeks, falling onto Shinya's face. With all his strength, Xinyan raised his hand to gently wipe away Kaguya's tears. Do not be sorrowful. I have merely ventured into another realm. Perhaps one day, we shall meet again. Initially, his intentions were solely to derive benefits from Kaguya. Yet a decade of shared moments fostered genuine feelings within him. Despite the awareness that this might merely be a figment of his imagination, Xinyan yearned to offer Kaguya a fragment of solace in his final moments. Suddenly, an enveloping darkness engulfed him. In a daze, he seemed to hear Kaguya's voice calling out. Xinyan! The boundless void closed in. Xinyan felt a heavy sensation coupled with a profound sense of descent. Upon opening his eyes in bed, that feeling vanished instantly. As he surveyed the strangely familiar room, an astonished thought crossed his mind. Have 10 years truly passed? Kaguya, this feels remarkably real. If his initial projection had been approached with a gamer's mindset, the second was undertaken with utmost seriousness. In this instance, he felt as though his life with Kaguya was the very essence of reality. Yet he understood that this perception stemmed from having spent too long within the dreamlike projection. And with a moment's respite, clarity would return. Am I beginning to fade? As Xinyan started to reminisce, the memories of those 10 years began to blur. Like an incredibly vivid dream, upon reflection, it appeared as if viewed through a veil, hazy and indistinct. Nevertheless, certain pivotal moments remained etched in his mind with clarity. Perhaps due to his subconscious desire to retain them. For instance, the memory of Kaguya expressing her wish to bear children with him. Xinyan sat in a daze for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure. His gaze slowly shifted to the information displayed on the panel before him. Dream projection concluded. Projection world, Naruto timeline. Ancient era projected character, Emperor of the Flame Empire, Xinyan. Projected race, human projection status, deceased from illness, commencing settlement. As an ordinary human, you acquired the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan, yet succumbed to illness as a result. Numerous humans perished because of you. However, simultaneously, many more survived due to your influence. You altered Kaguya's perception of humanity, and with her assistance, established the first unified human nation, reformed the systems, and advanced productivity. Comprehensive evaluation. B. You achieved the pinnacle of what an ordinary human could attain in ancient times, becoming the first human to possess chakra. Your contributions have far-reaching implications, your deeds inscribed in the annals of history. You shall be remembered for eternity. Settlement concluded. Reward. Potential points 43.99. You may expend potential points to acquire belongings from the projection world, including but not limited to skills, talents, bloodlines, and items. Skills. Talents. For 1,399 points? Such a considerable amount? The distinction between a B-grade evaluation and a D-grade evaluation is merely 2 tiers. Yet the disparity in potential point rewards is astounding. Does this mean my first projection resulted in a loss of a fortune? Xinyan gazed at the ratings and reward points displayed on the panel, momentarily taken aback. The second projection offered little recourse for in the abyssal maze. The points required to exchange for mid-tier races were utterly insufficient. However, had he accrued more points during the first attempt, he might have selected a more advantageous beginning, perhaps avoiding an untimely demise upon his emergence. Yet, there was no point in dwelling on the past. What mattered was to glean wisdom and lessons from the experience. Xinyan ceased to ponder further. The initial oversight had, in fact, enriched his experience for what lay ahead. Otherwise, he would not have approached the subsequent projections with such caution. Dream potential, 44.99, coupled with the remaining 100 points, made Xinyan feel a newfound sense of affluence. The time for reaping the rewards was now upon him. Xinyan began to scrutinize the data displayed on the panel. First and foremost, the most crucial aspect was Kaguya's chakra. As he gazed at the words Kaguya's chakra on the panel, his eyes sharpened. One of the two primary methods to awaken the rebirth eye involved the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon, combined with the high-purity Byakugan of the Hyuga clan on Earth. Now, Xinyan had fulfilled half of the necessary conditions. However, the fact that he had fallen ill due to Kaguya's chakra left him somewhat hesitant. Although the emperor he had traversed into was an ordinary individual after acquiring chakra, his physical constitution was considerably stronger than that of his current childlike body. Moreover, upon receiving a greater amount of Kaguya's chakra, he had been beset by severe illness. If he were to succumb to a short lifespan in the projected world, he certainly did not wish for an early demise in the real world. For a moment, he found himself engulfed in profound turmoil. In the midst of his contemplation, Xinyan's gaze remained fixed on the Kaguya's chakra option. To act with prudence is to avoid all risks that can be evaded, preparing for everything that can be done at this stage. However, often it is impossible to have complete certainty in any endeavor. Opportunities are fleeting, and time does not wait for anyone. Even a 90 assurance would be a significant blessing. My projected body, being that of mortals through generations, would naturally exhibit anomalies upon suddenly accepting a substantial amount of Kaguya's chakra. As a member of the Hyuga clan, a descendant of the bloodline left by Otsutsuki Yumura, which Kaguya had created using yin-yang release, logically, my current body should not exhibit any rejection to Kaguya's chakra. The acquisition of the Otsutsuki chakra by the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly have a decisive impact on my talent and strength. Just as Xinyan weighed the pros and cons in his mind while gazing at the options, a new line of information appeared beneath the selection. The immense life energy, mental energy, and natural energy contained within Kaguya's chakra, if received all at once, could yield negative effects on the host's body. Should Kaguya's chakra be sealed within the host, released proportionally as the host grows for continuous integration? This would require an additional expenditure of 999 potential points. With a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes, Xinyan pondered the possibilities. Kaguya's chakra, a pure essence of Otsutsuki chakra, was a fusion of the God Tree chakra, capable of elevating one's existence on various levels, encompassing both the soul and the body. As Xinyan utilized his initial complementary exchange opportunity and expended an additional 999 points, he encapsulated the acquired Kaguya chakra within his being. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout every corner of his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Simultaneously, it seemed as though the chakra within him reacted chemically with this newfound heat. This modest infusion of chakra had multiplied by 6 or 7 times, though it was likely attributed to the inherently limited amount of chakra he possessed. Once the warmth subsided, Xinyan turned his gaze back to the options displayed on the panel. The remaining exchanges to be made were merely for the Byakugan and experience in practicing Gentle Fist. The current host had already acquired the Byakugan, yet its purity paled in comparison to that of the first Emperoress. Should he proceed with the exchange? Indeed, it was disheartening to realize the inherent limitations of his own innate abilities. You have acquired the ocular technique, Byakugan of the first Emperor. You have obtained the skill, Gentle Fist of the first Emperor. Without the slightest hesitation, Xinyan directly exchanged 100 points for the Byakugan, followed by another 200 points to acquire the Gentle Fist technique from that realm. In that world, he had already activated the Byakugan. Although his body was frail, he persevered in practicing the Gentle Fist. Now, his true self could enhance his proficiency in this technique through dedicated training. However, after switching bodies, starting anew was hardly more advantageous than beginning from scratch. A decade of mastery could not be easily relinquished, especially since he had obtained the divine training method from Kaguya. After experiencing the previous 2 projections, Xinyan understood all too well that with a complete body swap, the notion of muscle memory ceased to exist. While the knowledge remained in his mind, his body was unaccustomed. This realization was also the reason he abandoned the Sun Wheel Blade upon returning from the Demon Slayer world, choosing instead to cultivate his breathing techniques based on his innate talent and training experience. At this moment, after completing the exchange, Xinyan felt a refreshing sensation in his eyes. As he concentrated his chakra into his eyeballs, the veins around the corners of his eyes bulged prominently. Indeed, due to the presence of a caged bird, there was a slight blind spot behind the first thoracic vertebra, but the impact was negligible. Xinyan meticulously regulated the output of his chakra, adjusting his field of vision with precision. While immersed in the projection world, he restricted the range of his Byakugan to a mere 3 meters to conserve chakra, seldom expanding it. The Byakugan possesses an inherent ability to autonomously adjust its perspective distance. Even before he had sufficient chakra to activate the Byakugan, Xinyan harbored a premonition. Otherwise, if the Byakugan could not freely control its distance, wouldn't the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist techniques resemble a brutal melee with an 8-fold magnification? At that moment, Xinyan was rapidly acclimating to the state of his body after activating the Byakugan. Suddenly, a flush crept across his face. He hastily reduced his chakra output and subsequently deactivated the Byakugan. Upon expanding his vision to 2/3 of its capacity, he inadvertently noticed a clan member across the street bathing. It's not a black and white image. This aspect is rather inconvenient. Indeed, one should not carelessly activate the eyes. Xinyan recalled Niji from the original works, Tsukuyami World, who transformed into a lascivious character after a change in temperament. The content is still loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking functions. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. However, the typical members of the Hyuga clan seldom activate their Byakugan outside of combat. In battle, the ability to see through is primarily utilized to observe the flow of chakra within the chakra pathways and various pressure points of the body, allowing for precise strikes with the gentle fist technique. A normal person would not deliberately control their Byakugan to the extent of penetrating clothing. After all, in high-speed movement, a comprehensive range of vision is far more convenient. Of course, such an appearance lacks any aesthetic appeal and might even seem somewhat distasteful. The sensation of an increased chakra capacity is truly delightful. After experiencing these physical changes, Sinyan began to examine his data for a more intuitive understanding. Name, Hyuga Sinyan attributes, water, lightning, yin, yang physique, 0, 81 strength, 0, 83 agility, 0, 79 spirit, 1, 96 eye technique, Byakugan LV5 cultivation method, chakra refinement technique LV5, lightning breathing technique LV2 skills, basic gentle fist LV5, secondary awareness LV3 potential points, 3,200 indeed. The only difference between being at the tail end and being a genius is a mere hang-up. Observing his all-around enhanced attributes, Sinyan couldn't help but exclaim. Originally possessing only the water attribute, he now also embraced lightning, yin, and yang attributes. If he continues to blend in some of Kaguya's chakra, he will inevitably attain full innate attributes. Theoretically, any ninja can utilize all elemental ninjutsu. Aside from their inherent attributes, all others can be acquired through postnatal training, albeit with significantly less efficiency. This highlights the disparity between innate attributes and those gained through effort. And now, Sinyan is indeed a genius with 4 attributes. This means the fruits of diligent training should become increasingly apparent. With this thought, Sinyan felt an eagerness to experiment with lightning chakra to expedite his training in the lightning breathing technique. With lightning chakra, his progress would accelerate dramatically, and his sword techniques would finally have the opportunity to emerge in the Naruto world. Everything was looking up. However, Sinyan did not immediately take action. Instead, he dragged a large box from beneath his bed. Inside lay the savings left by his parents and a very precious piece of chakra testing paper that Sinyan had purchased. He had never intended to follow the traditional path of the Hyuga ninja's gentle fist. Hence, he had procured 2 pieces of chakra paper early on for attribute testing. The result had revealed only a single water attribute. Now, Sinyan decided to test again. As he infused chakra into the paper, it rapidly underwent a transformation. Observing the paper, half of it soaked while the other half wrinkled. Sinyan's eyes brightened. Indeed, the chakra testing paper cannot directly reveal the innate yin and yang attributes. To possess dual innate attributes is already commendable. Anything more exceptional would attract undue attention. Starting with a guarantee of above-average capability ensures neither disappointment nor excessive expectations. Perfect. After completing the test, Sinyan began to refine his chakra. As expected, the refining speed was incomparable to before. Following that, Sinyan commenced his training in the breathing technique. Finally, he enjoyed a refreshing sleep. Chapter 11, Yan Li's Journey. A week passed swiftly, leading up to the day before the ninja school commenced. Every day, Sinyan leads a life more fulfilling than the last. He begins his mornings with physical training, followed by sword practice, and then transitions to soft fist techniques. He proceeds to refine the 3-body technique learned in class. In the afternoons, he practices breathing techniques, and by evening, he engages in chakra refinement. The Hyuga clan is not devoid of ninjutsu. Rather, the combination of the Byakugan and soft fist techniques proves to be exceedingly convenient. With the defensive capability of Heavenly Return, the close-range prowess of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and the long-range potential of the 8 trigrams empty palm, they possess formidable skills. However, these advantages are primarily reserved for the main family. The branch family members are limited to learning only the foundational soft fist techniques and some aspects of the 8 trigrams palm. Yet, despite these limitations, branch family ninjas can still gain a significant advantage in close-quarters combat due to their Byakugan. Generally, the branch family members are tasked with reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance during missions and wars. This has led to a scarcity of exceptionally skilled ninjas emerging from the Hyuga clan since the establishment of the main and branch family system. Those in the branch family who exhibit talent have little opportunity to learn advanced soft fist techniques beyond their own understanding. Meanwhile, the main family members seldom engage in battle, as they have protection during missions. Over generations, the Hyuga clan has maintained its prestigious status, leveraging the outstanding ocular prowess of the Byakugan and its strategic significance. After all, aside from the purity of the Byakugan, it can be activated as long as there is sufficient chakra. Their innate talent places them at a starting point that is the culmination of what most ordinary ninjas can only aspire to achieve. However, in later stages, as conflicts escalate in intensity, with shadow-level ninjas being the unit of measurement, how can a clan devoid of even top-tier shadow-level ninjas compete? In order to preserve his life, Sinyan naturally believes that having multiple skills is advantageous. The thunder breathing technique, as one of the 5 fundamental breathing styles in the world of Demon Slayer, offers significant enhancements to speed, much like the wind breathing technique, while also possessing formidable explosive power, albeit with slightly inferior endurance. However, the issue of endurance can be gradually improved through consistent physical training and an increase in chakra reserves. Initially, this posed a challenge for Xinyan, but after obtaining Kaguya's chakra, even a small integration with it could greatly enhance his stamina in a few years. Early-stage ninjas typically exhibit high attack power but low defense, resembling fragile assassins. Thus, the most prudent strategy is to eliminate enemies as swiftly as possible rather than focusing on bolstering defense. Moreover, with rapid speed, escaping from formidable opponents becomes feasible. A prime example is Minato Namikaze. Those who could contend with him found it impossible to catch him, while those unable to match his strength could not evade him. As his abilities continued to grow, few could challenge him effectively. Due to the enhancement of his innate talents, Xinyan's training speed has vastly surpassed previous levels, leading him to yearn for daily immersion in his practice. However, with school commencing tomorrow, he must balance his pursuit of scientific excellence with diligent study, as research remains one of his aspirations. To acquire the Rinnegan, the first method involves gathering a substantial amount of Byakugan, a feat currently beyond his reach. Yet, he has already acquired Otsutsuki chakra, and what remains is high-purity Byakugan. He dares not resort to reckless actions, such as forcibly extracting Byakugan from a clan member. Nor is it feasible in the short term. Additionally, the purity of the contemporary clan's Byakugan poses another concern. Nonetheless, by devising a strategy to obtain some cellular tissue for research, he may uncover a solution. According to previous patterns, the emergence of the projection world is likely to take at least 4 to 5 months, providing him ample opportunity to train and study during this period. With over 3,000 potential points remaining, he anticipates selecting a more advantageous starting point next time, potentially yielding even greater rewards and perhaps an A-grade evaluation. At noon, Xinyan indulged in 3 large bowls of ramen at Ichiraku, intending to return to his training. However, he recalled that he had been informed 2 days prior to report to the Ancestral Hall at 3 o'clock the afternoon before school commenced. Thus, he made his way to the Grand Estate at the very center of the clan's territory. Upon arriving at a stately mansion with white walls and black tiles, the gatekeeper, a Chunin, frowned but ushered him inside. Although Xinyan was not late, he was the last of the school-aged children to arrive. After navigating through 2 long corridors with the Chunin, they finally reached the backyard, where 7 or 8 children had already gathered. All Hyuga clan members set to enroll the following day. Except for the girl at the forefront, who sported twin ponytails, the other clan members, regardless of gender, appeared quite reserved, standing rigidly. As the only girl present without a forehead protector, her smooth forehead signified her noble status within the Hyuga clan. Upon noticing Xinyan's arrival, the girl puffed up her adorable cheeks and exclaimed, "Xinyan, you're so slow." This girl, Hinata Mio, is the eldest daughter of a Hyuga elder and currently the sole member of the main branch of Xinyan's generation. The Hyuga clan consists of only 2 main branches, the leader's line and the elder's line, with each generation allowing only one individual to inherit the title of the main branch. The decision on who inherits the main branch is determined by the preceding generation. For instance, brothers Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi were designated at birth by their father, the current clan leader Hinata Kenta, with Hayashi inheriting the main branch and Hizashi becoming a branch family member marked by the caged bird seal. In the future, Hayashi's 2 daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, were initially both members of the main branch. However, after comparing their merits, it was decided that Hanabi would inherit the main branch and Hinata would belong to the branch family. As for why Hinata was not subjected to the caged bird seal later, it was because she married Naruto, the current clan leader, Hinata Kenta. Along with his son Hayashi and elder Hinata Shinichi, along with his daughter Mio, represent the entire main branch of the Hyuga clan, which primarily serves these 4 individuals. In contrast, the branch family operates without elders and is regarded as subservient to the main branch. Based on Xinyan's understanding of the original Naruto storyline, there is also a clan member named Hinata Ko, who evidently descends from the elder's line. His efforts to cultivate a positive relationship with Mio are not due to any ulterior motives, but rather a desire for a smoother path in the future, as the branch families exist to serve the main branch, and he currently remains quite weak. Thus, forging a good relationship with Mio, the nearest object of service, is essential. Fortunately, Hinata Mio possesses a naturally pure and kind-hearted disposition, making her easy to get along with. "I apologize, Miss Mio, I lost track of time while training," Xinyan respectfully stated as he took his place in the line. Due to the presence of others from the separate family nearby, Xinyan refrained from displaying any intimacy with Hinata Mio. Observing this, Hinata Mio understood the gravity of the situation and chose not to say much. TCH, how could he dare to show up at the academy, yet claim that he lost track of time while training? A boy beside Xinyan spoke derisively, revealing himself to be Hinata Kamen, a prodigious ninja among his peers from the Hyuga clan. Indeed, all he does is put on a pretense. Several boys nearby echoed his sentiments. After all, apart from his academic achievements, Sinyan ranked at the bottom in every other aspect within the school. Aside from his handsome appearance and charming words that won the favor of girls, he possessed little else of merit. It is not every generation that sees the birth of girls in the main family, but the branch family consistently produces outstanding boys. Competition begins from a tender age. More content is loading. Please wait. This site supports mobile browser access only. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. This is a chance to alter one's destiny. Sinyan lowered his head slightly, standing with his hands at his sides, adopting a posture of contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the voices surrounding him. The boys, having met with resistance, merely shot Sinyan a glare before falling silent. After what felt like an interminable half-hour, a high-ranking ninja appeared on the corridor, proclaiming in a clear voice, "The ceremony will commence. You shall enter the ancestral hall in succession. Starting with Miss Mio, please follow me." A ceremony? What nonsense is this? Does the Hyuga clan still uphold such a tradition? Sinyan raised an eyebrow. In what felt like less than 3 minutes, the high-ranking ninja returned with Mio to the courtyard. Soon, it was Sinyan's turn. Under the guidance of the ninja, Sinyan proceeded to the innermost chamber. There, in the center of the room, stood an antiquated wooden altar, upon which lay a dull gray stone tablet. 2 middle-aged men knelt on either side of the altar. They were none other than the clan leader, Hyuga Chit, and Elder Hyuga Shinichi. "I have met with the esteemed clan leader and Elder Shinichi," Sinyan acknowledged. Sinyan respectfully bowed. Hinata Shinichi pointed to the stone slab before him and instructed, "Place your hand upon it." Though puzzled, Sinyan approached the slab and knelt before it. Upon seeing the inscriptions on the stone, he was suddenly taken aback. What on earth? It read, "Yanli was here." The characters Yan and Li were faint, worn down in parts. Sinyan was here. This was indeed the stone slab he had left behind on the day of the celestial descent of Kaguya. Intended to mislead the nations of both the other and the ancestors, while also indulging his own mischievous whims. How is this even possible? Chapter 12. Have I altered the past, or forged history? With a sense of astonishment suppressed within him, Sinyan placed his hand upon the stone slab. The moment his hand made contact, a voice filled with profound affection and longing echoed within his heart. In Shinhiko's mind, a vague image began to take shape. Kaguya leaned against the window, cradling the stone tablet in her arms, gently caressing the 2 characters Shinhiko inscribed upon it. These were the only 2 Chinese characters Shinhiko had taught Kaguya. Simultaneously, Shinhiko felt a warm surge of chakra emanating from the stone tablet, flowing into his body through his hand. A subtle tension appeared around his eyes, with the veins around them becoming pronounced, involuntarily triggering his Byakugan. Hinata Katanda and Hinata Shinichi exchanged glances, both perceiving the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes at Shinhiko's unusual reaction. Upon observing the expressions of the 2 individuals, Nobuhiko promptly withdrew his hand, feigning a look of utter bewilderment. Hinata Chinda cast a fleeting glance at the files beside him, then activated his Byakugan, his gaze piercing and fervent as it fixed upon Nobuhiko's pale blue eyes. He held a slight recollection of Nobuhiko, after all. He was the sole member of the Hyuga clan with white hair and light blue eyes. Previously, a high-ranking ninja from their clan had reported this peculiarity, suggesting that Nobuhiko might possess some extraordinary talent. However, subsequent examinations revealed that he was likely merely a manifestation of the Hyuga clan's bloodline deterioration. Today, as he perused the files, Hinata Chinda recalled this matter. The intensity of Hinata Chinda's gaze instilled a profound sense of pressure in Nobuhiko, as though he were being stripped bare before him. Sinyan bowed his head respectfully and addressed, "Patriarch." At that moment, his mind raced. Feigning ignorance seemed the wisest course of action. After all, his talents were rather lackluster, rendering him largely inconspicuous. He need not worry about the trace of Kaguya's chakra within the stone tablet. Had it been detectable, they would have discovered it long ago. Moreover, he had already attempted to seek out this chakra through the potential points, to no avail. His Byakugan yielded no results. However, Sinyan could never have imagined that everything was indeed true. He had always regarded the projected world as a mere dream or perhaps a parallel universe, only to find that this projection of the shinobi world was, in fact, his own reality. It had transported him back to the past, altering the course of the future. The circumstances surrounding the stone tablet could not be explained otherwise, especially since he had inscribed his name in Chinese characters. There was no room for coincidence. Very well. The baptism is concluded. You may descend now. Hyuga Katanda closed his Byakugan and nodded slightly to Sinyan. Hyuga Shinichi smiled faintly, advising, "Devote yourself to your training, and keep these matters to yourself." "Yes, Patriarch." "Master Shinichi." Sinyan bowed once more and then slowly rose to depart. Once Sinyan had left, Hyuga Katanda furrowed his brow and turned to Hyuga Shinichi. "Initially, I believed that the prophecy stone left by our ancestors was merely a relic for our clan's baptism, a tradition meant to endure. Yet it appears the prophecy is indeed genuine." Hyuga Shinichi nodded in agreement. I too was taken aback. "Has the one destined to lead the Hyuga clan to its zenith truly emerged?" Hyuga Katanda replied, "According to the records, this child possesses remarkably poor talents. However, activating the Byakugan through the prophecy stone changes the narrative entirely. Regrettably, The prophecy does not seem to manifest in those of the main house. What difference does it make? The branch families have no means to resist the main house. No matter how strong they may be, they must comply. Hyuga Shinichi remarked coolly. And do you genuinely believe in the prophecy's content? Reaching the pinnacle is no easy feat, Hyuga Katanda sighed. Indeed. The true pinnacle is represented solely by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara as documented in history. As for the prophecy, it cannot be dismissed entirely, yet neither can it be fully embraced. Let us keep a watchful eye on that child and grant him a modicum of resources. I share the same sentiment. Hyuga Shinichi concurred. If he indeed possesses any extraordinary talent, time shall reveal all. As long as there is a caged bird in existence. Patriarch, Master Shinichi. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Kindly disable reading modes, novel modes, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. At this moment, the leading Jonin escorted Xinyan out and brought Hinata Hamura to the corridor. No need. The baptism has concluded, Hyuga Katanda declared solemnly. Understood. The Jonin immediately bowed and prepared to escort Hinata Hamura away. Hinata Hamura appeared utterly bewildered. Although he had heard from his parents that this was merely an ancient ceremony of the Hyuga clan, more show than substance, he could not comprehend why it ended upon his turn. Despite his confusion, Hinata Hamura had no choice but to follow the Jonin once more. The branch family had no right to question the main house. Upon returning to the courtyard, Hinata Hamura observed Hinata Mio engaged in lively conversation with Xinyan, laughing and chatting incessantly. A surge of anger ignited within him. Particularly irksome was Xinyan's seemingly disinterested responses. Hinata Hamura believed himself to be the finest among his peers, convinced that Hinata Mio would undoubtedly choose to be with him in the future. Xinyan, a mere underachiever, is utterly unworthy of approaching the esteemed daughters of the clan. Humph. Hinata Hayashi let out a cold snort, deliberately passing by Xinyan, intending to jostle his shoulder. However, Xinyan, with his back turned, subtly shifted to the side and brushed past him. At that moment, Xinyan was entirely preoccupied with analyzing the recent events. It appeared that the stone tablet I had left behind had reached Kaguya first, then passed down through generations, cherished by the Hyuga clan as a treasure. Nevertheless, the clan leader and the elders seemed disinclined to delve deeper into the matter. Judging by their demeanor, they likely regarded it merely as a tradition to be preserved. As long as I feign ignorance, everything should suffice. Yet, does this signify that I have altered the past? Or have I forged history? The world projected in my dreams undeniably exists. This implies that if I truly return to the past, my other actions ought to be documented as well. Contemplating this, Xinyan became increasingly distracted. When the Jounin informed them they could depart, Xinyan promptly declined Hinata Mio's invitation to train together and made his way out of the clan leader's residence. His destination was the library of the Ninja Academy. At 6:30 in the evening, Xinyan had spent over 2 hours in the library. As the students on duty gradually left and the supervising teacher prepared to close up for the day, Xinyan borrowed an ancient anthology and a history of the Warring States period using his student ID. That night, he pored over the texts, and at last, within the pages of the ancient anthology, he discovered fragments of information. It detailed how the Emperor of the Flame Empire, shortly after ascending as the Son of Heaven of the Feather Kingdom, prophesied the descent of a celestial maiden to the mortal realm. Ultimately, with her assistance, he unified the continent, bringing happiness and stability to the people. However, the text did not record the Emperor's name, only referring to him as the sacred son of the Feather Kingdom before the unification. It is all true. Xinyan has finally come to a realization. Yet, knowing this is of little consequence, unless the next projection world mirrors that of Naruto, he cannot leverage the advantage of returning to the past to procure benefits while simultaneously strategizing for the future. In any case, having acquired the pivotal chakra of Kaguya, which has altered his innate talents, he merely needs to proceed cautiously and cultivate steadily from this point onward. At this moment, Xinyan's expression subtly shifted, and he pondered. Previously, I believed it to be a dream realm, where Kaguya had never conceived, only to remember at the end to inform her of Yutsuin and Yui. This implies that she might still be sealed, just as in the original storyline. However, even with my reminders, the outcome is unlikely to change in my absence. Xinyan pondered the deeply introspective nature of Kaguya, realizing that it would be quite challenging to disclose the truth to Yumura and Yuhui. Moreover, it would be unconscionable to harm his own child over events that had yet to transpire. Overall, during this vulnerable period, the overarching narrative had not deviated, which was, in fact, a fortuitous development. Unless, of course, another projection of the Hokage world were to manifest. Alas, it was already 4:20 in the morning, and he was due to report to ninja school the following day. Cursing under his breath, Xinyan glanced at the wall clock and hastily prepared for bed, seizing the fleeting moments to sleep. Chapter 13. Enrollment of new students, a gathering of great figures. The next morning, Xinyan rose with a sense of lethargy. This time, he had indulged in slumber until 7 o'clock, foregoing his usual physical training, opting instead to practice the thunder breathing technique for a brief while. Before departing, He caught sight of the black goggles resting on the table, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. After a moment's hesitation, he removed the bandage that had been wrapped around his forehead and donned the black goggles, their dark lenses perfectly concealing the curse mark of the caged bird. Shin Yin proceeded to organize his backpack before stepping out of his home. By 7:30, he arrived at the ninja school. The entrance was bustling with activity. Some children, like Shin Yin, had come alone, while the majority were accompanied by their parents, chatting and laughing along the way. With his striking white short hair and exquisite features, Shin Yin stood out remarkably, occasionally approached by bold girls eager to strike up a conversation. The playground in front of the teaching building was now filled with first-year newcomers. Hundreds of students chattered incessantly. As the school's middle-ranking teachers gradually arrived to maintain order, the atmosphere in the area began to quiet down. Sinyan cast a glance and made his way towards the rear of the crowd. At the forefront, Hinata Mio, with her twin ponytails, occasionally rose on her toes, peering back as if searching for someone. Her exquisitely charming visage was particularly striking, and her pure white eyes and smooth forehead betrayed her noble lineage. Upon spotting Sinyan, who bore a look of despondency, her eyes brightened instantly, and she waved her small hand joyfully. Sinyan, over here. Come quickly. I have saved a spot for you. With her call, all students' gazes converged upon Sinyan. Here he comes, Mio-sama, he muttered resignedly as he approached, knowing full well he had brought this upon himself. I told you. While at school, you should call me by my name. All right, Mio. Sinyan glanced around, noting the absence of any Hinata clan members nearby, and nodded in response. It was not that he was being distant. Rather, the clan's archaic customs were excessively numerous. Previously, in the clan's academy, he had been reprimanded by a branch family Jainin for addressing Hinata Mio directly, being told he was failing to distinguish between social ranks. At his current age, even if he wished to disregard her status, he clearly lacked the capacity to do so. The Hokage has arrived. A voice broke the murmurs, igniting excitement among the students. It's the third Hokage, my idol. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in his Hokage robes, stepped forward. In his middle age, he emanated a sense of steadiness and authority. Yet, Sinyan found himself drowsy during the speech, which was nothing more than the usual rhetoric of the Will of Fire, emphasizing that the village was one big family, united in love and kinship. Ugh, having been educated in the esteemed family of the Flower Clan, Sinyan found it impossible to swallow such nonsense. It was the 39th year of Konoha. Soon enough, they knew students would be sent to the battlefield. What a joke. The flames of Konoha burn eternally, fueled by the sacrifices of the younger ninjas to illuminate the older generation. Is there no end to the cycle? If war were to break out, perhaps it would be the likes of the third and Danzo who would take to the front lines, and only then might Sinyan genuinely believe in the Will of Fire. Despite his disdain for this so-called will, it did not prevent him from clapping vigorously, his palms turning crimson with admiration. After repeating "let me add one more thing" 5 times, the third Hokage finally concluded his hour-long discourse. Following the assembly, Sinyan, according to the list on the bulletin board, proceeded to the classroom at the end of the first-floor corridor. He, along with Hinata Mio and Hinata Hayashi, had been assigned to Class A of the first grade, the so-called elite class. The classroom resembled a lecture hall from his past life, albeit on a much smaller scale. The desks were long tables shared by 3 students. Naturally, Sinyan wished to sit by the window in the second-to-last row, but the seating had already been predetermined by the Seichnin instructor, Sakamoto Waisuk, leaving him no choice. His assigned seat was in the second row, middle position. The window seat was already occupied. Upon seeing his desk mate, who had a shock of white hair and wore a black mask that obscured all but his lifeless, fish-like eyes, Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi Hitaki? Observing this tiny figure before him, Sinyan's eyes sparkled. Enrolling at 4, graduating at 5, becoming a Seichnin at 6, and attaining Jonin status at 12. Kakashi was undoubtedly the epitome of genius. The current ninja academy had a 4-year curriculum, and due to the prolonged unrest in the ninja world, the demand for ninjas was exceedingly high. Although the official enrollment age was 6, many prodigies like Kakashi entered a year early at 5. Noticing Sinyan's gaze, Kakashi glanced at him with an expression that suggested he had just awakened from slumber. Hello, I am Hinata Sinyan. I look forward to your guidance. In response to Sinyan's warm smile, Kakashi nodded slightly and replied, I am Kakashi Hitaki. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, a gentle voice chimed in from beside them. Are you my deskmates? I'm Rin Noera. Please take care of me. Shinhiko turned to see a charming girl with short brown hair and deep brown eyes standing in the corridor. She was smiling at the two of them. Prominently displayed on either side of her cheeks were 2 striking purple patterns. As she spoke, Noera Rin took a seat beside Shinhiko. Hello, my name is Hinata Shinhiko. I look forward to your guidance. Sinyan smiled as he spoke. Suddenly, he recalled that since Lin and Cha-Cha were present, it must also signify that Runtu was there as well. Sinyan turned his head to survey the surroundings, and finally spotted Obito in the second-to-last row by the aisle. At that moment, Obito was biting his collar with a face full of envy and resentment as he gazed at Kakashi and Sinyan. It was evident that he also wished to sit next to Rin. Clearly, Obito had known Rin even before starting school. However, Sinyan did not particularly concern himself with Obito prior to his dark transformation, feeling no need to intervene. Speaking of which, he noticed several familiar faces: Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Saratobi, Shino Aburame, Kurenai Yuhi, Aoba Yamashiro, and Reito Namishi, among others. Many from the golden generation of Konoha were present. Once everyone settled down, the introductions commenced under the leadership of Yosuke Sakamoto. At this moment, Sinyan realized that the two individuals seated before him were Hinata Mio and Hinata Hayashi. The class comprised exactly 38 students, resulting in Mio and Hayashi sharing a desk. As Shinhiko gazed at the two individuals, Hinata Mio drew a line down the center of the table, defiantly warning Hinata Hayashi not to cross it. Behind Shinhiko sat three others: Yuhi Kurenai, Nara Shikamaru, and Saratobi Asuma. Had it not been for the enhancements acquired in the projection world, he would have felt like a mere bronze among diamonds. With the first class being self-study, the classroom erupted into chatter after Sakamoto Yosuke's departure, while Shinhiko engaged in spirited conversation with Noira Rin. His interest was not born from any ulterior motives, but rather from the recollection of her notable medical skills in the original narrative, prompting curiosity about her chosen path. Through their dialogue, Shinhiko learned that Rin frequently visited the school library to borrow books related to medical ninjutsu. Additionally, Konoha Hospital offered open classes each month, accessible to anyone wishing to attend. Upon discovering this, Shinhiko's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before long, Hinata Mio turned to join the conversation, while Hinata Hayashi suddenly swiveled around, casting a menacing glare at Shinhiko. Seeing this, Sinyan chose to ignore it. To be honest, as a time traveler with the soul of an adult, he held little interest in a 6- or 7-year-old girl, no matter how adorable she might be. He certainly did not entertain any romantic notions regarding her. However, considering her extraordinary cuteness in childhood, one could only speculate about her future allure. A lack of interest now did not preclude the possibility of attraction later on. After all, it would be prudent to foster a good relationship, should the need arise in the future. Moreover, given his surroundings, filled with children, it was hardly feasible for him to remain mute and isolated. Some of his peers, particularly the exceptionally gifted, were already flaunting their talents, and Hinata Hiraman was among them. It was a rare opportunity to have someone like Hinata Mio, who possessed both remarkable talent and an esteemed status, and shared a decent rapport with him. Although the issue of talent had been addressed, unless he awakened the reincarnation eye, the curse of the caged bird would remain a challenge. Even though he did not intend to rely on others, it seemed reasonable to keep a fallback plan in mind. Furthermore, awakening the reincarnation eye necessitated a high purity of the Byakugan. Hinata Mio had activated her Byakugan at the tender age of 4, clearly indicating her top-tier talent and bloodline purity. If experiments were to be conducted in the future, it would be essential to procure some essence from her. With this thought, Sinyan's gaze grew ever more fervent. Chapter 14. The unadorned life of becoming strong. 3 months passed quietly. Life at the Ninja Academy was quite fulfilling for Sinyan. He immersed himself in the study of ninja-related knowledge and skills while simultaneously self-learning medical ninjutsu. Each month, he accompanied Noira Rin to the Konoha Hospital to audit public classes. He seized every spare moment to hone his skills. The only regret was that the new projection world had yet to open. Nevertheless, witnessing his gradual improvement brought him immense satisfaction. It was once again Friday afternoon, during the final class of the day. With most of the time elapsed, their homeroom teacher, Sakamoto Yosuke, had yet to arrive. The class was in a cacophony, prompting Sinyan to prepare for a brief nap, intending for Kakashi to awaken him upon the teacher's arrival. Dream potential, 3347. Perhaps he could even dream, thus augmenting his potential points. Due to Sinyan's earnestness, Kakashi had developed a decent relationship with him, and as a result, Sinyan benefited from a free sparring partner. Although he was closer to Hinata Mio, her status as a clan heiress made it impractical to seek her assistance in training. Since the last baptism, the Jainin teaching the class seemed to pay him a bit more attention, often calling on it during lessons. Sinyan had transitioned from being a mere novice to achieving an above-average standard. He neither disappointed nor raised expectations excessively. This was his strategy. Moreover, without relying on the thunder-breathing technique for acceleration, his physical skills were indeed only above average compared to the prodigies of the Hyuga clan. There was no need for pretense. He could simply perform to the best of his abilities. After all, during the decades spent in the projection world, his body had been frail. Although he had mastered the fundamentals of Gentle Fist, he was not exceptionally formidable. The skills he learned from Kaguya were impressive, but his body was not yet capable of executing them. At the very least, he aimed to maintain an above-average performance until graduation. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Sinyan was roused by Kakashi's gentle shake. He noticed Sakamoto Yosuke standing at the podium, wearing a stern expression as he spoke in a low tone. I merely stepped out to attend to some matters, and you all couldn't manage to keep quiet? The first floor corridor was the loudest, and upon hearing the teacher's reprimand, the class fell silent in an instant. Sakamoto then exited the classroom, waving cheerfully to someone outside the corridor. Maki, please come in. Soon, a girl with long hair styled in a princess cut approached the podium, bowing to the class. Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Maki. I look forward to your guidance. Uchiha Maki's exquisitely perfect appearance and gentle, sweet voice instantly drew admiration from the boys. Wow, so cute. She seems so gentle, just my type. She looks like a princess straight out of a manga. I think I'm in love. Dream on. She's from the prestigious Uchiha clan. How can her hair be so beautiful? The girls envied Uchiha Maki's luxurious hair, which was long, straight, and jet black. Yoshihiko could not help but steal a few more glances. Maki had just returned to Konoha and was still unfamiliar with the school and the village. It was essential for everyone to interact with her kindly. If any student had some spare time, they could assist her in familiarizing herself with the school and its surroundings. As soon as Yosuke Sakamoto's words fell, a boy immediately raised both hands enthusiastically. Teacher, me, I am willing. Don't all fight over me. Let me finish speaking. Only for the girls. Yosuke Sakamoto replied with annoyance. The eagerness of these boys was quite genuine. They were already showing interest in the opposite sex at such a young age. However, he himself had had a girlfriend at the tender age of 7 at the Ninja Academy, tasted the fruits of love on his 16th birthday, and married at 18. So he could not say much. Ignoring the boys' lamentations, Yosuke Sakamoto scanned the empty seats in the classroom and continued, Maki, you may sit there, next to Mio. Yes. Uchiha Maki obediently nodded and took her place beside Hinata Mio. This arrangement positioned Hinata Mio in the center of the desk, closer to Hinata Hayashi, thus eliminating the dividing line that had been drawn. Hinata Hayashi beamed as he shifted his textbook to the right. However, after Hinata Mio erased the line, she promptly redrew it, forbidding any crossing. Yes, Lady Mio. Hinata Hayashi's expression fell. Observing Uchiha Maki conversing softly with Hinata Mio, Yoshihiko felt an odd sensation. Wasn't the Uchiha clan known for their haughty demeanor? There had been one exception, Obito, and now another appeared? Nevertheless, Yoshihiko dismissed such thoughts. Aside from training, he held little interest in anything else. The immediate concern was to enhance his strength. Pursuing romantic relationships now would only result in having more girls to mourn over at his grave in the future, as the time left in the class was limited. Yosuke Sakamoto opted not to teach, but rather allowed them to study independently until the bell rang. By the way, students, next Thursday, the first comprehensive examination of the semester for the first-year students will take place. It includes both written and practical tests, so please prepare accordingly. The results from this assessment will be included in your final exam scores. Additionally, if the results are unsatisfactory, there may be a risk of being held back. Due to the limited time left in the class, Yosuke Sakamoto directly allowed the students to study independently, and just before the bell rang, he delivered a surprise to the students. On a way, I nearly fainted in math class. I don't even remember the name of my math teacher. Yosuke Sakamoto ignored the collective groans and simply exited the classroom. Senyan began to pack his bag, preparing to return home. Are there exams? He had no issues with written tests. He was either first or second without fail. However, practical tests accounted for 70% of the total score. After all, practical testing involved fundamental physical confrontations where weapons could not be used, and sword techniques were naturally off-limits. Even the Byakugan was prohibited. If I secure a top rank in written exams and maintain an average level in practical tests, my overall score will be slightly above average. That should suffice. As he stepped out of the school gates, he noticed Kakashi leisurely shouldering his bag ahead. Senyan's eyes brightened. Kakashi, come. Let me treat you to some dumplings. He dashed to Kakashi's side and enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder. Kakashi, no thanks, I prefer to return and train. Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Oh come on, it won't take long to grab some dumplings. I'll accompany you for training afterward. Upon hearing that Kakashi intended to train, Senyan's smile grew warmer as he grasped Kakashi's arm and began to pull him toward Dushi Street. A flicker of helplessness crossed Kakashi's eyes, yet he did not resist. He couldn't fathom why, despite the indifference of the other boys in class. Senyan remained so fervent in his approach toward him. For the first time, Kakashi realized that having a friend, although somewhat troublesome, could actually be rather pleasant. Chapter 15, The First Encounter with White Fang in a secluded and tranquil wooden cabin. A series of rapid sounds echoed. Two boys were engaged in a fierce sparring match within a yard encircled by wooden stakes. Following the conclusion of a gathering, Senyan had requested to visit Kakashi's home. Unable to withstand Senyan's persistent coaxing, Kakashi ultimately acquiesced and took him home. Senyan's intention, of course, was to have Kakashi as a sparring partner. This marked the first time in over 3 months of their acquaintance that Senyan had visited Kakashi's residence. Wait, Kakashi. Senyan was struck by Kakashi's whip kick, causing him to stagger backward. Despite crossing his arms in anticipation to shield his chest, he still felt a slight constriction in his breathing from the impact. Kakashi, upon hearing this, ceased his assault. Observing Senyan shaking his numb arms, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, and his lips moved beneath his mask, betraying a hint of embarrassment. Kakashi, you truly are remarkable, Senyan exclaimed, settling down on the grass of the courtyard with a smile directed at Kakashi. Indeed, he was a prodigious talent as depicted in the original narrative. Although Senyan was 2 years his senior and possessed greater physical strength, the disparity in technique was quite evident. Even though he had harnessed battle experiences from the world of Demon Slayer through potential points, the primary combat reliance there revolved around breathing techniques and swordsmanship. His current physique was not yet adept enough to utilize the thunder-breathing technique with ease. Purely relying on physical training, he naturally refrained from employing the Byakugan. In fact, his combat experience among peers was exceedingly scant. The only battles he had endured in the world of Demon Slayer were the relentless beatings from his mentor, Sanada Jirimaru. In the Abyssal Maze, he was not even human. As for his projection as the first emperor, illness had severely limited his combat experiences. Shadow Clone, how are you faring? At this moment, Sinyan silently contemplated, initiating communication with his secondary consciousness. Secondary consciousness, master, regarding the kick from Kakashi earlier. If you had followed the direction of his force and sidestepped to grasp his calf, you could have not only dissipated a significant portion of his power but also potentially unbalanced him. Additionally, he exhibits a higher frequency of utilization with his left leg, which is swifter. Evasion would be more prudent than blocking. Furthermore, he has clearly conserved strength and speed in his right fist, likely to avoid injuring you. There's no necessity for the Byakugan paired with gentle fist, nor for breathing techniques to accelerate. It is not guaranteed that you could best him. Is that so? Indeed, it appears to be the case. In his heart, Nobuhiko quietly pondered and began to reflect. After all, Kakashi was a prodigy in his own right. And his sparring partner was none other than the esteemed Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's equal among the legendary Sannin. In contrast, Nobuhiko's training partner was merely an ordinary jonin from the Hyuga clan, who had only recently been particularly attentive to him in the classroom setting, where one instructor attended to a multitude of students. In the past, due to his lack of talent, Nobuyuki was overlooked in the academy, and thus was deprived of the privilege of personalized instruction. Furthermore, he had not attended the academy for nearly a year. The world of Naruto is one that values lineage and innate ability above all else. The closer one is to the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya, the more potent their chakra source, resulting in increasingly formidable abilities. Now, with the rare opportunity to engage in a challenging spar with Kakashi, combat becomes the swiftest means of adaptation. Kakashi once more. Sinyan rose once more, casually brushing off the dust from his trousers as he approached Kakashi. Good. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Typically, during his training sessions with his father, he was subjected to relentless challenges, so it was a rarity to find someone willing to train alongside him. Although Sinyan's taijutsu skills were somewhat inferior, Kakashi understood that the Byakugan was the greatest asset of the Hyuga clan. He could distinctly sense Sinyan's continuous improvement. In the next moment, a flurry of intense combat sounds erupted. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read it in another browser. This time, Kakashi noticed that Sinyan began to employ a guerrilla fighting strategy, though he ultimately emerged victorious. He was quite fatigued. Sinyan, panting heavily, leaned on his knees in a half squat. Kakashi, too, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the sound of wooden railings being pushed aside. Kakashi, do we have guests today? A deep, gentle voice resonated. Sinyan turned his gaze and beheld a tall, handsome man entering the room, appearing to be in his 30s. He had a cascade of silvery long hair, tied back in a ponytail, and donned the armor of a high-ranking ninja. A sheathed ninja blade, approximately half a meter in length, was slung across his back. Unlike other high-ranking ninjas, he wore a short-sleeved garment reminiscent of the Hokage's ceremonial robes on his left shoulder. This was Hatake Tsukumo, a man revered as the White Fang of Konoha. In the current era of the village, his strength and status surpassed even the legendary Sannin, marking him as the foremost among high-ranking ninjas. Yet, this formidable ninja, respected by both villagers and fellow shinobi, tragically chose to end his own life after abandoning a mission to save a comrade, which led to significant losses for the village and incited public condemnation. The irony of such a heroic figure, who had once made immense contributions to the village, meeting his end in this manner is stark. Had he not taken his own life, the Third Great Ninja War would not have posed such a formidable challenge for Konoha. A top-tier ninja can often sway the balance of victory. Father. Upon seeing Hatake Tsukumo return home, Kakashi's eyes gleamed with unmistakable joy. He was about to step forward, but upon noticing Sinyan beside him, his tone became noticeably more composed. You've returned. This is Sinyan. He is my friend. You must be Lord Tsukumo, correct? Greetings. I am Hyuga Sinyan, a close friend of Kakashi. We share a desk at school. Pray tell, who possesses the superior swordsmanship, Hakudo or S.G. Major? Are you indeed Shinhiko? I often hear Kakashi speak fondly of you. I am grateful for your care towards him. A gentle smile graced the face of Hatake Tsukumo. He understood his son's character well, cold on the outside, yet warm within, and rather sharp-tongued. It was a blessing that he did not stir up conflicts with his classmates. To find friends and bring them home was truly a rarity. After all, as an inadequate father, the presence of friends in Kakashi's life alleviated some of Tsukumo's guilt. You are too kind. It is Kakashi who consistently looks after me and aids in enhancing my practical combat skills. Although Nobuhiko responded politely to Kakashi, his gaze inadvertently shifted towards him. To his surprise, this fellow, who feigned indifference, frequently mentioned him behind his back. Kakashi's eyes flickered as he observed the expression on Nobuhiko's face and quietly remarked, "It's just occasionally. As luck would have it, I have some days off. Would you like me to accompany you?" Shikuji glanced at Nobuhiko and then turned to Kakashi. "It is my honor," Nobuhiko replied with a broad smile. Since Kakashi had mentioned that Shikuji often ventured out on missions, he was seldom home. Initially, Nobuhiko had not set his sights on Kakashi, but he never anticipated such fortuitous circumstances would arise. Nobuhiko has been progressing towards the path of swordsmanship, and now, with the guidance of the most elite sword-wielding ninjas in Konohagakure, the advantages are unmistakable. Thus, the trio continued their practice until the sun dipped below the horizon. Under the invitation of Sakuo, Nobuhiko lingered to partake in dinner with them. Upon learning that Nobuhiko's parents had perished during a mission at the end of World War II shortly after his birth, Sakuo's demeanor towards him softened considerably, fostering an increasingly amicable atmosphere. In the subsequent days, Nobuhiko would visit Kakashi's home each evening to practice together. Although Kakashi consistently appeared disinterested, he never declined the company. Moreover, his frequency of initiating conversations with Nobuhiko at school markedly increased. After discovering Nobuhiko's interest in swordsmanship, Sakuo dedicated time to imparting the fundamentals of the Konoha style of swordplay to him, greatly benefiting Nobuhiko. Chapter 16, Tests and Rumors Afternoon. Ninja School, North Playground. The written examination concluded yesterday, and, as expected, Nobuhiko secured first place. In the subject of the Will of Fire, the ninja's resolve, he achieved a perfect score. Currently, the first-year practical combat tests were underway. The next pair, Uchiha Obito against Hyuga Nobuhiko. Sakamoto Yosuke announced the names loudly. As the two stepped into the center of the playground, the girls erupted into excited cheers. "Nobuhiko, go for it. Nobuhiko, defeat Obito. Nobuhiko, you are the best." In comparison to Obito, Nobuhiko's popularity was overwhelmingly superior. Hailing from a prestigious family, the gentle and handsome Nobuhiko undeniably attracted more female attention than the mischievous Obito. Particularly, Nobuhiko maintained a positive persona, appearing exceptionally approachable. Additionally, because Nobuhiko was frequently called upon by teachers during class, the girls in his class were well aware of his theoretical prowess, often approaching him after lessons to inquire about problems they found challenging. Some girls sought his help for his sake, while others did so for his deskmate, Kakashi. Although Nobuhiko felt slightly overwhelmed, he donned a smile to uphold his persona. Compelled to engage amicably. "Obito, give him a good thrashing. Obito, don't hold back. Take him down." After the girls cheered, some boys joined in. Not necessarily close to Obito but harboring a dislike for Nobuhiko's ostentatiousness. Sakamoto Yosuke entered the arena, signaling for silence before addressing the two. "Prepare for the sealing of the stance." At his words, both Obito and Nobuhiko extended their right hands to form the seal. "Nobuhiko, I won't go easy on you because..." Obito's gaze burned intensely into Nobuhiko's, his seriousness evident, yet his eyes could not help but glance towards the crowd, searching for Noira Rin. It was he who had first met Rin, yet she cheered for Nobuhiko. This was unacceptable to him. He had to prove his superiority through strength. "Well then, I look forward to your guidance." With a calm expression, Nobuhiko nodded slightly. In the class, only Kakashi, Hinata Mio, and Hinata Haramaru were individuals he could not easily overcome. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reader mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Individuals like Asuma Saratobi and Hiruzen Saratobi, though quite formidable, could still be matched evenly by Nobuhiko under normal circumstances. However, Obito was clearly not among them. During this period, he and Kakashi had engaged in numerous close combat sessions privately, greatly enhancing his practical experience. Shimo had even provided him with specific guidance. "Prepare yourself." Noticing Nobuhiko's indifferent demeanor, Obito felt slighted. His temper flaring, he charged forward with his fist raised. "Fool." Observing Obito's reckless advance, Kakashi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. During this time, due to Rin's influence, Obito had persistently entangled him. Although Kakashi was certain he would not be at a disadvantage, he nonetheless remembered Obito as a relentless opponent. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Obito's surprisingly lackluster combat prowess. As Obito swung his fist towards Xinyan's cheek, Xinyan deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. In that instant, he seized Obito's wrist with his left hand, while his right hand swept across Obito's chest, followed by a swift kick to his heel with his right leg. Thud. Obito's body was launched into the air before crashing to the ground. Just as Obito's backside hit the ground, Xinyan extended his left foot to cushion the back of his head, preventing it from striking the earth. Wow, how impressive Xinyan is. With a swift and decisive move, Yukihiko effortlessly eliminated Obito, eliciting a chorus of gasps and cheers from the female spectators. In the midst of the crowd, Hinata Hayashi merely scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. TCH. Such a level of taijutsu might suffice against a laggard like Obito, but should he encounter me? Humph. The victor. Hinata Yukihiko. Both parties performed the reconciliation seal. Sakamoto Yosuke stepped into the arena to declare the outcome. I merely lost my footing for a moment. Obito, sensing Rin's gaze, couldn't help but retort defiantly, though he reluctantly joined Yukihiko in performing the reconciliation seal. Upon returning to the team, Nobuhiko was greeted with a beaming smile from Hinata Ryo, who exclaimed, "Well done, Nobuhiko." At that moment, Sakamoto Yosuke in the arena continued. Next up, Hinata Kagato against Marino Ibiki. As Hinata Kagato passed by Nobuhiko, he whispered, "I hope you can hold on until our match." Hearing this, Yosuke smiled without speaking. "Just joking. How could that be possible?" Hinata Haramaru was quite displeased with Yosuke's reaction and unleashed a series of attacks, channeling all his frustration onto Marino Ibiki, bringing him to the ground. In the next match, Kakashi Itaki faced Asuma Saratobi. With a command from Yosuke Sakamoto, even the J-Nin teachers supervising the class couldn't help but comment on the intense match. Who was stronger? The son of White Fang or the son of the third Hokage? The name of Kakashi, a prodigy, had already echoed throughout Konoha. After all, he enrolled at the age of 4, setting a record for the youngest student since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. Not to mention, he shattered the record for the entrance exam. Asuma Saratobi, known as the Ninja Hero, is the youngest son of the third Hokage, making their battle a highly anticipated event. "Kakashi, I look forward to your guidance," Asuma declared, striking a pose that conveyed a sense of gravitas. "Yes, I look forward to it as well." Kakashi replied with a slight nod, his deadpan eyes devoid of any spark. His lack of reaction caused Asuma's brow to furrow in irritation. Observing Asuma's inaction, Kakashi took the initiative to launch an attack. The outcome was evident. Although Asuma was no slouch, Kakashi was undeniably stronger. It was clear to all spectators that while Kakashi did not win with utter ease, he did so with a moderate level of comfort. The disparity was visibly apparent. In student battles, due to limited stamina, prolonged fights were rare. Soon, the third round arrived. Yosuke faced off against Shiranui Ginma. Once again, it was Yosuke's turn to compete. Confronting the similarly undefeated and seemingly effortless Shiranui Ginma, Yosuke realized this was a match he could afford to lose. Winning here would propel him into the top 10 of overall scores. It would be wiser to leave some room for improvement and gradually ascend. When the time came to graduate, he could then showcase his prowess, ensuring he wasn't seen as mere cannon fodder. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, Yosuke succumbed to Shiranui Ginma. As he returned to the group, passing by Hinata Haramaru, he noticed him about to speak and preempted him. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold on." Seeing Yosuke cheerfully utter such words nearly caused Haramaru to suffer an internal injury, leaving him momentarily stunned. The final exam results were largely as Yosuke had anticipated. Kakashi in first place, Hinata Mio in second, and Hinata Haramaru in third. The fourth place, however, was somewhat surprising. It was Uchiha Maki, who had only transferred the previous week. After the exam concluded, the students returned to the classroom, where Yosuke Sakamoto announced just before the end of class, "More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, as well as ad blocking features. Or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. Students, tomorrow is Saturday. Now, I will call out the names of those who should take their report cards home for parental signatures. Bring them back on Monday. Yamada Iken, Fujita Go." The students whose names were called were mostly those on the verge of failing their written knowledge exams, a reflection of their attitude. Knowing the family circumstances of the students, those orphans without relatives were not required to take their report cards home, but were instead asked to come to school on Saturday and Sunday for tutoring. Such a responsible teacher is truly commendable. Hearing the lamentations of some students, Yosuke raised an eyebrow. These individuals were unaware that the third great ninja war would ignite in just a few years, and whether they would step onto the battlefield was not a choice they could make. After school, as was customary, Yosuke followed Kakashi to his home. "Yosuke, let us train together." Hinata Mio, upon spotting Yosuke, dashed over. However, when she saw him affectionately draped over Kakashi's shoulder as they departed, she stood frozen in place. Hinata Haramaru immediately approached, saying, "Miss Mio, Yosuke's skills are so lacking. He should be allowed to accompany you." "Humph." Hinata Mio shook her head and left in a huff. The weekend passed with Yosuke dedicating himself to training. Unfortunately, Kakashi was away on a mission, making it a missed opportunity to seek his guidance. Monday arrived swiftly, and today Kakashi appeared unusually preoccupied, wearing a heavy expression. Regardless of what Yosuke said, Kakashi seemed devoid of energy. While Kakashi was typically aloof, he never treated Yosuke this way. However, Yosuke felt he had hit a plateau in his breathing techniques, being just a step away from mastering sword techniques. Consequently, he focused solely on his training and refrained from probing further. Until Thursday arrived. Kakashi did not attend school that entire morning. After inquiring with a teacher, Yosuke learned that Kakashi had taken a sick day, initially planning to visit him after school. Yosuke overheard his classmates gossiping during lunch, revealing the gravity of the situation. "Hey, Shiyuta, have you heard? Lord Tsukumo's elite J-Nin team failed their mission. Would a task led by White Fang ever fail? You don't know? I heard they aborted the mission to rescue a comrade, which apparently caused significant losses for the village and the daimyo. As Shinin listened to his classmates' conversation, he leisurely chewed his food. Yet his brow gradually furrowed in concern. Although he was aware that Hakuba would face criticism for abandoning his mission to save a comrade, he had not anticipated the exact timing of such events, nor did he expect them to unfold so swiftly. It was evident that the high-ranking officials were deliberately undermining Hakuba's reputation in their pursuit of the position of the fourth Hokage. Little did they realize, however, that Hakuba would ultimately take his own life. In his heart, Nobuhiko silently cursed. While the rhetoric of the will of fire sounded appealing, the reality was starkly different. When one sacrificed a mission for the sake of a comrade, they were met with rebuke. To Nobuhiko, the words of the first Hokage, though fraught with inconsistencies, stemmed from a noble intention. However, these ideals had been interpreted by successive generations through their own perspectives, ultimately transforming into a tool for those in power. The White Fang, who had inherited the will of fire, found himself subjected to such disdainful treatment. If he were to imagine himself in a similar predicament, injured during a mission, he would undoubtedly wish for his comrades to come to his aid. In the past, while observing the anime from a detached viewpoint, Nobuhiko could never comprehend why the White Fang would choose to take his own life over such a minor setback. Yet, during his time spent alongside Kakashi and the White Fang, he had come to understand the essence of the man. He was a ninja who adhered to the spirit of the samurai and believed deeply in the will of fire. Perhaps he valued honor above life itself. Although Nobuhiko holds little regard for the so-called will of fire espoused by Konohagakure, he undeniably respects White Fang as a man of great merit. During this period, under White Fang's guidance, his swordsmanship has seen remarkable improvement. From both a pragmatic and a personal perspective, Nobuhiko feels compelled to take action. He is unable to influence the decisions of the higher-ups, and the rapid spread of discontent regarding White Fang's cessation of missions, which has caused losses to the village, suggests the tacit endorsement of the upper echelons, along with some unseen instigators. Unable to sway the higher-ups, it seems equally challenging to affect White Fang. Thus, the only recourse left to me is to employ a more indirect approach, first seeking out Kakashi. Resolute in his decision, Nobuhiko hastily devoured the contents of his bento box, consuming every last morsel with fervor. There is no time to waste. Yoshihiko directly approached his homeroom teacher, Sakamoto Yosuke, to request leave. Subsequently, he shouldered his backpack and strode away from the school. Meanwhile, approximately 3,000 meters from the west gate of Konoha village, there lies a densely vegetated hill, standing several dozen meters tall. Little do most realize that the headquarters of the route, led by the Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo, is situated 50 meters below this very spot. In the dimness of the underground, a vast expanse of wooden structures can be found. At the heart of this complex, a cross-shaped wooden bridge stretches across, with 4 torii-shaped gates connecting the surrounding edifices. At this moment, a middle-aged man, wielding a cane and with his right eye bandaged, appeared at the center of the cross-bridge, his demeanor shrouded in gloom. He was none other than the leader of the route, Shimura Danzo. Shortly after his arrival, 8 ninjas clad in black robes and donning animal masks emerged before him, kneeling on one knee in respectful salute. Lord Danzo, as per your instructions, we have disseminated the news within the village regarding White Fang's abandonment of his mission, which resulted in significant losses for the village. However, Yamada Teru is unwilling to publicly denounce White Fang. He insists on taking responsibility for the failure of this mission. Upon hearing the response from the Umbu ninja, Danzo narrowed his left eye slightly and stated in a grave tone, it seems he remains unaware of the extent of the losses the village has suffered due to his and White Fang's actions. Lord Danzo, should we continue to apply pressure on him? Inquired one of the Umbu on the left. That will not be necessary, Danzo replied with a calm demeanor, his expression detached. I shall personally pay him a visit. The Umbu felt a chill at his words. Lord Danzo, if we proceed in this manner, will the third Hokage hold us accountable? Hesitantly asked an Umbu on the right. At that moment, another Umbu could not help but interject, Lord Danzo. Lord Kakashi has made remarkable contributions to the village. Is it not excessive to treat him thus over a single mission failure? Danzo cast a sidelong glance at him, causing the Umbu to promptly fall silent. Do you truly believe the third would be oblivious to this matter? Danzo scoffed lightly, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. His words sent a jolt through the Umbu, their astonishment evident beneath their masks as realization dawned upon them. They immediately bowed their heads, refraining from further inquiries. In recent years, there had been a growing call within the village for the election of the fourth Hokage, with White Fang emerging as the most formidable contender. His renown and achievements surpassed even those of the legendary 3. Among them, Jiraiya had explicitly expressed his disinterest in vying for the position, while Tsunade had long since departed from the village. Only the esteemed Orochimaru, equally renowned for his accomplishments and held in high regard among both villagers and Jonin, stood as a potential rival to White Fang. However, in the eyes of the Jonin, White Fang's standing was even more exalted. Though no public vote had yet occurred, over half of the clan leaders among the numerous ninja families in the village had expressed their support for White Fang. It appeared that to enhance Orochimaru's chances of becoming the fourth Hokage, the significant losses incurred from the mission failure were merely a fade. The true aim was to undermine White Fang's reputation. If this time had occurred, there would undoubtedly be future attempts as well. Yet, none had anticipated that the mastermind behind these machinations would be the typically benevolent third Hokage. How terrifying. After Shinyan took leave from school, he headed straight to Kakashi's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered that the main gate had been locked from the outside. Yoshihiko stood in the courtyard, calling out into the room for quite some time. Yet no one responded. Were they not home? Where could they possibly be? Shinyan appeared utterly bewildered. In such a moment, the absence of Kakashi could signify that he had been summoned by the higher-ups for questioning. Yet, where could Kakashi have gone? With this thought lingering in his mind, Shinyan made his way to the 10th training ground, the very place where he had previously trained alongside Kakashi, but to no avail. He then searched around the dumpling shop, Ichiraka ramen, and the barbecue restaurant. By evening, he had scoured a significant portion of Konoha without any sign of Kakashi. Returning to Kakashi's home yielded the same result, an empty abode. He resolved to continue his search the following day. Watching as the sky rapidly darkened, Shinyan could only return home for the night. The next day, on his way to school, Shinyan discovered that people were engrossed in discussions surrounding White Fang. Concurrently, the Jonin who had been rescued by White Fang publicly reproached him for abandoning the mission to save him, thus inflicting significant losses upon the village. What the hell? What a true dog. Yoshihiko listened intently throughout the journey, and even the students were engaged in lively discussions. Upon arriving in class, he was taken aback to find Kakashi present. However, Kakashi was slumped over the desk, his expression vacant. Although Kakashi typically exhibited a lackadaisical demeanor at this moment, he appeared utterly devoid of vitality, his eyes clouded with despondency. Kakashi, you are here, Yoshihiko remarked. Shinichi hurriedly took his seat and inquired, where were you yesterday? I went to your house to find you, but you were not there. Kakashi remained utterly still, showing no response to Shinichi's words. Although Kakashi was not particularly enthusiastic under normal circumstances, he would at least silently watch Shinichi whenever they conversed, even if he did not verbally reply. Yet this time, no matter what Shinichi said, Kakashi remained unresponsive. Nobuhiko can empathize with the emotions of a 4-year-old child suddenly confronted with such circumstances. As someone who has always been in the spotlight as a prodigy, it is entirely understandable that his father, once revered as a hero within the village, has now become the target of public censure and criticism. Such a dramatic shift in perception can understandably lead to an emotional upheaval. However, this is simply unacceptable. Yoshihiko pondered throughout the night, determined to alter the tragic fate of White Fang, with Kakashi being the pivotal element. However, before Yoshihiko could voice his thoughts, the school bell rang and the homeroom teacher, Yosuke Sakamoto, entered the classroom. Faced with this situation, Yoshihiko had no choice but to temporarily set aside his plans. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Orochimaru. The morning swiftly passed. Given the brief intermission between classes, Yoshihiko resolved to wait until the lunch break to engage Kakashi in a more in-depth discussion. Yet, scarcely had the class ended when Kakashi was summoned to the teacher's office. As soon as the two departed, the students in the classroom began to murmur about the matter concerning White Fang. Upon witnessing this, Nobuyuki hastily tucked the bento box back beneath the table and proceeded towards the exit. Nobuyuki, let us enjoy our bento together, suddenly called out Mio Hinata. Turning back to face him, without turning his head, Shinhiko swiftly exclaimed, I apologize. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day. In the face of Shinhiko's unrelenting refusal, Hinata Mio's companion, Hinata Hamura, seethed with frustration, nearly snapping his chopsticks in indignation. Yoshihiko followed the two to the office, waiting outside. As soon as Kakashi emerged, he immediately grasped his hand and exclaimed, Kakashi, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Bang! As Yoshihiko seized Kakashi, the latter transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. In an instant, Nobuhiko was taken aback. At that moment, he set aside his admiration for Kakashi's talents and entered the office to request a leave of absence from his homeroom teacher. Due to Nobuhiko's exemplary conduct as a model student, his requests for leave on 2 consecutive afternoons were graciously approved by Yosuke Sakamoto. After requesting leave, Nobuhiko hurried to Kakashi's residence. This time, Kakashi was indeed home. However, much like his shadow clone, he sat beneath a tree in the yard, his eyes vacant and his demeanor resembling that of a stiff puppet. Kakashi. Shinichi felt a sense of relief upon seeing Kakashi at home. As long as he was present, matters could be resolved. Kakashi exhibited a slight response, lifting his gaze to meet Shinichi's. Where is Uncle Tsukumo? Shinichi inquired, crouching slightly. Due to his relationship with Kakashi, Tsukumo allowed Shinichi to be less formal and private. The alteration in address signified a deepening bond, and Shinichi naturally felt at ease. Noting Kakashi's lack of reaction, Shinichi furrowed his brow and continued, Kakashi, regardless of the external opinions regarding Lord Tsukumo, as his son, you ought to respond differently. Lord Tsukumo sacrificed his mission to save his comrades, yet he faces their reproach. Do you not feel a sense of indignation? Your demeanor does not merely reflect your own sorrow. It is Lord Tsukumo who suffers most. He cares for you deeply, especially during his times of hardship when he needs your support the most. Presenting such a despondent and listless attitude, who are you trying to impress? Sinyan's words finally elicited a change in Kakashi's gaze. What does this have to do with you? Kakashi's response caused Sinyan's expression to darken. Nobuhiko grasped Kakashi's collar tightly. His eyes fixed on him with intensity. Kakashi, on the other hand, exerted all his strength to free himself from Nobuhiko's grip. Observing Kakashi's awkward demeanor, Nobuhiko's anger flared, and he unleashed a punch aimed at Kakashi's cheek. Although he exerted merely a third of his strength, the blow caused Kakashi to bleed from the corner of his mouth and collapse to the ground. Say that again. Sinyan once again seized Kakashi by the collar, reprimanding him sharply. With a swift motion, Kakashi freed himself from Sinyan's grasp and took a step back. Upon witnessing the situation, Isin boldly advanced. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Kakashi was 2 years younger than Isin, his mastery of physical techniques was indeed formidable. However, at this moment, Isin's sole intention was to teach this young lad a lesson, compelling him to heed the words of others. Thus, he directly employed a breathing technique to enhance his physical prowess and speed, launching a sudden and overwhelming assault that caught Kakashi off guard, followed by a series of swift and powerful military-style punches. Bang! Shinya brought Kakashi down to the ground, and this time, he did not rise again. I must tell you, Kakashi, as a friend, I believe I have been quite considerate. Lord Tsukumo is your father, not mine. You know him better than I do. You should understand how deeply he values the spirit of the samurai. He holds the village and his honor above all else, even life itself. Now, he has lost his honor and faces reproach from the villagers. And you are of utmost importance to him. Everyone else may misunderstand and criticize him, but you alone must not. Sinyan grasped Kakashi's collar and admonished him fiercely. Have you ever considered how deeply your negativity affects him? If Lord Shuaha succumbs to despair because of this, it would spell a tremendous loss for Konoha. The one who would suffer the most is you. If the person closest to him cannot comprehend his struggles, what will happen if he loses all hope and resorts to extreme measures? In the world of ninjas, those who disregard rules and abandon their missions are deemed worthless. The words of Yoshihiko ignited a flicker of anger on Kakashi's face, prompting him to struggle violently. Yet, those who cast aspersions upon Lord Shikaku are the most contemptible of individuals. How many achievements has he secured for the Leaf Village? How many ninjas has he saved? Can a single failure in a mission truly invalidate all his contributions? That is indeed preposterous. With a firm grip, Yoshihiko pinned Kakashi against the tree trunk. Gazing intently into his eyes as he declared, those who fail to value their comrades are, in my eyes, even less than worthless. Since you are so unwilling to accept this, I implore you to gather your strength and become formidable. If you can grow powerful enough to vanquish all enemies, you will be able to balance both your missions and your companions at any time, preventing a situation like today from ever arising again. His words caused Kakashi to cease his struggles. If one can become strong enough to eliminate all adversaries, ensuring the simultaneous fulfillment of tasks and camaraderie, such a predicament as today shall never recur? It appeared that Shumo was not at home, just as Yoshihiko was about to intensify his grip. A gravelly yet magnetic voice resonated in the air. Sinyan felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see a man clad in a bright yellow kimono, his complexion somewhat pallid, standing not far away. The man's face was gaunt, with bangs cascading to obscure his right eye. His elongated eyes were accentuated with black eyeliner and purple eyeshadow, while his pupils glimmered with an eerie golden slit. Adorning his ears were turquoise, hook-shaped earrings. Yoshihiko released Kakashi, lowering his gaze as he respectfully saluted Orochimaru, addressing him as Lord Orochimaru. Kakashi stepped forward, offering a courteous bow, saying, Lord Orochimaru, my father has been summoned by the third Hokage and should return shortly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Sinyan stood rigidly in place, observing Orochimaru, who remained motionless. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to crystallize. He slightly lifted his gaze and caught a glimpse of Orochimaru, who was studying him with palpable interest. Sending a jolt of unease through his heart, a sensation akin to being scrutinized enveloped him. Abruptly, Sinyan felt a chilling touch on his cheek, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It was Orochimaru's hand. Gently, Orochimaru raised Sinyan's chin and, with a faint smile, remarked, I find your gaze quite appealing. Do I even have a gaze? Sinyan's heart raced. Observing Sinyan's bewildered expression, Orochimaru released his hold and regarded his light blue eyes, murmuring, what you said earlier was perilous, yet intriguing. There is no need to inform Shumo of my visit. With a sidelong glance at Kakashi, Orochimaru uttered those words and turned away, departing without further ado. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. Although he was eager to delve into the research of the rebirth eye, which inevitably required scientific experimentation, he had long harbored a fascination for Orochimaru. However, being introduced to Orochimaru in such an abrupt manner left him somewhat disoriented. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure and regarded Kakashi earnestly. Kakashi, take a moment to contemplate your situation. Since you have not been attending school lately, I advise you to closely observe Lord Shumo's demeanor. The more composed he appears, the more perilous he becomes. If you do not take your own father's situation seriously, no one will be able to assist you. After Shinhiko uttered these words, he turned and walked away. Some things he said were not as impactful as what Kakashi might express. Chapter 19. When pushed to the brink, one can utter anything. Those who do not value their comrades are inferior to mere refuse. As long as one possesses the strength to vanquish all foes, one can balance both mission and companions at any moment, and the current predicament would never have arisen. Kakashi stood there, stunned, with Shinhiko's words echoing repeatedly in his mind. If anyone understood, it was undoubtedly him, the son. In retrospect, Shinhiko's words caused Kakashi to break out in a cold sweat. The Konoha swordsmanship was originally crafted by his ancestor, a samurai. Alongside the generations of inherited and refined techniques, the spirit of the samurai was also passed down. His father held the village's interests and the samurai's honor above life itself. Yet, this time, he lost both. Reflecting on the past few days, when his father always wore a reassuring smile, a wave of dread washed over Kakashi. Just yesterday, they had spent the afternoon at their mother's grave, with his father speaking continually, remembering his own lackluster demeanor in recent days. What Shinhiko said is not entirely implausible. Kakashi found it unbearable to see his proud father enduring such tremendous criticism, and he could not accept the thought of his father succumbing to despair. As for the loss of his father, he could hardly bear to contemplate it. For a moment, Kakashi stood frozen, his limbs cold with dread. Kakashi, what are you doing standing at the door? After an indeterminate stretch of time, a gentle voice echoed in Kakashi's ears. Startled, he lifted his gaze to behold Shikumo, who had unexpectedly appeared before him. He opened his mouth to speak, but the weight of anxiety rendered him momentarily voiceless. Father, you're back. Did you get into a fight? Shikumo frowned slightly upon noticing the bruises on Kakashi's face. No, Kakashi shook his head. I'll go prepare dinner right away. Observing Kakashi's pallid complexion and hoarse voice, Shikumo felt a pang of concern and smiled gently, saying, no need. I'll handle dinner today. After we eat, you should focus on getting along well with your classmates. Kakashi's heart trembled at Shikumo's insistence to cook. Since Shikumo frequently ventured out on missions, Kakashi had learned to cook for himself since he was 3. His culinary skills had since surpassed those of his father, who seldom cooked. Thus, even when Shikumo was home, it was Kakashi who prepared the meals. He relished the opportunity, for it meant he could hear his father's praise. Shikumo bore an undeniable fatigue, his eyes bloodshot. For the first time, Kakashi sensed that the father he had always viewed as towering and invincible seemed to have aged considerably in just a few days. Father. As they entered the house, Kakashi intended to assist in the kitchen, but Shikumo insisted he take a seat at the dining table. Soon, Shikumo had prepared 4 or 5 dishes in one go. He placed a slightly overcooked piece of fish on his own plate, while serving Kakashi a more presentable one. Eat up, Shikumo smiled. It probably pales in comparison to what you make. No, I think it's quite good, Kakashi replied, taking a bite of the dish, which was indeed rather mediocre. He smiled, though his voice was dry and hoarse, before falling into silence. Typically, the father and son shared few words during meals. As long as he could be in Shikumo's presence, Kakashi felt content. Yet this time, he found the atmosphere painfully tense. Yesterday, Shikumo had forced a smile, and even Kakashi, who struggled to read the emotions of others, could sense the underlying distress. Today, even the genin he had saved had emerged to criticize Shikumo, whose demeanor remained remarkably composed. Reflecting on Shinhiko's words, Kakashi's expression darkened further. Kakashi, what's wrong? Is it that bad? Shikumo inquired, puzzled. Father. Kakashi set down his utensils, gazing at Shikumo with a complex expression, as if caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Noticing this, Shikumo gently ruffled Kakashi's hair and forced a smile. It's all right, Kakashi, don't pay heed to those rumors. I will resolve this matter. And I assure you that I will provide an explanation to the village and the daimyo. You must be in great pain, father. Kakashi thought of many comforting words, recalling Shinhiko's earlier remarks, but when he finally spoke, it transformed into something else. Shikumo's forced smile faltered. You often mention mother, whether in good spirits or ill. When we visited her grave yesterday, your expression betrayed you. Shikumo fell silent. He hadn't realized his emotions had been so transparent. Perhaps subconsciously, he did not wish to mask his feelings in front of his child. This child possesses remarkable talent. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Shikumo did not wish his troubles to cast a shadow over Kakashi. When summoned by the Hokage, Shikumo faced no reprimand. Rather, the Hokage offered him solace and understanding. Yet, he knew that the ramifications of this failed mission were significant for the village. The Hokage's compassion, coupled with the villagers' and comrades' accusations, weighed heavily on Shikumo's heart. Even if he could turn back time and start anew, knowing full well that those he saved would blame him, he would still choose to abort the mission to rescue them. As an elite genin of Konoha, he must face the consequences for such grave errors. Thus, Shikumo had made his choice. He was both a ninja and a samurai. As a samurai, regardless of the unforgivable mistakes one made, seppuku would grant forgiveness. Death would be the price he paid. Kakashi, if one day you find yourself faced with a choice between a mission and a comrade, what would you choose? Shikumo suddenly felt compelled to know Kakashi's answer. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, falling into contemplation. Previously, he would have prioritized the mission. However, after hearing Shinhiko's words, a new perspective emerged. I would not abandon either. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi articulated his answer. Shikumo's gaze shifted, a blend of surprise and understanding washing over him. Yet, he also knew that often, one could not have it both ways. Situations would inevitably arise where one must make a choice. I understand, Shikumo nodded, refraining from commenting on Kakashi's response. However, a sense of relief blossomed within him. For at least Kakashi had not chosen to forsake his comrades for the sake of a mission. If I must choose one, I choose my comrades, Kakashi added. He thought of Shinhiko, realizing that for his sake, he might be inclined to abandon the mission, just as his father would. Shikumo was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, Kakashi undoubtedly possessed all the qualities necessary to become an exceptional ninja. Moreover, he was a child who adhered strictly to rules. Yet, this very adherence to rules caused Shikumo concern. An individual's strength is limited. Teamwork is paramount for a ninja. However, Kakashi's somewhat introverted nature hindered his ability to connect with others. It was evident that his relationships with comrades would not be particularly harmonious, presenting a significant risk. Thus, Shikumo had already been pleasantly surprised that Kakashi had brought Shinhiko home. Now, Kakashi's response further astonished him. Shikumo realized he had underestimated his son's potential. Simultaneously, hearing his proud son articulate a sentiment akin to his own brought him a flicker of comfort. At least Kakashi could comprehend him. For a fleeting moment, Shuo Mao's concealed emotions nearly overwhelmed him. Those who defy the rules are deemed worthless. However, those who disregard their companions are even less than worthless. Kakashi approached Shuo Mao, grasping his large hand tightly, his eyes brimming with tears as he implored, "Father, I shall silence everyone with undeniable truth. Those who do not value their companions are less than worthless." Shuo Mao was taken aback by Kakashi's profound awareness at the tender age of 4. Kakashi. He fought to keep his tears at bay. Your contributions to the village are no less significant than anyone else's. Can a single mistake truly negate everything? Even if it does, I shall redeem your humiliation. Please, let us witness that moment together. Is that possible? A flicker of pain crossed Shuo Mao's gaze. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Please do not blame yourself. For if you do, I may become someone who can abandon any companion as long as the task is completed. You are my pride. You have done nothing wrong. Kakashi felt that his words during this meal held the weight of an entire month. Yet, he was genuinely afraid of the reality that Shinjin had spoken of. Whatever decision you make, please do not leave me behind. I am willing to share in your suffering. Kakashi. Shuo Mao embraced Kakashi tightly, unwilling for him to see his glistening eyes. In recent days, pain and guilt had consumed his very being. Kakashi's understanding was a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. For a moment, Shuo Mao wavered. If he were to take his own life in atonement, Kakashi might indeed stray down a perilous path. This was something Shuo Mao could not bear to witness. Kakashi, has someone said something to you? After regaining some composure, Shuo Mao reflected, given Kakashi's usual demeanor. Even if he harbored countless thoughts, some were beyond what one of his age could articulate. It was Shinjin. He told me you might choose an extreme course of action due to this incident. Kakashi spoke truthfully, confirming Shuo Mao's earlier reactions aligned with Shinjin's words. I concur with him. Everything I just expressed is my genuine sentiment. Shuo Mao was momentarily taken aback. Was it that child? Father, please grant my request. Kakashi reiterated earnestly. Shuo Mao grappled with inner turmoil. He contemplated taking his own life, not only as an act of atonement, but also to eliminate the negative discourse that could hinder Kakashi's development. After all, he had promised his wife to take good care of Kakashi. In recent days, Kakashi's demeanor had been quite troubling. To avoid burdening Kakashi, Shuo Mao had considered this extreme solution. Yet, after hearing Kakashi's heartfelt words, he felt that he ought to live. A few years had passed since the end of the Second World War. His continued existence would allow him to better atone for this transgression. Kakashi, I promise you. Upon receiving Shuo Mao's affirmative response, Kakashi observed his father's struggling expression and the swift descent into melancholy, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Indeed, his father's earlier demeanor had merely been an act. Yoshiyuki was indeed correct. At this moment, reflecting on the words he had previously spoken to Yoshiyuki, Kakashi felt a surge of regret. Kakashi, what troubles you? SH Mu inquired, noticing the myriad of expressions flitting across Kakashi's face. Subsequently, Kakashi recounted the events of the past few days, as well as the recent occurrences, to SH Mu. Many matters, once communicated, became far less intricate. This marked the first time in Kakashi's life that he and his father engaged in such an open-hearted conversation. Chapter 20, A False Alarm. Kakashi, I am well now. You should hurry and attend school. Their dialogue continued well into the afternoon. Yes, father, Kakashi replied, slightly bowing. I shall strive alongside you from now on. With that, Kakashi returned to his room to pack his bag. As he passed SH Mu's room, he noticed his father gazing intently at a photograph of his mother. At that moment, a thought struck Kakashi. He hurried to his father's study and discovered 3 antique blades of varying lengths displayed on a shelf. The longest was a katana, The shorter one a tanto, and the smallest, resembling a dagger, was a wakizashi. These three blades were ancestral heirlooms of the Hitaki clan. The katana was used for combat, the tanto for piercing armor, and the wakizashi was traditionally employed for seppuku. Although he had begun to trust Mu's words, Kakashi still decided to take the wakizashi with him. As he reached the door, he paused, glancing back at the remaining two blades on the shelf. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to collect them as well. After all, Mu had mentioned that he would inherit all four of the Hitaki family's blades. Aside from the chakra blade, White Fang, it was evidently acceptable for him to take the other three. Kakashi tiptoed past Mu's room and returned to his own, where he quickly stowed the three blades beneath his bed. Exhaling deeply, Kakashi sat on the floor, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Had he not summoned the courage to confess everything to his father, truly dreadful events might have transpired. Alas, I spoke so harshly to Yoshiyuki. Will he? Kakashi pondered with a troubled expression. I don't want to go to school. Despite these thoughts, after sitting on the floor for a while, he eventually stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Father, I am leaving. Kakashi called out to Mu before departing. Wait a moment. Mu called out to him just as he was about to exit. Ninja Academy. First year, Class A. The lesson was mathematics. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to read. Sinyan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He pondered whether Kakashi would be up to the task. Given his taciturn demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, Sinyan was not one to abandon hope. He resolved to pay another visit after school. With the passing of White Fang, Konoha had suffered a significant loss of its elite combat strength. This was not a time for mere skirmishes. Figures like White Fang, who stood among the best in the realm of shadows, could indeed turn the tide of a battle. As long as he remained alive, Konoha's prospects in the Third Great Ninja War would undoubtedly improve, provided the situation did not deteriorate too severely. The chances of these freshly graduated ninjas being thrust into combat would diminish. Even if they found themselves on the battlefield, they would likely not be at the forefront, substantially increasing their odds of survival. Moreover, Sinyan maintained a decent rapport with them. It also appeared that Orochimaru shared a good relationship with White Fang, as he paid a visit immediately after the incident. At that moment, a voice rang out from the classroom door. Sorry, I'm late. Kakashi stood at the entrance. No problem. Come in, the math teacher replied with a smile. The news of White Fang's incident had spread throughout Konoha. Yet, each individual weighed the situation in their hearts. It was impossible to dismiss White Fang's merits due to a single mission's failure, though many remained silent. Kakashi returned to his seat and retrieved his math textbook from his bag. He cast a sidelong glance at Sinyan, who was staring at him, causing Kakashi to lower his head in embarrassment. Seeing Kakashi's awkward demeanor, Sinyan furrowed his brow. As soon as class ended, he intended to inquire about Shumo's situation, but unexpectedly, the math teacher extended the class, merging two sessions into a third. The class monitor, Yosuke Sakamoto, was already waiting patiently at the door. Once the math teacher noticed, he stepped out to exchange a few words with Sakamoto before departing with his textbooks. Class, your theory instructor is unwell. For the next 2 sessions, we will join classes A and C for outdoor equipment throwing and practical exercises, Sakamoto announced. A cheer erupted in the classroom. Oh, that is wonderful. Hooray. If only the math teacher were also ill. Sakamoto glanced at Kakashi, who sat quietly at his desk, and called out, quiet. Sinyan, Kakashi, Obito, Asuma, and G. You 5 come with me to fetch the ninja tools and targets. The rest, proceed to the north playground for assembly. On their way to the storeroom, Sinyan glanced at Kakashi and whispered, come with me. He pulled Kakashi into an empty classroom around the corner. However, before Sinyan could speak, Kakashi suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Sinyan, thank you. And, I'm sorry. I spoke so harshly. Please forgive me. Sinyan raised an eyebrow and inquired. What have you done regarding Uncle Shwomo's affairs? Kakashi promptly began to explain to Sinyan. After listening, Nobuhiko fell into deep contemplation. Given Kakashi's skill in verbal persuasion, was it truly so effortless to sway White Fang? Is it indeed the case that familial bonds hold paramount importance? It appears that in the original narrative, White Fang's suicide is significantly motivated by his desire not to burden Kakashi. Yet, this all seems rather too convenient, does it not? Sinyan felt it necessary to reconfirm in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Kakashi, please reiterate the details once more. What was Uncle Shwomo's expression when you spoke those words? And what was he doing when you departed? Although Kakashi was perplexed by Sinyan's inquiries, he reflected and responded. At that moment, my father. When I left, he was speaking to my mother's photograph. In the end, he said he wanted to properly apologize to you. He also gave me a substantial amount of money, suggesting we go out for barbecue together that evening. He mentioned I could return home later, as he had to step out for a while. Suddenly, Sinyan's expression shifted dramatically. No, he gave you a lot of money, and allowed you to come home late. My goodness. Hurry, come with me to your house. With that, Sinyan hastily pulled Kakashi along as they raced towards his home. Sinyan, what is wrong? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Sinyan exclaimed in a low voice, "Are you foolish? Uncle Shwomo might be deceiving you. Hurry, climb over the wall." As soon as he finished speaking, Sinyan leaped, propelling himself against the school wall with 2 powerful kicks, effortlessly landing atop the parapet. Kakashi, witnessing this, promptly followed suit. Upon their return to Kakashi's backyard, they beheld Hakuba kneeling under the corridor, clad in a loose-fitting samurai outfit. Before him lay a wooden table adorned with 3 blades of varying lengths, beside which rested a basin of clear water. He scooped a handful of water, meticulously cleansing the katana intended for seppuku. "Father, Uncle Shwomo." Kakashi and Sinyan rushed forward, each grasping one of his arms. "Father, did you not promise me? Why would you deceive me?" Kakashi implored urgently. Sinyan hastily advised, "Uncle Tsukumo, please, don't act impulsively." Kakashi Tsukumo stared blankly at the 2 children grasping his arms on either side, gradually lowering the sword he held, and said, "I am merely cleaning the blade passed down from my ancestors." Sinyan, Kakashi. Shuo Mo observed the 2 with a look of skepticism and addressed Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, although these 3 blades are forged from ordinary materials and are unsuitable for a ninja's combat, they are heirlooms passed down from our ancestors. Placing them beneath the bed seems rather disrespectful to those who came before us." "Then why did you tell Kakashi to return later?" Sinyan inquired. Shuo Mo sighed. "My actions have brought about grave losses to our village and nation. I must take responsibility. I intend to set out for the Land of Fire tonight to seek the daimyo's forgiveness. He previously endorsed me as the 4th Hokage. I have betrayed his trust. So you don't intend to take your own life?" Kakashi exclaimed. Shuo Mo shook his head. "Father." Kakashi embraced Shuo Mo tightly, while Sinyan relaxed his hold, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. Nevertheless, it was better to have worried too much than too little. It was a false alarm. Chapter 21. The transformation of White Fang's mindset. Sinyan. "Thank you," Shuo Mo said as he released Kakashi and turned his gaze towards Sinyan. "It's truly wonderful that Kakashi has a friend like you. You are too kind." "As long as you don't think I'm meddling," Sinyan replied, scratching his head with a bashful smile. Although White Fang was immensely powerful, he was rather naive in political matters. In fact, most individuals in the Hokage world are quite lacking in political acumen. He had already articulated the reason for his predicament. The daimyo favored him for the 4th Hokage position, and many high-ranking ninjas in the village supported him as well. His sole misstep was not being a direct descendant of the 3rd Hokage. Instead, his high prestige and military achievements posed a threat to the interests of the Hokage lineage. Danzo had long coveted the Hokage position, and he understood that he was far from achieving that ambition. Thus, he could only retreat to consolidate his own power. The prospect of Orochimaru becoming Hokage aligned far more with Danzo's interests than that of Shuo Mo. As for the 3rd Hokage, he would remain indifferent, allowing events to unfold without loss to himself. "Kakashi, please step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Sinyan." "Yes, father." Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but complied and left the courtyard. Shuo Mo looked at Sinyan with admiration, feeling reassured that Kakashi had such a friend. Though this child was merely 6 years old, his intellect surpassed that of his peers. He trained diligently and possessed considerable talent. Kakashi had mentioned that Sinyan only performed at an average level in school, indicating he was likely concealing his true capabilities and preferred not to seek the limelight. Being in the company of such a friend would undoubtedly have a positive influence on Kakashi. Once Shuo Mo regained his composure, he also began to clarify certain matters in his mind. With a puzzled expression, Nabahiko gazed at Hakuba. Shikamori Tsukumo inquired, "Nabahiko, why do you believe I might contemplate suicide?" "Because, faith." Nabahiko hesitated for a moment before continuing. "A person with unwavering faith, upon doubting or even losing that faith, may ultimately lose the courage to continue living." In truth, he wished to convey that Hakuba's political acumen was lacking and his mental resilience fragile. Despite having the support of a powerful lord, he found himself compelled to retreat. However, to express this would reveal a deficiency in emotional intelligence. Faith. A profound sense of anguish and struggle flickered in Hakuba's eyes. "Uncle Tsukumo, your actions are not without justification." With fervent intensity, Shinhiko gazed upon Hakuba. "The will of fire inherently compels us to cherish bonds and treasure our comrades." Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Your choice to prioritize your companions is not erroneous, and neither is the will of fire you believe in. However, Hakuba fell into silence. He wished to express that he, too, yearned to believe in his own righteousness. Yet, the reality stood in stark contrast to his thoughts. Even those comrades he had saved turned against him with accusations. Although the Hokage is notably forgiving, his demeanor remains rather ambiguous. Sinyan let out a cold laugh and said, "Compared to the merits you have established for the village and the countless villagers you have saved, what do the losses incurred this time truly amount to? I suspect that there are individuals deliberately steering public opinion in a negative direction. Otherwise, given your esteemed position within the village, undertaking such a significant task Even in the event of failure, it should not have spread throughout the village in mere days, becoming common knowledge among all. Shuangmao fell silent for a moment, gazing deeply into Xin Yan's eyes and quietly remarked, "Do you realize that what you are saying is quite perilous?" With a relaxed demeanor, Nobuhiko remarked, "What does it matter to speak perilous words to someone who is absolutely safe?" Upon hearing this, Shikubo paused momentarily, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the sky. He then gradually closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, as if the weight of the world had descended upon him. It was astonishing that I had not perceived these matters as clearly as you. Once he regained his composure, Shikubo began to reflect on many things. After all, although he had successfully completed numerous S-level missions in the past, unforeseen circumstances had still arisen. Yet, this time, Uncle Shikubo, deep down, you are fully aware. It is merely your initial reluctance to acknowledge it that has led you to seek escape. Xin Yan replied. Shimo sighed, lost in thought. Xin Yan, you should go to school. All right, goodbye. Uncle Shimo. Xin Yan bid farewell to Shimo. Perhaps Baya longed to hear a different answer from his lips. Yet, reality is often harsh. In truth, there was a sentiment that Xin Yan refrained from voicing. The will of fire is not misguided. However, it is crucial to consider whether one is merely being utilized as a tool for personal gain. The primary distinction between the third Hokage and Danzo, compared to the first and second, lies in their insufficient capabilities and strength, coupled with their excessive contemplation. After confirming that it was merely a false alarm, Xin Yan and Kakashi hastened back to school. Naturally, their brazen act of skipping class by climbing over the wall did not escape the admonition of Sakamoto Yosuke. However, Kakashi, being the top student in overall performance, and Xin Yan, known for his diligent efforts, were not subjected to any significant reprimand. Sakamoto offered only a few symbolic words before allowing them to rejoin their peers. The time for outdoor lessons always passes swiftly, and ultimately, Kakashi secured first place in both practical combat and ninja tool throwing. As soon as class was dismissed, Kakashi invited Xin Yan to indulge in barbecue. Xin Yan, of course, did not decline, eager to demonstrate the impressive appetite of the Hyuga clan. After their meal, it was a rare occasion that the two did not engage in training, instead choosing to explore the night market of Konoha. It was not until 8:30 in the evening that they returned to their respective homes. At last, a significant matter had been resolved. Xin Yan sat cross-legged on the bed, his heart brimming with joy. At times, the bonds of family can transcend all else. Although White Fang has lost his honor and faith, he still has Kakashi by his side. Everything is bound to improve. Once it becomes clear that White Fang has no chance of competing for the position of the fourth Hokage, public opinion will likely dissipate swiftly, and this matter will fade into obscurity. Xin Yan contemplated silently, refraining from further thoughts. At this juncture, the narrative he could influence was likely limited to this one instance. For the ensuing years, stabilizing his development remained paramount. After summarizing the events of the day, Xin Yan began to examine his attributes, feeling the weight of a bottleneck. Name, Hinata Xin Yan attributes: water, thunder, yin, yang physique, strength, agility. Spirit Eye technique, Byakugan LV5 cultivation method, chakra refinement technique LV6, thunder breathing technique LV4 skills, basic gentle fist LV6, secondary consciousness LV3, first form, thunderclap LV0. Second form, rise soul LV0 potential points. 3361 over the span of 3 months, Xin Yan's 4 attributes had significantly improved, and his mental power was a mere 0. One away from reaching twice the norm for an adult. It is noteworthy that the human cell count in this world is approximately 130 trillion. Around double that of his previous life. Evidently, spiritual energy in this realm was far more potent than in his former life. The precociousness of human thoughts and bodies in this world is attributed not only to environmental factors, but also rapid development. Indeed, Kaguya's chakra had a remarkably evident impact on his physique. Even without utilizing chakra, his physical condition was nearing that of a typical adult in this world. Daily monitoring of his attributes and witnessing his gradual progress was Xin Yan's favorite pastime. His basic gentle fist had risen by 1 level. The chakra refinement technique had also advanced by 1 level. The mastery of the thunder breathing technique had remarkably increased by 2 levels, leaving just 3 levels to reach his proficiency in the world of Demon Slayer. The pace of his breathing technique training was already commendable. After all, he had toiled for nearly 4 years to reach level 7 in that world. At the current rate of progress, Xin Yan felt confident that he could achieve level 7 within a year or 2. The enhancement of his physical attributes and the increase in chakra would allow him to practice the thunder breathing technique for extended periods. Moreover, the thunder breathing technique would gradually enhance Xin Yan's physique, strength, and agility, creating a virtuous cycle. If he could master the total concentration, constant before graduation, coupled with the native abilities of the Naruto world, he would not fear encountering a Jonin. Breathing techniques, collectively known as total concentration breathing, were developed by the Demon Slayer Corps to enable humans to combat demons. This technique primarily enhances cardiopulmonary function through a unique rhythm of breath, allowing the blood to absorb ample oxygen, thus significantly elevating the user's physical capabilities momentarily to match that of a demon. The thunder breathing technique is the fastest and most explosive among all breathing techniques, aside from the sun breathing technique, demanding exceptionally high physical prowess from its practitioners, rendering it exceedingly difficult to master. Its strikes are executed with astonishing speed, generating thunderous sounds around the user due to the incredible velocity of the assault. Total concentration. Constant refers to the state wherein the practitioner maintains full concentration on breathing even while asleep. In simpler terms, utilizing breathing techniques increases the burden on the body, making it unsustainable for an average person. However, total concentration, constant allows the user to transform active skills into passive ones after fully bearing the load, maintaining the benefits of the breathing technique indefinitely. This was something Sun Yan had not accomplished even in the world of Demon Slayer. However, in this world, with the protection of chakra, he could begin training in breathing techniques without the fear of harming his cardiopulmonary system. At this pace, mastering total concentration, constant was merely a matter of time. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap thunder breathing. Second form, Rice Soul. These were the only two techniques that Sun Yan had acquired over the past 4 years. The first form, being foundational for subsequent sword techniques, was his primary focus of study. Concentrating on a single aspect to reach the pinnacle of mastery would render even a single move exceptionally powerful. With this thought in mind, Sun Yan soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 22. Would you care to learn swordsmanship with me? The news of White Fang's failed mission, which led to significant losses for the village, had spread throughout the community. The clamor for blame against White Fang grew increasingly fervent. However, when White Fang approached the daimyo to seek forgiveness and later returned to the village to request a transfer from the ninja corps, panic ensued among the villagers. The third Hokage and several jonin desperately persuaded him, ultimately leading White Fang to reconsider his decision. Soon, the rumors were quelled, as if they had never surfaced. Yet, this was precisely what left Tsukumo Hatake feeling disheartened. After this incident, White Fang had essentially forfeited his chance to compete for the position of the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage granted him an extended leave to allow for mental recuperation. The notion of transferring jobs was a suggestion made by Sun Yan, intended to help White Fang gain a clearer perspective on reality and the true nature of those around him. It became evident that the village was not incapable of managing the situation. The incident had not escalated to the point of universal condemnation. As a steadfast heir to the will of fire, Tsukumo felt somewhat disillusioned. When the will of fire is diverted by personal agendas, everything loses its essence. Of course, for Sun Yan, encouraging White Fang to think critically was a positive outcome. As for everything else, there was little more he could do at the moment. This event, however, had a profound impact on Kakashi. Clap, clap, clap. In the courtyard of the Hatake residence, Sun Yan and Kakashi were engaged in a sparring session, wielding wooden short swords approximately 40 centimeters long. Meanwhile, Tsukumo Hatake, no longer clad in his jonin armor, sat comfortably in loose home attire, leisurely sipping tea. This setback was undeniably significant for White Fang. With the Second Shinobi World War concluded, the third Hokage at the height of his power, and the legendary three ninja renowned across the shinobi world, the new generation of ninjas boasted numerous talented individuals. Even if he were to take a few years off, it would not greatly affect the village. If faced with a similar choice again, he would still choose his comrades. For now, however, he needed to take a moment to reflect. Naturally, although it was termed a vacation, Tsukumo was not entirely shirking his responsibilities. Having promised Kakashi to train together in the future, he would certainly honor that commitment. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with missions, leaving little time to spend at home. At one point, even when his wife was in labor, he was away on a mission, unable to be by her side. He did not even get to see him one last time. In order for Kakashi to become an exceptional ninja and a true powerhouse in the future, he resolved to dedicate all his free time to mentoring Kakashi. Furthermore, Shinya, this child is a true genius in every sense of the word. He must be guided appropriately. As he observed Shinya, who was currently overwhelming Kakashi with his swordsmanship, Tsukumo silently thought to himself. At that moment, Kakashi, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Shinya in the courtyard, suddenly leaped backward, positioning his ninja blade horizontally in front of him. As his body gradually lowered its center of gravity, Shinya, be cautious. Upon hearing this, Nabahiko's expression slightly shifted. Kakashi's wooden short sword suddenly amassed a substantial amount of chakra, and a formidable aura emerged instantaneously. The Konoha-style swordsmanship. With a swift motion of his right foot, a deep footprint, approximately 2 centimeters, appeared on the grass. In an instant, Kakashi's figure flickered as he approached Nabahiko at double the speed he had previously exhibited. A seemingly simple downward slash enveloped Nabahiko in an overwhelming sense of pressure. How swift! Although Shinyan utilized his Byakugan to perceive all of Kakashi's movements, he could only manage to defend himself in time. He infused chakra into the wooden short blade in his hand, meeting Kakashi's wooden sword head-on. Crack! The two wooden blades collided, shattering simultaneously. However, while Shinyan's weapon splintered into fragments, Kakashi's merely fractured in the middle. Both combatants exhibited a fleeting moment of rigidity, yet Shinyan's reflexes were notably swifter. Coupled with the analysis from his two secondary consciousnesses, he swiftly discerned Kakashi's unstable footing. Sinyan delivered a swift kick to the area just above Kakashi's right knee, approximately 10 centimeters away. The impact caused Kakashi to stagger back, ultimately losing his balance and collapsing onto the grass. Gazing at the half of a wooden sword in his hand, Kakashi discarded it behind him with a flick. With a metallic sound, he unsheathed his chakra blade, White Fang. From his back, the silvery blade glinted ominously in the sunlight. Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill me? As Kakashi rose, brandishing White Fang and charging towards him, Sinyan's expression shifted dramatically, and he let out a startled cry. He waved his hands frantically, signaling Kakashi to refrain from acting rashly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi halted abruptly, rooted to the spot. He cast a fleeting glance at White Fang, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. I got carried away. With a sigh of relief, Sinyan noted Kakashi's cessation of aggression. He closed his Byakugan and settled cross-legged on the ground. Nearly a month had passed since the rumors had subsided. Ever since Kakashi discovered that Sinyan had been concealing his true strength, he had approached their subsequent battles with utmost seriousness, often believing that Sinyan underestimated him. Since that revelation, Kakashi had been persistently challenging him. However, with Shumo's personal guidance, Sinyan was more than willing to visit Kakashi's home, regardless of Kakashi's relentless pursuit. In their recent skirmish, Sinyan had refrained from employing his breathing technique to enhance his physical prowess and explosive power, leaving little of his strength hidden. After all, the breathing technique served as his trump card. Although his current physique allowed him to utilize both the breathing technique and swordsmanship, it often left him with a slight discomfort in his lungs afterward. In non-essential situations, Sinyan preferred not to utilize it. After all, Kakashi was merely 4 years old, and Sinyan had trained significantly longer than him. According to Shumo, both he and Kakashi, aside from their lack of experience in life and death battles, surpassed the average Chunin in strength. It must be said that Kakashi was truly extraordinary. That guy Kakashi must have secretly practiced intensively while I was away. Sinyan could distinctly perceive Kakashi's progress. Indeed, having a companion to compete with facilitates growth. As Sinyan collapsed onto the ground, visibly exhausted, a subtle smile grazed the corners of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask, indicating that this time Sinyan had held nothing back. Kakashi retracted White Fang and sprawled out on the grass in a starfish position. At that moment, Shuahao approached and remarked, Kakashi, you are still quite young. Your body has not fully developed yet. You must not overexert yourself in physical training. The Hataki-style swordsmanship demands exceptional physical qualities and expends considerable chakra. For you at this stage, it remains somewhat taxing. Kakashi gasped for breath, sweat soaking his cheeks. Observing Kakashi's nearly collapsed state, Sinyan thought to himself, no wonder in the original narrative, White Fang commanded respect in the ninja world with Hataki-style swordsmanship, while Kakashi, after acquiring the Sharingan, chose to abandon the family technique. It turns out it was due to insufficient chakra and physical prowess. It was understandable. Kakashi was constantly engaged in training with little Liu Bei, which could hardly be conducive to his physical condition, especially since the Sharingan could not be deactivated. It incessantly drained his chakra and stamina. As the content continued to load, a message appeared. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. After addressing Kakashi, Shuahao turned his gaze towards Sinyan, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, Nobuhiko immediately straightened his posture. After each battle with Kakashi, Shumo would provide commentary on both participants, and Nobuhiko felt he benefited immensely from it. After all, he was one of the foremost ninjas of Konoha. The current Sannin had not yet reached the pinnacle of their abilities as depicted in the original work. Even before the formidable White Fang, they seemed like mere juniors. During the latter stages of the Second Shinobi World War, White Fang single-handedly eliminated 2 top ninjas from Sunagakure. Indeed, he was responsible for the demise of the parents of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, who had intended to launch a surprise attack on Konoha while the battle was at a stalemate, only to meet their end. The father of Scorpion was one of the strong contenders for the position of the 4th Kazekage, and his mother was also among the elite jonin of Sunagakure. The distinction between suppressing a Kaga-level ninja and defeating one in single combat is vast. I never imagined that the Byakugan could be so harmoniously aligned with swordsmanship. It truly is a pity you practice gentle fist. Shumo gazed at Nobuhiko with fervent admiration, clearly unreserved in his praise. Considering Nobuhiko as one of his own, Shumo spoke candidly. You evidently possess a substantial amount of chakra, much like myself, and your physical prowess surpasses Kakashi's by a significant margin. It was apparent that you still had some energy left after the recent skirmish. You must be concerned about undermining Kakashi's confidence, correct? Originally lying on the ground, Kakashi suddenly sat up, his lifeless eyes widening in shock as he fixed an intense gaze on Nobuhiko. In truth, I am equally exhausted. Nobuhiko scratched his head, surprised by Shumo's high regard for him. However, it was a case of seeing through without speaking out. Did you not notice that Kakashi was on the verge of drawing White Fang to confront me? Shumo smiled gently, looking directly at Nobuhiko. Would you be willing to learn swordsmanship alongside Kakashi? Absolutely. Nabahiko nodded. After all, he had been studying diligently. Realizing that Nabahiko had not fully grasped his meaning, Shumo elaborated. I am referring to the Hataki style of swordsmanship. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. However, it took him merely a second to regain his composure. And he promptly bowed deeply to Shuamao, exclaiming, Yes. Teacher Shuamao. Shuamao was slightly surprised. Although he had not anticipated Sinyan's refusal, his reaction was indeed amusing. You may begin your studies with Kakashi, Shuamao said with a smile. I understand that you prefer not to draw attention to yourself. So we shall discuss your apprenticeship after your graduation. When there are others present, you need not address me as teacher. Yes, Teacher Shuamao. I will certainly get along well with junior brother Kakashi. Sinyan replied eagerly, his face alight with joy. He had not expected such a fortunate turn of events after saving White Fang, and the thoughtfulness behind it was remarkable. What a tremendous gain. Chapter 23, Two New Worlds. On the northern playground of the ninja school, Class A of the first year was engaged in outdoor lessons, practicing the art of throwing ninja tools. Sinyan and Kakashi distanced themselves from the team to engage in conversation. Kakashi, have you truly considered this? Are you certain you wish to apply for early graduation? Listening to Kakashi's response, Nabahiko reconfirmed his thoughts. Despite several attempts to dissuade him, Kakashi remained resolute in his desire to graduate early. Kakashi nodded in agreement. In the original narrative, Kakashi's request for early graduation seemed to be linked to the death of White Fang. However, with the storyline having evolved, Nabahiko felt that there might be a change in circumstances. Yet, observing the earnestness in Kakashi's eyes, Nabahiko quickly understood. Kakashi was eager to prove himself through action at an earlier date. Nabahiko, given your abilities, passing the early graduation examination should be quite effortless for you. Shall we undertake this together? A glimmer of hope shone in Kakashi's gaze. If there was anyone in the academy whom he truly cared about, it was undoubtedly Nabahiko. Yet, Kakashi remained oblivious to this sentiment. Sinyan, despite being exceptionally talented and formidable, chooses to remain at the Ninja Academy, seemingly squandering his potential. Even his father holds him in high regard, having taken him on as a student. Kakashi believes that if they were to graduate early together as genin and train under their father's guidance, their skills would undoubtedly improve at a much faster pace. After a moment of hesitation, Nabahiko shook his head in refusal, stating, I prefer to graduate steadily and methodically. Graduating early would draw too much attention and does not align with my character. Given his ability to project dreams, he deemed it wiser to remain in the Ninja Academy, steadily accumulating potential points, and to enter the new world at the opportune moment to reap the benefits. Although displaying remarkable talent, and the prospect of early graduation would certainly attract the attention of higher-ups and garner recognition, it would also make him a target for ninjas from other villages. In a few years, the Third Great Ninja War would erupt. Konoha is far from a harmonious family. The waters run deep here, and he feels ill-equipped to navigate them. He is still too weak. The notion of fostering his growth is paramount. While the swordsmanship of White Fang is formidable, Nabahiko's foremost objective is to awaken the Rinnegan. An early graduation would limit his freedom. There remains much to learn regarding medical ninjutsu. Currently, both of his secondary consciousnesses are diligently acquiring medical knowledge. Remaining in the Ninja Academy is indeed essential for him to consolidate his position. Very well. Kakashi's voice carried a palpable sense of disappointment. Yet he did not press Nabahiko further. He continued, I will refrain from applying for early graduation for the time being, intending to complete the first-year curriculum. Upon hearing this, Nabahiko nodded. After all, in the original narrative, Kakashi had thrived without the protection of White Fang. With White Fang's presence now, his safety was further assured, alleviating any concerns. The next group comprised Nabahiko, Kakashi, Genma, Obito, and Asuma. Meanwhile, Yosuke Sakamoto, who was recording the students' ninja tool throwing scores, called out Nabahiko's name. Let us proceed. Nabahiko and Kakashi moved forward to commence the assessment. As the day swiftly elapsed, Nabahiko, unusually, did not accompany Kakashi home for training after school. Instead, he ventured alone to the 10th training ground to refine his swordsmanship. However, the moment he grasped the solid wooden sword, he froze in surprise. Before his eyes appeared a line of text. A new world has opened. Would you like to expend 30 potential points to begin the dream projection? On the deep blue panel, new world information emerged, revealing two options. Current selectable worlds. World 1. Totem World. World 2. Sword Art Online. Totem World and Sword Art Online. 2 projection worlds. Sinyan gazed at the text displayed on the panel, his heart quivering. He was quite familiar with both worlds. The projected realm currently unfolding was one whose general narrative he largely comprehended, which he found rather delightful. In the depths of his contemplation, Sinyan pondered the fate that awaited him. Even in the prophetic narratives of Demon Slayer and Abyssal Labyrinth, he had met a grim end. However, on the whole, the benefits reaped were not insignificant. Were he to embark on his journey from scratch, he mused that with a steady yet progressive approach, he could still accrue advantages. Yet, possessing the edge of information rendered many endeavors considerably smoother. Indeed, as in the previous world, the higher the tier of power, the more exorbitant the exchange points for new identities became. As Sinyan's focus sharpened, an abundance of information began to materialize. Current selectable worlds. 1. Totem World Timeline. Unknown before the dream projection commences, you must select an identity. Silver Lantern Master Family. You hail from the esteemed Silver Lantern Master Family. Wielders of extraordinary powers. Both your parents are Silver Lantern Masters, and your lineage boasts a rich heritage of mastery along with profound knowledge and ample resources. From birth, you possess an exceptional likelihood of awakening the ability to activate Silver and ignite the Silver Lantern, with your unique qualifications and bloodline. Your innate constitution and intellect far surpass that of ordinary mortals. The starting point you occupy is a realm that mere mortals can only aspire to, utterly unattainable. Additional potential point cost, 30,000,600,002. Noble family, you are born into a noble lineage. Your parents are nobles, and your family enjoys advantageous connections and resources. There is a high probability that you will encounter the realm of Silver Lantern Masters. Within you may lie the latent potential to become a Silver Lantern Master, offering a chance to transcend the ordinary. Even without such a gift, your noble status places you at the culmination of the efforts of common folk. Additional potential point cost, 10,000,100,003. Common family, you are born into an ordinary human family. Your parents are commoners. Your socioeconomic status may vary from affluent to average or impoverished. Nevertheless, you remain immortal. Should you possess commendable martial talents and apply sufficient diligence, perhaps you might ascend to nobility, or even serve as a vassal to a Silver Lantern Master family. Additional potential point cost, 0 to 504. Mythical creature family, you are born into a legendary lineage of mythical creatures. Your parents are immensely powerful, at least equivalent to a Silver Lantern Master of Type 2. From birth, you possess an overwhelmingly potent bloodline, granting you a starting point that many Silver Lantern Masters can scarcely hope to reach. However, the path to growth is protracted. Throughout your life, barring extraordinary opportunities, you will find it arduous to surpass the limitations imposed by your parental lineage, a constraint of blood. The jungle law of the survival of the fittest is starkly evident here. Additional potential point cost, 10,000,500,005. Random family, your identity remains shrouded in mystery. Your talents and race are unknown. You could be human, a mythical creature, or even a beast. Should fortune smile upon you, perhaps you are destined to be a child of prophecy. Additional potential point cost, 100. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Sun Yan's thoughts raced, yet the prospect of the substantial redemption points before him did not leave him disheartened. Without the innate talent of a Silver Lantern Master, he would derive no benefit from the totem world. A 6-type Silver Lantern Master could effortlessly resist or unleash nuclear-level powers at will. The absence of a 7-type Silver Lantern Master was attributed to the world's intensity issues. Moreover, that realm bore a certain connection to the civilizations of wizards and sorcerers. A minimum of 10,000 points was required to accumulate, which still lacked a safety margin. He could not afford to squander an opportunity to project into a high-level world lightly. Now, having acquired Kaguya's chakra and enhanced his talent, he no longer felt an overwhelming urgency. Though he could not access the totem world for the time being, the requirements for the second world, Sword Art Online, were considerably lower. However, as Sun Yan gazed at the text above, he found himself lost in contemplation. He pondered various matters. Chapter 24. Unexpected Events and Analysis. The current selectable world, Sword Art Online timeline. The day of the public beta launch of the SAO game before the dream projection. You must choose your identity. 1. Protagonist. You are the male protagonist of this world, colloquially known as the Child of Destiny. Your name is Kirito, an avid online gamer. With black eyes and hair, you wield either a one-handed sword or dual blades. You possess exceptional reflexes and insight. As a closed beta player, you have a thorough understanding of the death game SAO. Additional potential point cost, 20,002. Heroine. You are the female protagonist of this world, also known as the Child of Destiny. Your name is Asuna. Although a novice in gaming, you adapt swiftly and can easily clear levels alongside the male protagonist, Kirito. Additional potential point cost, 20,003. Supporting character. You are a supporting character in this world, gender random. Your name is unknown. You follow the protagonist and have a certain probability of winning effortlessly. Additional potential point cost, 3,000,10,004. Closed beta player. You are one of the closed beta players in the SAO game. Your name is unknown. As a closed beta player, you are intimately familiar with Sword Art Online. Though lacking the protagonist's halo, you can still thrive in the game, utilizing your foresight. You might even clear levels ahead of the protagonist, perhaps. Additional potential point cost, 20 to 505. Random. You are one among over 10,000 players in this world. Your name and gender are unknown. You could be a novice experiencing SAO for the first time, or a seasoned player who participated in the closed beta. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, viewing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Additional potential point cost, 0 to 10.6. Game Administrator, the creator of the Death Game SAO, using the administrator account Heathcliff to establish the Knights of Blood, known as the strongest man in the SAO game. He is a godlike entity, ultimately perishing alongside the protagonist Halo. Your presence could alter the outcome. Additional potential point cost, 30. 000. The information on the panel was not complex, and Xin Yan quickly finished reading it. What truly surprised him was that the identity selection could be directly specified to particular characters. One could choose to become either the male or female protagonist. However, as far as he knew, the world of Sword Art Online did not possess extraordinary powers. The game characters were merely a set of data. How useful could they be to him? Gazing at his remaining potential points, Xin Yan began to contemplate his selection. Both the protagonists required 20,000 points, while the game administrator demanded 30,000 points, which he dismissed outright. Even if he possessed such potential points, he would prefer to venture into the totem world for greater benefits. The supporting character start also demanded 3,000 points. He would forego that. Although he could afford the 3,000 points, Xin Yan was reluctant to stake everything on that option. The ultimate evaluation would hinge on the world's difficulty and his actions within it, despite knowing the plot. With characters like Kayaba Akihiko as a bug figure, everyone other than the protagonist would essentially win effortlessly. Eliminating 4 options left Xin Yan with only the random selection and the closed beta player. Disliking the element of chance, he resolved to choose the closed beta player. Moreover, he intended to commence the projection immediately. Approximately 4 months had elapsed since the last new world emerged, not deviating much from previous intervals. Based on past experiences, if he did not initiate dream projections, new worlds would not refresh. This time, 2 new worlds had suddenly appeared. It remained uncertain whether they were refreshed simultaneously or individually, which was crucial. Each projected world held infinite possibilities, yet the potential points were finite, necessitating difficult choices at times. While the totem world promised greater rewards, it also posed higher challenges. Conversely, the world of Sword Art Online, with its lower difficulty, evidently offered lesser benefits. Thus, Xin Yan contemplated earning potential points from the Sword Art Online world. More importantly, he sought to validate his suspicions. If the worlds refreshed individually, it would align perfectly with his interests. Otherwise, he might have to forego the opportunity to project into the totem world. With only over 3,000 potential points, the totem world required a minimum of 10,000 points to acquire the talent of a Silver Lantern Master, and even that was insufficiently secure. If he waited until the Third Shinobi World War erupted without engaging in new dream projections, relying solely on the natural accumulation of points and dreams, he could at most amass another 2,000 points over 3 to 4 years. This would not satisfy the requirements for projecting into a high-level world. Sometimes, the initial choice was of paramount importance. The last time he gained Kaguya's chakra, the identity selection also played a critical role. After 3 projections, Xin Yan felt his luck had been notably poor. Except for that instance with Kaguya, he was unwilling to gamble to enhance his combat prowess. Selecting a world with lower initial identity requirements would facilitate attaining high evaluations. A world that promised considerable benefits was his preferred choice. At this stage, what suited him best was indeed the finest option. Regardless, he would first refresh the Sword Art Online world to test whether the next world would materialize. Upon arriving home, Nobuhiko began to reminisce about the narrative he was familiar with. He meticulously pinned his thoughts on paper, only to subsequently tear the pages into minuscule fragments, which he then disposed of in the toilet. Following this, he reclined on his bed, refocusing his attention on the attributes panel. Should he expend 30 points of potential to initiate the dream projection? Affirmative. In the identity selection process, a total of 50 dream potential points have been consumed. The projection commences. As the final line of information materialized, Nobuhiko succumbed to a profound slumber. Projection completed. Background introduction. In 2022, the electronic and mechanical manufacturer Argus developed the Nerve Gear, a device worn upon the head that could manipulate human neural connections to a virtual realm, thereby allowing humanity to achieve a complete virtual reality experience. As a player in the Vermorp Sword Art Online, SAO, Kirito, along with 10,000 other players, had only just logged in to relish the game when the administrator delivered a harrowing announcement. The sole means to log out was to conquer the game, and failure to do so would result in death in the real world. In this tumultuous scenario, Kirito had to accept this grim reality ahead of other players and plunged into an endless battle. As a closed beta tester, he possessed the foresight advantage, enabling him to adapt more swiftly. Xin Yan felt a sudden haze enveloping his vision, as if his consciousness had traversed through a spatial conduit. An inexplicable sensation of weightlessness overcame his body. Abruptly, darkness descended before him. What is happening? Xin Yan opened his eyes once more, realizing that his consciousness had returned to his own room. The dream projection had concluded. Projection World, Sword Art Online Timeline. The day of the game's public beta test projected character, beta tester, Xinyan, projected race, human projected state, brain death commencing settlement. Overall evaluation, none dream potential, 3316 foot what the hell. Through recollection, Shinkai examined the manner of the character's demise. And he was utterly taken aback. Astonishingly, the cause of death was due to the disconnection of the network cable. In the game Sword Art Online, the virtual helmet worn by players is designed such that, prior to completing the game, any interruption of power, loss of internet connection, or attempts to forcibly remove the helmet would result in the internal battery incinerating the player's brain. Regrettably, Shinkai found himself among those unfortunate souls. What a stroke of ill fortune. Is my luck at odds with anything beyond the Naruto realm? Xinyan felt a sense of helplessness to complain. However, it mattered little. It was merely a waste of 50 points. Now, one could only wait and see if the new world would bring any changes in a few months. Chapter 25, Stealthy Tutoring. The watchful Kakashi in the courtyard of the Hitaki residence, Shimo donned casual home attire. Sipping tea delicately with one hand while the other caressed the chakra blade, White Fang, beside him. Although this blade had been passed on to Kakashi, it was not permitted to be taken to school. At this moment, Kakashi entered the courtyard with his backpack, his expression devoid of emotion. Father. Kakashi greeted Shimo before heading straight to the backyard. Wait. Shimo called out to Kakashi, inquiring, why isn't Xinyan here today? He was called away by Hinata Mio. Kakashi replied flatly. However, Shimo detected a hint of resentment in his son's tone. The young lady from the Hyuga clan? Shimo murmured, gazing at Kakashi. Kakashi. Do you have any close female friends at school? None. Kakashi replied, his eyes flickering with confusion as he shook his head. I find girls bothersome. Shimo paused momentarily but, considering that Kakashi was only 4 years old, he felt unconcerned. Since Xinyan is absent today, I will teach you more advanced swordsmanship. When he returns, you can catch him off guard and teach him a lesson for being lazy. Observing Kakashi's lackluster demeanor, Shimo managed a rare jest. He stood up, shedding his casual attire to reveal a black outfit underneath. Really? Kakashi's previously vacant eyes brightened. The mention of Xinyan invigorated him. However, I shall be quite strict this time, Shimo declared, tossing the sheathed white fang to Kakashi. Although he spoke thus, he walked over to a tree in the yard, casually snapping off a branch, and positioned himself opposite Kakashi. I look forward to your guidance. Kakashi slowly drew the white fang short blade, his expression exceedingly earnest. Despite Shimo wielding a mere branch, Kakashi felt no sense of being belittled. After all, previously, alongside Xinyan, he had been unable to withstand even 3 seconds against Shimo. And that was without Shimo fully exerting himself. Even when Shimo had been overly lenient, Kakashi and Xinyan had become exhausted without managing to touch the hem of his clothing. Facing Shimo alone this time certainly increased the pressure on Kakashi. More content loading. Please wait. This site supports mobile browsers only. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features or copy the URL to another browser. Yet, the thought of being able to defeat Xinyan filled Kakashi with fervor. Kakashi, adjust your mindset, focus your spirit, and avoid distractions. The Hitaki style of swordsmanship emphasizes strength, speed, and explosive power, which is not suited for prolonged combat. Before you strike, your mind must be steady. Also, you must correct your habit of exerting excessive force during downward slashes. Otherwise, if you encounter a J-nin skilled in dual wielding, your white fang may break if you strike from below. Although Kakashi's expression changed only slightly, Shimo could tell he was thinking of Xinyan and promptly reminded him. Yes, father. Kakashi snapped back to attention, meeting Shimo's gaze. He recognized that he was at a disadvantage in physical prowess and chakra volume compared to Xinyan, being 2 years younger, given his shortcomings in strength and endurance. Kakashi could only seek to improve his speed and explosiveness for now. Come at me, Shimo nodded toward Kakashi, gesturing for him to initiate the attack. However, this time, Kakashi stood still for at least 30 seconds, sheathing his ninja blade before gathering his chakra. This was the most versatile draw slash within the Hitaki swordsmanship, possessing formidable power and explosive force. Nevertheless, the process of gathering chakra required meticulous control and unwavering focus. In the past, due to his mindset, Kakashi rarely executed this technique flawlessly. Especially after Xinyan had mastered it in less than a month, Kakashi's success rate had diminished. Noticing the aura emanating from Kakashi, Shimo's eyes revealed a hint of approval. Indeed, spending time with Xinyan had made Kakashi significantly more composed and altered his mindset. Though Kakashi was merely 4 years old, his exceptional talent led Shimo to regard him with seriousness rather than as a child. Similarly, he viewed Xinyan as more mature in mind. A faint, sharp sound pierced the air as a silver, semicircular sword light sliced through. Kakashi's white fang slashed upward with a speed akin to lightning. A strike that even most nin would struggle to defend against. White Fang slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Kakashi's attack. Perceiving this, Kakashi instinctively twisted his wrist, launching a follow-up downward slash towards Shimo. With a crisp sound, Shimo swung the branch, striking Kakashi's wrist. A distinct red mark appeared on Kakashi's wrist as he winced in pain yet maintained his grip on White Fang. Shimo nodded subtly and remarked, Kakashi, While the Hataki style does not emphasize defense, one should not approach every attack with reckless abandon. If your initial attack fails, do not rush to continue attacking. Especially against an opponent slightly stronger than yourself, frequent attacks can lead to mistakes and expose vulnerabilities. Yes, father, I understand. Kakashi responded earnestly, demonstrating his willingness to learn. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, scrutinized a scroll in his hands, his brow gradually furrowing. Creak. The office door was suddenly pushed open. The only person who could enter without knocking was one individual. Sarutobi raised his head to meet Danzo's gaze, his expression darkening slightly as he pushed the open scroll forward. Danzo, take a look yourself. Danzo glanced at the contents of the scroll, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. It seems the daimyo remains unyielding, placing great importance on Shumo, even appointing him as a personal bodyguard. Sarutobi replied solemnly, originally, it was merely to grant Shumo some time off. But our village is in dire need of personnel at present. If Shumo leaves, the number of elite J-nin capable of leading will dwindle. Danzo responded nonchalantly. With Orochimaru present, that should suffice. If necessary, Jiraiya can be summoned back. Shumo's departure may be beneficial. It eliminates any potential threat to Orochimaru. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Orochimaru is indeed one of the most suitable candidates for the fourth Hokage. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude is somewhat ambivalent. Initially, he assigned Orochimaru to monitor Danzo's route, to prevent any underhanded schemes. However, it now appears that Orochimaru is secretly colluding with Danzo. This revelation has shaken Sarutobi's resolve to pass on the Hokage title to Orochimaru. Is there truly no other candidate besides him? Jiraiya is uninterested in competing, Tsunade remains unreachable, and surely you do not hold high hopes for Jiraiya's disciple? Upon sensing Sarutobi's indecisive stance, Danzo's heart sank. After much effort in ousting White Fang, he cannot afford any missteps. Danzo cautiously remarked, although Minato Namikaze is exceptionally talented, he has only recently been promoted to elite J-nin. As for the others, I assume you do not hold them in high regard? I must deliberate carefully regarding the fourth candidate. Sarutobi shook his head, unwilling to divulge his thoughts to Danzo. Damn that Hiruzen. He must be intent on monopolizing the Hokage position. Danzo cursed inwardly. What brings you to me, Danzo? Noticing Sarutobi change the subject, Danzo chose not to press further, knowing he would eventually unseat him from the Hokage position. Here's the list of personnel I recommend for training en route. Please take a look. Danzo retrieved a scroll from his robe. Sarutobi accepted the scroll and, after a quick glance, furrowed his brow. These newcomers from the last session are unsuitable. But the others could work. Danzo nodded and continued. I have heard that Shumo's son, Kakashi, is exceptionally talented. The teachers at the Ninja Academy believe he has far surpassed the standards for early graduation. Keeping him at the academy would be a waste of his potential. It would be better to place him under my guidance en route, ensuring he does not repeat Shumo's mistakes. Absolutely not. I already have a candidate to instruct Kakashi. Sarutobi firmly refused. Anger surged within Danzo, his eyes narrowing, yet he recognized that further argument would be futile. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen, he stated before departing the Hokage's office. Chapter 26. Must one truly sacrifice their appearance? In mid-August, after several months of dedicated instruction to Shinichi and Kakashi, White Fang finally left the village to serve as a personal guard to the daimyo of the Fire Country. At the back mountain of the Ninja Academy, dense trees surrounded a diminutive figure, crouched slightly forward, right hand gripping the hilt of a kunai at his waist. With a crackle, a flash of blue lightning erupted, accompanied by the thunderous roar of thunder. Boom. Almost immediately, a tree, as thick as a person could embrace, crashed down with a resounding thud. Breathing heavily, Nobuhiko wiped the sweat from his forehead, striving to steady his breath. He traced 2 semicircles in the air with the ninja blade in his hand, then executed a few rapid spins around his wrist before sheathing it. This maneuver was not merely for show. A significant reason was to enhance the agility of his fingers and wrist, as well as to become acquainted with the nuances of the ninja blade. After all, each blade possesses its own distinct characteristics. For instance, the one in Nobuhiko's possession was a modest purchase, acquired for 10,000 ryo. His mastery of the thunder-breathing techniques had reached level 5, with the first form, Thunderclap Flash, at level 2, and the second form, Rice Spirit, at level 1. The elevation of his breathing technique levels correspondingly accelerated the proficiency of his swordsmanship. Sinyan arrived at the site of the fallen tree, tracing the smooth, even cut of the stump, its edges slightly charred, murmuring to himself. He had become quite proficient in the use of the Thunderflash technique, yet attempting to string together a series of attacks based on that foundation remained a formidable challenge for the time being. Nevertheless, with such explosive speed and power, even a Chunin, lacking adequate preparedness, would likely find themselves caught off guard. If one were to employ the combination of Byakugan and Jinno Fist, Sinyan recognized that he currently stood no chance against an ordinary Chunin. After all, opponents would not approach recklessly. The long-range attack techniques inherent in the gentle fist style were solely mastered by the main branch of the Hyuga clan, a privilege from which he was excluded. As for the secretive technique of Kaiten, it was an esoteric skill not meant for dissemination. Prior to acquiring Kaguya's chakra and altering his innate abilities, he could only rely on the gentle fist. However, Xinyan now found the traditional path of the Hyuga clan's ninjas unappealing, save for the awakening of the Rinnegan. While the Byakugan allowed for the early detection of adversaries, there would inevitably arise moments requiring direct confrontation. It was evident that swordsmanship suited him far better. Compared to his experiences in the world of Demon Slayer, where he could wield sword techniques after utilizing chakra to shield his organs at this age, it was clear that the inhabitants of the Naruto universe possessed a more robust physique. When employing the first form of thunder breathing, Thunder Flash, Xinyan harnessed lightning chakra, resulting in a notable enhancement in both the power and speed of his swordsmanship. However, this also led to an increase in chakra consumption. Presently, his chakra reserves were unparalleled among his peers. Nonetheless, the potency of sword techniques directly correlated with the amount of chakra expended. The factors influencing Xinyan's ability to wield thunder-breathing techniques in conjunction with his swordsmanship were, on one hand, whether his stamina could keep pace, and on the other, the depletion of chakra. Thunder-breathing techniques were inherently explosive in nature within the world of Demon Slayer. Yet, in the Naruto universe, the integration of chakra transformed them into techniques capable of sustained explosive power. Should his stamina prove sufficient, and with ample chakra at his disposal, the explosive speed enhancement granted by thunder breathing would yield results akin to that of the lightning release chakra mode employed by the Hidden Cloud Village. Xinyan sat cross-legged on the ground, rhythmically adjusting his breathing with a unique cadence, while simultaneously contemplating the various applications of the thunder breathing technique. Both physical strength and chakra require an enhancement of one's constitution to increase accordingly. With Kaguya's chakra present, Xinyan's potential for growth is undoubtedly substantial. However, to achieve a more significant enhancement in the short term, he must delve into the indigenous secret arts of the Naruto world. Yet, such knowledge cannot be acquired in a fleeting moment. The increase in total chakra is one aspect. If he can bolster his chakra control, utilizing each fragment of chakra with precision and efficacy, it would indirectly equate to an increase in chakra. It seems that the study of medical ninjutsu must not be neglected. Though time remains relatively abundant, financial constraints pose a significant challenge. Xinyan couldn't help but exclaim that training indeed requires a financial investment. The ninja blade he had purchased was functional, yet its quality was rather mediocre. If one were to consider that most standard weapons in the ninja world are essentially insulators and semiconductors concerning chakra, then weapons forged from chakra metal would be akin to superconductors. Ordinary materials possess poor chakra conductivity, along with average hardness and toughness. If Xinyan were to wield a blade akin to that of the legendary White Fang, he believed that the potency of his swordsmanship would significantly amplify. Particularly as his mastery of the thunder-breathing technique deepens, the influence of the weapon would become increasingly pronounced. Regrettably, chakra metal is prohibitively expensive, often exceeding $1 million, which is beyond his means. Moreover, acquiring medical ninjutsu skills also incurs costs. In the future, should Xinyan wish to conduct his own experiments, even a basic set of laboratory equipment would demand a significant sum. Petri dishes, test tubes, dissecting needles, tripods, asbestos nets, and beakers are relatively affordable. Yet the price of a microscope is currently beyond his financial reach. Additionally, to meticulously record data, a robust computer would be highly beneficial. Although he could occasionally utilize the school's laboratory or the public research facility at Konoha Hospital, the equipment therein cannot be taken away. More importantly, many of the experiments Xinyan intends to pursue in the future are of a sensitive nature. While he is not yet at a level to engage in genetic research, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Furthermore, possessing the capability to conduct independent scientific research is an immense advantage in the totem world if one aspires to become a Silver Lantern master. Xinyan mused. If only a wealthy patroness would adopt me. The first person that came to his mind was Kakashi. Alas, Kakashi's family was not particularly affluent. Despite the White Fang's status as a formidable figure, having accomplished numerous S-rank and A-rank missions, most of those accolades were during wartime. They counted towards military merit rather than direct financial compensation. Such merit enhances reputation and political standing, which is more crucial for many genin. Yet it does not translate into currency. Kakashi's family residence was not significantly larger than Xinyan's own, although Tsukumo Hatake was regarded as the clan leader. The Hatake clan currently consisted solely of Kakashi and himself. Excluding Kakashi, the next individual that came to Xinyan's mind was Hinata Mio, the esteemed daughter of the main family elder. One glance at the grand mansion of the clan leader and elders reveals their substantial wealth. Must one truly resort to sacrificing their appearance? Zenhiko hesitated for a brief moment. The sum of money I require is substantial. Certainly, it would not be sufficient for Mio. Should I borrow an excessive amount, it would inevitably attract the attention of the elders. For now, it is prudent to avoid drawing too much scrutiny within the clan. With this thought, the figure of one person emerged in Zenhiko's mind, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, with his insatiable thirst for research, undoubtedly possesses a plethora of experimental apparatus. If I could become his disciple, I would not only gain access to his laboratory but also benefit from his vast knowledge and experimental results. Alas, after a moment of contemplation, Sun Yan decided to abandon the thought. With the connection to Baya, his aspiration to become a disciple of Orochimaru was not entirely out of reach. However, this would necessitate demonstrating a talent far surpassing that of his peers, at the very least, graduating ahead of schedule like Kakashi. If the third Hokage and Danzo were to take notice, it would undoubtedly be overwhelming. The current period of development was too precious for Sun Yan to risk such a gamble. There was no urgency in the experiments. What mattered most was the cultivation of breathing techniques and swordsmanship, as well as not neglecting medical ninjutsu. Only when the time came that graduation was unavoidable would it be prudent to showcase his exceptional talents. Unfortunately, the currency of the projection world was not universally accepted, otherwise Sun Yan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for significant gain. Everything was aimed at enhancing his strength for the sake of survival. In the realm of dream projection, he could perish at will, but in reality, he possessed but a single life. With approximately 3 months remaining until the predicted refresh of the 4-month instance, he continued to prepare diligently. September brought lingering heat, a reminder of the season's transition. Shinichi rose early as usual. The heat was oppressive, making him long for air conditioning. After a refreshing shower, the sweltering weather prompted an involuntary sigh. Despite the technological advancements in the world of ninjas, such as refrigerators, televisions, and computers, the absence of air conditioning was perplexing. Although chakra enhances a ninja's physical resilience, allowing them to endure heat and cold better than ordinary folk, the effect was not overwhelmingly significant. Just like in his previous life, enduring winter without heating, relying solely on one's righteous spirit, was inadequate against the chill. The Ninja Academy did not have summer vacation. Only at the conclusion of the academic year was there a nearly month-long New Year festival holiday. Typically, Shinichi would return to wash up only after completing his morning training. However, today he had no intention of venturing outside. His chakra refining technique had reached level 7, and the spiritual breathing technique had achieved level 6, indicating a potential breakthrough in his mental attributes after a prolonged plateau. Consequently, in recent days, Shinichi dedicated substantial time to practicing the breathing technique and refining his chakra. His chakra refining speed had now increased by nearly 1/3 compared to before, and the progress of his breathing technique exceeded his expectations, already reaching level 6. Initially projected to take 1 or 2 years to attain level 7. It now seemed possible to achieve this goal even before advancing to the second grade. Chakra, composed of spiritual and physical energy, experienced a slight increase in upper limits with each significant consumption followed by refinement. This sensation became increasingly pronounced after Shinichi acquired Kaguya's chakra. Conversely, practicing the lightning breathing technique continuously drained both stamina and chakra. The enhancement of his physical and mental attributes mutually reinforced one another. Under the rigors of his intense training, Shinichi felt on the verge of breaking through his limitations. With the passage of time, Kaguya's chakra would gradually merge with his own, leading to an inevitable breakthrough. Nevertheless, Shinichi was eager to strengthen himself swiftly, as his secondary consciousness, currently at level 3, had stagnated for some time. The higher the skill level, the greater the enhancement to mental growth. Upon reaching level 4, he would gain an additional secondary consciousness, effectively doubling his learning speed. He would then be capable of simultaneously absorbing knowledge from 2 distinct fields and contemplating 2 unrelated matters. The advantages of acquiring another secondary consciousness were evident. After all, he was not a medical student before his transmigration and had to start from scratch in learning medical ninjutsu. Fortunately, with the miraculous chakra, formidable mental strength, and the aid of a secondary consciousness, his learning progress was swift. This was, however, a result of Shinichi's discretion. He primarily observed and learned at the Konoha hospital, not wishing to reveal excessive talent too early. After showering and dressing, Shinichi sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning his practice of the lightning breathing technique. He commenced with a series of deep breaths, rapidly immersing himself in the state of focus. Breathe in, breathe out. Sun Yan's abdomen subtly rose and fell, with intervals gradually lengthening. As he adjusted his breathing rhythm, his breaths became deep and languorous, resembling diaphragmatic breathing. Typically, individuals employ thoracic breathing, characterized by the upward and downward movement of the ribs and a slight expansion of the chest, with each breath taking approximately 3 to 5 seconds. A complete breath encompasses both inhalation and exhalation. Under normal circumstances, the rhythm and depth of breathing are quite regular, with the respiration rate of an adult ranging from 12 to 20 breaths per minute, and that of a child approximately 30 breaths per minute. Diaphragmatic breathing involves inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. A complete cycle of inhalation and exhalation is typically mastered within 15 seconds, a deep inhalation, expanding the abdomen, lasting 3 to 5 seconds, followed by a pause of 1 second, and then a slow exhalation, contracting the abdomen, lasting 3 to 5 seconds, with another brief pause of 1 second. Engaging in diaphragmatic breathing can significantly enhance lung capacity and improve cardiopulmonary function. However, for novices, if the technique is not properly mastered, they may experience sensations of breathlessness and hypoxia. The practice of the thunder breathing technique necessitates a firm grasp of diaphragmatic breathing, which is considerably more challenging than standard diaphragmatic techniques. In a state of tranquility, Nobuhiko employs a breathing technique with a frequency of once every 20 seconds, resulting in 3 breaths per minute. However, during high-speed movement and intense combat, he finds it challenging to maintain this rhythm, increasing to 4 breaths per minute. As for the full concentration breathing method, he estimates that he can manage only 2 breaths per minute, or even reduce it to 1. The inhalation phase proves more advantageous for the concentration and explosive power of strength compared to exhalation. For an extended period, he is unable to reach this level, as it is closely related to physical development. Some individuals are naturally endowed with superior cardiopulmonary function and greater lung capacity, which is a matter of innate talent. Sinyan let out a long sigh, ceasing his practice of breathing techniques and returning to a normal diaphragmatic breathing state. Each time the training induced a slight sense of tightness in his chest, it became imperative to halt. Indeed, it was quite exhausting. After persevering for over an hour in static meditation, he found himself unable to continue. Sinyan wiped the sweat from his brow, picked up a book from the room, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After completing his morning meal, he settled on the sofa, indulging in both sustenance and readings, relishing this moment of tranquility in his day. Once he finished eating, Sinyan resumed his chakra refinement, yet he found himself still unable to break through. It seemed he needed to exert more effort. After ceasing his chakra refinement, there remained no signs of progress, and the data on the panel exhibited little change. Alas, it appears today is my turn for duty. Sinyan gazed at the wall clock, noticing that it was already 7:30, and only then did he recall that it was his turn to clean. In a hurry, he dashed back to his room, slung on his backpack, donned his goggles, and sprinted towards the ninja school. By the time he arrived in the classroom, Kakashi and another boy, Keita Morikawa, had nearly finished sweeping the floor. Classes commenced at 8, and the duty students were typically expected to arrive by 7. Thus, Sinyan was over half an hour late. As those who had arrived early engaged in activities outside, Keita could not help but tease, "Sinyan, you're so slow. Kakashi and I are almost done with the sweeping for you." Sinyan gazed at the composed Kakashi and the casually postured Shouteye, and with a smile remarked, "I apologize for my tardiness today. I shall take out the trash. During our lunch break, I shall treat you both to sodas." "How considerate of you." Shouteye replied with a grin, "I do like orange flavor." "No problem, I'll assist you in setting the chairs down." Sinyan nodded cheerfully, and began to remove the overturned chairs from the table he had just cleaned. As Sinyan reached the front row, Kakashi and Shouteye, having finished sweeping, joined him in the task. Upon arriving at the first seat on the left, Shouteye suddenly leaned closer to Sinyan, pointing discreetly at Hinata Ryo's seat, and asked in a hushed tone, "Sinyan, do you have feelings for Ryo?" Why do you ask so suddenly?" Sinyan was taken aback. Shouteye, now a bit wary, inquired, "You don't happen to have a crush on Maki, do you?" "Of course not." Sinyan shook his head vehemently, asserting that indulging in romance instead of honing his skills would be foolish. "That's a relief. But wait, how can you not be fond of Maki? Such a charming and gentle girl." Shouteye's expression relaxed momentarily, only to be replaced by dissatisfaction with Sinyan's stance. Undoubtedly, compared to the first-ranked Kakashi, Sinyan's warm demeanor and striking appearance made him a formidable rival. With one less strong competitor, Shouteye felt reassured. "Now I can rest easy. Lin should be with Kakashi. Ryo with you, and Maki shall be mine." Shouteye exclaimed joyfully. Observing Shouteye's daydreaming, Sinyan reminded him, "You do realize that Maki hails from the Uchiha clan, which does not permit intermarriage with outsiders, right? Are you unaware? Maki's mother is also from outside the clan. I heard she was a noble from the land of fire. I still have a chance." Shouteye retorted dismissively. Suddenly, as Shouteye spoke and moved a chair, he inadvertently snagged the strap of Uchiha Maki's backpack, causing all its contents to spill onto the floor. "Oh no!" Shouteye exclaimed, panic washing over his face as he hurriedly bent down to gather the items. "With a mess like this, it's obvious someone has rummaged through it," Sinyan remarked, shaking his head as he too knelt to neatly place the belongings back into the table S compartment. "I've really helped out. If Maki finds out and gets angry, it'll be disastrous." Shouteye lamented with a pained expression. "It's all right. Maki has such a good nature. She won't hold it against you. Here's a small notebook. Take care of it," Sinyan said, picking up a palm-sized black notebook that had fallen into a corner and handing it to Shouteye. "What is this?" Shouteye asked, brushing the dust off the cover and casually opening it, exclaiming, "This is a diary. Maki is so diligent. She schedules her time so tightly after class. She rises at 5:30 to practice and doesn't sleep until 11 at night. Wait, why are there so many torn pages? Hey, don't pry into someone else's private matters." Sinyan chided while glancing into the corner, where he noticed 3 pages that appeared to have fallen from the diary. He picked them up, instinctively glancing at the contents, which caused his expression to stiffen slightly. June 4th, the Uchiha clan is absolutely dreadful. June 9th, ugh. The boys in this class are so bothersome. They are unbelievably immature. At that moment, a rather peculiar voice came from behind Xinyan. Xinyan. He turned in surprise, clutching the small paper tightly in his palm, only to find Uchiha Maki, clad in a pink dress, standing beside the aisle. I hurriedly dropped Maki's diary, appearing flustered. While continuously signaling to Xinyan, Xinyan rose to his feet, his thoughts racing. Koda-kun, Xinyan-kun, what are you both up to? Uchiha Maki maintained her gentle tone. However, Xinyan noticed that a significant portion of her gaze was fixated on her diary. I sincerely apologize, Maki-san. Xinyan hurriedly explained. While we were tidying up, we accidentally knocked your bag over, so we are helping to rearrange it. I see. It's quite all right. I can organize it myself, Uchiha Maki replied with a smile, as she approached her desk to retrieve the diary. Although her demeanor appeared casual, Xinyan observed that the knuckles gripping the diary were somewhat pale, indicating that her emotional state was far from the calm she projected. I truly apologize, Maki-san, Koda bowed in contrition. It's no trouble at all. Uchiha Maki smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Yet, just as Koda was about to depart, she suddenly spoke up. Koda-kun, you haven't peeked at my diary, have you? Me? Of course not. Koda stiffened, turning around with a flustered denial. Damn it. Xinyan mentally cursed. Such a reaction was all too obvious. Uchiha Maki, hearing this, retained her smile. Yet her gaze turned icy. Koda bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I merely opened it by accident and glanced at it. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. I discovered your after-school schedule, Maki-san. I truly didn't mean to. Observing Koda's demeanor, Uchiha Maki slightly furrowed her brow before relaxing, smiling. Koda-kun, you're being too dramatic. I was merely joking. Is that so? I thought you might dislike me. Koda exclaimed, visibly relieved and exaggerating his expression. At that moment, Uchiha Maki turned her gaze towards Xinyan. Xinyan-kun, what about you? You surely haven't. Shinichi immediately shook his head and then opened his arms to signify that he possessed nothing. Earlier, when Uchiha Maki inquired about Kotaru, he hurriedly stuffed the pages he had encountered into his pocket. I can attest that Shinichi handed me the diary directly when he picked it up from the ground. Kotaru explained. At that moment, Kakashi, who was standing nearby, added, I can corroborate that as well. In truth, Kakashi had witnessed Shinichi retrieving the paper. Yet as a loyal friend, how could he betray him in such a moment? Ultimately, it was true that Shinichi had not opened the diary to examine its contents. Ding, 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 the school bell rang, and students began to swarm into the classroom. Uchiha Maki cast a fleeting glance at Shinichi before returning to her seat to organize her backpack. No sooner had the mathematics class commenced than a delicate little hand suddenly appeared before his desk. A small paper ball was expertly tossed into the center of Shinichi's mathematics textbook, as he observed Uchiha Maki swiftly retract her hand. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, casting a furtive glance at the mathematics teacher, who was using a bench as a ruler to draw on the blackboard. Classmate Nobuhiko, have you seen anything that fell from my notebook? Upon glancing at the contents of the note, Nobuhiko's expression subtly shifted. Those 3 sheets of paper still resided in his pocket, albeit crumpled into a ball. He could not simply discard them on the ground, pretending to let Uchiha Maki discover them. With this thought in mind, Nobuhiko resolved to feign ignorance. He had no desire to invite trouble. What item are you referring to? I merely found your notebook and handed it directly to Kyoto. Did something go missing? Xinyan retorted, asserting that if Uchiha Maki intended to feign innocence, she would undoubtedly refrain from speaking candidly until her deception was overtly exposed. He was confident that she would not dare to inquire further. Did you see that? He exclaimed, glancing at the 3 above. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, questioning why she deviated from the expected script. What are you talking about? What did you see? As Nobuhiko continued to feign ignorance, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere in the classroom when he handed the note to Uchiha Maki. Why was it so eerily silent? Shinichi turned his gaze and beheld the mathematics teacher, who stood by the corridor, one hand clutching a piece of chalk and the other a small stool. You too. You truly do not regard me at all, passing notes beneath my very nose, and now you are to stand in the corridor. The mathematics teacher glared fiercely, instructing Shinichi and Maki to exit. Witnessing the teacher's fury, the top 2 students in mathematics were promptly sent out, causing several mischievous classmates to cease their antics and feign attentiveness. As they stepped out of the classroom, Uchiha Maki's gaze fell, her fair visage flushed with embarrassment. After aligning against the wall of the corridor, she suddenly lifted her head and cast a profound glance at Shinichi. Chapter 29, Nishinai. In the evening, as school let out, Koda rushed towards Kakashi and Shinichi, his features contorted and clutching his stomach, exclaiming, Wow, Shinichi, did you poison the soda? My stomach hurts terribly. Xinyan retorted with irritation. Who told you to drink 3 bottles of soda? I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the restroom. You and Kakashi can take out the trash. I dashed out of the classroom, legs crossed and his face contorted in discomfort. Upon witnessing the scene, Nobuhiko embraced the trash bin and addressed Kakashi. Shall we depart then? Kakashi nodded affirmatively. The two exited the classroom, only to encounter Uchiha Maki and Hyuga Mio, who were laden with an immense stack of assignments from various subjects. Uchiha Maki, possessing a delightful disposition and excellent communication skills, alongside commendable academic performance, was elected as the class leader during the second class meeting. She often assists the teacher with various errands. As for Hyuga Mio, she shared a cordial relationship with Maki and likely came to lend a helping hand. Nabahiko, are you on duty today? Hyuga Mio inquired, turning to face him upon hearing the commotion. She approached him briskly, clutching a pile of assignments, feigning ignorance. Yes. Nabahiko replied with a smile and a nod. With her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, Hyuga Mio eagerly asked, Today, would you care to train with me? My father has offered to personally instruct me in the gentle fist technique, and I have already inquired. He has granted permission for you to observe. Upon hearing this, Nobuyuki was momentarily taken aback. If it were an ordinary young lady, she would likely have been infuriated after being rejected so many times. Yet, Hinata Mio not only remained unperturbed, but also displayed such genuine concern for him. Truly, she is a little angel. Of course, this also relates to the diligent efforts made in their communication during their early years, around the ages of 3 or 4. Sinyan nodded and said, All right, it's settled then. I shall await your departure from duty. Hinata Mio, her face radiant with joy, squinted her eyes into crescent shapes. Her twin ponytail swaying gently as she happily chased after Uchiha Maki, clutching her homework. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing nearby, appeared momentarily taken aback, his lips slightly parted beneath his mask. Casting a puzzled glance at Sinyan. They had arranged earlier that morning to practice together after school. Sinyan gazed at Kakashi beside him, smiling as he gently patted his shoulder, suggesting, perhaps next time. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from around the corner of the corridor. As the scene unfolded, Uchiha Maki found herself sprawled on the floor, her books scattered around her. 2 boys, appearing to be around 10 years old, confronted her. The fan-shaped emblem on their clothing clearly identified them as members of the Uchiha clan. One of the boys, with a scowl, demanded, Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? I'm sorry, Uchiha Maki murmured, her head lowered in apology as she began to gather her fallen books. What's that? I didn't catch that. The shorter, pudgier boy retorted. Witnessing this, Hinata Mio placed her homework on the windowsill before rushing to Maki's side, helping her up and shielding her with her arms. With a fierce demeanor, she confronted the boys. What are you doing? You clearly bumped into her first. You're from the Hyuga clan. The 2 older boys' expression shifted upon noticing Hinata Mio's signature white eyes and her unmarked forehead, indicating her status. They were well aware of whom wanted not to provoke. However, they did not back down. This is an internal matter of the Uchiha clan. It does not concern outsiders. The stout boy retorted defiantly. Though he would never dare confront a member of the Hyuga clan directly, invoking the Uchiha name was a different story altogether. We are merely disciplining this outsider who has tarnished the noble bloodline of the Uchiha. Does the Hyuga clan intend to meddle in our affairs? The other boy threatened, his words dripping with menace. Sinyan observed the unfolding drama with a slight frown. They left no impression on him. Clearly, they were mere background characters. Although he was only a first-year student, he was well acquainted with the prodigies across the grades. As each class typically had its gossipmongers who were in the know about the school's happenings. Seeing the situation escalate, Sinyan patted Kakashi's shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance. Kakashi, already frustrated by Sinyan's previous nonchalance, approached with clenched fist and a scowl. You are the son of White Fang, the genius Kakashi. One of the boys exclaimed. Hey, what do you want? Are you looking to fight in school? We're not afraid of you. They blustered, though their bravado was clearly feigned. Despite being significantly shorter than them, Kakashi exuded an overwhelming aura. Just the 2 of you? I doubt you can truly represent the Uchiha clan. I have never heard of student squabbles escalating into clan conflicts. Kakashi is not in a good mood today. If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise to leave swiftly. With a smile on his face, Yoshihiko approached and offered a kind reminder. Upon hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't get too cocky, run. The 2 senior boys had intended to make threatening remarks. However, Yoshihiko gave Kakashi a gentle push from behind, causing him to lunge forward, which instantly frightened the 2 into fleeing. Although White Fang had fallen from grace, he remained one of the most formidable warriors in Konoha. Moreover, Kakashi was the most outstanding genius since the establishment of the Ninja Academy, consistently shattering records in all his achievements. Maki, are you alright? Hinata Mio asked with concern. Gazing at Uchiha Maki, who remained silent, her head bowed. Watching the 2 boys flee in disarray, she scrunched her nose and exclaimed angrily, These 2 are simply outrageous. Upon hearing this, Nabahiko's lips twitched slightly. If one were to speak of the most formidable bullies among their own, it would undoubtedly be the Hyuga clan. However, given the usual demeanor of Hyuga Mio, she was indeed qualified to make such a remark. I am fine. Quickly take this assignment to the teacher, she urged. Uchiha Maki, with a composed expression, gently patted the dust off her pink dress. Shinai observed her clenched fists, indicating that such incidents were not unfamiliar to her. The prominent clans of Hyuga and Uchiha place an overwhelming emphasis on the purity of their bloodlines, rarely intermarrying with outsiders. Yet, judging by Uchiha Maki's performance. Her talents are certainly commendable. It is perplexing that she endures such treatment within her clan. The two individuals earlier, while being upperclassmen, were no match for the four present. All of whom were capable of graduating early. A one-on-two confrontation would pose no challenge whatsoever. It remains a mystery why Uchiha Maki chooses to suppress her frustrations. Through a powerful network of gossip among students, Shinai learned that her father is merely an ordinary chunin of the Uchiha clan, who sustained injuries during the Second Great Ninja War and has not returned to the village for years. Her mother, on the other hand, hails from the nobility of the Land of Fire, with familial ties to the daimyo. It is astonishing that the Uchiha clan fails to appreciate such a remarkable resource. Their political acumen seems woefully inadequate. Although Shinai has concocted a dramatic family scenario in her mind, she has no interest in becoming entangled in it. Hinata Mio and Uchiha Maki ascended to the third floor to submit their assignments to the faculty office, while Shinai took the opportunity to dispose of the trash. Zenhiko descended from the rear mountain of the school, carrying an empty garbage bin. It remains a mystery which little genius devised the placement of the waste receptacle atop the hill. As Naruto strolled along, he muttered to himself, "That infuriating Kakashi, indeed. The moment he learned that I would not be training with him tonight, he unceremoniously cast me aside. Material circumstances shape consciousness. How true this is. Spending too much time with children has rendered me rather juvenile myself." In his heart, Naruto mused that during his elementary school years, regardless of the activity or whether one was a boy or a girl, companionship was always favored. Naturally, he found the school life rather intriguing. Before his journey through time, he had often fantasized about returning to his elementary days. However, the current elementary school experience bore a slight deviation from the idyllic image he had envisioned. As Sinyan was about to descend the mountain, a row of barbed wire behind the school caught his eye. Just as he was about to emerge from the dense thicket, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Tap, tap, tap. Was it the sound of someone hammering a stake? Sinyan halted, straining to listen. Could it be? No. It couldn't be. How thrilling. No, what am I thinking? This is a ninja academy, it can't possibly be. He slapped his forehead, casting aside the fanciful thoughts. Yet, an overwhelming curiosity compelled him to abandon the trash can and venture toward the nearby bushes. As the sound grew increasingly closer, Sinyan paused midway, suddenly realizing, why should I, with my Byakugan, go over to investigate? Indeed, it was a stealthy reconnaissance technique. Shinichi activated his Byakugan and was suddenly met with an unforeseen sight. Uchiha Maki was furiously unleashing her power upon a great tree. Die, all of you, die. Sinyan gazed upon her charming profile, and her fierce tone suddenly evoked the image of a roaring dragon from an anime in his mind. Chapter 30, The Upgrade of Secondary Consciousness. I truly am not a pervert. How astonishing it is that her true nature is so ferocious. Indeed, she is a Uchiha. Shinyan gazed at Uchiha Maki, who relentlessly pounded her fists against the trunk of the tree, a silent thought crossing his mind. The bark was riddled with dents from her strikes. Moreover, the adjacent tree bore its own share of scars, clearly indicating that she was not the first to engage in such an endeavor. Devilish muscles Maki. In his heart, Naruto secretly bestowed a nickname upon Uchiha Maki. He gently set down the weeds from the thicket, preparing to depart silently. However, before he could make any noise, Uchiha Maki, who was striking the tree, halted her actions and turned to the nearby thicket, saying, "Come out, Naruto, classmate." Shinichi was taken aback. How was he discovered? Gazing into the crimson eyes of Uchiha Maki, adorned with the singular tomo of the Sharingan, he felt a chill in his heart. Maki, if I were to claim that I was merely passing by while taking out the trash, would you believe me? With a smile, Naruto remarked, "Of course I believe you." However, Uchiha Maki cast a piercing gaze at him. At that moment, the gentle demeanor of Uchiha Maki, typically seen in class, had vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce intensity that starkly contrasted with the earlier display of weakness when confronted by the two upperclassmen. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Why was she deviating from the expected script? I discovered my ability to sense chakra when I was 4, perceiving the subtle differences in each individual's chakra. At 5, after my brother was bullied, I awakened my Sharingan. Consequently, my mother sent my brother and me back to the Uchiha clan. In my fervent desire to integrate into this wretched clan and to protect my brother from further torment, I endured and feigned a persona that everyone adored. Yet, there were still those who were unsatisfied, perpetually seeking faults and stirring trouble. As Uchiha Maki approached Naruto, she continued to speak. Before Shinkai could utter a single question, Uchiha Maki had already transformed into a self-destructing truck. This was evidently a scene reminiscent of a television drama, where the antagonist is poised to silence the protagonist. After a brief moment of silence, Naruto spoke. In truth, there is no need for you to disguise yourself. Simply be yourself. It was evident that Uchiha Maki, like him, was concealing her talents, reluctant to draw attention. However, there exists a distinction between the Uchiha and the Hyuga clans. After all, the Uchiha clan holds a greater reverence for strength and venerates the powerful. Furthermore, unlike the Hyuga clan, they do not impose the caged bird seal upon their members. Be myself. I always assumed you and I shared a similar nature, but it appears I was mistaken. The contents of my journal, you indeed discovered them. Did you not? Uchiha Maki gazed at Nobuhiko with a smile. The two locked eyes, their faces mere inches apart. Well, I admit it, I did find it. But I can keep it a secret. Sinyan answered candidly. You have shared so much with me. And it is evident that you do not perceive me as someone who speaks carelessly. However, that may not be the case. Uchiha Maki's tone shifted abruptly. And within her crimson irises, the single comma of the Sharingan slightly contracted. Sinyan, who met her gaze, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring. His expression momentarily lost in confusion. It was an illusion technique. Having anticipated this, Sinyan reacted swiftly, bolstered by his formidable mental fortitude. Nevertheless, sensing no malice from Uchiha Maki and recognizing that she was not employing an offensive illusion, he chose not to dispel it immediately. More importantly, Sinyan made a delightful discovery. As Uchiha Maki cast her illusion upon him, he noticed signs of a long stagnant mental barrier beginning to break, as well as indications of advancement from his secondary consciousness, which had been stuck at level 3. Could it be that this illusion stimulates the growth of my mental capacity? Uchiha Maki had no intention of genuinely harming her classmate, hence, she wielded an illusion with little to no lethality. She had always concealed her true self, feeling weary by the pretense. Now, with Sinyan uncovering her secret, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over Uchiha Maki. Yet, she felt compelled to issue a warning to Sinyan, to instill a sense of fear within him. However, she soon realized that Sinyan's chakra was far more potent than her initial perception. Moreover, as she maintained the illusion, her chakra consumption increased significantly. What was happening? How could his chakra be so formidable? Secondary consciousness. Host, should I interfere with your chakra to dispel the illusion? Secondary consciousness. I sense no malice from the opponent. No need for that at the moment. I can dispel it myself, Sinyan silently affirmed. Secondary consciousness. Understood. Secondary consciousness. Host. I sense a secondary soul personality is about to emerge. With a series of hurried steps, Uchiha Maki's complexion turned pale as she retreated several paces. Gazing in shock at Hinata Sinyan. This was her first display of true power. In her view, she could certainly contend with the top student, Kakashi. Yet, having maintained the illusion on Sinyan for such a brief period, it had thoroughly exhausted her. His awe at that moment, Sinyan inhaled sharply, experiencing an intense sensation of comfort emanating from the depths of his soul, a look of exhilaration crossing his face. He had broken through. The mental secondary consciousness leveled up from 3 to 4, the attributes on his panel reflecting a significant change, finally surpassing the threshold of 2. 0, simultaneously. The secondary consciousness ascended from level 3 to 4. The second secondary soul personality was born. Secondary consciousness 2. I will heed your command, host. Standing by. Sinyan internally acknowledged this. Secondary consciousness 2. Affirmative. Returning to reality, Sinyan turned his gaze towards Uchiha Maki, only to find her regarding him with a strange expression. He took a step forward, but Uchiha Maki, with an alert demeanor, warned him, do not come closer. Just as Sinyan was about to explain himself, Uchiha Maki retreated a few more steps, exclaiming, if you approach me again, I shall not be merciful. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Maki, observing his puzzled expression, felt a surge of wariness within her. This fellow was even more formidable than she had anticipated. After falling prey to her illusion and subsequently breaking it, he had emitted such peculiar sounds. Could he be some sort of weirdo? Uchiha Maki felt she might have provoked someone she shouldn't have. No, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish for you to cast another illusion upon me. Sinyan's face bore an uncontrollable excitement. The ability of secondary consciousness inherently accelerated mental growth by 20. If the application of an illusion could further stimulate his mental development, his power would surge even more swiftly. The Uchiha clan were masters of illusion techniques, and Uchiha Maki exhibited remarkable talent. If he could cultivate a positive relationship with her, as she continued to grow stronger and her illusions became ever more potent, he would undoubtedly have discovered a means to swiftly transcend any future bottlenecks in his mental capacity. This was a treasure. A master of illusion training. Uchiha Maki regarded Sinyan with disdain, thinking he is undeniably handsome, yet unexpectedly a weirdo. Wait, you mustn't misunderstand. I am not a weirdo. It is not due to issues with the XP system. I simply desire your assistance in my training. Sinyan explained with excitement. Chapter 31. The Unspeakable Transaction. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Uchiha Maki retreated a step, adopting a defensive posture, considering the environment they were in. She felt that engaging in a one-on-one confrontation might not be in her favor against Sinyan. The mere perception of Sinyan's chakra indicated that it was several times greater than her own. This pervert had indeed been feigning weakness all along. Could it be that he had already discerned my true nature and was deliberately luring me into a trap today? A sudden shock surged through Uchiha Maki's mind. Am I truly destined to meet my end here today? Sinyan gazed at the shifting expressions in Uchiha Maki's eyes and discerned that she was undoubtedly lost in her own thoughts. Initially, he believed she was a precocious and cunning young woman, feigning innocence. However, it now appeared that she exhibited a touch of youthful exuberance. Please refrain from indulging in fantasies. I harbor no interest in you, he remarked. You awakened your Sharingan at such an early age, complemented by an exceedingly rare perceptive ability. Should you fully manifest your innate talents, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly cherish you as a treasure. At that juncture, no one would dare to trouble you. Nor would anyone bully your younger brother. That must be your greatest concern, is it not? It is evident that you lack a sense of belonging within the Uchiha clan. As long as you receive recognition and better treatment, does it not suffice? Therefore, there is no need to conceal your true self. To convey his sincerity, Xinyan gently reminded Uchiha Maki of this. Were he of the Hyuga clan, he would not have to exercise such caution in hiding his abilities. At that point, he could leverage the vast resources of the Hyuga clan to expedite his cultivation. As a branch family member, he felt akin to a caged bird, with the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Until he had the opportunity to resolve this predicament, he wished to avoid drawing attention to himself too soon. Is this sufficient? He asked, as Uchiha Maki inquired with a puzzled expression. Xinyan remarked, of course, you can certainly give it a try. Although Uchiha Maki exhibits a maturity that surpasses that of her peers, she remains merely a child. She understands the art of disguise, yet is unaware that overthinking can sometimes yield no benefits. Each issue must be analyzed with specificity. Xinyan continued, the Uchiha clan is entirely different from the Hyuga. The Uchiha do not bear any cursed seals akin to caged birds. The more exemplary your performance, the greater the attention you will receive from the clan's higher-ups. They will seek to cultivate and support you. Although your mother hails from an external lineage, she possesses a distinguished family background. This is something that will eventually be understood by someone. Uchiha Maki, with her adorably chubby face, furrowed her brow, resembling an elderly woman deep in thought as she contemplated Xinyan's words. I believe what you say, Uchiha Maki affirmed with a nod. Yet her gaze remained tinged with evident wariness. What did you mean by that earlier? You don't have any peculiar inclinations, do you? Even if you have assisted me, I shall not satisfy your whims. Shinichi, with a hint of irritation, remarked, when I requested your assistance in my training, I meant it in the most literal sense. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I desire for you to cast an illusion upon me, which I will then endeavor to unravel myself. This approach will fortify my defenses against illusions and enhance my mental fortitude. Upon hearing Shinichi's explanation, Uchiha Maki remained somewhat skeptical. How can you substantiate that? Upon hearing this, Nobuhiko smiled faintly and replied, isn't my strength the most compelling evidence? You possess the Sharingan, yet I was still able to unravel your illusion. Does this not validate my assertions? Uchiha Mahiro fell silent for a moment before retorting, that is only because I chose not to harm you. I did not employ my most potent illusions. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Nobuhiko inquired, do you possess even stronger illusions? Mastering 2 forms of illusionary techniques at such a young age undoubtedly signifies immense potential for further development. While awakening the Rinnegan is a long-term aspiration, enhancing mental fortitude holds equal significance. Content loading. Please wait. This site is optimized for mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, viewing mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL into another browser for seamless reading. Each additional layer of consciousness effectively doubles Nobuhiko's capacity for thought and learning. Furthermore, he has acquired the training method for the shadow clone technique from Kakashi. However, to avoid excessive fatigue, he has refrained from employing the technique for intensive training just yet. That day, Kakashi had utilized the shadow clone merely out of a foul mood, allowing the clone to take his place in class, while he typically attended as his true self. Of course, Uchiha Maki responded with unwavering confidence. You're not just boasting, are you? Nobuhiko questioned skeptically. Feeling underestimated, Uchiha Maki retorted defiantly, doubt me if you will, but I shall demonstrate it to you right now. Just be warned. Should you sustain any injuries, do not hold it against me. In his heart, Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle. She took the bait. If she is coming, then let her come. Xinyan suddenly stepped forward, his gaze fixated intently on Uchiha Maki's eyes. Only at such a close distance did he notice her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll, her skin as smooth and white as mutton fat jade, exuding a freshness that seemed to glisten with dew. Don't come so close. Uchiha Maki instinctively extended her hand, gently pushing against Xinyan's chest, although he may be a creep. He is undeniably handsome, Uchiha Maki thought to herself. He activated his Sharingan once more, unleashing an illusion upon Xinyan. Indeed, Xinyan discovered that his mental strength had once again increased, albeit by a mere 0.001. If one were to disregard factors such as excessive attempts leading to diminished effects, could it not be said that with just a few dozen or even 100 more attempts, he might break through once more? Even if there exists a bottleneck. That is a concern for another time. Why have you stopped? He inquired, his voice filled with lingering desire as he emerged from the illusion. What is wrong? You look unwell. He suddenly noticed that Uchiha Maki's complexion had turned pale, her body swaying precariously forward. Are you all right? Xinyan quickly embraced her. My chakra is nearly depleted. I need to rest, Uchiha Maki murmured weakly while leaning against him. You truly did not deceive me. Hey, if you intend to sleep, don't do it here, Xinyan said, gently shaking her shoulder as he observed her drowsy demeanor. A rustling sound suddenly emanated from the bushes behind them. Shin Yen was suddenly taken aback. Turning around, he discovered Hinata Mio staring at him in astonishment, alongside Uchiha Maki, cradled in his arms. Shin Yen, Maki, what are you doing? Observing the profoundly shocked expression on Hinata Mio's face, Shin Yen, along with his two subordinate consciousnesses, swiftly devised an explanation within mere seconds. No, Mio. Please do not misunderstand. I heard some commotion while taking out the trash, so I came over to investigate. Maki is here practicing her martial arts. Just look at the trees around us. All of them are damaged by her. Shin Yen explained. So how did you end up like this? Hinata Mio pointed at the two of them locked in an embrace. It is because Maki has been feeling a bit anemic. She neglected to eat before engaging in strenuous activity, leading to a significant depletion of chakra and stamina, causing her to faint from hunger. I merely intended to assist her to the infirmary. Did you not notice that she is on the brink of losing consciousness? Shin Yen continued. Hinata Mio gazed at the pallid face of Uchiha Maki and suddenly grasped the situation. Ah, so it is due to hunger. I recall a time during training when I didn't eat, and I felt as if I were about to perish from starvation. In the end, I consumed 18 bowls of rice before recovering. We must hasten to take Maki to the infirmary. With that, Hinata Mio hurriedly stepped forward, taking Uchiha Maki from Shin Yen's arms, effortlessly cradling her in a princess carry. Shinichi stood frozen in place. Chapter 32, The Chosen One in the World of Hokage. The latest chapters of Dream Projection, starting from Naruto, are promptly updated on the new keyboard novel network. In the afternoon, at the Ninja Academy. In the depths of the forest behind the mountain. Ah, yes. Maintain the rhythm. Inhale slowly. Do not exert too much force. Well, hold on. Deeper. A little deeper. Exhale slowly, breathe out. With one hand gripping the stopwatch, Nobuhiko placed the other gently upon the chest of Uchiha Maki, guiding her through the practice of diaphragmatic breathing. Inhaling nearly 4 times within a minute proves exceedingly challenging for an untrained adult, let alone a child of 6 or 7 years. This difficulty is particularly pronounced given that Nobuhiko had recently engaged in vigorous physical activity with Maki. Ever since he uncovered the true nature of Uchiha Maki, a harmonious collaboration blossomed between them. Maki consistently employed Jinjutsu to stimulate the growth of Nobuhiko's mental faculties, while he, in turn, aided her in her training. The date now reads January 15th, 40 years of the Hidden Leaf. Nearly half a year has elapsed since he cleared the Sword Art Online dungeon, yet the emergence of a new projection world remains awaited. Nevertheless, Nobuhiko persists in his anticipation. The final examinations for the first year at the Ninja Academy have concluded. Kakashi, having achieved the top score in the school, applied for early graduation and successfully ascended to the rank of Genin. His remarkable achievements not only shattered the records of the Ninja Academy but also established a new benchmark for the youngest individual to attain the Genin rank at the tender age of 5. However, what took everyone by surprise was that the student with the second highest score was none other than Uchiha Maki. The two of them relentlessly bested the 4th grade graduates in a display of superiority. Following Nobuhiko's enlightenment, Uchiha Maki resolved to shed her previous facade, revealing a talent rivaling Kakashi's, which garnered the Uchiha clan's heightened attention and drastically improved her standing. The clan leader, Uchiha Takuma, publicly acknowledged Maki, affirming her maternal lineage within the Uchiha family. Consequently, the feudal lord dispatched envoys to escort Uchiha Maki to the Land of Fire to visit her mother. The peers who had once bullied her now dared not approach her again. Nonetheless, even with the privilege of receiving one-on-one guidance from AJ Nin, Uchiha Maki still preferred to train alongside Nobuhiko. Shin Yen acquired numerous non-Uchiha secret ninjutsu techniques from Uchiha Maki, as well as a collection of miscellaneous texts preserved by the Uchiha clan. These texts encompassed a variety of subjects, including mythological legends, cultural geography, and medical ninjutsu, among other eclectic topics. Much of this knowledge remained beyond Shin Yen's reach, yet given Uchiha Maki's esteemed position within the Uchiha clan, she could easily access it. Such is the privilege afforded to a genius. Shin Yen, however, did not hesitate to share his wisdom. Although the technique of thunder breathing could not be imparted to Uchiha Maki, he was willing to teach her the special practice of diaphragmatic breathing, a skill he had also passed on to Kakashi. In truth, diaphragmatic breathing was not a profound technique exclusive to the world of ninjas. However, Shin Yen's unique ability to synchronize chakra with the rhythm of his breath to simulate the effects of thunder breathing was a skill he alone possessed. While it could not achieve the extraordinary results of the breathing technique, it nonetheless significantly enhanced explosive power and speed. Maintain this rhythm of chakra flow, and let us repeat it, Shin Yen instructed, gazing at Uchiha Maki. Again, Uchiha Maki's legs buckled, and she plopped down onto the grass, disregarding her white stockings. Though she upheld her demure persona in front of others, she shed her pretense in Shin Yen's presence. Could it be? Is there truly someone who cannot endure it twice? Shin Yen teased with a hint of sarcasm. Her face flushed with indignation, Uchiha Maki rose, puffing out her chest. She placed her hand firmly on Shin Yen's and declared, "Let us do it again. All right, maintain this rhythm, and we shall persevere for another 3 minutes." Yen encouraged her. His approach was quite straightforward. When others treated him sincerely, he reciprocated with earnestness, which led him to impose strict demands on Uchiha Maki. Just as Xin Yin was timing Uchiha Maki, his gaze abruptly shifted, and his hand, resting on her chest, instinctively tightened. "Ah!" Uchiha Maki exclaimed, covering her modest chest, and taking a few steps back, glaring at Xin Yin. "What are you doing, Xin Yin? Training is one thing, but your behavior just now is unacceptable." I apologize. I suddenly remembered I have important matters to attend to. Let us continue our practice tomorrow." With that, Xin Yin turned and fled. Seeing him run away, Uchiha Maki's fair cheeks slightly flushed, and she muttered under her breath, "Pervert." Xinyan can no longer concern himself with what Uchiha Maki might think. The words that appeared before his eyes filled his heart with unrestrained joy. Able to refresh independently, he had guessed correctly. A new projection world had emerged. A new realm had opened. Would he consume 30 potential points to begin the dream projection? The currently selectable world was the Second Shinobi World War. Time period, late warring states. Before the dream projection, he needed to make an identity choice. 1. Holy Land Family. You hail from one of the 3 ancient sacred lands, Miyaboka Mountain, Shibakuzen, Rigakure, known for their summoning beasts. Inherently, you possess natural energy within you and possess wisdom comparable to humans, even capable of attaining sage power, speaking human language, and enjoying an extended lifespan. Additional potential point cost, 5,000 to 200,000. 2. Senju Clan. You were born into the Senju Clan, one of the 2 premier ninja clans of the Warring States era. The Senju Clan is descended from Ashura, the son of the Sage of 6 Paths, and harbors the power of the sage body within its bloodline. The Senju Clan possesses a naturally large chakra reserve and remarkable vitality, predominantly aligned with water, earth, and yang attributes. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 200,000. 3. Uchiha Clan. You are born into the Uchiha Clan, one of the 2 leading ninja clans of the Warring States era. The Uchiha Clan is descended from Indra, the elder son of the Sage of 6 Paths, and contains the power of the sage's eye within its bloodline, possessing the Sharingan. The Uchiha Clan is characterized by a strong mental energy, and upon awakening the Sharingan, their strength is significantly enhanced, predominantly aligned with fire Indian attributes. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 200,000. 4. Hyuga Clan. You belong to the esteemed Hyuga Clan of the Warring States period. The Hyuga Clan is a descendant of the Tsutsuki Clan, inheriting its bloodline and possessing the Byakugan, excelling in gentle fist martial arts. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 50,000. 5. Uzumaki Clan. You are from the illustrious Uzumaki Clan of the Warring States era. The Uzumaki Clan shares a distant blood relation with the Senju Clan of Konoha and maintains a profound bond with them, possessing the power of the sage body within their bloodline. Renowned for their sealing techniques, the Uzumaki Clan has a rich history, though their numbers are limited. Members typically possess a large chakra reserve, remarkable vitality, and are characterized by their distinctive red hair. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 50,000. 6. Kaguya Takedorai Clan. 7. Kirigakure Clan. 8. Yatsuki Clan. Random. You originate from any family of the Warring States period. You may hail from a powerful ninja clan, a noble family, or an ordinary civilian household. Your name is unknown, gender unknown, bloodline unknown. Additional potential point cost, 0 to 1,500. Another projection world of Naruto. The repetition of such worlds was astonishing. Gazing at the information on the panel, Xinyan's expression brightened. However, he soon fell into contemplation. The original work only provided minimal descriptions of the Senju and Uchiha clans during the late Warring States period, while other clans were scarcely mentioned. The advantage of foresight was not so pronounced. It seemed he needed to conduct some investigation. For the sake of the reincarnation eye, Xinyan would certainly choose the Hyuga clan. This was the most prudent choice. Chapter 33, Commencing Preselection, as steady as a rock. The profound advanced techniques of Gentle Fist are now mastered by the current main family. During the Warring States period, the competition among ninja clans was fierce. In light of the warfare, each clan would undoubtedly strive to enhance the strength of their members, unlikely to engage in the current state of affairs. Nevertheless, it was wise to proceed with caution. Xinyan resolved to embrace a noble lineage. As for the other ninja clans, choosing the Uzumaki or Senju clans at the outset could potentially grant him a low-level sage body, perhaps even enabling him to learn the formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. However, with his limited potential points, it was evident that he could not select any exceptional talents. In the midst of the Warring States period, before he could even secure a few years of cultivation, he might be forcibly thrust onto the battlefield to meet his demise. Moreover, the ailment known as the bloodline disease weighed heavily on his mind. This was not merely a game where one could haphazardly invest points into a lineage without conflict. Choosing the Hyuga clan might not be the most advantageous option, yet it undoubtedly offered the greatest stability. Additionally, Xinyan harbored a conjecture that necessitated his selection of the Hyuga. Perhaps there existed a method to resolve the caged bird curse mark without resorting to the Rinnegan. In the late Warring States period, it would likely be the era of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This implied that even if he projected the Hyuga clan, he would still have the opportunity to acquire the cells of the elite ninja clans such as Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. If this journey indeed allowed him to traverse the past once more, it would mean that his dear son, Kurojitsu, would also be present. It appeared that, considering his previous 4 experiences of dream projection, aside from the one where he attracted Kaguya in ancient times, Sinyan had been quite unfortunate in the other 3 instances. He felt that this was highly suspicious. Could it be that his luck had truly plummeted to an absurd degree? Nonetheless, the encounter with Kaguya had been relatively smooth, and he had reaped nearly all possible benefits from it. The fruit of the god tree was beyond his reach at that time. Could it be that he was the chosen one in the world of Naruto? A sudden thought emerged in Sinyan's mind, yet he swiftly dismissed it. Recognizing the unreliable nature of luck, he resolved to rely on action and preparation to mitigate the likelihood of unforeseen circumstances. Dream potential, 3521. Over the span of approximately 6 months, he had accrued an additional 200 points of dream potential. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. He could indeed select a commendable starting point. Would it be possible for me to choose Madara or Hashirama? This thought suddenly struck Sinyan upon returning home. However, Madara and Hashirama are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra's chakra. Even if such a choice were available to him, it is likely that he would lack the requisite potential points to afford it. Yet, there may be future opportunities to encounter situations that are precisely tailored to individuals. Given the possibility of recurring instances, it is evident that worlds such as Demon Slayer, Abyss Maze, Sword Art Online, and Totem, despite being refreshed, could indeed reappear. With this in mind, Sinyan resolved to conduct a preliminary selection. Would you like to expend 30 points of potential for a dream projection? Yes. Identity selection in progress. Insufficient potential points, identity selection failed. Projection terminated. The projection has been halted, and potential points have been refunded. Would you like to expend 30 points of potential for a dream projection? No. In his heart, Sinyan silently murmured. And the blue panel displayed the information regarding the termination of the projection. This was a newly added feature following the previous instance where 2 projection worlds were refreshed simultaneously, allowing him to conduct a preliminary selection. As long as the projection had not commenced, no points would be deducted, and he could browse the specific characters available for selection within the corresponding range of points. This aspect was of immense significance to Sinyan. When confronted with an unfamiliar projection world, the ability to understand the attributes, states, and specific identities of the projected characters would greatly assist him in his subsequent actions. After scrutinizing the points of Hashirama and Madara, Sinyan ceased to ponder further. Each of these individuals, through their own strength, had elevated the exchange points of the Senju and Uchiha clans by several tiers. The useful information obtainable from the books available for borrowing in the ninja school library was rather limited. Sinyan took out paper and pen, meticulously listing the intelligence he possessed. Although there were certain details regarding the Hinata clan that he lacked the authority to access, Mio could obtain them. As long as he refrained from clandestinely learning the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique, it would not matter if he was discovered. The notion of authority merely served to highlight the exalted status of the main family, a fact Sinyan was acutely aware of. However, the information regarding his ancestors was of paramount importance for Sinyan, who was about to return to the past. He could acquire intelligence on the Uchiha clan through Maki. With that, 2 major clans would be accounted for. As for the Senju clan, their records should also be found within the Uchiha's archives. Given the prolonged standoff between the 2 factions during the Warring States period, contemplating this, Sinyan took the paper filled with Chinese characters and burned it to ashes in the restroom. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to hear a voice suggesting that incinerating it was more prudent than tearing it into shreds. The likelihood of retrieving the torn scraps from the foul sewer and recognizing his ugly, worm-like handwriting was nearly non-existent. Subsequently, Sinyan began the process of pre-selection once more, meticulously reviewing all available identities among the ninja clans, although he had already confirmed the projection of the Hinata clan. This method allowed him to glean a general understanding of others' data, origins, and backgrounds. These individuals could potentially be encountered or even become adversaries during the late Warring States period. Given the opportunity to receive such intelligence freely, Sinyan was determined to cherish it. With the assistance of his 2 secondary consciousnesses, Sinyan swiftly reviewed all the selectable projection identities 4 times. Number 1, number 2. Are you both clear? He silently mused. Secondary consciousness 1, affirmative. Secondary consciousness 2, affirmative. Repeat it back, Sinyan instructed. Secondary consciousness 1. Secondary consciousness 2. The 2 secondary souls began to alternate in recounting the information they had just memorized. In certain respects, their capacity for recollection surpassed his own, as they were purely rational entities. Although Sinyan had also committed it to memory, he felt the need to double-check for any discrepancies. The sun, which had once hung low in the western sky, had long since vanished. It was only when the silvery moonlight poured into Xin Yan's room that he realized how swiftly time had passed. Feeling his stomach rumble, Xin Yan pondered. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. It seems I must invite Mio and Maki for a meal, he thought. It felt as though days had passed since he last saw Kakashi. Should he also summon him? Perhaps it was best to forego that idea. Xin Yan glanced at his somewhat depleted wallet and, considering Hinata Mio's appetite, decided against calling Kakashi. A month later, with only 3 days remaining until the start of the new semester, Xin Yan commenced his projection at home. Does it consume 30 potential points for dream projection? Indeed. Identity selection in progress. A total of 3,500 dream potential points have been expended. The projection begins. As the final line of information materialized, Xin Yan fell into a profound slumber. The projection is complete. Background introduction. During the Warring States period, the clans of ninjas vied for supremacy, with various ninja clans establishing their dominions. Among them, the Senju and Uchiha clans were the most powerful and populous. The Hyuga clan was somewhat inferior, while the Uzumaki clan lagged further behind. Other medium-strength ninja clans either banded together for mutual support or formed alliances with the larger clans. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans have been adversaries for over a century, contending for the title of the strongest ocular arts clan. In recent years, as more prodigious ninjas emerged from the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan gradually displayed signs of decline in their ongoing war against the Uchihas. As the second son of Hyuga Tenjin, the clan leader, your lineage is esteemed, yet your talents are rather unremarkable. The Warring States period was the most tumultuous era in the world of Hokage. Here, bloodshed could erupt every month, or even every day. Each ninja clan fought for territory, reputation, or even trivial matters. The frequent wars resulted in an average lifespan for ninjas of less than 30 years. It was commonplace for underage ninjas to enter the battlefield, with 5 or 6-year-old children often seen grappling with enemies for their very lives. Chapter 34, Verifying Hypotheses, the relationship between soul and body in the Land of Fire. The most formidable ninja clans abound. The central region, the most fertile land, is occupied by the 3 top clans, Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga. Additionally, there exists a defensive alliance composed of medium-strength clans such as the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire is nominally the ruler of the entire nation. However, these ninja clans act like feudal lords, each governing their territories. Where the common folk are engaged in production, the ninjas, in turn, seek to enhance their strength, protect their territories through ceaseless battles, and seize more land. Nonetheless, exceptions do exist. The Kaguya clan, a top-tier ninja clan residing in the eastern coastal region of the Land of Fire, possesses an inherent warrior spirit. They frequently engage in conflicts with surrounding clans for reasons unknown, resulting in fraught relations with all. Yet, due to their considerable strength and their blood ties with the powerful Hyuga clan, they have not been collectively attacked by the neighboring clans. Recently, however, the Kaguya clan has clashed with the Uchiha clan. In the early to mid-Warring States period, the Uchiha clan was the most powerful, consistently overpowering the Senju clan. At their zenith, the Uchiha clan boasted over 10 users of the Manjiki Sharingan among their ranks. Yet, their excessive obsession with the power of the Sharingan led to the reckless use of the forbidden technique Izanagi, resulting in internal strife. Had it not been for the formidable Uchiha Izumi, who developed Izanami to quell the turmoil, the Uchiha clan might have suffered irreparable damage. However, even so, the Uchiha clan incurred significant losses due to this discord. Presently, their strength has waned considerably, and they find themselves at odds with both the Senju and Hyuga clans. To rectify their strategic disadvantage, the Uchiha clan resolved to forge an alliance with the equally powerful Uzumaki clan. The current clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, dispatched clan members bearing lavish gifts to the Land of Whirlpools, seeking to arrange a marriage between his eldest son, Uchiha Madara, and the daughter of the Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Mido. Although the Uzumaki clan valued the Uchiha strength, they placed even greater importance on their kinship with the Senju clan. Just as clan leader Uzumaki Kai was caught in a dilemma, news arrived that the Uchiha's envoy had been annihilated by the Kaguya clan. In a fit of rage, the Uchiha clan declared war on the Kaguya clan, and the Hyuga clan was likewise drawn into the conflict. Multiple minor skirmishes erupted between the two factions, and the situation began to spiral out of control. Within the Hyuga clan's territory, the war zone hospital, as the scale of battles escalated, the number of casualties surged dramatically. However, as a top-tier ninja clan with a population in the thousands, the Hyuga clan had the depth to withstand centuries of rivalry with the Uchiha clan. The so-called war zone hospital was merely a temporary encampment constructed from a series of tents. The entirety of the Hyuga clan's medical ninjas, alongside ordinary physicians, numbered fewer than 50. With the onset of conflict, this medical staff was utterly insufficient. In the Warring States period, ninjas took pride in their ability to engage in battle, considering it an honor to spill blood for their clan. Medical personnel worked tirelessly in this tent filled with the stench of blood and the cries of the injured. In the farthest bed, a white-haired youth, seemingly 13 or 14 years of age, lay soundly asleep. Both the medical staff and the injured, upon noticing this boy who seemed so out of place, exchanged glances laced with disdain, yet felt powerless to change the situation. In the Hyuga clan, very few individuals reached the age of 14 without having set foot on a battlefield. Even those specializing in medical ninjutsu had typically faced combat at least once or twice. Having endured the baptism of blood and fire, they had at least witnessed the brutal and bloody realities of war. Only this boy, Hyuga Ryota, the second son of clan leader Hyuga Tenjin, had perpetually hidden behind the guise of a medical ninja, never having experienced the battlefield. Yet, due to the valor displayed by clan leader Hyuga Tenjin and his eldest son, Hyuga Masato, the clan members harbored little resentment. At that moment, the boy in the last bed suddenly opened his eyes. Where's this? Xinyan sat up from his bed and surveyed the space around him. A multitude of memories cascaded through his mind like a series of slides. However, this time, he was accompanied by a secondary consciousness. Both Consciousness 1 and Consciousness 2 assisted in organizing his memories, effectively doubling the speed of assimilation. Within mere minutes, Xinyan had thoroughly processed Ryota Hinata's memories. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL and open it in another browser for reading. Name: Ryota Hinata, Xinyan. Attributes: Earth, Sun Physique, Strength, Agility, Spirit Eyes, Byakugan LV2 Cultivation Method, Chakra Refinement Technique LV1 Skills, Basic Gentle Fist LV1. Secondary Consciousness LV4 Potential Points, 51 indeed. In certain circumstances, selecting a favorable identity at the outset is more crucial than possessing exceptional talents. Yet, this talent truly leaves much to be desired. Xinyan gazed at his current attributes, contemplating to himself. Spending over 3,000 points to commence his journey was indeed a considerable investment. Additionally, the pre-selection feature illuminated the specific distinctions among identity choices. The reason why character selection often demanded thousands of potential points was due to the fact that identity and talent choices were calculated separately. A promising beginning hinged significantly on the importance of both identity and talent. Xinyan has predominantly utilized his over 3,000 potential points for the selection of his identity. Additionally, he has expended 400 potential points to adjust his age 2 years younger. Although it was common for children to partake in battles during the Warring States period, there were exceptions to every rule, particularly concerning the offspring of clan leaders. This was especially true when an exceptional eldest son was present. Xinyan had encountered Hinata Masato during the preliminary selection, whose point total reached an impressive 40,000. Moreover, the clan leader, Hinata Tenjin, epitomized the pinnacle of identity selection. Rather than opting for a talented individual whose uncertain status might lead to an untimely demise on the battlefield, it would be far more prudent to choose a useless individual of higher status to remain in the rear. After all, several thousand points do not yield extraordinary talents. This conviction was further reinforced following the unexpected events of Sword Art Online. Fortunately, through his connection with Mio, he learned of the Hinata clan's tradition during the Warring States period, allowing him to lower his age by 2 years. Otherwise, the clan's requirement for individuals to engage in battle at the age of 16 would have posed a significant challenge. Xinyan pondered silently, contemplating that if he were to refrain from altering his age and directly project himself as a 16-year-old, he might very well find himself on the battlefield upon emergence. Hinata Ryota, renowned within the Hinata clan alongside his brother Hinata Masato, was celebrated for his exceptional talent, albeit one was astonishingly gifted while the other was pitifully lacking. After taking over this body, Xinyan distinctly felt the disparity. Ryota's chakra was even less than that of his original self. For a 14-year-old ninja, possessing such a meager amount of chakra was indeed absurd. Nevertheless, Xinyan was unconcerned, for he had 2 years of grace. Moreover, his primary objective for this projection was to acquire the Byakugan. His noble status would facilitate his access to the Hinata clan's treasury. Additionally, Xinyan harbored a hypothesis he wished to validate during this opportunity. Chakra, as a manifestation of physical and spiritual energy, would see its potential heightened with the enhancement of either aspect, particularly since the source of chakra is the divine tree. The ability of ninjas to extract chakra stems from the original generation's bodies being influenced by the chakra of the divine tree, which granted them the talent to refine chakra. Xinyan's soul, however, had been sanctified by Kaguya's chakra. Even after the death of the Sage of Six Paths, his soul persisted for millennia, sustaining itself in a spiritual form, bestowing chakra upon Naruto and Sasuke during the Great Battle. His 2 sons, Indra and Ashura, also reincarnated through chakra for centuries. If chakra can sustain the soul's spiritual energy, then conversely, the soul should also be capable of nourishing chakra. The chakra of the Sage of Six Paths must be formidable, otherwise, the soul could not endure for 1,000 years. Similarly, if his soul were not sufficiently strong, it would be incapable of easily controlling such vast amounts of chakra. Thus, Sinyan felt that his soul could project a character with inferior talent. Particularly, given the shared origins and bloodlines, the effect should be even more pronounced. Sensing that his soul's aptitude far surpassed the current talent, with the compatibility of soul and talent increasing, and talent enhancement in progress. The notifications appearing on the system panel thoroughly validated Sinyan's thoughts. Indeed, he was destined for the world of Hokage. Chapter 35, The Art of Corpse Manipulation and Grave Robbing. Ryota, with so many injured, come over and lend a hand. A young girl approached. Noticing Sinyan lost in thought on his bed, her tone tinged with annoyance. Shinshin lifted his gaze to behold the enchanting visage of the youthful maiden before him, his eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation. His astonishment did not stem from her remarkably advanced physical development, which belied her tender years, but rather from the conspicuous absence of the caged bird curse mark upon her forehead. Shinichi swiftly delved into Ryota Hinata's memories. Secondary Consciousness 1, the essence, as derived from Ryota Hinata's recollections, reveals that although the Hinata clan distinguishes between the main family and the branch families, there exists no caged bird curse. Secondary Consciousness 2, the essence, the young woman before you is named Hinata Katono, the eldest daughter of the branch family elder, Hinata Osamu. She possesses exceptional talent, excels in gentle fist techniques, stands approximately 170 centimeters tall, and her measurements are roughly 96. No need for such intricate details, Shinichi silently interjected, interrupting the second consciousness. Ryota, are you listening to me? The young woman leaned forward, drawing closer to Shinichi. Shinyan sensed a significant reduction in the visibility of his surroundings. Something obscured his vision. Apologies, I was lost in thought. I shall assist you shortly. Sinyan slightly leaned back, reminiscing about the speaking style of Hinata Ryota, who spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Within the clan, Hinata Ryota was not regarded as a dandy. Rather, he was looked down upon by his peers due to his lack of talent, which led him to a state of self-neglect, resulting in poor relationships with most clan members. Consequently, when faced with the injured, he chose to turn a blind eye. Of course, this disregard did not extend to Hinata Kinano, for he harbored unspoken affections for her. In stark contrast to Hinata Ryota, Hinata Kinano possessed exceptional talent. Her prowess in gentle fist techniques was among the finest in the clan. According to the standards established by Konoha, her strength was comparable to that of a jonin. Additionally, she excelled in medical ninjutsu. On the battlefield, she was a soldier charging forth. Off the battlefield, she was a healer saving lives. Remarkably, she was only 16 years old. Yoshihiko followed Hinata Konoha into the adjacent tent during the Warring States period. Although major clans had medical ninjas and so-called hospitals, they were far from the comprehensive medical system established in later times under Tsunade's leadership in Konoha. The elite clans such as Hyuga, Senju, and Uchiha fared better, but for the lesser ninja clans, even a minor injury often spelled certain death. Many of the injuries inflicted by ninjas could not be healed by ordinary physicians. They required the collaborative treatment of chakra. In accordance with Hinata Katono's request, Nobuyuki first utilized medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding of the injured. Following this, he proceeded to stitch and bandage their wounds, all while managing to conserve his chakra. He also assisted with carrying stretchers, boiling water, and transporting medical supplies, undertaking every task with diligence. At this juncture, the clan members began to realize that although Hinata Ryota possessed poor aptitude and often exhibited a peculiar and self-deprecating demeanor, he proved to be a competent medical ninja. Several injured clan members reflected on their previous treatment of him with remorse. Meanwhile, the clan leader, Hinata Tenmon, who had just returned from the battlefield, expressed commendation upon hearing of these efforts. However, he was somewhat troubled to observe that Nobuyuki's gaze was persistently fixed upon Hinata Katono. He understood that his younger son was only truly animated in her presence. Originally, Tenmon had envisioned a union between Katono and his eldest son, Masaruto, believing that their combined genius would yield even more exceptional progeny. Yet, Ryota harbored deep affections for Katono as well. Hinata Tenmon was burdened with guilt for not safeguarding Ryota's mother, who had suffered grave injuries during her pregnancy. He believed that this significantly contributed to Ryota's lack of talent. His wife had tragically passed away during childbirth, her dying wish being for him to care for Ryota. Tenmon found himself in a quandary. If he were to lose Katono, Ryota might descend further into despair. Sinyan assisted while observing Hinata Katono, who was performing a surgical operation. Could it be that the medical ninjutsu from the Warring States period possessed such a level of proficiency? No, it must be that her skills far surpassed those of others. In his heart, Nobuhiko thought of Tsunade. During the era of the shinobi villages, the medical ninjas of the ninja world were divided into two categories, Tsunade and all other medical ninjas. Hinata Katono should also fall into this category. A genius. Is she not the perfect, readily available instructor in medical ninjutsu? Sinyan gazed at Hinata Katono with an increasingly fervent expression. Although he had engaged in self-study during his time in Konoha, attending public lectures at the Konoha hospital each month, the disparity between that and receiving direct in-depth instruction from a proficient medical ninja of the elite rank was undeniably vast. He aspired to independently research the reincarnation eye. and his proficiency in scientific experimentation must be of a high caliber. In this period, the Hyuga clan had yet to be subjected to the caged bird seal, which many had the opportunity to acquire a substantial number of Byakugan, whether for genetic experimentation or direct research utilizing a plethora of Byakugan. The potential for realization was indeed promising. It would not be long before my talents. Medical ninjutsu and elemental techniques will be my primary focus in the upcoming training. Sinyan felt a warm current surging from every part of his body, as his chakra rapidly expanded, solidifying his subsequent plans. Name: Hyuga Ryota, Sinyan. Attributes: water, thunder, earth, yin, yang. Physique: strength, agility. Spirit Eye Technique: Byakugan LV4 Cultivation Method. Chakra Refinement Technique LV6 Skills. Basic Gentle Fist LV1. Secondary Consciousness LV4 Potential Points 51. Unfortunately, within the realm of dream projection, potential points cannot naturally increase, nor can they be augmented through dreams. Otherwise, enduring a few decades would yield substantial gains. After reviewing the changes in his attributes once more, Sinyan sighed inwardly. Nonetheless, the ability to alter his abysmal talent was already quite commendable. Time passed quietly. Nearly 2 years had elapsed since Sinyan projected himself into the Hyuga clan grounds. In the northern part of the clan grounds, near the back mountain, resided but a single clan member, Hyuga Ryota. His home housed a basement, which served as an unremarkable laboratory. Though the space was limited, it was filled with various experimental apparatuses, alongside an array of bottles and jars brimming with colorful liquids. Standing before the laboratory bench, Sinyan unwrapped the storage scroll that was coiled around his arm and extracted a fist-sized glass vial. Through the translucent emerald liquid, 2 eyeballs, connected by a membrane, were visible within. Subsequently, Sinyan grasped a syringe and pierced one of the softened eyeballs, drawing back the plunger to allow a milky white fluid to surge into the syringe. The eyeball, resembling a deflated balloon from which the air had been evacuated, instantly shriveled, leaving only a thin layer of skin clinging together. He then proceeded to extract the essence from the other white eyeball. Following that, he poured the full syringe of milky liquid into a test tube containing a cerulean fluid. As the 2 liquids merged, a violent reaction ensued, subsiding within mere seconds. Ultimately, only a drop of translucent light blue liquid remained in the test tube. Noticing that the white essence revealed no discernible changes, Sinyan carefully placed this droplet beneath the microscope. Alas, another failure. Cursing under his breath, he gazed at the lifeless white essence with a sigh. This marked the 7th failed attempt, leaving him with only 15 white essences remaining. Yoshihiko closed his Byakugan, carefully storing away the items that should not be exposed to light within a storage scroll before departing the laboratory. Thanks to the clan regulations of the Hyuga clan, it is strictly prohibited for any member to activate their Byakugan without just cause within the clan. Sinyan established his laboratory within the confines of the clan's territory. With the possession of the Byakugan, concealment and barriers became trivial. Therefore, he chose to forego hiding altogether. As for the Hyuga clan's regulations, Sinyan quickly grasped their implications. If one could freely activate the Byakugan within the clan, it would lead to indiscretions, such as inadvertently exposing oneself to the clan leader's wife or activating it in casual encounters with friends, which would surely incite internal discord. In the heat of battle, however, should the Byakugan be activated, such minutiae would be of little concern, for in life and death struggles, no one would exploit such vulnerabilities. Currently, there is no one within a kilometer of Sinyan's residence, a situation rendered plausible by Ryota Hyuga's notoriously eccentric temperament. Regardless, his experiments necessitated the activation of the Byakugan. Should anyone enter his line of sight within that kilometer, he would cease his trials and tidy up. Since he had attached his secondary consciousness to his shadow clone and developed a unique combination transformation technique to conceal his identity, he has managed to maintain a perfect disguise. As the projection commenced, Sinyan instructed his clones, number 1 and number 2, to diligently practice various ninjutsu techniques. Water release, earth release, lightning release, any technique that could facilitate speed and escape was to be mastered. This continued until 6 months ago when 2 infamous ninjas, known as the Pot King and Xinxiang, emerged during the Warring States period. They specifically targeted the Bloodline and Eye Technique clans, engaging in a grim array of activities including grave robbing and ocular theft, providing a comprehensive service of chaos. The ongoing conflict between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans remained contained, partly due to these developments. Chapter 36, The Apex of Crime. The beginning of the scheme. Zenhiko emerged from the basement and cast a glance at the wall clock, which indicated it was 4:20 in the afternoon. In just 10 minutes, Hinata Katono would arrive to impart her knowledge of medical ninjutsu and it is worth noting that the technological advancements in the world of ninjas are rather peculiar. Initially, Zenhiko harbored concerns about his arrival in this realm. He pondered how he would conduct his research if microscopes had yet to be developed. Although the Byakugan offers a form of insight, it cannot serve as a substitute for a microscope. Subsequently, through his inquiries, he learned that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had only recently reached adulthood, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. They would likely attain their peak strength in their 30s. subsequently joining forces to establish Konohagakure and bring an end to the tumultuous era of the warring states. Thus, it can be inferred that Zenhiko's existence in Konohagakure is set 4 decades into the future, approximately 50 years apart from his original time. Ultimately, Zenhiko discovered that the technological level of this world is not significantly inferior to that of his own era. In other words, it seems that the progress of technology has remained stagnant for the past 50 years, with little advancement to speak of. Perhaps a shift in perspective is warranted? Xinyan sat in the corridor, sipping tea while contemplating the reasons behind his consecutive failures. The participants, known as Vest 1 and Vest 2, collectively exhibited 22 pairs of Byakugan and 6 pairs of Sharingan on the battlefield. However, the majority of these individuals were likely of Chunin level. After all, at the age of 16, one must engage in battle, and most ordinary clansmen at this age typically possess Chunin capabilities. As for the Byakugan wielders of Jonin caliber, many were nearing their 30s. Attaining Jonin status at such an age inevitably suggests that the purity of their Byakugan is not particularly high. Perhaps my experimental approach is not flawed. Rather, it is the quality of the sample that is lacking. Undoubtedly, Hinata Konoha, who instructs him, is currently the most exceptional genius within the clan. Although merely 18 years of age, Xinyan believes she possesses the strength of an elite Jonin. When Xinyan engaged in practice with her, it felt akin to confronting a formidable white tooth. The clan leader, Hinata Tianyuan, is also exceptional among the elite. Initially, Xinyan held a dismissive view of the Hinata clan. However, upon arriving in the Warring States period, she realized her previous underestimations were misguided. It is not that the Hinata clan lacks strength. Rather, it is the subsequent generations that have indulged in excessive maneuvering. In the realm of soft fist, the 8 trigrams palm technique comprises 64 strikes. Remarkably, the talented Hyuga Niji comprehended the 8 trigrams 128 palms on his own. Yet, the current clan leader, Hinata Tianyuan, can unleash a staggering 512 palms of the 8 trigrams at full strength. His power is such that he once shattered Uchiha Taijima's Susanoo with a direct blow. After careful contemplation, Nobuyuki realized the truth of the matter. Presently, the Hyuga clan stands alongside the Uchiha and Senju clans as one of the 3 foremost ninja clans of the Warring States period. Without possessing genuine prowess, how could they have contended with the Uchiha for over a century? As descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, the Hyuga have consistently practiced intermarriage within their lineage to preserve the purity of their bloodline. Logically, they ought to be formidable. In the Warring States era, every member of the Hyuga clan was entitled to learn the full spectrum of gentle fist techniques. Even those disinterested had no choice but to engage. The clan leader, Hyuga Tenjin, frequently demonstrated these techniques in the clan's academy. Moreover, the clan's treasury was accessible to all members, allowing even those lacking talent in gentle fist to acquire knowledge of ninjutsu or swordsmanship. Their aim was to empower their kin in every conceivable way. Conversely, in later generations, the situation for the Hyuga clan was starkly different. Each generation produced only a handful of main family members, while the hundreds or thousands of branch family members remained deprived of access to advanced gentle fist techniques. They were also subjected to the constraints of the caged bird curse seal, which adversely affected their Byakugan abilities. The Warring States Hyuga clan resembled the first and second Hokages in their leadership of Konoha, striving for increasing strength within their ranks. In contrast, the later Hyuga clan, akin to the third Hokage and Danzo's leadership of Konoha, feared the emergence of powerful ninjas that could threaten their dominion. It seems necessary to devise a plan to collect some cells from Hyuga Tenjin, Hyuga Mashito, and Hyuga Konoha. Given that Hyuga Konoha spent much time in close proximity to Nobuyuki, acquiring her cells would be comparatively straightforward. However, the other two, Hyuga Tenjin and Hyuga Mashito, possess strength at the level of shadow, presenting a more significant challenge. Alas, if only Orochimaru could assist in the research. Nobuyuki sighed inwardly, recognizing that his time studying medical ninjutsu had been brief, having spent nearly 2 years learning from the prodigy Hyuga Konoha in this world. Yet, her primary focus remained on gentle fist, leaving little room for the in-depth study of medical ninjutsu. Xinyan felt that he could only continue to study patiently. If all else fails, he would exchange the favors he had earned and wait for an opportunity to obtain Orochimaru's techniques without cost in the future. Of course, he decided to make an effort on his own first. Just as Xinyan was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Ryota, have you been waiting long? A beautiful girl dressed in a flowing white kimono approached and sat beside Xinyan in the courtyard. Her tall figure, even in the loose garment, could not conceal her alluring curves. Such a well-proportioned physique, he mused. As Hinata Konoha settled beside him, Xinyan gently shook his head and replied, not at all. I was just contemplating something. Xinyan felt a faint, delicate fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. He cast a glance at Hinata Konoha's half-damp long hair, clearly indicating that she had bathed before her arrival. What are you thinking about? Hinata Konoha asked with a cheerful smile. Xinyan retrieved 2 scrolls from his bosom and handed them to Hinata Konoha. Recently, I have systematically compiled foundational knowledge concerning medical ninjutsu, believing it would greatly assist newcomers in their initial endeavors. The Hyuga clan, accustomed to close combat, faces a heightened probability of injury. If the clan could cultivate a greater number of medical ninjas, the success rate of healing wounded members would significantly increase, leveraging the advantages of the Byakugan. Observing Xinyan's earnest expression, Hinata Katono's demeanor turned serious. She unfurled the scrolls to examine their contents. Given her proficiency in medical ninjutsu, she recognized the immense value of the systematically compiled knowledge. This is a tremendous help. With that, Hinata Katono embraced Xinyan warmly. In an instant, Xinyan felt his entire head enveloped by a soft sensation, with a distinct fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. This garment is truly exquisite. Is this what they refer to as the pinnacle of craftsmanship? Hinata Kono, having released Xinyan, gazed at his unique white hair, her expression softening further. Due to her mother sustaining grave injuries before her birth, Xinyan was inherently disadvantaged, possessing a meager talent from the moment he entered the world. This fact was no secret within the entire Hinata clan. Despite being the son of the clan leader, his lack of talent and distinctive appearance rendered his life less than easy in this era dominated by power and warfare. However, Hinata Kono had always regarded Ryota as her younger brother, which made her hesitate when the clan leader hinted at something. She feared sending the wrong signals. Yet, after 2 years of close companionship, Hinata Kono observed a transformation in Ryota, who had previously been solitary and eccentric. Although he remained taciturn in the presence of others, he was remarkably at ease with her, devoid of the entanglements she had envisioned. This dynamic brought her immense comfort. It seems that Ryota merely lacked the right guidance. Although his innate talent is lacking, his intellect is astute, and his aptitude for medical ninjutsu surpasses my own. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength in the future. Regaining her focus, Hinata Kono declared, I shall present this scroll to the Grand Elder. Furthermore, Ryota, I must inform you of another matter. In our next conflict with the Uchiha clan, you are required to join the battlefield. I understand, Xinyan nodded. Over the past 2 years, he had devoted himself to the study of medical ninjutsu and various evasion techniques, while diligently honing his swordsmanship. Notably, the refinement of his soul had altered his innate abilities, resulting in a sufficiently ample chakra and significantly enhanced physical prowess. Moreover, he had been practicing the thunder-breathing technique, achieving level 7 mastery within the span of 2 years, thus reaching a standard comparable to that in the world of Demon Slayer. It is worth noting that during this era, when Senju Tobarama had yet to develop the shadow clone technique or the multi-shadow clone technique, possessing the ability to create shadow clones was indeed an extraordinary advantage. Utilizing 7 or 8 shadow clones simultaneously was well within his capabilities. Even though his current talent did not surpass that of his original form in Konoha, it exceeded that of the vast majority within his clan. His strength was likely greater than that of an average Genin. However, the true extent of his abilities would only be revealed in actual combat, as he had consistently trained alongside the prodigious Hinata Kono in the art of gentle fist. Xinyan sensed that Hinata Katono's current strength, while not on par with Hakuba, was likely significantly superior to that of the 3 ninjas from the same period. He had never been her match, thus he was uncertain of his own true prowess. Ryota, I will protect you. Seeing Xinyan remain silent, Hinata Katono assumed he was frightened and tenderly offered her reassurance. I will protect you in the future as well. Feeling the profound sincerity in her voice, Xinyan smiled faintly. Hinata Katono patted her trembling chest and earnestly proclaimed, I have now reached the level of an elite Genin. Shinya remarked, he is an elite Jonin. Due to the ambiguous classification of power during the Warring States period, Shinya devised his own theoretical framework to categorize the strength of various ninjas. This classification has recently gained popularity within his clan. Of course, the disseminator of this knowledge is not Shinya himself, but rather Hinata Katono, who endorses the system. His persona is that of an introverted, eccentric individual with peculiar behavior. It is only in the presence of Hinata Katono that he exhibits a more spirited demeanor. Some of his strange notions, it seems, are rather reasonable. To be honest, Shinya finds Hinata Katono to be quite comforting. Her personality bears a striking resemblance to that of Hinata Mio, and they share a notable physical similarity as well. Thus, in her company, Shinya occasionally sheds some of his pretense, allowing himself to be more relaxed. Conversely, the sentiment is reciprocated. Ryota, you are simply too unadorable. Hinata Katono chuckled as she playfully pinched Shinya's cheek, feeling a twinge of envy towards his complexion, which surpassed her own. Xinyan gently rubbed his aching cheek and could not help but complain, I am already an adult. Please do not treat me like a child. Moreover, he had repeatedly requested to be called Xinyan. Yes, 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 Hinata Katono responded with a somewhat awkward tone. This was a title bestowed upon him by Ryota a few months prior. Many formidable warriors possess titles, and Hinata Katono believed he might be aspiring to become a strong individual. So she endeavored to fulfill his wish by addressing him with the title. Previously, he had even given a title of battlefield rose to Uchiha Madara, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader. Listening to Hinata Katono's less-than-perfect pronunciation of Chinese, Xinyan smiled. On one hand, despite their similar appearances, he wanted to use his own name. On the other hand, and more importantly, he wished to inadvertently disseminate this title through Hinata Katono. Since Korezetsu was also lurking in this era, he was undoubtedly keeping a close watch on both Madara and Hashirama. Given that his affairs with Kaguya occurred in the past and not in a parallel world, it was highly probable that Korezetsu was aware of him. The Chinxiang account he created was also a guise to act as Korezetsu. With the assistance of this good son, the significance of this projection would be diminished. Even if the final evaluation of this projection did not meet expectations, Sinyan could still reap substantial benefits. He could easily allow Korezetsu to locate him in Konoha over 50 years later. Whether Korezetsu acknowledged him as a father was inconsequential. As long as he wished to rescue Kaguya, he would undoubtedly cooperate. Consequently, the Byakugan and Sharingan that Sinyan obtained would not need to be exchanged, saving him a considerable amount of potential points. Chapter 37. The frantic Kaguya clan. Fog Peak Mountain, situated in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, rises to a mere 200 meters in elevation. Beyond it lies the vast expanse of the ocean. Fog Peak Mountain is renowned for yielding a precious mineral that, when mixed into weapons, enhances chakra conductivity. During the Warring States period, the esteemed Kaguya clan resided in the town of Fog Peak. Due to their expertise in taijutsu and their reverence for their own shikatsumiyaku, the Kaguya clan did not extensively utilize these minerals for weaponry. Conversely, they sold the minerals to the Hyuga clan, who were also famed for their taijutsu. As for other ninja clans, the Kaguya clan would only sell small quantities at exorbitant prices. After all, not every member of the Kaguya clan was solely muscle-bound. At the heart of Fog Peak Town stands a grand residence, the abode of the Kaguya clan leader. In the back courtyard, middle-aged men gathered around a bed. Lying on the bed was a robust man in his 40s, his body muscular and sinewy, as if forged from steel. However, at this moment, he appeared somewhat dispirited. If those rivaling the Kaguya clan were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For the man upon the bed was none other than Kaguya Yado, the clan leader. The Warring States period boasted hundreds of ninja clans, yet Yado, alongside Shinja Hashirama, Uchiha Taijima, Hyuga Tenmoto, and Uzumaki Kai, represented the 5 most powerful clan leaders of the age. This formidable reputation was why the Kaguya clan dared to stand against the Uchiha clan. As long as they did not falter at the level of top-tier ninjas, despite their fewer numbers and inferior mid to high-level combat capabilities, they would not face an overwhelming defeat, especially since the Kaguya clan members were fiercely unafraid of death, fighting with the fervor of madmen. Adhering to the battle philosophy of 1 for 1 is not a loss, 1 for 2 is a profit. Thus, most ninja clans preferred to avoid provoking the Kaguya clan. However, this time, the Kaguya clan had stirred up considerable trouble. Lord Yado, how are you feeling? The Grand Elder inquired softly, leaning closer to the bedside. Kaguya Yado struggled to sit up, leaning against the side of the bed, and weakly asked, "What is the situation on the front lines?" Lord Yado, with the assistance of the Hyuga clan, we can fully withstand the Uchiha clan's assault, the Grand Elder explained. Kaguya Yado frowned. And what of the Uzumaki clan? The army has already departed from the land of whirlpools. The second elder stepped forward, his expression grave. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Though the Uzumaki clan is formidable, they are vastly outnumbered by us. In the face of our shikatsumiyaku, their sealing techniques will be of little effect. Upon hearing this, Kaguya Yado's expression did not relax. He continued to inquire, and what of the Senju clan? The Grand Elder hesitated, while the second elder solemnly replied, they are also advancing towards Fog Peak Mountain, led by Senju Hashirama. Then we shall fight them head-on. Even if the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans unite, we shall not fear. The third and fourth elders exclaimed passionately. Kaguya Yado raised his hand to speak, but was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. Lord Yado, are you all right? The 4 elders rushed to his side, their faces etched with concern. Although they were warriors, they understood that the Kaguya clan's strength to stand against premier ninja clans lay in Kaguya Yado. As Yado coughed violently, blood seeped through his fingers, dripping onto the pristine sheets. Quick, fetch the Ningu grass. The Grand Elder urgently instructed the second elder. There's no need. Kaguya Yado raised his hand, halting the second elder, and then wiped his blood-stained hand carelessly on the sheets. Ningu grass is far too precious. It is better saved for the next generation. The Grand Elder urged. We still have some left from what we seized from the Uchiha clan. And we acquired a considerable amount from the Uzumaki clan this time. The blood disease has progressed to a point where Ningu grass is of no use to me now. Kaguya Yado shook his head, interrupting the Grand Elder. Lord Yado, this. Kaguya Yado's words caused the 4 elders' expressions to change dramatically. The Kaguya clan had been able to contend with the Peak Uchiha clan at the onset of the Warring States period. However, their strength came from the Shikatsumiyaku, which was also the source of their demise. Every clan member who awakened the Shikatsumiyaku experienced a comprehensive enhancement of their abilities. Yet, the greater the strength, the more severe the blood disease became. This was an inescapable fate. The herb that can effectively delay the onset of the blood-stained disease is the bone-condensing grass. To the ordinary members of the Nin tribe, it is merely a difficult-to-cultivate common herb, but for the Kaguya clan, it is a life-saving elixir. The Kaguya clan's ancestral land was not originally located in the Misty Peak Mountains. Their occupation of this place for over a century was not due to the precious ores found here, but rather because of the abundant growth of bone-condensing grass on the mountain. However, over the course of a century, due to reckless consumption, the bone-condensing grass has been entirely depleted. As one of the top 5 clans during the Warring States period, the Kaguya clan is the only one without any medical ninjutsu lineage. The bone-condensing grass is inherently unsuitable for cultivation. Furthermore, there is not a single medical ninja among the entire Kaguya clan, not even a common physician knowledgeable in medical theory, rendering them incapable of self-cultivation. The Kaguya clan thrives on blood and pain, and it is rare for their injured members to return. The pathogenic genes of the corpse bone pulse, lurking within their bloodlines, subtly influence their minds, causing many clan members to go mad during battle. Even when injured, they continue to fight until death. Only the bone-condensing grass can suppress the symptoms during an episode. In the early Warring States period, bone-condensing grass was not scarce. The Kaguya clan relied on it to control the bloodstained disease, even surpassing the Hyuga clan in strength, able to rival the Uchiha clan. However, by the later stages of the Warring States, few ninja clans still possessed bone-condensing grass within their territories. The high prevalence of bloodstained disease among the Kaguya clan is not only due to hereditary pathogenic genes, but also their own habits. After extracting spinal bones and impaling their foes, they often neglect to clean the blood, hastily reinserting them into their bodies, leading to inevitable complications over time. Why do you all wear such expressions? Observing the grave faces of the 4 elders, Kaguya Yato said with a light-hearted demeanor, "More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features on your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. I am already 43 years old. Among the few longevity figures in the entire history of the Kaguya clan." Of course, as he spoke, Kaguya Yato rose from his bed. His eyes seemed to ignite with a frenzied battle spirit, casting aside the lethargy he had just exhibited. There are only those who die in battle, not those who succumb to illness. This battle shall ensure that all remember the might of the Kaguya clan. Sensing Kaguya Yato's imposing aura, the 1st elder, 3rd elder, and 4th elder displayed a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes, their expressions gradually becoming frenzied. "Annihilate them. Let us perish together. Let us fight to the bitter end." Though the 2nd elder remained composed, his expression lacked the calmness it once held. Emotional fervor is characteristic of the Kaguya clan. 2nd elder, while you are more ferocious in battle than anyone else, you have always been the most level-headed among us. Kaguya Yato patted the 2nd elder's shoulder and spoke solemnly. "If we suffer defeat this time, you must lead the clan to retreat to the land of water overseas. The Kaguya clan cannot perish in our generation." The 2nd elder's expression shifted at these words. "Others may lead the clan away, but I wish to fight alongside you." Kaguya Yato shook his head. "The land of water is home to powerful ninja clans as well. Besides us, you are the strongest of the Kaguya clan. Moreover, your condition is not as severe as ours. To establish the Kaguya clan elsewhere, we require strong leadership. Please, please," the other 3 elders implored. "For the battle-hungry Kaguya clan. Retreating demands more resolve than fighting to the death." Faced with the entreaties of the clan leader and the 3 elders, the 2nd elder nodded with great difficulty. Chapter 38. Encounter of Li Gui and Li Kue. West of Misty Peak, approximately 50 miles away, lies a vast valley. This is the inevitable path for the Uchiha clan's assault on the Kaguya clan. The Hyuga clan, as allies of the Kaguya clan, has long awaited them here. Under the protection of Hinata Katono, Nobuhiko stood upon the precipice. At the age of 16, he was compelled to face the battlefield. Even as a medical ninja and the 2nd son of the clan leader, he was not exempt. However, being on the battlefield did not necessarily entail direct participation in combat. For instance, at this moment, simply observing the conflict under Hinata Katono's safeguard sufficed as his presence on the battlefield. The battles of the Warring States period were indeed. Shinyan gazed into the distance, observing the advancing multitude of hundreds of ninjas. It was the formidable army of the Uchiha clan. At the heart of the valley, the Hyuga clan had already established their formation, yet they had refrained from setting traps at the entrance. In the Warring States period, a battle involving hundreds of ninjas constituted a grand conflict. The 2 factions seemed to have mutually agreed upon a designated battleground, eschewing any underhanded tactics. Indeed, a clash among hundreds of ninjas would likely generate a commotion surpassing that of a tumultuous melee among thousands of ordinary soldiers. Particularly, the confrontation between clan leaders, or those of the Kage level, would be a spectacle from which even seasoned jonin would find themselves unable to interfere. This occasion would surely provide a glimpse into the formidable power of the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the techniques that followed. Shinyan gazed upon the towering figure at the forefront of the crowd, none other than Hyuga Tenjin, the esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan. Over the past 2 years, he had mastered the 8 trigram 64 palms. However, the subsequent techniques were not documented within the clan's records. To be precise, they could not be recorded. It relied solely on personal enlightenment, determined entirely by innate talent. Hinata Kinano, who had imparted the gentle fist to him, had already attained the proficiency of the 8 trigrams 128 palms, yet she was unable to teach him further. With his current talent, if Yihan were to specialize in Gentle Fist, augmented by 2 secondary consciousnesses and the use of shadow clones, he would inevitably attain mastery. However, he did not choose the Hyuga clan solely for the Gentle Fist. His foremost ambition lies in scientific research. Leveraging his identity, over the past 2 years, he has meticulously perused all the texts of the Hyuga clan under the guise of researching medical ninjutsu, yet he has found no trace of the caged bird seal. No one within the entire clan has been implanted with the caged bird. Therefore, he must continue to pursue the goal of the Rinnegan. In comparison to the recent battle, the skirmishes of the previous 2 years seem trivial. This massive conflict involving over 1,000 ninjas promises to yield substantial rewards. Sinyan gazed at the Uchiha clan members gradually entering the valley's mouth, and he swiftly activated his Byakugan. Among the throng, he spotted a tall youth clad in a striking red-layered armor, his long hair cascading down. Even amidst hundreds of people, his commanding presence was unmistakable. It was the 18-year-old Uchiha Madara. The figure beside him must be Uchiha Izuna, and that gaunt man, could he be the mightiest of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Taijima? Sinyan observed the formidable members of the Uchiha clan with unwavering focus. Through his Byakugan, he discerned that there were dozens of individuals whose ocular chakra and ocular power were comparable to that of Madara. At present, Madara had yet to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet he stood as a formidable elite J-nin, hardly inferior. At the very least, he was a J-nin. Although there were only a few hundred individuals, there were at least several dozen at the J-nin level, a truly astonishing ratio. It was evident that the Uchiha clan had mobilized their elite forces. The Kaguya clan's ability to simultaneously provoke the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans is indeed remarkable. In his heart, Nobuhiko pondered silently. This time, the Hyuga clan sought to temporarily impede the Uchiha clan, driven by the bonds of alliance and kinship. Naturally, this was also intertwined with the ongoing rivalry over the title of the strongest ocular jutsu clan. Fear not, I shall protect you. Upon witnessing Nobuhiko's silence and solemn demeanor, Hinata Katono beside him grasped his hand gently, offering soft reassurance. With you by my side, I am indeed unafraid. Nobuhiko cast a brief smile at Hinata Katono before redirecting his attention to the battlefield. At that moment, the Uchiha forces had advanced to within 200 meters of the Hyuga clan. An invisible aura of malevolence pervaded the air, and the breeze carried a chilling sense of foreboding, thickening the atmosphere. The clan leaders approached the center. Where a thought struck Nobuhiko, it appears we are entering the phase of verbal sparring. Hinata, I advise you to yield. Surely, you do not wish for your clansmen to suffer unnecessary losses? Uchiha Taijima's voice was grave. Hinata Tenjin, unfazed, replied coolly, Taijima, it has been a while. Have you overexerted your ocular prowess and gone blind? Resorting to mere words now? Today, the Kaguya clan faces the fate of the Hyuga clan tomorrow. Uchiha Taijima's expression hardened. It seems you are indeed destined for blindness. The future of the Hyuga clan is not for you to dictate. With a huff, Uchiha Taijima turned away. The two retreated to their respective ranks, instructing their ninjas to remain vigilant against the threats of Senko and Kaguya. Meanwhile, lurking underground, Kurizetsu paused in confusion. Who is Senko? And Kaguya? I am well versed in the renowned ninjas of the Warring States period, yet I have never heard of these two. After centuries of waiting, Kurizetsu had finally encountered the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, both of whom were exceptionally gifted. Only when both reincarnators possessed remarkable talents could the true potential of Indra and Ashura's chakra be realized, evolving the sage's eye and body to their utmost. In the preceding generations, either the reincarnator of Indra was lacking, or that of Ashura was deficient, or one of them met an untimely end. Various mishaps had plagued the lineage, leaving Kurizetsu to bide his time patiently. Lacking any aptitude for cultivation as a pure manifestation of yin-yang release, he possessed no chakra whatsoever, which paradoxically enhanced his stealth capabilities. Even standing before perceptive ninjas, they remained oblivious to his presence. In this generation, the reincarnator of Indra was Uchiha Madara, while Ashura's reincarnator was Senju Hashirama. Both were the pinnacle of their respective clans. Kurizetsu believed he had finally awaited the opportune moment to awaken the Rinnegan. Thus, he had closely monitored Uchiha Madara since his childhood, spending most of his time lurking within the Uchiha clan's territory. Just as Kurizetsu contemplated the identity of Senko, the war erupted. Hinata Tenjin and Uchiha Taijima squared off, instinctively moving to an area away from the battleground. The remaining clansmen were engulfed in chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout. However, amidst this bloody stalemate, Kurizetsu witnessed a bizarre scene. A shadowy figure emerged from the ground, swiftly approaching the corpses of Uchiha and Hyuga clansmen, expertly extracting their eyeballs. The figure then placed these eyes into a glass vial filled with a green liquid, subsequently stowing the vial within a storage scroll. The fluidity of these actions indicated a seasoned perpetrator. Crucially, Kurizetsu recognized the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Senko, you damned fiend, die. The fighting Uchiha and Hyuga warriors noticed the shadow's actions and immediately ceased combat, encircling the figure. The shadow, however, utilized earth release to vanish underground. Kurizetsu was left bewildered. This dark entity was strikingly similar to him in human form. Senko is me. Have I been exposed? Impossible. Even Yuya and Yui cannot sense my presence. For years, I have remained concealed. How could this happen? Could it be that, in her final act of creation, Mother left me a brother? At that moment, a wave of anger erupted from another side of the battlefield. Kaguya, you old dog. Don't run. Chapter 39. This is the proper approach of the Hyuga clan. The emergence of Senko and Kaguya stirred unrest within both factions. However, the tempers had flared. And aside from a few ninjas who could still focus on attacking Senko and Kaguya, the others were blinded by rage. In the heart of the battlefield, Hinata Masaru maneuvered with ease, facing little opposition. Before long, his actions drew the attention of Uchiha Madara and others. Uchiha Azuna was the first to launch an attack against him. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata Masaru struck forward with a palm aimed at Uchiha Azuna. An invisible, high-density chakra surged from his palm, accompanied by a sonic boom as it barreled toward Uchiha Azuna's head. With the Sharingan activated, Uchiha Azuna perceived the concentrated chakra of the 8 trigrams air palm. However, the speed was too swift, leaving him no choice but to retreat hastily. Simultaneously, he drew his ninja blade, infusing it with wind-release chakra, and with all his might, he swung the blade to counter the incoming attack. Boom. Uchiha Azuna managed to block the initial wave of assault but was subsequently sent flying by Hinata Masaru's follow-up strike. Thankfully, he shielded his head with his arm guard at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have sustained far worse injuries. Despite this, he found himself in a disheveled state. Izuna. Uchiha Madara's expression shifted as he rushed to protect Uchiha Azuna from Hinata Masaru's subsequent strikes. Brother, I'm fine. Uchiha Izuna rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. And together they braced against Hinata Masaru's onslaught. Yet, even united, they found themselves overwhelmed by Hinata Masaru's prowess. Although both were prodigious talents, the age disparity was significant. Hinata Masaru was nearly a decade their senior. As the eldest son of Hinata Tenjin, he was 27 years old and had surpassed many of the clan's elders, ranking as the foremost among those beneath Hinata Tenjin. Madara, Izuna, you two fall back and provide support from the sidelines. At this moment, witnessing the perilous situation of the two brothers, 2 elders of the Uchiha clan charged towards Hinata Masato from either side. Observing this, the Uchiha brothers complied with orders and retreated, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack, while the 2 elders engaged Hinata Masato. Despite facing 4 adversaries, each wielding the formidable 3-tomo Sharingan, Hinata Masato fought valiantly for over 100 exchanges without falling behind. Just as the 4th elder of the Uchiha clan revealed a flaw, Hinata Masato swiftly advanced and struck his chest with a decisive blow. The 4th elder cried out in pain, spewing blood as he was sent flying. Subsequently, Hinata Masato repelled the 3rd elder and the Uchiha brothers, casting a disdainful smirk as he proclaimed, "The Uchiha clan is nothing more than this." Enraged by the sight of their injured brother and Hinata Masato's taunts, the 3rd and 4th elders surged forward in fury. With a resounding clap, the 3rd elder executed the 8 trigrams, 128 palms, but was met with a devastating counter from Hinata Masato. However, the exertion had taken its toll, and his chakra was visibly waning. In a flash, Uchiha Azuna intervened, using his ninja blade to block Hinata Masato's assault, thereby saving the 3rd elder. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Just as Hinata Masato prepared to strike the rescued 3rd elder, Uchiha Madara swiftly completed the hand seals. At close range, he unleashed a fireball of impressive diameter, meticulously controlled to measure at least 3 meters across. Though its power diminished, its speed significantly increased. Following the fireball, Madara hurled a dozen shuriken towards Hinata Masato. Uchiha Azuna, demonstrating superior throwing skills, cast 8 shuriken behind him without even glancing back, ensuring they intersected in midair, blocking all paths of advance for Hinata Masato. 8 trigrams, return heaven. Faced with the rapidly approaching colossal fireball, Hinata Masato halted his pursuit. Adopting the initial stance of the 8 trigrams, he then pivoted on his right foot, spinning his body like a top. Simultaneously, chakra surged from every point in his body, forming a spherical chakra shield around him. The fireball and shuriken attacks were entirely deflected. Once Hinata Masato ceased his rotation, the chakra shield dissipated. At this moment, the 4th elder had regained his composure and joined Madara and Izuna in launching their counteroffensive. The 3rd elder, meanwhile, was carried off the battlefield by fellow Uchiha members for medical attention. Fire style, Ash Concealment Jutsu. The 4th elder was the first to complete his hand seals, releasing a torrent of scorching ash to envelop Hinata Masato. Concurrently, Madara and Izuna executed their hand seals in unison. Fire style, Grand Fire Extinguishing. Wind style, Godly Gale. Madara unleashed a conflagration that expanded the area covered by the high-temperature ash, while Izuna summoned a powerful whirlwind, amplifying the fire's potency and further enlarging the attack scope. The flames and searing ash not only engulfed Hinata Masato but also surged towards the Hinata clan members in the rear. Some of the Hinata clansmen, unable to evade in time, were consumed by the fiery tongues, instantly reduced to charred remains. This was the reality of war. On the cliff, Shinhiko, observing through his Byakugan, felt a chill in his heart. Before ascending to the throne of the Flame Empire, he too had stained his hands with blood. Yet, the brutality of war among ordinary men paled in comparison to the ferocity of battles fought by ninjas. If he did not strive to grow stronger, he too might one day become a lifeless body on the battlefield. It seems that at this juncture, Uchiha Madara has yet to unleash his full potential. Sinyan's primary focus was initially on Uchiha Madara. However, his attention later shifted to Hyuga Masato. With the status of the main family, Sinyan not only received meticulous guidance from Hinata Katono, but also had the privilege of accessing all the family's ancient texts at any time. He had attended classes by Hyuga Tenmon on 2 occasions. It must be said that his elder brother's prowess was exceptionally formidable. Hyuga Masato not only wielded the gentle fist with remarkable proficiency, but also exhibited a balanced offensive and defensive strategy. He truly deserved the title of the second strongest member of the current Hyuga clan. However, through the observation of his Byakugan, Sinyan discerned that Masato's combat style was somewhat unrefined. The recent outburst had already drained a significant amount of his chakra, and the consecutive use of Kaiten had further diminished it. It was evident that the Uchiha clan members surrounding him were preparing for a war of attrition, intending to exhaust his chakra. Yet, Hyuga Masato was relentless, refusing to turn away any Uchiha clan member that charged at him, launching his attacks with full force, showing no intention of conserving chakra. How reckless! Witnessing Masato's bold and unrestrained fighting style, Sinyan felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of overpowering the legendary Hokage dance king, Uchiha Madara, was indeed thrilling. This was the true way for the Hyuga clan to assert themselves. Reflecting on the Hyuga clan of the Konoha era, Sinyan couldn't help but chuckle. As one of the top ninja clans during the Warring States period, the Hyuga clan of Konoha seemed utterly inept in comparison to their descendants. The clan's foremost expert, Hyuga Hayashi, was likely merely at the ordinary shadow level, perhaps even below that standard. Had Hyuga Neji been born in that era, with his innate talent, he would not only rival Hyuga Tenmon, but would at least match Hyuga Masato. The main family members of later generations seldom engaged in battle, even when they did. They acted merely as team leaders under the heavy protection of the branch family. Until the branch family ninjas perished, the main family ninjas faced little danger. However, the branch family members, who fought so desperately, were not even qualified to learn the complete gentle fist techniques. Contrarily, the main family members, who hardly saw battle, controlled the finest resources and the highest level training methods. In stark contrast to the Warring States period, when the main family ninjas led the charge. There are indeed some sealing techniques in the family's treasury, yet the cage bird seal is absent, he mused. According to my research, the Uzumaki clan also lacks similar seals. When precisely was this cage bird technique developed? Just as Sinyan pondered this, a surge of violent chakra erupted on the battlefield. From the northernmost part of the battlefield, a towering blue chakra giant, approximately 10 meters tall, ascended. The giant possessed only its upper body and was merely a skeletal frame. However, as the blue chakra intensified, the skeletal structure quickly sprouted chakra-formed tendons and muscles. It soon expanded further, rapidly reaching 30 meters in height. Susanoo, the ultimate technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, had manifested. Hyuga Tenmon, Uchiha Taijima, enduring the agonizing pain in his eyes, wielded the Susanoo, swinging a weapon resembling a ninja blade over 20 meters long towards the ground. His attack targeted not only Hyuga Tenmon, but also inadvertently struck at the Hyuga ninjas behind him. You shall not succeed. Hyuga Tenmon bellowed, his expression grave. Although evasion was the best strategy, his clan members behind him were in imminent danger. If this strike landed among the crowd, it would undoubtedly result in numerous casualties. 8 trigrams, 4 palms of the sky. Hyuga Tenmon unleashed 4 enhanced versions of the 8 trigrams palm into the air. While he could not completely block the devastating blow that seemed capable of splitting the earth, the immense recoil caused the weapon in Susanoo's grasp to veer upward by a meter. The ninjas behind Hyuga Tenmon felt the attack was past them, sending shivers down their spines. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. Before Uchiha Taijima could launch another assault, Hyuga Tenmon proactively charged towards the Susanoo. The same 8 trigrams palms in his hands unleashed a staggering force. Boom, boom, boom. The ground-shaking explosions echoed continuously. It seemed that Hyuga Tenmon's mastery of the gentle fist had reached a level capable of executing divine strikes. However, as Sinyan observed the clash between Uchiha Taijima and Hyuga Tenmon, he couldn't help but lament. What a pity, he thought. At 50 years of age, I am considered extraordinarily long-lived in the Warring States era, rivaling the longevity of the Uzumaki clan. Yet at this age, my physical abilities have already begun to decline. Otherwise, I could become even stronger. Although Hyuga Masato was facing 4 opponents, his strength did not seem outlandish. After all, the current Uchiha Madara was merely at the Jonin level and had yet to activate his Manjiki Sharingan. Sinyan now possesses the capability to triumph over both the upper echelon and the interstitial realms simultaneously. The full-force eruption of the thunder-breathing technique combined with the new skills he has diligently honed over the past 2 years, should be comparable to that of an elite Jonin. This is primarily due to the enhancement provided by the shadow clone technique, alongside the assistance of 2 secondary consciousnesses in his training. Not to mention the continual growth of his mental acuity, which has, in turn, augmented his cognitive speed and comprehension. Hinata Tianyuan, in the annals of shadow-level figures, is also a formidable force. After all, being able to contend with Susanoo is distinctly different from engaging in direct confrontation. In the case of such gentle fist techniques, Sinyan perceives significant merit in specializing. This diverges from the projections of ancient times. Although the Byakugan of the Emperor of the Flame Empire possessed a higher purity, his frail physique pales in comparison to the current one, suggesting that in terms of innate talent, it is inferior. Sinyan had not yet cultivated the gentle fist to a formidable level. Beginning from the realm of Naruto, he envisioned honing the gentle fist to profound depths, subsequently returning to a more gifted original form. After a period of training, he would undoubtedly achieve further breakthroughs. In a fleeting moment, Sinyan felt that his aspirations had multiplied. At that juncture, the 2 secondary consciousnesses engaged in battle once more employed the transformation technique, taking on the guise of members of the Hyuga clan. They then utilized Earth Release to descend to the subterranean depths beneath the cliff where Sinyan stood. As Sinyan had dispatched his protective clansmen to assist, he found himself utterly alone. Secondary Consciousness 1. Host, I have collected 26 pairs of Byakugan and 11 pairs of Sharingan. Continuing poses a risk of exposure. I recommend ceasing further efforts. Secondary Consciousness 2. Host, I have amassed 33 pairs of Byakugan and 8 pairs of Sharingan. I suggest halting our endeavors. After the 2 secondary consciousnesses dispatched the storage scrolls to the surface, they dissolved the shadow clone technique and returned to Sinyan's original form. Well done, Sinyan internally commended. If this continued, he might soon manifest the colossal Rinnegan. However, the smaller Rinnegan still posed certain challenges. Who goes there? With a sharp reprimand, Sinyan abruptly turned around. His keen perception, enhanced to its utmost, allowed him to survey the surroundings within a 1-kilometer radius, yet he found nothing amiss. Nonetheless, he had distinctly sensed an inexplicable gaze upon him moments ago. Number 1. Number 2. Have you detected anything? Secondary Consciousness 1. No. Secondary Consciousness 2. No. What is happening? Could it be an illusion? Impossible. This is no mere illusion. Sinyan's expression grew solemn. It was astonishing that someone could evade the penetrating gaze of the Byakugan. Typical sensory abilities are limited in range and prone to error. The farthest reaching ability belongs to the Uzumaki clan's Kaguya's Mind's Eye. However, even Kaguya's Mind's Eye cannot perceive when confronted with a formidable barrier. In contrast, the Byakugan can directly see through such barriers. Any form of deception is rendered ineffective before the Byakugan unless the content is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. It is Kurizetsu. After all, it is a being capable of ambushing 6 paths Madara. Although devoid of chakra and combat prowess, possessing some hidden abilities is entirely reasonable. With this thought, Sinyan's heart stirred. He softly intoned to those around him. Come forth. I have discovered you, Kuro. Chinxiang. Initially, Sinyan intended to call it Kurizetsu. However, he recalled that the name was given by Madara in a later era. It has yet to receive a proper name. Since Hokage is also known as the Black Zetsu's mother's rescue tale, naming it Chinxiang seems quite fitting. Secondary Consciousness 1. The entity is located 25 meters behind you and 3 meters underground. A stone shifted slightly as you spoke. A flicker of realization crossed Sinyan's mind. Although his gaze could encompass a radius of 1 kilometer, human attention cannot simultaneously account for every detail. Fortunately, there exists a secondary consciousness. If you wish to save your mother, follow me. After Sinyan uttered these words, he sprinted towards the opposite side of the cliff. At that moment, the stone that the secondary consciousness number 1 had previously reported suddenly transformed into a pool of black fluid, rapidly pursuing Sinyan. After running 2 miles without pause, Heiju could no longer contain himself and emerged from the ground, blocking Sinyan's path. Who are you truly? Heiju queried, filled with questions, anxiety, and concern. Having spent centuries in solitude, the sudden realization that there might be a brother who could assist him in rescuing his mother stirred a profoundly complex and ineffable emotion within him. Yet, he feared it might all be a fruitless hope. I am your father, long lost to you. Sinyan gazed at the figure of Kurizetsu before him and spoke in a deep voice. She is also your mother, the wife of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Upon hearing the first part of Sinyan's statement, Kurizetsu was instantly filled with rage, feeling both mocked and deceived. However, the latter part of the revelation left him utterly bewildered. How could he possibly know his mother's name? He was aware of Otsutsuki. Chapter 41. Reincarnation, Deceiving Kurizetsu. The Flame Empire was forged by Kaguya and me in unison. The stone tablet that Kaguya often caressed bears my inscriptions. As he spoke, Sinyan retrieved a ninja blade from his storage scroll and inscribed the characters for Sinyan upon the ground. Xinyan. He then pronounced it aloud in Mandarin. You. Korezetsu momentarily felt as if his thoughts had come to a standstill, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was inconceivable that anyone from this era could possess knowledge of his affairs. For hundreds of years, any record related to Kaguya had either been obliterated by him or subtly altered to suit his agenda. The stone tablet left by Yumura within the Hyuga clan had already been destroyed by him. Likewise, the tablet left by Yui and the Uchiha clan had long been modified. Its critical contents changed. His objective was to await the reincarnation of Indra's chakra wielder, one whose ocular prowess would be sufficiently potent to decipher the text, thereby ensnaring them step by step into his trap, fulfilling his grand design to rescue Kaguya. For centuries, Korezetsu had evaded detection using the formidable ninjutsu inherited from Kaguya. Not only was he imperceptible to sensory ninjutsu, but as long as he remained motionless, even the Byakugan's penetrating gaze could not discern his anomalies. As a pure manifestation of yin and yang release, Korezetsu possessed no chakra within him. He could seamlessly merge with the earth, possessing the ability to inhabit other beings. Any barrier would perceive him merely as an inanimate object, allowing him to traverse freely without eliciting any reaction. As a side note, when I perished, even Yumura and Yui had yet to be born. Qinxiang, this is the name I bestowed upon my third child, though it seems I never had the chance to share it with Kaguya. Xinyan wore a gentle smile, his voice imbued with unparalleled tenderness. Are you truly my father? Black Zetsu's voice trembled slightly, tinged with disbelief. Although Black Zetsu was a manifestation of Kaguya's will, he possessed his own independent consciousness and emotions. He bore fragments of Kaguya's memories, yet he was utterly incapable of betrayal. His sole purpose for existence was to rescue Kaguya. However, after centuries of solitude, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. As Black Zetsu gazed at Xinyan, who stood with open arms, he instinctively began to approach him. Suddenly, Black Zetsu halted, his voice shifting dramatically. No. According to my mother's memories, my father passed away before we were born. Even if you had named Yatsumura and Yui in advance, how could you possibly know that they sealed my mother? Moreover, you have never seen me. How could you recognize me? Speak. From where did you acquire this knowledge? Black Zetsu exclaimed vehemently. Despite his outward skepticism, he had nearly accepted the truth within. After all, even Yatsumura and Yui were unaware of his existence. How could a mere descendant of Yatsumura possess such profound knowledge of ancient events? Nevertheless, to ensure his safety, Black Zetsu resolved to test father. After all, the matter of rescuing his mother could not afford any missteps. Very well, Xinyan replied, momentarily taken aback, before nodding and smiling once more. Indeed, you are quite cautious. No wonder you have survived for millennia. What do you mean? Black Zetsu retorted on guard. Xinyan's face broke into a smile of relief as he said, your careful consideration reassures me. I believe that even without my assistance, you can rescue Kaguya. However, if you place such unwavering trust in me, I would find it hard to believe that you, my dear child, are not unreliable, even if I were to reveal secrets that few could possibly know. Noticing Heiju's momentary shock, Xinyan offered a gentle smile. This is a case of turning the tables. Heiju, striving to suppress his excitement, countered, Father, do you genuinely wish to join me in rescuing Mother? Where have you been all these years? Despite his lingering doubts, Heiju felt an earnest desire to believe the man before him. He had been so profoundly lonely. Observing that Heiju was nearly convinced, Xinyan decided to seize the moment and explained, I truly succumbed to a blood-related illness before you were born. However, due to Kaguya's chakra, my soul underwent some inexplicable transformation. After my physical body perished, my soul entered a realm known as the Pure Land. In that world, I was able to witness events occurring here. Yet I was powerless to intervene. And what is your current state? Heiju inquired further. Xinyan sighed softly, refraining from answering Heiju's question immediately. Instead lifting his gaze toward the heavens. Though the moon was seldom visible during the day, Heiju understood what he was contemplating and instinctively followed suit. Both of them gazing upward for a considerable time. Xinyan softly spoke, Yui and Yumura have sealed Kaguya, yet I find myself powerless, condemned to linger in the Pure Land. However, just as Yui's physical form approached its ultimate limit, both his soul and chakra entered the Pure Land. At that moment, I discovered that I could finally leave. Alas, as I was but a mere soul with a scant amount of chakra, I knew I would soon dissipate. Thus, I reincarnated into the Hyuga clan. Then why have you only come to seek me today? Korezetsu couldn't help but retort, a hint of resentment lacing his words. Yet he quickly regained composure. According to Mother's memories, Father was exceedingly weak. It was likely that his concealment techniques were so potent that Father could not locate him at all. At that moment, Korezetsu unconsciously began to assist Xinyan in justifying his situation. Initially, although I achieved successful reincarnation, I lost my memories, only regaining them at the brink of each limit. I endured this cycle over 20 times until, 3 months ago, I finally regained my memories. In the Pure Land, I observed you wandering between the Uchiha and Senju clans, and I knew you must possess a means to rescue Kaguya. Therefore, after regaining my memories, I followed you into this conflict. At long last, I have found you. Qinxiang, you have truly endured much over these years. As Shinkei spoke, he slowly approached Kurojitsu, gently caressing his dark head. Kurojitsu paused for a moment, emotions of excitement, guilt, joy, and heartache intertwining within him. I misunderstood you. I am sorry, father. In terms of emotional bonds, Kurojitsu felt little familial affection towards Shinkei. After all, he was a being brought to life by Kaguya's Inyang release. However, since his father was willing to devise a plan to rescue their mother and had endured so much suffering, he truly was a good father. The frail Kurojitsu yearned to save his mother alone, yet found it an overwhelming challenge. Observing his formidable son, Shinkei remarked, I never anticipated that we would reunite in such a manner. I have contemplated a way to rescue Kaguya, but I have always lacked the opportunity to realize it. My soul has grown increasingly feeble. It can barely sustain me for one final reincarnation. Fortunately, before my soul fades away, I have regained my memories and encountered you, Qinxiang. Although Xinyan wished for Kurizetsu's assistance, he pondered whether it would not be better to be the one sought after rather than to seek help from others. What? Father, your soul is on the verge of dissipating? Kurizetsu was taken aback. Just as the father and son had reunited, was another separation looming? Chapter 42, The Birth of a Devoted Son. The new keyboard novel network promptly updates the latest chapters of Dream Projection from Naruto. A chill ran through Kurizetsu's heart. Despite possessing formidable stealth abilities and a plethora of powerful techniques from the Otsutsuki clan in his memory, he lacked the physical form of a human, rendering him incapable of cultivation or the utilization of chakra. The root of this predicament lay in Kaguya's prior struggles against Yatsuki and Yui for several months before his birth. Ultimately, Kaguya suffered defeat at their hands. Thus, when she bestowed life and consciousness upon Kurizetsu through the use of Inyang release, she had no surplus chakra to offer. She could only grant him some life-preserving abilities and fragments of her memories. Although Insien may not possess an almost infinite lifespan like him, he certainly has the capability to cultivate and grow stronger. Heiju has waited for centuries to encounter the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, both endowed with remarkable talent. If he could have a companion to assist him, the endeavor would undoubtedly be far simpler, particularly since he possesses numerous secret techniques inherited from Kaguya. While he himself cannot cultivate them, humans with exceptional chakra aptitude can. However, individuals with such talents are not difficult to find. Yet those who can be trusted implicitly are exceedingly rare. As Heiju lacks power, he must rely solely on cunning strategies. The moment his plan to rescue Kaguya is exposed, it would spell disaster. Thus, despite having encountered countless prodigies over the centuries, Heiju has never attempted to recruit any of them. This is because those with formidable strength are ultimately not easily controlled by him, much like Indra in the past, who, under Heiju's manipulation, turned against his allies, Yui and Ashura, and subsequently killed his closest friend to awaken the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Yet, once Indra attained great power, he no longer heeded Heiju's counsel, failing to wait until he had even greater strength before taking action. Otherwise, his failure would have been avoided. Heiju could not afford to take such a gamble. But now, his father has appeared. Xinyan is the husband of Kaguya, sharing a mutual goal of rescuing her. Father, how could this happen? Heiju exclaimed anxiously. I possess a secret technique left by mother that can enhance the soul's strength through chakra. It should be of use to you. Upon hearing this, Nobuyuki's gaze sharpened. Yet he merely shook his head. The content is still loading. Please wait a moment. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. There is no need for haste. My body is merely 16 years old, and I can live for many more years. Moreover, I have the opportunity to be reincarnated once more. As long as I can fulfill my plan, even if I cannot succeed in this lifetime, I will undoubtedly save Kaguya in the next. Although Nobuyuki was indeed intrigued by the secret technique mentioned by Kuro, this was a time to deepen their mutual trust, rather than rush into matters. Clearly, Kuro was more concerned about Kaguya than Nobuyuki's fate. After hearing Nobuyuki's explanation, his attention immediately returned to the task of rescuing Kaguya. Father, the plan you mentioned is... Xinyan expanded the range of his wide-eyed surveillance to its utmost limit, then remarked, your perceptive abilities must be quite formidable. Can you ascertain if there is anyone nearby? Upon hearing this, Heiju nodded in agreement. He transformed once more into a pool of black fluid, swiftly submerging into the earth. Rather than deeming Xinyan's caution unnecessary, Heiju regarded it as a testament to his father's prudence, akin to his own. Moments later, Heiju resurfaced from the ground. Father, within a 5-kilometer radius, it is just the two of us. There is no one to eavesdrop. Ah, that is reassuring. Given the involvement of Kaguya, I must proceed with utmost care, Xinyan replied earnestly. Your objective, I presume, is to once again consolidate the powers of Indra and Ashura, thereby allowing the Rinnegan to manifest in the world once more? Xinyan refrained from elaborating further to avoid any potential errors. Heiju nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, by gathering all 9-tailed beasts and resurrecting the 10 tails, we can then utilize the Rinnegan to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. This would allow us to break the seal of the 6 paths, Heavenly Star, and release Mother. To this end, I have secretly modified the stone tablet left by Yuya, and I am also preparing. He continued, there exists another method, the Rinnegan. Sinyan spoke in a low voice. The reason Kaguya was defeated was not only due to underestimating her opponents, but also because of the formidable power of the Rinnegan possessed by Yuya. If I could awaken the Rinnegan, I could theoretically shatter the moon through physical means, thus breaking the seal. The Rinnegan. Heijue was momentarily taken aback. However, according to Mother S memories, the Otsutsuki clan naturally possessed the Byakugan and would awaken the Rinnegan after consuming the fruit of the divine tree. Yet, the Rinnegan was solely held by Yuya. Even Mother was unaware of how to awaken it. Before Yuya's journey to the moon, no records were left behind. With my current abilities, reaching the moon is utterly beyond my capacity. Sinyan elucidated, although you may be unaware. I once eavesdropped on a conversation between Yumura and Yui before his departure in the Pure Land. The first method to awaken the Rinnegan requires the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan, along with a high-purity Byakugan. When these two elements are fused, there exists a significant probability of unlocking the Rinnegan. The second method involves gathering a substantial number of Byakugan to form a colossal Rinnegan. Though I am uncertain about the precise fusion technique. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu fell into profound silence. Compared to the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan, those for the Rinnegan were exceedingly stringent. The amalgamation of Indra and Ajura's powers is essential for it to be considered Tsutsuki. But how high must the purity of the Byakugan be? Must it be akin to Yumura's? The second method appears to be somewhat more feasible. However, acquiring a large number of Byakugan directly from the Hyuga clan is simply out of the question. Employing forceful measures against such a formidable clan of ninjas during the Warring States period would not be easily accomplished. For a moment, Kurizetsu found himself lost in contemplation. Yet, the existence of an additional plan brings forth another possibility. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Sinyan. Since Father could propose this method, it is evident that he possesses a strategy. Father, if you say so, does it imply that you have a concrete plan? Sinyan remarked. Both methods hold the potential for realization. Previously, I deliberately had my clone assume your appearance, not solely to capture your attention, but primarily to gather Byakugan for the purpose of creating a colossal Rinnegan. Of course, I am contemplating whether I can enhance the purity of my Byakugan through experimentation. As for the Otsutsuki chakra, I have already acquired it. My affliction with the blood disease initially stemmed from my body's inability to withstand Kaguya's chakra. Experimentation? Kurizetsu paused momentarily before turning to Sinyan. Father, what is it that you require of me? I am willing to assist you with anything within my capability. Sinyan remarked. This is quite simple. Please assist me in gathering more Byakugan and Sharingan. The conflict between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans has persisted for many years, undoubtedly resulting in a substantial stockpile. Find a way to collect more. He had searched the Hyuga clan's treasury, but found little Byakugan. Due to the nearly 100% ocular awakening rate of the Hyuga clan, their members are typically laid to rest after death, leading to countless Byakugan decaying alongside the corpses. Only the rarest of prodigious Byakugan tend to be preserved, safeguarded by successive clan leaders, which Sinyan currently cannot access. However, the Uchiha clan should be different. Yes, Father, Black Zetsu replied eagerly. For him, endowed with various secret techniques, this task posed no challenge. Even the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their potent sealing techniques, could not hinder his movements. Additionally, the Kaguya clan, descendants of Yuki, may also possess an influence on awakening the Rinnegan. I need you to gather some of their cells. Understood. Furthermore, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan must also be collected, as they may be useful against them in the future. All right, Father. Is there anything else? For now, that will suffice. Shinxiang, put forth your utmost effort. We shall certainly rescue Kaguya. With that, Sinyan reiterated several instructions to Black Zetsu before producing 3 storage scrolls for him. Father, farewell. Black Zetsu reluctantly bid farewell to Sinyan after securing the scrolls. Goodbye, my dear son. Sinyan smiled and waved as Black Zetsu vanished into the ground. Sinyan turned to return to the battlefield. They had agreed to meet once a month in the Hyuga territory. With Black Zetsu's reconnaissance abilities, he would naturally find Sinyan without needing further elaboration. Observing Black Zetsu earlier, Sinyan suspected he would prefer to request several more items. Truly a devoted son. Notification. Only 2 chapters remain in the stockpile. I will be posting at night as per my usual routine. Starting tomorrow, the schedule will shift to 12:30 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. for 1 chapter each. Any additional updates will be posted at midnight. This adjustment will allow me to better manage my schedule, enabling me to prepare more content for your enjoyment. Chapter 43. Siege of the Kaguya clan. Shinichi activated his Byakugan and retraced his steps. As he entered the battlefield, he realized that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan was still ongoing. Sinyan contemplated whether to seize the opportunity amidst the escalating battle and unleash his secondary consciousness to extract the ocular pearls once more. Ultimately, he decided to play it safe. After all, time was on his side. After a brief moment of hesitation, he relinquished the thought. Opportunities were abundant, while he could act. It was not imperative. Patience was the better course of action. Just then, the departed Kurizetsu unexpectedly returned. Father, I have discovered that the Senju and Uzumaki clans are besieging the Kaguya clan. They are fighting tenaciously and may face extinction. Would you care to accompany me to observe and have your clones assist in gathering the Kaguya clan's cells? The Kaguya clan faces annihilation. Sun Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard of the Kaguya clan's tendency to create enemies, aside from their relatively amicable relationship with the Hyuga clan. Their relations with other clans were fraught with tension. 2 years prior, the Kaguya clan had seized a gift intended for the Uzumaki clan from the Uchiha clan. Recently, it seemed they had provoked the Uzumaki clan once again, which in turn had drawn the ire of the Senju clan. Good heavens! They had managed to offend several of the most formidable ninja clans of the Warring States period. Merely labeling their actions as reckless was an understatement. Korezetsu explained, indeed. The combined forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans have surpassed 1,000 in number. The Senju clan's leader, Senju Hashirama, and the reincarnation of Ashura S. Chakra, Senju Tobarama, are present. Additionally, Uzumaki Naruto and several elders have gathered as well. Sun Yan felt a sudden chill in his heart. 1,000 ninjas, at least 2 clan leaders, alongside a multitude of upper ninjas. This was a resolute decision to annihilate the Kaguya clan completely. Although the Kaguya clan appeared to lack intelligence in the original narrative, their survival for hundreds of years suggested they were not entirely foolish. Was it possible that the bloodline disease had affected their minds? What could motivate them to seize the possessions of the Uzumaki clan? It was understandable to covet the belongings of the Uchiha clan, given their animosity towards the Hyuga clan. However, the Hyuga clan maintained amicable relations with both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Offending the Uzumaki clan would likely provoke the Senju clan to retaliate. Indeed, the Kaguya clan relished combat, but this was tantamount to self-destruction. Contemplating this, Sun Yan deemed it necessary to assess the battlefield firsthand. Qingxiang, can your ninjutsu transport others? Transport others? Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Absolutely. Fear not, father. My sensory abilities underground surpass even those of the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Shigan. Your safety is assured. Very well. Sun Yan nodded, then performed a transformation jutsu, becoming a handsome young man with black hair and eyes. Although he was certainly not a match for clan leader-level opponents. With his meticulously honed ninjutsu and the explosive acceleration of the thunder-breathing technique, escaping was feasible even if he couldn't win. His inquiry to Black Zetsu was merely a precautionary measure. You should disguise yourself as well. Avoid this form. Understood. Father. Black Zetsu couldn't help but admire his father's prudence. Through his sensory perception, Black Zetsu discerned that Sun Yan was currently more formidable than the reincarnated ninjas of Indra and Ashura. Such strength, yet he remained so composed, transforming rapidly. The humanoid form of Black Zetsu softened, morphing into a puddle of black, amorphous substance. Sun Yan gazed at the writhing black creature inching towards him, a grimace tugging at the corners of his mouth. Goodness, how revolting. The black entity swiftly slithered up Sun Yan's trouser leg and nestled into his sleeve. Father, we can depart whenever you wish. Simply notify me, and I shall accompany you. The creature peered out from Sun Yan's sleeve, exuding an inexplicable sense of safety. Is this the essence of home? Sun Yan pondered, nodding slightly before extending his hand to rest gently upon the creature's head. Do not resist. I shall entrust a fragment of my consciousness to you. As long as you remain within a reasonable distance, you may communicate with me through its relay. With that, Sun Yan infused a secondary consciousness into the black entity. Understood. The creature complied, allowing the additional consciousness to permeate its being. Once prepared, Sun Yan hastened towards the southeast. Following the path indicated by the creature, along the way, an intriguing thought struck him regarding the secondary consciousness. Since the secondary consciousness can both inhabit and cultivate independently. If I leave one behind in the Warring States period to train, by the time I summon it back in 50 years, my mental prowess should have significantly increased. At the very least, Sun Yan increasingly perceived the feasibility of this endeavor. With the assistance of the remarkable Black Zetsu, he contemplated the preservation of valuable ocular techniques such as the Byakugan and Sharingan, which, if adequately safeguarded, would remain impervious to decay over a span of 50 years. He could entrust their preservation to Black Zetsu until his eventual return. Otherwise, the cost of redeeming numerous pairs of Byakugan and Sharingan would be exorbitant. As for cellular tissues and similar entities, they could be transported back through redemption with careful handling, significantly diminishing the expenditure of potential points. Fortuitously, this projection yielded exceptional luck. Although the initial endowment of this body was rather meager, the infusion from his soul had elevated its innate talent to that of a prodigy. More importantly, this vessel possessed the aptitude for cultivating breathing techniques. Within a mere 2 years, Sun Yan had advanced the thunder breathing technique to level 7. With ample time remaining, he was destined to attain level 10, potentially mastering the total concentration breathing technique in this realm. Crucially, this also conserved a considerable amount of time for his original self still residing in Konoha. In his first life, he had mastered the breathing technique to level 7 in the world of Demon Slayer. Upon returning to his original body, despite redeeming the aptitude and experience for cultivation, he would still have to start afresh due to the change in physique. However, by this time, his original self in Konoha had established a solid foundation in the thunder breathing technique. Thus, he was assured of mastering total concentration breathing before graduation. Given the potential for repetitive projection worlds, it was inevitable that the world of Demon Slayer would re-emerge. Although this realm possessed a lower tier of power, it featured the bug-like character of Muzan Kibutsuji. Furthermore, the immortality of demons sparked Sinyen's intrigue. If Mizuko, as a demon, could bask in sunlight without the need to consume humans for sustenance, it was evident that he too might seize the opportunity to achieve such a feat indeed. With the enhancement of my mental fortitude, my cognitive speed has soared. As Sinyen hurried along, he pondered deeply. He contemplated various worlds, including Demon Slayer, reincarnated as a spider, the Totem World, and Sword Art Online, meticulously evaluating the potential benefits he could glean from each. Since the world of Naruto was not merely a dream, it was evident that the other realms were indeed real. If he could return to the past, perhaps he could lay the groundwork for the future, much like this very instance. If one attempt proved insufficient, he could always try again. Worlds like reincarnated as a spider and the Totem World were realms of higher existence. Although projection might afford him a seemingly advantageous start, it could not grant him overwhelming power. Frankly, in this Warring States period, unless he activated the Rinnegan directly, he would find it challenging to compete with Hashirama and Madara. The Sage of Six Paths was still monitoring the ninja world from his Pure Land. While he likely did not observe the ninja world at every moment, it would be a different matter when it came to Hashirama and Madara. They could battle to the death, but if anyone attempted to interfere with their chakra, it would likely prove futile. Thus, he needed to devise a way to secure the Rinnegan. Father, just ahead. The reminder from Korezetsu snapped Sinyen back to reality. He stood upon a low rise, where the sounds of fervent battle echoed across the plains. The clan leaders Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami were joining forces against Kaguya Yado. Chapter 44, Seizing the Opportunity. It was apparent that Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami were not prepared to engage in a fight to the death with Kaguya Yado. They employed a strategy of guerrilla warfare, managing to stall Kaguya Yado. With the numerical superiority of the combined Senju and Uzumaki forces, victory was merely a matter of time, provided Kaguya Yado did not enter the fray. However, despite the coalition having double the manpower of the Kaguya clan, the latter fought fiercely, unafraid of death, leading to a stalemate in the battle. The elders of the Kaguya clan were covered in bone spurs, resembling hedgehogs, as they charged through the ranks of the Senju and Uzumaki alliance as if they were in an uninhabited territory. Fall back. Do not engage them in close combat. Once the bone pulse was activated, not only did their bone density significantly increase, but their skin's defensive capabilities soared as well. Their self-healing abilities far surpassed those of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, which was one of the primary reasons the Kaguya clan lacked medical ninjas. In the face of ordinary ninjutsu and weaponry, the Kaguya elders would absorb the attacks with their bodies. Even if an attack penetrated the gaps in their bone armor, causing surface injuries, they would swiftly recover. The Kaguya elders continually wielded their extracted spinal bones as weapons. Any ninja who was lightly grazed by the bone whips adorned with spurs would suffer grievous wounds. Though the coalition enjoyed a decisive numerical advantage, they found themselves being gradually pushed back by the Kaguya clan under the leadership of several elders, who carved a path through the encirclement. My leg. The cries of agony rang out. However, after breaking free from the encirclement, the Kaguya elders turned back, intent on attacking the areas with the highest concentration of enemies. Bone Pulse, Early Fern Dance, Wood Release, Advent of the Trees. Kaguya JY unleashed a powerful technique amidst the thickest crowd. A multitude of bone spurs erupted violently from the ground. This technique not only covered a vast area but also possessed remarkable piercing speed and density, resulting in instant casualties. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama was quick on the draw, simultaneously releasing Wood Release. A profusion of thick tree trunks surged forth alongside the bone spurs, lifting some of the Senju and Uzumaki ninjas into the air, thereby mitigating the losses. JY's attack inadvertently harmed his own clan as well. Numerous Kaguya ninjas were impaled by the bone spurs, soaring skyward. Yet, those who activated the bone pulse bore expressions of cruel madness, as if they felt no pain, grasping the tips of the bone spurs to thrust their bodies forward, drenched in blood, and re-entering the fray. The bone pulse truly proved to be a devastating weapon in team battles. Had it not been for Hashirama's use of Wood Release, the casualties from that strike would have been catastrophic. Yet, the energy expenditure was exorbitant. The sheer power unleashed by the bone pulse was indeed extraordinary, prompting Sinyen, who was observing the battle, to marvel. Under the scrutiny of his Byakugan, he noted that JY's chakra rapidly diminished, and his visage twisted in strain. At this juncture, Hashirama's Wood Release did seem somewhat lacking compared to Sinyen's recollections of its world-shattering capabilities. It almost resembled a more mundane endeavor akin to Daimyo's Wood Release for greening. As Hashirama unleashed a series of Wood Release techniques, he began to pant. It was rare to witness him running low on chakra, yet the consumption of this Wood Release was indeed outrageous. Through his white eyes, Nobuhiko observed the fluctuations of chakra within Hashirama. Even though the Azura chakra within Hashirama had yet to fully awaken, and he was far from mastering Sage Mode, Nobuhiko noted that the magnitude of Hashirama's chakra exceeded that of his own body by more than tenfold. This was in stark contrast to the body transformed by Nabahiko's soul, which had altered his innate abilities. With such a reservoir of chakra, any ninjutsu would become extraordinarily powerful. Nabahiko felt a twinge of envy toward Hashirama's chakra. Although his own form had acquired Kaguya's chakra, its quality was high, but its total quantity was not substantial. Moreover, a significant portion of it remained sealed, gradually merging with his being as his body matured. The prospect of attaining the vast chakra reserves of Hashirama was still a distant dream. No wonder Madara could not surpass Hashirama. He had yet to awaken the Azura chakra. Sinyan could not help but recall the moment when Hashirama, moved by the act of using a kunai to take his own life, touched Madara. If only that kunai had pierced deeper, and they exchanged a few words. Hashirama's wound might have healed instantaneously. It aligns with my expectations. It is not merely the exaggerated bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, but rather the extraordinary nature of Hashirama himself. Through the observation of his Byakugan, Sinyan discerned that aside from Hashirama, the other members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, while possessing a considerable amount of chakra, did not display any remarkable excess. Compared to Hashirama, even Tobirama seemed to pale in comparison. This is understandable, as they are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Although the sage's power surpasses that of the Tsutsuki clan, it stands to reason that his pure-blood descendants would not be significantly inferior to those of the sage. It now appears that Kushina Uzumaki and Nagato Uzumaki are indeed exceptional talents. Under the scrutiny of Sinyan's Byakugan, he could see all the ninjas from the Senju and Uzumaki clans clearly. Upon reflection, the Uzumaki clan is merely characterized by a naturally abundant chakra when compared to ordinary ninja clans. However, there is no justification for them to overshadow the Hyuga clan, descendants of the Tsutsuki. Even the elite ninjas of the Kaguya clan do not possess chakra levels that drastically exceed those of the top ninjas from the Senju and Uzumaki clans. For instance, in later generations, Kaguya's descendant, Cheyenne, who awakened the powers of the Kagura's heart eye, clearly possesses exceptional talent. Nevertheless, her chakra, when compared to elite ninjas, is not exceptionally remarkable. If the Uzumaki clan members possess chakra levels equivalent to that of Kushina and Nagato, then despite their smaller numbers, they would undoubtedly be the foremost ninja clan of the Warring States period. The Senju clan, on the other hand, does not necessarily require members to possess chakra levels matching Hashirama's. Even an average level of Tobirama's chakra would suffice to dominate the Warring States. The presence of Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines merely raises the lower limits. The upper limits depend on individual talent. Although clan leaders like Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Q have formidable chakra, others remain within the normal range, at least not eliciting Sinyan's disbelief. In contrast, the siblings of Hashirama and Tobirama, Ban and Wa, appear rather ordinary, with chakra levels even inferior to Sinyan's. It seems the Uzumaki clan is not characterized by an abundance of chakra either, had the choice been between the Uzumaki and Senju clans from the outset. The limited energy points would likely lead to selecting only the least promising members. At this moment, witnessing the median and average levels of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Sinyan could not help but feel grateful for his own singular focus, faced with the relentless assault from the crowd. The elder of the Kaguya clan was already nearing his limits, unable to hold on for much longer. Sinyan instructed the dark entity, concealed within his sleeve, Qingxiang, infiltrate the underground and seize the cells of the Kaguya clan. Be meticulous in your categorization. Do not allow them to intermingle. Furthermore, exercise caution to avoid drawing attention. Understood. Father. Black Zetsu descended from Sinyan's sleeve and swiftly vanished into the depths below. Chapter 45. The Dance of Blood and Bone. The fall of Kaguya. From today forth, the landscape of the Warring State shall undergo a transformation. Sinyan gazed upon Kaguya Zongyu, whose head had been severed by Senju Tobirama, and could not help but sigh inwardly. In Sinyan's eyes, Kaguya Zongyu undeniably possessed strength approaching that of a Kage. However, when faced with the siege of multiple Jonin, he ultimately fell short and met his demise. This outcome, though tragic, is not surprising. Even the mightiest among the Kage would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of numerous Jonin. Only those who attain a level beyond Kage possess the fortitude to resist such overwhelming numbers. During the Warring States period, aside from the three paramount clans of Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, the Uzumaki and Kaguya clans stood as the mightiest. The five great leaders of the Warring States emerged from these esteemed clans. Now that the extinction of the Kaguya clan has become an inevitable reality, the Hyuga clan has directly lost a formidable ally. The Senju and Uzumaki clans, being blood relatives, can unite their strengths, rendering them a force that neither the Uchiha nor the Hyuga clans could withstand. As for the prospect of an alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the likelihood appears exceedingly slim. To ensure the continued tranquility of the Hyuga clan, it seems prudent to foster a strong relationship with the Senju clan. In the depths of his thoughts, Nabahiko contemplated the prevailing ethos of the Warring States period, where self-interest reigned supreme. However, when it came to individuals, distinction still existed. Although he was unaware of when the Great Pillar would ascend to the role of clan leader, it was likely only a matter of years. Given Hashirama's disposition, if he could forge a friendship with him, the Hyuga clan's safety would be assured. After all, Nobuhiko had no aspirations for dominance. He merely sought to extend his years, dedicating himself to diligent training and research. If he were to speak of extraordinary abilities, even his projections paled in comparison to the remarkable prowess exhibited by both Hashirama and Madara, unbeknownst to the major ninja clans. The next generation of the Senju and Uchiha clan leaders would possess strength that would place them in an entirely different realm. The Hyuga clan maintained a reasonably cordial relationship with the Senju, albeit one that could hardly be deemed intimate. Hashirama had no sisters, which precluded any potential alliances through marriage. As the tragic demise of Kaguya's elder unfolded, the third and fourth elders of her clan were immediately overcome with rage, their eyes bloodshot, on the brink of insanity. Their reason evaporated, leading them to engage in reckless, self-destructive attacks. Influenced by the elders, the rest of the Kaguya clan members descended into madness, with many awakening their bone bloodline during the chaos of battle. Those who were initially of mere Chunin caliber suddenly attained strengths rivaling that of Jonin. Bone spikes erupted from their bodies, significantly enhancing their offensive, defensive, and regenerative capabilities. Yet, in their frenzy, they lost all semblance of reason, even turning on their fellow clan ninjas. Fall back. Under the command of the elders from the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the ninjas who had prepared to encircle and annihilate the Kaguya clan retreated swiftly, albeit not without difficulty. Great Elder. Upon witnessing the elders' beheading at the hands of Tobarama Senju, Kaguya Yando unleashed a surge of chakra, brandishing his bone whip in an attempt to drive back Tobarama and Mikage Uzumaki. The whip merely grazed the ground, creating a massive crater as debris scattered. Tobarama and Mikage refrained from engaging Kaguya Yando directly, instead opting for a tactical approach, alternating their attacks to counter him. Recognizing the overwhelming disadvantage in close combat, they resorted to ninjutsu for mid-range engagements. The Uzumaki clan, known for their sealing techniques, faced a challenge as many of their seals required close proximity, making it difficult to execute against a target as unpredictable as Kaguya Yando. Mikage initiated with the Earth-style wall, summoning a wall of earth to obstruct Yando's advance. Just as Yando executed his dance of the camellia, spinning his bone whip to obliterate the earthen barrier, Tobarama summoned a colossal water column from above, descending upon Yando like a mountain crashing down. Although the bone bloodline significantly enhanced the user's defense and recovery, a powerful strike to the head remained a critical vulnerability. Nonetheless, at this moment, Yando had forsaken all cares. His blood had seeped deep into his bones, and he was gravely afflicted. This battle would be his final stand. If he could take down more from the Senju and Kaguya clans, it would be worth it. Thus, when faced with the impending water column, he invoked the Dance of the Larch, causing bone spikes to rapidly grow and envelop his entire form. With a fierce burst of chakra, he propelled himself against the water column, bracing against its tremendous weight as he surged through its center. Scatter. Quickly. Upon witnessing Yando withstand his full-force strike and breakthrough, Tobarama pursued him, initially intending to delay Yando while eliminating the other Kaguya clan members. However, with Yando now recklessly expending chakra in a desperate bid for mutual destruction, Tobarama abandoned his previous strategy. Bone Bloodline, Dance of the Early Fern. As Yando charged into the crowd, several Jonin from the Senju and Uzumaki clans, determined to protect their kin, bravely confronted him. Yet, as Yando unleashed his technique, a multitude of bone spikes erupted from the ground. Compared to the elder Kaguya Yuki's similar maneuver, Yando's execution was swifter and more devastating. In a single sweep, half of the engaged Jonin were injured, and 3 fell instantly. Coughing violently, Yando, having exhausted his technique, began to weaken rapidly. Withdraw lock. 8 massive golden chains surged from all directions toward Yando. Witnessing the staggering casualties, Mikage finally unleashed his full power. Clang, clang, clang. Yando transformed his arm bones into sharp swords, relentlessly slashing at the encroaching chains. However, each time he severed a link, the golden chains rapidly reformed under Mikage's chakra. Ah, Tobarama, Mikage, even in death, I will not grant you respite. Yando roared, his body flooding with blood. A torrent of blood erupted from within him, saturating his exterior bone spikes in a vivid crimson, followed closely by his skin. Clan leader. As Yando prepared to unleash his final, self-destructive maneuver, the third and fourth elders erupted with the forbidden power of the bone bloodline, transforming themselves into beings of blood and fury. Simultaneously, the Kaguya clan members, now possessing Jonin-level combat prowess, charged forth into the fray. Bone bloodline, Dance of Blood and Bone. Boom. A few slightly weaker Kaguya Jonin, halfway through their charge, suddenly exploded, sending countless bone shards flying in all directions. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth wall. Wood release, wood barrier. Tobarama, Hashirama, and the other elders rushed to the forefront of the crowd, simultaneously invoking broad defensive ninjutsu to shield against the overwhelming assault. The bone shards, once halted, still bore a high temperature, relentlessly corroding the defensive techniques of their opponents. Meanwhile, the third and fourth elders of the Kaguya clan executed their own dance of blood and bone, culminating in a self-detonation. The cascading bone fragments rained down like lethal droplets, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. In response, Yando amassed a colossal amount of chakra, propelling his bones outward in a desperate bid for survival. Scatter. Form up quickly. In an instant, the expressions of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Kagami shifted dramatically. The dance of blood and bones was a self-destructive assault that spared neither friend nor foe. This was the final and most potent strike of the Kaguya clan. For Crimson Sun formation, Chapter 46 saw Hashirama kneeling directly as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Kagami. Alongside two of the most formidable elders, employed the expansive barrier. For Crimson Sun formation, the four stood at the corners, encircling Kaguya YD, the third elder, and the fourth elder in the center. For immense crimson light screens surged skyward, forming a colossal rectangular barrier that ensnared the three within. Aside from a gap several dozen meters above, even the ground was enveloped by the barrier. A thunderous explosion reverberated. A massive shockwave relentlessly battered the surface of the barrier. Kaguya YD was adorned with bone needles as fine as hair. He resembled a cactus bristling with sharp spikes, with countless bone shards erupting outward. The crimson barrier quivered momentarily but managed to deflect all the bone projectiles. Despite the onslaught, Uchiha Kagami and Senju Hashirama maintained their composure, though their chakra reserves were notably depleted. However, the two elders, advanced in years and having already engaged in battle, were significantly fatigued. Now, under the relentless assault, their faces paled as they gritted their teeth to endure. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced through the barrier. The Kaguya clan members, having awakened the bone bloodline, began to self-destruct among the crowd using the bloodbone technique. In close proximity, numerous ninjas sustained severe injuries, their main targets being the sons of Senju Tobarama. Hashirama and Tobarama, being the most powerful, were able to evade and defend against the enemy's self-explosions. However, on the other side, Senju Kawarama was pierced through the right chest by a bone arm, collapsing to the ground in agony. Kawarama. Tobarama's expression shifted drastically as he rushed to his brother's side, shielding him from subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, over a dozen Kaguya clan ninjas, drenched in blood, surged towards Senju Banji. They recklessly absorbed the attacks of ninjutsu and weapons, intent on perishing alongside Kawarama. Banji, run! Hashirama shouted desperately, urging his youngest brother to flee as he dashed forward, employing would-release techniques. Would-release, would-barrier, would-release, advent of the trees. Hashirama utilized would-release to shield Senju Banji while ensnaring the enemies with branches. Yet, at that moment, Hashirama's chakra was not boundless. Continuous combat had significantly diminished the potency of his would-release. As explosions erupted in proximity, the wood was corroded by blood, shattering under a barrage of blasts. The ninjas who had rushed to protect Senju Banji were also obliterated. The self-destructing elite ninja exhausted their final strength, launching two bone arms and a spinal column. Senju Banji managed to block one of the bone arm attacks, but the other pierced his thigh. Stumbling, he fell backward, while the spine, slicing through the air, was poised to impale his head. In that fleeting moment, a cacophony of thunder echoed through the air. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, sixfold. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant flash of blue lightning traversed the crowd, bending 6 times in succession. The sword light cleaved through the air, splitting the spine that was aimed at Senju Banji in two, with fragments embedding themselves into the ground. Believing he was destined to perish on his first battlefield, Senju Banji opened his tightly shut eyes. A white-haired youth clad in a white kimono stood with his back to him, deftly twirling a kunai with a notch in his wrist before sheathing it. "Are you all right?" Shinhiko turned, glancing at the incapacitated Senju Banji. The distinctively pure white pupils and the clan emblem on his attire instantly revealed Shinhiko's identity to the onlookers. However, his strikingly white hair drew attention. Most importantly, wasn't the Hyuga clan renowned for their gentle fist? How could he possess such formidable swordsmanship? "Do not move. I shall assist you in your healing." Yoshihiko knelt beside Senju, extending his hand to unleash a healing ninjutsu upon his thigh, which was gushing blood. "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it." With a reassuring smile, Nabahiko comforted him. "Thank you," Senju Tobarama replied, momentarily taken aback by Nabahiko's warm smile. Feeling a hint of daze as he struggled to recover from the terror of death, noticing that Nabahiko was tending to Tobarama's wounds, the Senju and Uzumaki clansmen who had rushed over suddenly halted in their tracks. Hashirama dashed to Nabahiko's side, observing the gaping wound on Tobarama's thigh, which was causing him excruciating pain and cold sweat to bead on his forehead. "Tobarama, are you all right?" he asked anxiously. "I'm fine, brother." Tobarama managed a strained smile. Nabahiko, who was in the midst of treating him, turned to Hashirama with a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, you will be fine." Upon hearing Nabahiko's response, Hashirama's expression was one of barely contained tears. Subsequently, in a moment of sheer gratitude, he dropped to the ground in a deep bow, exclaiming, "I am truly, deeply grateful. Thank you for saving my brother." Senyan was momentarily taken aback. The reason for revealing his identity and strength was to establish a good rapport with the Senju clan, specifically with Senju Hashirama. Just as Senju Wakana and Senju Banjian found themselves in peril, he could not save Wakana in time, but he could rescue Banjian, thereby achieving his objective. The results were beyond expectations. Hashirama bowed deeply to him, truly a devoted elder brother. Coincidentally, Senyan could seize this opportunity to shed the label of useless that had been affixed to him. The Hyuga clan harbored numerous secrets and the Byakugan of past formidable warriors, all of which were entrusted solely to the clan leader. Consequently, the position of clan leader was something Xinyan was determined to contest. Moreover, the prophecy tablet of this world had yet to be activated. The time had come. Today was merely the first step. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed within the four red sun formation. Kaguya's final ounce of chakra was exhausted as her bones erupted from her body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of blood mist. The four red sun formation, having endured Kaguya's final assault, trembled violently before regaining its composure and gradually dissipating. Vortex Mirror and Senju Banjin merely experienced slight breathlessness, while the elder who had just employed the four red sun formation collapsed, utterly fatigued. Ah, Wakana. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from the other side. In Shinhiko's impression, the aloof second-generation Senju Tobarama was now holding his younger brother, whose gaze was gradually fading, and weeping loudly. The content is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Waka. Hashirama's expression suddenly changed, and following the sound, he saw Waka's complexion was ashen, almost devoid of color. Seeing this, Nobuhiko shouted aloud, "Get any medical ninja to assist with his bandaging." As he spoke, he abruptly ceased his treatment on Senju Tobarama and dashed towards Senju Hashirama. After all, he had already staunched the bleeding for Tobarama, and the injury on his thigh could not be healed in an instant. If he could save Hashirama as well, it would surely merit 100 bows of gratitude from Tobarama. Xinyan approached Senju Wakana and noticed that two medical ninjas were already attending to him. He adjusted his Byakugan to assess the situation. Soon, a shadow of concern crossed his face. A bone had penetrated Senju Wakana's right chest, piercing through the upper lobe of his lung. Given the medical standards of the Warring States period, his chances of survival were exceedingly slim. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary resilience of Hashirama, who could swiftly recover from seemingly fatal injuries. In the original narrative, even the future medical teams, well structured as they were, would require the cooperation of several medical ninjas to address such penetrating wounds effectively. Step aside. Let me take a look. A gentle-looking female ninja from the Uzumaki clan, appearing to be in her 30s, made her way through the crowd to Senju Wakana's side. She knelt down, rolled up her sleeves, and extended her fair wrist towards his mouth. "Come on, bite me." Xinyan's gaze sharpened slightly. It appeared that the ninja from the Vortex clan possessed abilities akin to those of Sakan and his mother, even if she could not directly restore Senju Hashirama. As long as she could revitalize his chakra and vitality, Xinyan would have a chance to save him. With his last ounce of strength, Senju Hashirama managed to bite down on the wrist of the female ninja, leaving shallow teeth marks that barely drew blood. Soon after, he felt a surge of chakra flood into his body. Simultaneously, his once dispersed consciousness began to coalesce. For a fleeting moment, he found the strength to emit a cry of pain. Ah, it hurts. However, Xinyan noticed that the wound on Hashirama's chest continued to bleed profusely, and the two medical ninjas were unable to mend his internal injuries. If this persisted, his demise was inevitable. The female ninja evidently recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately called out, "Bite me again. Harder this time." With renewed vigor, Senju Hashirama bit down more forcefully, prompting a soft groan of discomfort from the female ninja. After this encounter, she collapsed onto the grass, her complexion pale. Chapter 47. The Remarkable Art of Medical Ninjutsu. It seems her abilities are far from being as formidable as those of Sakan and his mother, yet they are still capable of restoring vitality. Xinyan discovered that her chakra had significantly diminished. Senju Tobarama no longer bore the pallor of death that had engulfed him moments earlier. Despite the medical ninjas attending to his wounds, applying bandages, they were unable to halt the relentless flow of blood. Utilizing her Byakugan, Xinyan discerned that not only had Tobarama's lung lobes been penetrated, but numerous meridians surrounding them had also been severed. It was imperative to first restore the meridians before any attempt to heal the lung lobes could be made. "Please, bite me once more," the female ninja implored. Struggling to rise, desperate for Tobarama to inflict another bite, Tobarama gazed at the unsteady female ninja, shaking his head with a sorrowful smile. "It is futile. My injuries are too grave to heal. I am so weary. Allow me to rest." Though the infusion of the female ninja's blood and chakra had revitalized Tobarama to some extent, the sheer volume of blood he had lost was perilously close to claiming his life. This was a testament to the Senju clan's resilience, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the Warring States period, medical ninjas primarily operated in battlefield hospitals, seldom engaging in direct combat. This, of course, pertained to those medical ninjas of considerable skill who lacked offensive capabilities, and not to those like Hyuga Ryota, who wielded the title of medical ninja to evade the battlefield. Tobarama's injuries rendered him immobile, necessitating immediate treatment on site. After two medical ninjas exhausted their chakra, 3 more arrived. However, Xinyan recognized their inadequacies at a glance. "Are there any more medical ninjas? Hurry." Elder of the Uzumaki clan called out to the crowd. At that moment, one of the medical ninjas who had tended to Tobarama's wounds joined him. "Tobarama, Senju Hashirama halted the formation of his barrier and rushed into the fray, only to be confronted with the grim sight of his third son. Where is Elder Chiya? Elder Chiya, a clan member, grief etched across his face, stepped forward. Leader, Elder Chiya has fallen in battle. Senju Hashirama's expression darkened with despair as he turned to gaze upon his son. Senju Chiya was their clan's finest medical ninja. Renowned for his prowess, it was unfathomable that he had perished in this conflict. Hashirama yearned to unearth the ancestral graves of the Kaguya clan in his wrath. Subsequently, Uzumaki Kagami approached Hashirama, summoning the accompanying medical ninjas, yet they all expressed their powerlessness, able only to prolong Tobarama's life through the infusion of chakra. Tobarama. Senju Tobarama could not contain his grief as he embraced his brother. Hashirama clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany. With a flicker of hope, he gazed at Shinyan, his expression filled with longing. He opened his mouth, yet his overwhelming anxiety and sorrow rendered him momentarily voiceless. Though he spoke not a word, Shinyan comprehended his intent. Primary Consciousness 1, the essence. Korizetsu has instructed me to inform you that while he collects the cells of the Kaguya clan, there may be risks of exposure. It would be prudent for you to divert the attention of the onlookers. Otherwise, for the sake of discretion, he will gather a portion of the Kaguya clan's cells while ensuring no exposure occurs. In Shinhiko's heart, the voice of a secondary consciousness echoed. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon the wound between the 1,000 hands. I understand now. In his heart, Xinyan silently murmured a phrase, then stepped forward before the crowd, declaring, "Allow me to give it a try, though I possess merely a 40% chance." As soon as he uttered these words, all the surrounding ninjas turned their gazes toward him. While the others could be disregarded, being encircled by formidable clan leaders such as Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kaika, Xinyan suddenly felt an invisible weight pressing upon him. Do you have a way to save Wacken? Hashirama reacted swiftly, his face alight with excitement as he grasped Xinyan's hand. Just a 40% chance. Xinyan nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Senju Hashirama. With the assistance of a female ninja from the Uzumaki clan, Xinyan felt he possessed at least an 80 to 90% assurance of saving Senju Wacken. Of course, healing him would likely render him unable to remain a ninja. Senju Hashirama gazed at his third son, whose eyes were gradually losing their luster, and approached Xinyan, bowing deeply before him. Thank you for saving Banjian. As for this child, Wacken, I entrust him to you. I implore you. In that moment, Senju Hashirama was no longer the leader of a top-tier ninja clan from the warring states. He was simply a father on the verge of losing his child. Xinyan sensed his sincerity and stepped forward to support the Konoha Buddha. Your words weigh heavily. I can only promise to do my utmost. With that, Xinyan crouched beside the Konoha Buddha and directed the medical ninjas nearby, saying, You, reduce the chakra output frequency slightly. And you, do not apply such force while compressing the lungs. I instruct you to release, so release. The new keyboard novel website, Zinjianpan.com, updates the latest chapters of Dream Projection from Naruto in real time. And you, be prepared to assist me. The medical ninjas regarded Xinyan's remarkably youthful visage with skepticism. While it was not uncommon for children under 11 or 12 to be dispatched to the battlefield, it was rare for someone aged 15 or 16 to emerge as an exceptional medical ninja. Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, they had no choice but to comply. As Yoshihiko orchestrated the proceedings, he methodically unfurled a storage scroll, extracting a diverse array of medical instruments, test tubes, syringes, acupuncture needles, surgical scalpels, and tweezers. Observing Yoshihiko's adept movements, Tobira, cradling his younger brother, felt a sudden tightening in his pupils, inexplicably fostering a deeper trust in Yoshihiko, and a glimmer of hope ignited within his heart. Each of you, swiftly infuse your blood into the test tubes. Xinyan collected a few drops of blood from Senju Hashirama using 4 test tubes. He then gestured towards the individuals present, Fojian, Jujian, Feijian, and Banjian. The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. Meanwhile, Xinyan grasped 2 needles as fine as a strand of hair, infusing them with chakra. Instantly, the needles stiffened and stood upright. He instructed the medical ninja tending to Hashirama's wound to release their grip. You may let go. Maintain the chakra output and stabilize. As he spoke, Xinyan adjusted his Byakugan to enhance his visual range, guiding the 2 needles into the gaping wound in Hashirama's chest. His fingers deftly manipulated the needles, their motions quickening with each passing moment. A sharp tremor coursed through Hashirama's body, eliciting a pain cry. On the other side, the 4 individuals also infused their blood into the test tubes, merging it with Hashirama's essence. Xinyan skillfully operated the meridian suturing needle with one hand, continuously infusing it with chakra. Meanwhile, his other hand placed 4 white slips of paper into test tubes. The surrounding onlookers were filled with trepidation at his divided attention. A mere tremor could result in him inadvertently piercing Senju Hashirama. However, with the assistance of his secondary consciousness, Xinyan was entirely capable of executing the task. If another secondary consciousness were present, he alone could perform a surgery that would typically require multiple medical ninjas. Approximately 30 seconds later, Xinyan extracted a bloodstained test strip. Observing a subtle change in its color, he then retrieved a large beaker and pointed at Hashirama, saying, Fill this with your blood, and your brother will be saved. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned an expression of fervent excitement. Without hesitation, he drew his ninja blade and slashed at his wrist. With a splatter, crimson blood gushed forth, splattering directly onto Xinyan's face. Xinyan continued to deftly stitch the meridians, wiping the blood from his face with a single hand. He gazed at Hashirama with disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless by the immense wound on Hashirama's wrist. Good heavens! Has he severed the main artery? Tobirama, standing beside him, glared at Hashirama, unable to comprehend how he could engage in such a foolish act in such a critical moment, the muscles at the corner of his eye twitching involuntarily. Upon witnessing the situation, Xinyan decided against using N4 drip. After meticulously suturing the meridians, he promptly instructed the medical ninjas to assist in repairing Senju Hashirama's lung lobes. Simultaneously, he poured the blood collected from Hashirama directly into his body through the wound. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Xinyan remarked, given the limited conditions, this is the only course of action. In his previous life, such a method would have surely resulted in Hashirama's demise. However, in this world, where everything is supported by chakra, the impossible could be rendered possible. Through the power of his Byakugan, Nobuhiko guided the blood of Hashirama with chakra, allowing it to flow along the meridians of Senju Tobirama, ultimately reaching his heart. Fortunately, during his time in Konohagakure, he had diligently employed chakra to assist Uchiha Masaki in mastering breathing techniques for 6 consecutive months, while simultaneously absorbing the systematic theories of medical ninjutsu meticulously compiled by Tsunade. Following that, he spent 2 years learning under the prodigious Hinata Katono. Additionally, he engaged in profound experiments with 3 or 4 shadow clones, relentlessly conducting dissections. It was through this rigorous process that he managed to revive the blood transfusion technique in the Warring States era. Of course, the primary factor was chakra. As they observed the color gradually returning to Tobirama's face and his breathing becoming more stable, the expressions of Hashirama and the others relaxed. The medical ninjas, sensing the strong heartbeat indicating Tobirama's recovery, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It's done. It's done. Everyone gazed at Nobuhiko in sheer disbelief. Such extraordinary medical ninjutsu. It was nothing short of artistry. Chapter 48. The Cunning Hinata Tenjin 1. Truly, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving my brothers. Hashirama embraced Nobuhiko tightly, tears streaming down his face, with blood from his wrist splattering onto Nobuhiko's white attire. Shinichi was momentarily stunned. He broke free from Hashirama's embrace and grasped his wrist, saying, "Allow me to staunch your bleeding." With that, Shinichi employed his medical ninjutsu on Hashirama's wrist. Such terrifying regenerative abilities. During the process of treating Hashirama, Shinyan discovered that his recovery speed surpassed that of an ordinary person by at least tenfold. This was still the result of not fully merging with Ashura's chakra. It seems that not only is Ashura's chakra extraordinary, but Hashirama's innate talent is also unparalleled among the Senju clan for centuries. After staunching Hashirama's bleeding, Shinyan paused his actions and proceeded to dress the wound. Secondary Consciousness 1. Master, Black Zetsu and I have gathered sufficient Kaguya cells, now directly beneath your feet. If you wish to relocate, Black Zetsu can whisk you away immediately. Not at this moment, Shinyan silently thought. At this time, under the command of Uzumaki Kagami, everyone began to clear the battlefield, searching for the wounded. After confirming that neither Tobirama nor Kawarama was in any imminent danger, Senju Butsuma approached Shinyan once more, solemnly expressing, "Thank you for saving Tobirama and Kawarama. This bond of gratitude will be remembered by the Senju clan." However, I recall that you seemed to be a hint of confusion flickered in Butsuma's gaze. In his memory, there was a member of the Hyuga clan with white hair. It appears you, the leader of the Butsuma clan, are mistaken. I merely wished to witness the prowess of the Senju clan and happened to encounter this situation. Shinyan did not conceal his intentions. He came to investigate intelligence. The Hinata clan has historically maintained a close relationship with the Senju clan, which is a duty I must uphold. As for my identity, if I recall correctly, I am Hinata Ryota. My father is Hinata Tenjin. In the era of warring states, interest reigns supreme. Kaguya shares a bloodline connection with the Hinata clan, and they remain allies. However, this alliance is merely strategic. As for the allies who have already perished, they hold no value. Moreover, there are reasons beyond Hashirama's influence. In the ancient texts of his clan, Xinyan discovered numerous accounts regarding the Kaguya clan. The relationship between the Hyuga and Kaguya clans was not as intimate as he had previously envisioned. Hyuga Ryota and Senju Hashirama exchanged a glance of surprise. Realizing the cunning nature of Hyuga Tenmon, it was one thing for the eldest son, Hyuga Masato, to possess remarkable talents. However, the astounding abilities of the younger son, Hyuga Ryota, were truly astonishing. His recent display of swordsmanship was akin to a thunderous tempest, complemented by an exceptionally potent medical ninjutsu. He was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Rumors had circulated that Hyuga Ryota was a natural failure, having never set foot on the battlefield by the age of 14. Relying solely on his status as the clan leader's son and the title of a medical ninja to remain in the rear. Previously, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami had even mocked Hyuga Tenmon, lamenting the embarrassment of having produced such a seemingly inept offspring among the strongest leaders of the 5 great clans during the Warring States period. Little did they know They had been utterly deceived. Xinyan observed the ever-changing expressions of Senju Hotoke and Uzumaki Kagami, and a thought stirred within him. It was evident that the two were indulging in their own conjectures. After a brief silence, Uzumaki Kagami spoke in a deep voice. "Are you truly not here to support the Kaguya clan?" Xinyan remarked, "If the Hyuga clan truly intended to support the Kaguya clan, wouldn't they have arrived by now? Should the Hyuga and Kaguya clans unite their forces, even the combined might of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans would likely be insufficient to prevent the Kaguya clan's demise today. Furthermore, given the Uzumaki clan's unique sensory abilities, it would be impossible to conceal the approach of a substantial Hyuga army." Uzumaki Kagami paused, taken aback by Xinyan's unabashed honesty. Indeed, the Uzumaki and Senju clans share a blood tie, yet there have been times in their ancestral history when conflict erupted between them. This time, the two clans had resolutely joined forces to eradicate the Kaguya clan. The relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Senju and Uzumaki clans was relatively amicable. Thus, prior to taking action, they had subtly hinted and tested the waters with the Hyuga clan. Should the Hyuga clan truly choose to stand alongside the Kaguya clan, the Uzumaki and Senju clans would need to reconsider their strategy. As Ryota Hyuga stated, even with the addition of the Uchiha, a 3-against-2 scenario would only yield a Pyrrhic victory. In the event of a chaotic conflict among the 5 great ninja clans of the warring states, it would be the other clans that benefit. After suggesting substantial rewards for the Hyuga clan upon the Kaguya clan's annihilation, Tinin Hyuga responded to Uzumaki Kagami, informing him that the Hyuga clan was only willing to assist the Kaguya clan in fending off the Uchiha for a limited duration, with no further involvement. This solidified the determination of the Senju and Uzumaki clans to eradicate the Kaguya clan, as the latter had long since incurred the wrath of many. With the main forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans advancing to eliminate the Kaguya clan, there lay the risk of an ambush from alliances of smaller ninja clans. While the Senju clan might withstand such an attack, the Uzumaki clan could find themselves in dire straits. However, no one would dare to undertake such actions, as the Kaguya clan had succeeded in becoming universally despised among all ninja clans during the Warring States period, including the Hyuga clan. "It seems I have overthought this." Uzumaki Kagami smiled faintly. That old fellow Tenyin Hyuga truly possesses remarkable patience. With a son as exceptional as him, how could he remain concealed for so long? As he spoke, Uzumaki Kagami gestured behind him, prompting the gathered jounin to withdraw to a greater distance. In his heart, Xinyan was certain. Oftentimes, speaking the truth proves far more beneficial than veiling it in secrecy. Currently, although the Senju and Uzumaki clans had vanquished the Kaguya clan and their influence surged, they had suffered significant losses. Aside from their reputation, their strength had not immediately seen a substantial enhancement. In fact, it had been somewhat diminished. At this juncture, it was absolutely unthinkable for them to act against him, as it would influence the Hyuga clan's stance, especially after he had just intervened to rescue the 2 sons of Senju Hashirama. Furthermore, should a confrontation arise, none could hope to detain him, while he surely could not contend with a clan leader's might. The disparity between a Jonin and an Umbu leader was not nearly as insurmountable as that between a Kaguya and an Umbu leader. This encounter, where the small bested the large, would most benefit not the supposed favor of the Senju and Hyuga clans, but rather that of Hashirama himself, and it was likely that this favor was already at its zenith. On another front, the battle within the valley had drawn to a close. More accurately, it was the Hyuga and Uchiha clans that had opted to cease hostilities. Upon exiting the valley, Uchiha Taijima proclaimed loudly, "Hyuga Tenmyo, it is too late for you to support the Kaguya clan. Once the Kaguya clan is annihilated by the Senju and Uzumaki, you will be next." Hyuga Tenmyo retorted, "Once we ally with the Senju clan, you will understand who truly faces extinction." As he spoke, Hyuga Tenmyo laughed heartily and turned to depart. Uchiha Taijima's expression fluctuated between green and pale. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and he covered his eyes with great force, inhaling deeply as though enduring some torment. "Father." Madara and Izuna rushed forward, looking at Uchiha Taijima with concern. "I am fine." Uchiha Taijima waved his hand, commanding, "Advance at full speed towards the Kaguya clan at Mist Peak, maintain distance from the Hyuga clan, and avoid conflict." Chapter 49. The Warring States Period. The interests of the ninja clans come first. Lord Clan Leader Ryota has fled. Upon hearing the Jonin's report, Hyuga Tenmyo's gaze shifted. Impossible. Ryota would not flee after coming this far. Hyuga Katona, standing beside him, countered, "That may not be the case. Given Ryota's strength, he could have remained in the rear. Coming to the battlefield would only spell death. If it meant preserving his own life, fleeing would be his choice. You all, dispatch individuals to search immediately." Hyuga Masato spoke in a calm tone, his gaze scrutinizing Hyuga Katona without restraint. He had always held a disdainful view of this timid younger brother, especially since he had been close to Hyuga Katona. Listening to his eldest son's blunt words, Hyuga Tenmyo frowned and said solemnly, "Send more people to search. Additionally, slow the entire army's march." Understood. The attending Jonin promptly went to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Hyuga Masato inquired with puzzlement, "Father, why must we slow our march to search for Ryota? If we advance quickly, perhaps we can arrive sooner to assist the Kaguya clan in resisting the combined forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, preserving them." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tenmu sighed internally. Casting a glance at Hyuga Masato and replying expressionlessly to preserve the heavily wounded Kaguya clan, only to forge a bitter enmity with the ever-friendly Senju and Uzumaki clans? Although feuding with the Senju clan would be detrimental to the Hyuga clan, the Kaguya clan is our ally. Hyuga Masato exclaimed passionately. By uniting with the Kaguya clan, our Hyuga clan would become the strongest ninja clan of the warring states, requiring the assistance of the Kaguya clan to confront the Uchiha. In recent decades, have you ever witnessed the Hyuga clan and Kaguya clan truly fighting side by side? Hyuga Tenmu countered again. At this, Hyuga Masato was momentarily speechless. Once the Kaguya clan's corpses go mad, they cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Historical records document instances where the Kaguya clan mistakenly harmed the previous Hyuga clan leader during conflicts. However, observing Hyuga Tenmu shake his head with a sigh, Hyuga Masato remained somewhat unconvinced and continued, if we do not genuinely intend to rescue the Kaguya clan, why obstruct the Uchiha ninja? We could simply let them pass. Unable to endure any longer, Hyuga Katona opened her mouth, appearing as though she wished to speak but hesitated. Katona, explain to him why. Hyuga Tenmu gazed at her with profound disappointment. It is true that this eldest son possesses remarkable talent, but he is also rather single-minded. Hyuga Katona explained. If our allies are in peril and we do not assist them, once the Kaguya clan is annihilated, which ninja clan would still wish to ally with us? Moreover, the Hyuga clan previously protected the Kaguya clan due to their formidable strength. Even though they have incurred widespread ire, their adversaries were merely minor clans. Now with the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki targeting them simultaneously, we must abandon them. The reason for obstructing the Uchiha clan is twofold: to present a fade to other ninja clans, and to ensure the Kaguya clan does not easily fall, at least to exhaust some of the Senju and Uzumaki's forces. After Hyuga Katona finished explaining, Hyuga Tenmu shot a glare at Hyuga Masato, asking, do you understand now? Yes, father. I see that I have simplified my thoughts. Hyuga Masato lowered his head. Hyuga Tenmu sighed, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him with a beard, exclaiming, Tenjin, you have raised a wonderful daughter. As Tenjin heard this, he cast a reproachful glance at Hyuga Katona, seemingly chastising her for not sparing any dignity for the young clan leader. Then he smiled and said, clan leader, Masato has simply had less experience. He will surely come to understand these matters in time. In truth, Tenjin himself held little faith in his own words. At 27 years old, remaining so naive is indeed rare. I contemplate passing the clan leader position to Katona in the future. Hyuga Tenmu spoke with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Tenjin's pupils dilated sharply, his expression turning somewhat flustered as he bowed deeply, respectfully stating, clan leader, you overestimated. How could Katona possibly be fit to become the clan leader? This child could certainly assist the clan leader in the future. Hyuga Tenmu's expression hardened as he grasped Tenjin's arm, lifting him up while scolding playfully, you old rascal, do not come at me with such formalities. We are the same clan. It is only a matter of time before we become one family. Is Katona not effectively acting as the clan leader already? Indeed. Indeed. Tenjin nodded repeatedly, though his back was damp with sweat. Upon hearing the words, it is only a matter of time before we become one family, Hyuga Katona felt her cheeks flush. Sensing Hyuga Masato's fervent gaze, she felt a twinge of discomfort, and an image of a handsome boy with white hair flashed through her mind. Masato, remember this. In the warring states, interests must come first. As long as it serves the interests of the Hyuga clan, it is not impossible that one day we might reach an accord with the Uchiha clan, Hyuga Tianyuan admonished. Indeed, Hyuga Masato replied respectfully, though a sense of discontent lingered in his heart. If only his strength were sufficient, he would not need to navigate such convoluted paths. Once he ascended to the position of clan leader, he would inevitably lead the Hyuga to unification. Observing the expression of his eldest son, Hyuga Tianyuan realized that his words had not been heeded. However, there was little he could do, though his second son was as prophesied, born with white hair. His talent was woefully inadequate, evidently a consequence of his mother suffering injury during pregnancy. The position of clan leader must be inherited by a member of the main family. He had no choice but to select his eldest son. Clan leader. Clan leader. At that moment, a hurried Hyuga Jonin approached. The Kaguya clan has been completely annihilated. Hyuga Tianyuan nodded, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. We shall collect the bodies of the allies of the Kaguya clan, at the very least. We cannot allow their remains to be devoured by beasts. The Hyuga Jonin hesitated. I have also discovered that Lord Ryota is amidst the encirclement of the Senju and Kaguya allied forces. What? The sorrow vanished from Hyuga Tianyuan's face, replaced by shock. How could Ryota be within the encirclement? Is he in danger? Hyuga Katono inquired anxiously. The Hyuga Jonin's expression was peculiar as he responded, according to our observations. Lord Ryota seems to be conversing with the leaders of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. It does not appear to be a conflict. However, he is covered in blood. Yet the Byakugan reveals no wounds on him. Then let us advance at full speed. Hyuga Tianyuan commanded decisively. As his words fell, he unleashed his chakra and surged forward. Quickly, all forces, advance at full speed. Follow the clan leader. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan hastened their pace. Chapter 50. Madara, clearly, I was first. Soon. Hyuga Tianyuan arrived on the plains. While he could remain calm regarding other matters, he could not do so when it involved Hyuga Ryota. In the Warring States period, every prominent clan leader had numerous offspring, yet he alone had not remarried after the death of his wife. For Hyuga Tianyuan, Ryota represented the continuation of his wife's life. Moreover, the words of the reconnaissance ninja sparked an astonishing possibility in his mind. The first sight that greeted Hyuga Tianyuan was a battlefield strewn with corpses. The allied forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans numbered over 1,000, while the Kaguya clan had nearly 500. At a glance, there lay at least 700 or 800 bodies on the ground. Among the survivors, half bore injuries. Yet, through the Byakugan scrutiny, he discerned that the elite forces of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, along with some high-ranking members of both clans, still retained their combat power. Hyuga Tianyuan suppressed his fleeting thoughts. Observing that Ryota was indeed unharmed amidst the encirclement, he regained his composure. Upon seeing Hyuga Tianyuan, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido approached with great fervor. Hyuga Tianyuan's gaze sharpened, yet he did not retreat. "How cunning of you, Hyuga Tianyuan!" Uzumaki Mido began with a reprimand, though a benevolent smile graced his face. The willingness of the Hyuga clan to remain neutral this time was a gesture of goodwill towards the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Demonstrating ample sincerity, it was evident that the three clans could maintain a friendly relationship moving forward. Should they unite, the formidable Uchiha clan would be at a disadvantage. "I never anticipated your capacity for patience. I have underestimated you," Senju Hashirama jested, a rare moment of levity shared between them. If they could win over the Hyuga clan, the end of the Warring States era would not be far off. Hyuga Tianyuan appeared perplexed. Observing his feigned ignorance, Uzumaki Mido remarked, "Your son, Hyuga Ryota, saved Hashirama's 2 sons. Had it not been for him, Tobarama and Kawarama would have perished. His swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu are exceedingly powerful, surpassing the standards of this era. Who would have thought that the Hyuga clan produced such a genius? From now on, the Hyuga clan shall be allies of the Senju and Uzumaki clans," Senju Hashirama earnestly declared. On one hand, he genuinely appreciated Ryota's life-saving deeds. On the other, he was signaling an overture to the Hyuga clan. Yet, Hyuga Tianyuan remained bewildered. Seeing the genuine confusion on Hyuga Tianyuan's face, Uzumaki Mido expressed astonishment. "You cannot possibly be telling us that you are entirely unaware of all this?" Cough, cough. Hyuga Tianyuan cast a glance at Ryota amidst the crowd, his thoughts racing as realization dawned upon him. So it was because of the prophecy. He turned to Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, speaking with gravity. "Very well, I shall cease the pretense to conceal Ryota's abilities. I instructed him to remain within the clan and diligently study medical ninjutsu." Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido exchanged a glance, momentarily at a loss for words. What a master of deception. At that moment, the forces of the Hyuga clan finally arrived. Meanwhile, from another direction, the Uchiha clan's coalition also approached. The Uchiha clan's attack on the Kaguya clan was primarily fueled by an existing enmity, compounded by the Kaguya clan's raid on their convoy, an affront to the Uchiha. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan sought to curry favor with the Uzumaki clan. Although the Uzumaki clan had a closer relationship with the Senju clan in the Warring States era, the interests of the ninja clans took precedence. As more content loads, please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL into another browser to read. Ninja clans that fail to understand this principle have long since perished. As long as the Senju and Uchiha clans engage in a fierce battle, the Uzumaki clan need not exert their full strength to achieve their objectives. However, upon witnessing the multitude of corpses, Uchiha Taijima realized they had arrived too late. Particularly, seeing Hyuga Tianyuan, Uzumaki Mido, and Senju Hashirama engaged in amiable conversation filled him with foreboding. At that moment, observing the significant casualties suffered by the Senju and Uzumaki allied forces. While most Uchiha clan members remained composed, a few among them clamored for a decisive battle against the Senju clan. "Madara, inform the clan. No one is to act without my command," Uchiha Taijima ordered his eldest son, frowning deeply. Yet, even after calling twice, Madara did not respond. Uchiha Madara stood motionless, as if rooted to the ground, gazing ahead with a vacant expression, fixated on the sight of Senju Hashirama laughing and crying while embracing Hyuga Ryota. Ultimately, Madara chose Hashirama, choosing. Madara's hands clenched into tight fists, his knuckles paling from exertion. His once jet black eyes suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue, the 3 tomo contracting slightly, as an aura of icy killing intent began to emanate from him. Although Madara understood that the Senju and Uchiha clans were mortal enemies, their enmity ran far deeper than the mere rivalry with the Hyuga clan, renowned for their ocular jutsu. The hatred between the two clans had persisted for centuries. Yet, memories of his youth often surfaced in Madara's mind. That year, by the riverbank, their first encounter. And then, atop the cliffs, where they gazed down upon the earth. Vowing to end the Warring States period and grant peace to the ninja world, Madara even fancied that once he and Hashirama became the leaders of their respective clans, Their joint efforts might finally bring closure to the centuries-old animosity. However, Hashirama did not endure until the end. He betrayed Madara, violating their pact. If Hashirama had been compelled, perhaps Madara would not have held it against him. Yet, witnessing Hashirama's expression, it was as if he had found a long-lost brother. In the end, I was merely overthinking it. Hashirama was clearly the first to. If that is the case, let the Uchiha clan bring an end to this chaotic era. In that moment, Madara's heart was a tempest of emotions, secretly resolving to sever the final bond with Hashirama. Brother, your eyes. Uchiha Izuna, noticing his father's increasingly grim demeanor, hurriedly stepped forward to remind him. To his astonishment, he discovered that Madara's Sharingan was undergoing a transformation. The three tomo in Madara's eyes had now linked together, forming a hollow pattern at their center. A kaleidoscope Sharingan. The surrounding Uchiha clan members gathered, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe as they beheld their young clan leader. Envy, admiration, jealousy, and astonishment swirled together in a complex tapestry of emotions. To awaken a kaleidoscope Sharingan at the age of 18 was a rarity in Uchiha history. Madara, truly you are my son. Uchiha Taijima, witnessing Madara's dazed gaze upon Senju Tobarama's eldest son, realized that he still harbored illusions regarding Hashirama. He was about to scold him when he recognized that the Uchiha clan had now gained another pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, along with an additional formidable force. The heavy mood that had settled due to the Hyuga clan's alignment with the Senju clan lightened somewhat. There is a killing intent. Shinobu was shoving the seemingly eager to befriend Hashirama when he suddenly felt a chilling presence. Turning his head, he discovered Madara Uchiha standing 100 meters away. What in the world? Has Madara activated his Sharingan? Could it be because of me? Xingyan gazed at Hashirama beside him, a jolt of surprise coursing through his heart. If glances could kill, he surmised he would have been slain by Madara countless times already. This is indeed a colossal misunderstanding. At this moment, Hashirama finally noticed the Uchiha Madara across from him. Madara's lips moved slightly as he nearly uttered his name. However, recalling the bitter enmity between their clans, Hashirama restrained himself. Observing his foolish elder brother exchanging glances with Uchiha Madara, Tobarama gently patted his shoulder and gestured towards the stretcher behind them. Brother, Wakana wishes for your company. Hashirama snapped back to reality, nodding at Madara before turning to retreat towards the rear of the formation. Seeing that Hashirama was unwilling to even spare him a glance, Madara's Sharingan narrowed slightly. Blood trickled from his eye sockets, cascading down his cheeks onto the crimson armor he wore. Within Madara's heart, there was no joy in activating his Sharingan. Only hatred remained. As he activated the Manjiki Sharingan, he suddenly sensed an additional chakra within him, immensely powerful. Madara felt the potency of his eyes surge rapidly. Though he was aware that the evolution from Sharingan to Manjiki would indeed enhance his ocular power, he never anticipated such an overwhelming increase. Yet Madara, struck by profound emotional turmoil, had no desire to ponder this further. Madara, enough. Close your Manjiki Sharingan. Relax your mind. Do not waste your ocular power now. Uchiha Taijima spoke reassuringly as he approached his eldest son, just as Madara was on the brink of blindness due to overexertion. The son he held great expectations for unexpectedly awakened his eyes. This was undoubtedly monumental news for the Uchiha clan. Yes, father. At this juncture, Madara regained a semblance of calm. Given the current circumstances, he would harbor no lingering feelings for Hashirama. Let everything be consumed beneath his Manjiki Sharingan. He would carry forth the promises of the past alone. Seeing Madara deactivate his Manjiki, Uchiha Taijima nodded slightly before advancing towards the trio of Uzumaki, Senju, and Hyuga engaged in conversation. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki allied forces formed a triangular formation. At the very center, the formidable leaders of the 5 great clans were gathered, 4 of whom were present. To be precise, all 5 were in attendance, though Kaguya was likely struggling to find even a single piece. Uchiha Taijima approached the trio. Hyuga Tenjin was the first to speak. A hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Uchiha Taijima, it seems we have all arrived late. He did not disguise his emotions. The alliance between the Hyuga and Kaguya clans had been established since the time of their ancestors. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Tenjin would never be the one to break this alliance. In fact, at times, he had even supported the Kaguya clan. However, to claim their relationship was particularly amicable would be disingenuous. Beyond mutual interests, there had been no bonds of kinship, at least for several generations. The previous clan leader of the Hyuga, Tengen's grandfather, had suffered grievous injuries when the Kaguya clan leader turned on him during the joint assault against the Uchiha clan. Shortly after returning from battle, he succumbed to his wounds. It was from that point that the Hyuga clan began its decline. Tenjin was acutely aware that, despite being the strongest among the 5 leaders, his age of over 50 years set him apart, being nearly a decade older than the others. His grandfather, at 35, had mastered the 8 trigrams into the 8 trigrams, 1,024 palms, and had been poised to learn the ultimate technique of gentle fist, divine void strike. The power described in the text suggested it could annihilate clan-level combatants in a single strike. It could be said that the Kaguya clan had extinguished the Hyuga clan's hopes of achieving supremacy in the Warring States period. Now, With the Senju and Uzumaki clans extending a hand of goodwill, Tenjin saw no reason to maintain pretense. It appears your allies have been annihilated, yet you seem rather pleased. Uchiha Taijima scoffed. Hyuga Tengin's brow furrowed, replying, the fall of the Kaguya clan weighs heavily on my heart, yet the Hyuga clan has done all it could. He then shifted his focus to Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Kagami. Tobarama, Kagami, may we be allowed to lay the Kaguya clan to rest, for they are our distant relatives. Tobarama nodded in agreement. Of course, Kagami expressed no objections either. Both clans were not adept in human anatomy studies, and they held no interest in the corpses. With the Kaguya clan's bloodline being nearly entirely afflicted by the bloodline disease, it was a matter of life and death. The Hyuga clan's willingness to assist in the burial was more than welcome. However, the facade of grief displayed by Hyuga Tenjin left Tobarama and Kagami somewhat speechless. They were reminded of the phrase crocodile tears. Hypocrisy. Uchiha Taijima's expression grew grave. Haha. Hyuga Tenjin wore a cheerful facade, proving to be a formidable opponent in verbal sparring against Taijima. Let us hope that the fate of the Kaguya clan today is not the fate of the Hyuga clan tomorrow, Taijima remarked, casting a profound gaze at Tenjin before turning away. Seeing this, Hyuga Tenjin called out to Taijima's retreating figure. You should return and contemplate how to confront the coalition of 3 clans. Merely possessing an additional pair of Manjiki Sharingan may not suffice. He then turned to Tobarama and Kagami, both of whom displayed amicable smiles, clearly pleased with Tengin's open declaration. All troops, heed my command. Return to the clan's territory at once. With a commanding voice, Uchiha Taijima ordered the return of hundreds of Uchiha clansmen along the same path. As Madara departed, he cast a lingering gaze over the crowd, yet he ultimately failed to catch a glimpse of Hashirama. Resolutely, he turned away, though his steps bore an air of heaviness. Once Hashirama had attended to his brother and returned to the assembly, he discovered that the Uchiha clan had already departed. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tenyuan was directing his clansmen in the aftermath of battle, overseeing the burial of the fallen from the Kaguya clan. Subsequently, after Tenyuan graciously declined, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami bestowed the lands occupied by the Kaguya clan upon the Hyuga clan. As for the minerals on Mount Mist Peak, a collective of ninjas from the 3 clans would oversee the extraction, with the Hyuga clan receiving their previously agreed-upon 20%. Tenyuan, however, held little regard for the territory. The Kaguya clan had shown no aptitude for managing their lands, preferring to seize resources through force. The clan's territory harbored almost no common folk. It had long since fallen into desolation, untouched by agriculture. A barren land devoid of populace held little value. Moreover, the Hyuga and Kaguya territories were separated by numerous smaller clans, rendering any direct connection implausible. The prospect of deploying substantial forces to garrison the area was utterly unfeasible, especially since the Uchiha clan resided much closer to the Hyuga. However, Tenyuan was particularly concerned about the minerals, as they presented excellent opportunities not only for weapon crafting but also for forging armor. Ryota, be sure to visit the Senju clan when you have the chance. As Shinkai was departing, Hashirama called out and waved his hand. Absolutely. Shinkai responded loudly. After the Hyuga clan rested for an hour, they set off on their journey back to the clan's territory. Upon returning, Hyuga Tenji summoned Shinkai into the residence. In the room, before Shinkai could articulate the prepared words, Hyuga Tenji abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him. You need not explain. I am already aware. In fact, your knowledge pales in comparison to mine. Shinkai was left bewildered. Chapter 52. An unexpected prophecy. Ryota, actually, I have been cough. Hyuga Tenji seated himself on the mat, but was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. His face betraying an unusual flush, and his eyes reflected a hint of pain. Father, what is the matter? Shinkai hurried forward. By activating his Byakugan and adjusting the perspective distance, Shinkai discovered that Hyuga Tenji's internal organs were damaged, and numerous meridians throughout his body were injured. Some of these injuries appeared to be long-standing, not recent afflictions. Are these your injuries? Xinyan's expression shifted slightly. Although he was aware that the late Warring States period was dominated by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, in the current era, Hyuga Tenjin stood as the strongest warrior. With his presence, Xinyan could proceed with his research in peace. Observing Uchiha Madara's parting demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a deep-seated animosity, almost wishing to consume him alive. Should anything happen to Hyuga Tenjin, it would pose a significant problem. Yet, considering his injuries, it seemed he had but a few years left to live. It appeared that Xinyan's focus moving forward must be on enhancing his own strength. For the moment, he chose not to dwell on his own wounds. Hyuga Tenjin waved his hand, exhaling deeply to gather his composure. He gazed into Xinyan's pure white eyes. Upon noticing a barely perceptible hint of light blue within the depths of Xinyan's gaze, he remarked, Indeed, it is you. Your Byakugan can now discern the very meridians with utmost clarity. Xinyan was about to offer an explanation, but Hyuga Tenjin interrupted him, continuing, Ryota, I heard from Senju Hashirama that you first saved his youngest son with your swordsmanship, and then utilized your medical ninjutsu to heal his 3rd son. From his account, it seems you were able to mend even internal injuries and meridian damage. Although you have studied medical ninjutsu under Kodo, It is not only she who lacks such profound skill. Even in our era, such formidable medical ninjutsu is unheard of. In truth, you need not explain. I sense that you are at a loss for words yourself. Hyuga Tenjin coughed a few times and waved his hand dismissively. Sinyan was left momentarily bewildered. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Why ask when everyone knows? Patriarch. At that moment, a Jonin approached from the corridor of the backyard. What is it? Hyuga Tenjin frowned. Among the bodies we recovered, a significant portion of our clan's Byakugan has been stolen. During our cleanup of the battlefield, Xunchang and Guo Wang appeared again. We were unable to capture them. I understand. No one is permitted to enter the backyard without my command. You may leave, Hyuga Tenjin stated in a calm tone. However, Sinyan could perceive the underlying fury in his words. Yes, sir. The Jonin retreated. Hyuga Tenjin rose to his feet. Wait for me here. With that, he exited the room. While Sinyan kept his Byakugan activated, watching him intently. As Hyuga Tenjin reached the adjacent bedroom, Sinyan's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? He witnessed Hyuga Tenjin stop at the center of the room, swiftly forming hand seals before placing his hands on the floor. Instantly, a myriad of black, tadpole-like seals emerged on the surface, writhing as if alive, only to vanish moments later. What had previously appeared as mere foundation under Sinyan's Byakugan now revealed the existence of an underground chamber. This was a basement entirely enveloped by a barrier. Could it be that there truly existed a barrier capable of concealing itself from the gaze of the Byakugan? A chill coursed through Shinhiko's heart. Upon reflection of the original text, he could not recall any barrier capable of obstructing the gaze of the Byakugan. Just before entering the basement, Hinata Tenjin unexpectedly cast a glance towards Shinhiko's direction. Although he did not activate his Byakugan, his gaze seemed to penetrate the walls and settle upon Shinhiko. Hinata Tenjin soon descended into the basement and emerged shortly thereafter, cradling a pitch-black box. The material of the box appeared to be neither metal nor wood, possessing an unusual quality. Moreover, Shinhiko discerned that a barrier was also affixed to the box. While large-scale barriers are notoriously difficult to establish, requiring immense human and material resources, the creation of a miniature barrier upon an object such as this posed an even greater challenge. Particularly impressive was its ability to thwart the Byakugan's penetrating sight. Clearly, the ninja who applied the barrier possessed formidable skills in sealing techniques. It seemed that many treasures from the Warring States period had been lost to time. Or perhaps the subsequent generations of clans had become too inept to acquire such knowledge, Shinhiko mused. After retrieving the box, Hinata Tenjin did not reactivate the barrier but instead approached Shinhiko directly, placing the box upon the table before unsealing it. All your queries can be answered with the contents within, he stated. Upon opening the box, a dull, gray stone slab lay inside. Sinyan's expression subtly shifted. He beheld the stone tablet resting within, which was precisely the same one he had encountered in the Hyuga clan's main house in Konoha. The inscriptions upon it were identical. Observing Sinyan's reaction, Hyuga Tianyuan spoke. This matter is somewhat lengthy. Please take a seat. Yes. Sinyan knelt down opposite Hyuga Tianyuan. Hyuga Tianyuan inquired, Liangta, are you aware of the origins of our Hyuga clan? Our ancestors are the siblings of the legendary sage of Six Paths. This is not merely a tale, but a tangible truth. Hyuga Tianyuan elaborated, then further questioned. This stone tablet was left by the progenitors of our lineage. Do you know the purpose for which our ancestors bequeathed this tablet? Sinyan. This time he had learned to be wise, refraining from responding, leaving Hinata Tenjin unable to interrupt him. Indeed, seeing Sinyan's lack of reaction, Hinata Tenjin continued. The ancestor once prophesied that after his demise, a person with naturally white hair would emerge from the Hyuga clan, awakening a pair of blue Byakugan. The ancestor would bestow his chakra upon the prophesied child in dreams, and this child would lead our Hyuga clan to greatness. As he spoke, Hinata Tenjin couldn't help but express, I once believed that the prophesied child was you. However, your talent made me doubt that notion. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser. Yet now it seems the prophecy was indeed flawless. The ancestor stated that the prophesied child would receive his chakra by the age of 14 at the latest. That person is undoubtedly you. By the age of 14 at the latest? Sinyan felt a shiver run through him. Who left this prophecy? Was it mere coincidence? Or did he intentionally adjust the projected character's age by 2 years using potential points? During this journey to the Warring States period, Sinyan even contemplated that perhaps he himself had authored this prophecy. Otherwise, how could Kaguya, Yui, or Yumura foresee events occurring a millennium later? In the entire ninja world, only the great toad of Mayaboka Mountain possesses the ability to foresee the future. Ryota, now place your hand upon it to receive the second gift from our ancestor. Hinata Tenjin gazed intently at Sinyan. Sinyan suppressed the doubts swirling within him and placed his hand upon the stone tablet. The voice of Kaguya resonated once more. Yet, Sinyan discerned the presence of 2 distinct chakras within the tablet. One belonged to Kaguya, while the other remained shrouded in mystery. This time, Kaguya's chakra lingered within the stone, while the unknown chakra surged into his very being. Through his Byakugan, he was unable to perceive the remaining chakra of Kaguya within the tablet. But he could sense it upon contact. As Sinyan absorbed the enigmatic chakra from the tablet, the faint azure hue deep within his eyes transformed into a mesmerizing brilliance. Eventually, this subtle azure completely enveloped his formerly pristine white eyes, shading them into a delicate blue. The white eyes of Nabahiko seemed to undergo an inexplicable transformation. The eye of purity. Suddenly, this phrase emerged unbidden in Nabahiko's mind as he observed Tsuko's irises shift from white to blue, while Hinata Tengen's expression grew slightly more animated. This was the greatest secret of each generation's leader, a prophecy that had been unwaveringly believed. Since their ancestors accomplished feats beyond human capability, the prophecy could not possibly be false. And today, it had manifested in the form of his son. Chapter 53. The culprit is myself, Ryota. How do you feel? Upon noticing Nabahiko's return to reality, Hinata Tengen inquired. Shinichi nodded, expressing his contentment. Hinata Tengen produced 2 scrolls, one red and one white, from his bosom and handed them to Shinichi. As the next clan leader, these items can be entrusted to you in advance. Sinyan took hold of the 2 scrolls and first unrolled the white one. Is this the myriad sealing technique? The scroll was densely packed with text, detailing not only the intricate methods of forming seals but also various precautions for practice. This particular sealing technique was the very barrier that had just been erected outside Hyuga Tenyuan's basement, as well as the protective enchantment placed on the box containing the stone tablet. It was a barrier-type sealing technique capable of obstructing the insight of the Byakugan, as well as possessing formidable camouflage abilities. To think that the Hyuga clan has preserved such a remarkable treasure. Yoshihiko cast a cursory glance and did not delve into the details. The intricacies of this sealing technique were exceedingly complex, and the level of mastery required was exceptionally high, far beyond what he could grasp in a fleeting moment. After all, he had not conducted any specialized study in the realm of sealing arts. Sinyan carefully stored the white scroll in his bosom, and subsequently unrolled a second scroll, this one adorned in crimson. To his astonishment, it revealed the image of a cage bird. A surge of surprise coursed through him as he gazed upon the crimson inscription at the top of the scroll. The contents inscribed within detailed the intricate sealing of the cage bird. Sinyan meticulously reviewed the details. No wonder no one in later generations could unravel the bird in a cage seal. The complexity of this sealing technique surpasses even that of the myriad manifestation seal. But wait, how could there be none? Sinyan gazed intently at the final passages, which meticulously detailed the function and precautions concerning the cage bird technique. This was fundamentally akin to the cage bird curse mark of the Hyuga clan in later generations. Once marked by the cage bird, the curse would bind itself to the subject's mind. Upon the subject's death, the Byakugan would be obliterated by the curse. However, there was no mention of the controlling techniques that emerged in subsequent eras. It could not directly inflict harm upon the subject's cerebral nerves through specialized hand seals, causing them excruciating pain or even immediate death. His father, Sinyan, raised his gaze towards Hinata Tengen before him. Having been designated as the next clan leader and entrusted with the clan's most profound secrets, it was evident that there were no omissions. Could this be the complete cage bird curse? Regrettably, Sinyan noted the absence of any method for lifting the curse. It was clear that the cage bird could only be lifted upon the subject's death. Nevertheless, with such a detailed account of the cage bird curse technique now at his disposal, he could explore the possibility of devising a release technique. Perhaps he could nullify the curse before successfully plotting the transition to the Tensigan. Observing Sinyan's puzzled expression, Hinata Tengen elucidated, this is a curse left by our ancestors who brought the Hyuga clan from the moon to the realm of ninjas. That generation of ancestors developed the cage bird curse, intending to impose it upon the branch family ninjas. However, they encountered resistance from the branch family and ultimately faced defeat, being driven from their ancestral homeland. Yet, it was precisely because that generation of ancestors arrived in the ninja world that they bestowed upon our native Hyuga clan a wealth of secret techniques. This transformation significantly augmented the Hyuga clan's strength at the onset of the Warring States period. The ancestors hailed from the moon? Could ninjas truly reach such heights? Sinyan's countenance was one of shock, his eyes momentarily vacant. Indeed, there had been an option related to the Tsutsuki clan left by Yatsumura on the moon during this projection. However, the exchange cost was exorbitantly high, leading him to forego it. He had not anticipated that the cage bird originated in such a manner. Hinata Tengen continued solemnly. In truth, I too harbor doubts, yet this is how it is recorded in the texts. Furthermore, the ancestor who left the prophecy triumphed over the ancestor from the moon, guiding the Hyuga clan to the pinnacle of the early Warring States period. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan, possessing over a dozen users of the Mangeki Sharingan, would have long since unified the ninja world. However, shortly after the emergence of discord within the Uchiha clan, that ancestor vanished, leaving behind the prophecy. Understanding dawned on Sinyan, though disbelief still lingered on his face. Hinata Tengen, his expression grave, declared, it seems the time has come to employ the cage bird curse. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. Hinata Tenjin explained, the two individuals, Qinxiang and Guwang, have emerged from an unknown source. They specifically target us, the Hyuga and Uchiha. Though their motives remain unclear, we can no longer afford to remain passive. If we implant the caged bird curse upon all branch family members, once the subject perishes, the seal will shatter the Byakugan. Xinyan was taken aback. Good heavens. It turned out that the reason the branch members of the Hyuga clan were ensnared like caged birds was due to his excessive eye closures. The true culprit was none other than himself? Father, such actions may provoke resistance among the branch members, Xinyan cautioned. The scroll also indicated that this cursed seal might damage the neural pathways, thereby affecting the purity of the Byakugan. Moreover, without the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, even if one were to successfully transplant the Byakugan, its true power could never be realized. While the original narrative suggested that the Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan were interchangeable, the reality was far more complex. Individuals like Madara and Obito, possessing pure Uchiha lineage, could easily exchange their Sharingan and even the Mangekyou Sharingan without adverse effects, as their powers were intrinsically linked. A prime example was Kakashi, who became a Nin at the tender age of 12, yet after acquiring Obito's Sharingan, he experienced little advancement in strength over the years. The White Fang, devoid of the Sharingan, wielded the Konoha-style swordsmanship to dominate the ninja world. For Kakashi, the Sharingan ultimately became a limitation rather than an enhancement, although the Byakugan's requirements regarding bloodlines remained ambiguous. Xinyan recalled that during his projection of the first emperor of the Yen Empire, it was a similar blood-related ailment that led to his demise. Clearly, the bloodlines in the world of Hokage were not easily interchangeable. Most importantly, Xinyan aspired to alter the past to reshape the future of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps by initiating change here, the caged birds of the Hyuga would cease to exist. There is no need to persuade me further. I have made my decision. Hinata Tenyuan waved his hand, his expression resolute. The two rascals, Qingxiang and Guwang, perplexed him with their formidable ninjutsu, to the point that even he could not catch them. Only by implanting the caged bird seal into the majority of branch members could he prevent the theft of the Byakugan. Consequently, their ire would be directed solely at the Uchiha clan. With the purity of your Byakugan, you must also comprehend the severity of my injuries. While I still have a few years to live, it is imperative that I assist you in resolving this predicament while I am still alive. That way, even if the branch members harbor resentment, it will only be directed at me, their clan leader. Xinyan found himself at a loss for further persuasion. As Hinata Tenyuan's rationale was sound, he could not reveal that Guwang and Qingxiang were his aliases. Chapter 54. Researching a new type of caged bird. Once the caged bird seal is implanted, Xinyan's plan to gather a multitude of Byakugan for experimentation would be severely hindered. After all, in the original story, the colossal Rinnegan on the moon was formed from the convergence of hundreds or even thousands of Byakugan. Furthermore, Xinyan was unsure of how to amass such a significant number of Byakugan. Currently, he possessed less than 100 pairs. Although Korezetsu later followed his orders to scavenge on the battlefield, it was evident that only a limited number of Byakugan could be collected. As for enhancing the purity of the Byakugan and subsequently awakening the Rinnegan through Otsutsuki chakra, that path was fraught with challenges. For over a millennium in the original narrative, aside from Otsutsuki Kaguya, only Hinata and Hanabi boasted a sufficiently high purity of Byakugan. While Xinyan had acquired Kaguya's chakra, the total amount was insufficient, and he needed to undergo bodily growth to gradually assimilate it. Why Mura and why I were individuals birthed from Kaguya's consumption of the God Tree's fruit, embodying a rich reservoir of both God Tree and Otsutsuki chakra. In subsequent generations, only Otsutsuki Shin could awaken the Rinnegan under normal circumstances. His Rinnegan, however, immediately regressed to a standard Byakugan upon removal from its ocular socket. D-Jutsu, Byakugan, Pure Eye, LV1 Pure Eye. Could it be the pure eye of Uzumaki Baruto from the original narrative? If further enhanced, it might meet the purity requirements for awakening the Rinnegan. But after a moment of contemplation, Yosuke quickly regained his composure. He gazed at Hyuga Tenjin before him and said with concern, "Father, allow me to examine your injuries. With the medical ninjutsu taught to me by our ancestors in dreams, perhaps I can find a way to heal you." Hyuga Tenjin, upon hearing this, uttered a sigh without further words. It was truly too late. If the child of prophecy had awakened his talents a few years earlier, he might have witnessed the unification of the warring states. "Come here." He gestured for Yosuke to approach and assess his condition. He was acutely aware of his own body and knew that salvation was impossible. Nonetheless, if there was any chance, he still wished to live a few more years, at least to clear the obstacles for Ryota and pave the way for him. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, including reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Yes. Shinya settled beside Hyuga Tenyuan, placing his hand upon the latter's chest, allowing the yang release chakra to gradually flow into his body. As this vital energy coursed through the various injured areas, Tenyuan experienced a mixture of itchiness and pain, his muscles tensing while beads of sweat began to form on his brow. After conducting a thorough examination, Shinya withdrew his hand. his expression gravely serious. The extent of Tinyuan's injuries was far worse than what his Byakugan had initially revealed. His life force was perilously close to its physical limits, a condition not easily remedied by conventional medical ninjutsu. It seemed that, akin to the later Orochimaru, the only recourse might be to employ the technique of impure world reincarnation to change his body, or alternatively, to acquire the power of the Sage of Six Paths to evolve into a perfect sage form. However, the latter was an even more formidable challenge than simply exchanging bodies. During the Warring States period, only Hashirama and Madara possessed fragments of the Sage's power. Their combined strength constituted the complete power of the Six Paths. Had Hyuga Tinyuan learned Sage Mode from the outset, allowing natural energy to nourish his body, he might have prolonged his life by several years. Yet, the difficulty of mastering Sage Mode posed a significant obstacle, especially considering that the locations of the three great Sage lands were not easily accessible to ordinary individuals. It appeared that hope for recovery was all but extinguished. Xinyan resignedly reached this conclusion. What do you think? Do you believe that with my current physique, I can endure for another 3 to 5 years? Hinata Tianyuan smiled faintly. He exhibited an air of nonchalance towards death, as if he had long since come to terms with it. Xinyan remained silent for a moment, calculating in his heart, and gradually lowered his head. This was somewhat challenging, yet not insurmountable. Noticing Xinyan's melancholic demeanor, Hinata Tenjin patted his shoulder and remarked with a smile, "You have never been particularly close to me since childhood. I suppose my passing will not evoke too much sorrow in you. However, discovering that my son is the prophesied child before my demise truly makes my life worthwhile." Father Xinyan opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Hinata Tenjin gestured for him to refrain from saying too much. After sharing his sentiments, Hinata Tenjin suddenly adopted a serious expression. "Ryota, listen to me. Although you have received the gifts of our ancestors, you still require time to mature. Had you remained of mediocre talent, with Sijin's character, he would not have taken any action against you. However, if I were to pass the mantle of clan leader to you, he may not tolerate your presence. Thus you must ensure he inherits the branch family and extinguish his ambitions." Hinata Tenjin earnestly cautioned Xinyan. After a long string of words, he suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. Father Xinyan gently patted Hinata Tenjin's back, using chakra to alleviate his discomfort. Once he caught his breath, Hinata Tenjin continued, "Moreover, Kanano is the most exceptional talent of the new generation. With her as your wife to support you, I can rest easy. If you marry Kanano, that old man Hinata Tenrin will also back you. In this current turmoil, with Kaguya's extermination of clans and the significant losses suffered by the Senju and Uzumaki coalition, the Uchiha clan will likely refrain from engaging in conflict with the Hyuga clan for the foreseeable future. This period is your opportunity to grow stronger swiftly while also seizing control of the Hyuga clan. I will clear away all obstacles for you in advance." Xinyan responded. "I understand, father." His thoughts raced, since he could not dissuade Hinata Tianyuan from bestowing the caged bird seal upon the branch family. He would have to focus on the seal itself. With this in mind, Xinyan respectfully declared, "Father, although I cannot restore your health, once I fully master the medical ninjutsu passed down from our ancestors, I will surely be able to alleviate your condition. If you could extend your life for a few more years, might you consider postponing the imposition of the caged bird seal on our kin? With just 5 years, I may be able to develop a new form of the caged bird seal, which would not hinder the talents of the next generation." Hinata Tianyuan gazed into his son's resolute eyes, recalling the ancestral abilities described in the texts, and ultimately decided to grant him this opportunity. "Very well, Liangta. I shall give you this chance, but no more than 3 years." Xinyan solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, father. If it were in the past, 3 years might not have sufficed." However, after acquiring the chakra from the stone tablet, his chakra limit surged threefold. Consequently, he could manifest a greater number of shadow clones. Additionally, with the assistance of 2 secondary consciousnesses, he was poised for more. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. With the complete version of the caged bird sealing technique in hand, he was confident in developing a new variant of the caged bird seal. As for prolonging Hyuga Tianyuan's life for a few more years, that posed no challenge. After departing from the clan leader's residence, Xinyan hurried to his own abode. He was to announce his ascension as the next clan leader the following day. But prior to that, he had a few matters to attend to. The secondary consciousness had already informed him that Kurojitsu was currently waiting for him in the basement. Once he mastered the universal sealing technique, conducting experiments would become considerably more convenient. Name, Hyuga Ryota, Xinyan. Attributes, water, lightning, earth, yin. Yang physique, 198 strength, 192 agility, 202 spirit, 245 dojutsu. Byakugan, pure eye, LV1 cultivation methods, chakra refinement technique LV9. Thunder breathing technique LV7 skills, basic gentle fist LV10. 8 trigrams palm LV10, secondary consciousness LV5, first form, lightning flash LV6, second form, LV3 potential points, 51 All four-dimensional attributes had seen growth, particularly in spirit, which exhibited significant enhancement. Nonetheless, Xinyan's focus remained on his dojutsu. After his Byakugan transformed into the pure eye, its level dropped from LV4 to LV1. However, he felt a substantial increase in his ocular power. It seemed paramount to first adapt to the changes within his body, elevating his strength to new heights. Shinichi recalled the moment when Uchiha Madara awakened his eyes today. According to the original storyline, Madara opened his eyes only after the mutual destruction with Uchiha Taijima and Shinja Hashirama. Now that he has awakened them prematurely, the implications are indeed significant. When they next meet, Madara's power will likely escalate from that of A.J. Nin to the pinnacle of Kaga-level strength. In terms of exploiting advantages, one cannot compare this to the more scientific approaches available. Chapter 55, Cage Bird 4 Symbol Seal Space Ninjutsu Dream Projection from the Naruto Universe. As Xinyan stepped into the room in the backyard, a dark head emerged from the ground, revealing the impatient Heiju, eager to share his accomplishments. Father, this time we have struck a great fortune, Heiju exclaimed, his round head suddenly deflating like a punctured balloon. A black scroll was expelled from his mouth. Sensing Heiju's exuberance, Xinyan approached him and affectionately patted his head. Well done. You truly are my son. Upon unrolling the scroll, Nobuhiko beheld a multitude of glass vials, each the size of a fist. The majority contained pairs of Byakugan, while a portion housed pairs of Sharingan. Coupled with his previous stock, he now possessed a total of 134 pairs of Byakugan and 71 pairs of Sharingan. If it were not for the limitation on the number of bottles that could be stored within the dimensional scroll, Kurizetsu would undoubtedly find a way to collect even more Byakugan and Sharingan. You have done remarkably well. In response to Shinyan's praise, a shy smile emerged on Kurizetsu's dark visage as he produced yet another scroll, exclaiming, Father, there is more. Xinyan unrolled another scroll, revealing the cellular tissues of the formidable members of the Kaguya clan. Notably, the vials containing the cellular samples of the clan leader and several elders bore labels. However, aside from the Great Elder, Kaguya Yando and several other elders had self-destructed, leaving only scattered remnants of their bodily tissues. Only the Great Elder's complete heart was retrieved by Kurizetsu, which held significant research value, compared to the Rinnegan obtained through the consumption of the Divine Tree's fruit. The combination of the Byakugan and the Shikatsu Miyaki was more aligned with the original bloodline of the Otsutsuki. Nonetheless, the bloodline disease afflicting the Kaguya clan instilled great apprehension in Xinyan. Almost every awakened wielder of the Shikatsu Miyaka fell victim to this malady, presenting a considerable risk. However, to awaken the Rinnegan, it was essential to trace back to the source of the bloodline. With ample time at hand, there was no urgency in the research of the Shikatsu Miyaku for the time being. In his heart, Xinyan pondered silently before carefully storing the scroll away. Observing this, Heiju added, Father, after I completed the collection of the Kaguya clan cells, I noticed that their second elder was absent. Therefore, after I collected the Byakugan and Sharingan from the battlefield, I returned to the vicinity of the Kaguya clan's territory to explore further. It was along the eastern coastline that I encountered the second elder of the Kaguya clan, who was leading a small group of clansmen away towards the open sea. I also noticed that they departed with a considerable amount of supplies, and during their conversation, the second elder repeatedly mentioned a substance known as Ninggu Chao. Xinyan was slightly taken aback, as this was merely an herb of mediocre quality, unsuitable for cultivation. Was it possible that Ninggu Chao was typically used as a component in hemostatic agents? Its appearance resembled that of plump rice ears, and once uprooted from its growing ground, it would rapidly wither, eliminating the need for a drying process. Once dried, it resembled sun-dried summer withering grass and was not considered a precious medicinal material. Xinyan recalled that at the onset of the original narrative, the Kaguya clan resided in the Land of Water. It now seems that they had prepared a contingency plan prior to their defeat, with a small number of clan members migrating to the Land of Water. However, when their clan faced annihilation, only Kaguya Kimimaro awakened the Shikatsu Miyaku. Furthermore, Kimimaro suffered from a blood disease that severely compromised his health. Ultimately, during the battle to reclaim Sasuke, he succumbed to illness mid-fight against Gaara. Despite his youth, passing away at the tender age of 15, he possessed strength rivaling that of elite J-Nin. Had he survived, his potential would have been formidable. In this instance, the Senju and Uzumaki clans collaborated to besiege the Kaguya clan, and Xinyan had already witnessed the formidable power of the Shikatsu Miyaku. Aside from the singular flaw of the blood disease, the Shikatsu Miyaku could be deemed nearly flawless, integrating offense and defense while also enhancing recovery. It has come to my attention that the Kaguya clan has a significant demand for the bonewood herb. Given the recovery capabilities of the Shikatsu Miyaku, standard medical ninjutsu pales in comparison. The bonewood herb is merely an ordinary medicinal plant. Yet their emphasis on it raises the question, could it be effective in treating the blood disease associated with the Shikatsu Miyaku? Xinyan murmured to himself. With this thought, he addressed Kurojitsu, saying, Qinxiang, you have performed admirably. For the time being, you need not concern yourself with this matter. When I require your assistance, I shall call upon you. At present, there are more pressing issues that necessitate your help. Understood, father. Kurojitsu replied with a nod. In that moment, he felt that all his efforts were dedicated to the noble cause of rescuing his mother in the future, particularly as he basked in Sun Yan's praise, which filled his heart with immense joy. He no longer regarded himself as a worthless being. By following in his father's footsteps, he was certain he could save his mother. First and foremost, you must find a way to infiltrate the Uzumaki clan and replicate all their sealing techniques to present to me. Secondly, keep a watchful eye on the Uchiha clan, particularly the movements of Uchiha Madara. If you can do so without revealing your presence, take the opportunity to discreetly acquire a few Sharingan. As for the Senju clan, simply observe Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Additionally, for the time being, cease the collection of Byakugan. Shinyan instructed. Understood. Heiju replied earnestly. After Shinyan finished speaking, he fell into deep contemplation. Enhancing the caged bird technique, or even developing a new variant, requires an exceptional mastery of sealing arts, and the Uzumaki clan are renowned experts in this field. Techniques such as the four symbols seal, the inner four symbols seal, the corpse demon sealing, and the diamond lock are predominantly derived from the Uzumaki lineage. Although the original scrolls are available, Shinyan is confident he can master the caged bird technique. However, he also requires various other sealing techniques as references. At present, Shinyan harbors a hypothesis. If he could amalgamate the caged bird seal with space ninjutsu, might it be possible to devise a method to transport the Byakugan directly upon the death of the recipient? Thus, whenever a member of the Hyuga clan, upon whom he has inscribed the curse mark, meets their demise, Shinyan would directly acquire a pair of Byakugan. To an outsider, it would merely appear that the Byakugan had been obliterated by the caged bird curse. This is reminiscent of the renowned inner four symbols seal in the ninja world, which was once employed by Danzo to seal an entire bridge. As an S-rank sealing technique, the practitioner must inscribe the inner four symbols mark on their own body beforehand. The sealing technique is activated upon the practitioner's death, causing all of their blood to erupt forth, simultaneously inscribing the seal while expanding into a spherical form, thereby sealing the surrounding matter. By combining the caged bird technique with the inner four symbols seal, the Byakugan could be directly sealed upon the death of the clan member. Shinyan is not concerned about how to unravel the inner four symbols seal. If even the corpse demon sealing, which devours the soul of the user upon activation, has a method of release, there should be no reason the inner four symbols seal cannot be undone. If there truly is no method, he shall create one himself. The potential for space ninjutsu remains uncertain for Shinyan. However, the existence of space scrolls in the ninja world suggests that lacking innate talent in this area does not preclude the possibility of developing complementary techniques. I recall that in the original narrative, there exists a space ninjutsu known as the Heavenly Sin technique, which can transmit any item to any location at the speed of light, unaffected by conditions or regions. This technique is primarily intended for the transportation of objects rather than humans, as ordinary bodies would be unable to withstand the transmission speed, resulting in their disintegration. Shinyan intends to transmit a pair of eyes, specifically the Byakugan. Although the eyeballs are indeed a part of the human body and cannot withstand the velocity of transmission, what Shinyan seeks is the essence contained within the Byakugan, rather than the eyes in their entirety. Even if the transmitted Byakugan were to shatter, as long as he could extract the essential fluid, it would suffice. Additionally, the use of the four symbol seal could serve as a protective measure. With a general concept in mind, the next step is to merge theory with practice. Father, is there more? After Shinyan finished speaking, he fell into deep contemplation, and Kurizetsu chose not to disturb him. However, after a considerable time without a response from Shinyan, Kurizetsu could no longer contain his curiosity and gently inquired, "Is that all for now? Please acquire the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and then we shall discuss further matters." Understood. Father, I shall take my leave now. Kurizetsu replied promptly. After confirming that Shinyan had no further instructions, he reluctantly left behind a purple scroll before departing. Shinyan unrolled the scroll and examined it closely. Letting out a sigh, the scroll contained the secret techniques spoken of by Kurizetsu, derived from Kaguya. It described a method to enhance the power of the soul through chakra. However, it clearly stated that a substantial amount of the God Tree's original chakra was required. In simpler terms, it necessitated either the power of the Sage of Six Paths or a considerable quantity of tailed beast chakra. At this moment, Shinyan was unable to gather either. The tailed beasts were still wandering carefree, unaware of the circumstances. Nonetheless, any technique pertaining to the realm of the soul was exceedingly precious. The high threshold for cultivation only underscored its immense power. There was no need for haste. Progress would be made step by step. Chapter 56. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Shinyan paused for a moment, beginning to reflect on the recent operation. Although he had recklessly plunged into the ranks of the Senju and Uzumaki alliance during the war to rescue Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, an act that might appear rash and even akin to betrayal of allies, the outcome unfolded precisely as he anticipated. The Hyuga clan was playing both sides. On one hand, they allied with Kaguya, aiding her clan in resisting the Uchiha, thus fulfilling their obligations as allies. On the other hand, the Hyuga had long been on amicable terms with the Senju clan. Clearly, prior to Shinyan's intervention, the two clans had already forged certain agreements. After all, The Hyuga had always been adversaries of the Uchiha, who were traditional foes of the Senju. The actions of the Hyuga not only assisted Kaguya's clan, but, on another level, also benefited the Senju clan. Had the Hyuga not intervened, the combined might of the Senju and Uzumaki would have undoubtedly led to the annihilation of Kaguya's clan. The Uchiha's involvement seemed to be an attempt to curry favor with the Uzumaki while also seeking a share of the spoils from Kaguya's clan. The Hyuga's obstruction of the Uchiha, although the spoils were ultimately distributed among the three clans, resulted in an alliance of mutual benefit among them. This battle irrevocably secured the Uzumaki clan's allegiance to the Senju, severing any remaining ties to the Uchiha. Moreover, Xinyan's actions had granted a significant favor to the Senju clan. Most importantly, he had garnered the goodwill of Hashirama. If there were any downside, it might be the potential animosity he could face from Uchiha Madara. Apart from the friendship with Hashirama, the position of clan leader that he had previously aspired to was now within his grasp. Xinyan contemplated the myriad advantages he had reaped from this battle. The mere acknowledgement of Kyujin as his obedient son stood as his most significant triumph. With Kyujin by his side, the intelligence he possessed was unparalleled, allowing him to orchestrate plans that could span decades. Furthermore, the unique chakra he extracted from the stone tablet had facilitated the evolution of his Byakugan into the pure eye. Additionally, he had acquired over 100 pairs of Byakugan and dozens of Sharingan. If he could successfully research the new cage bird curse mark, he would be able to continuously obtain Byakugan. The myriad sealing techniques would enable him to conduct experiments in secrecy, hidden from prying eyes. Moreover, these techniques could serve as a special defensive barrier, ensuring his safety in critical moments, whether in the present or the future. Xinyan found himself with an abundance of tasks at hand. Each small objective he accomplished contributed to a grander ambition. Although, according to his original plan, he was destined to showcase exceptional talents to secure the position of clan leader, this particular endeavor had unfolded with an unexpected smoothness. Indeed, fate plays a pivotal role in human affairs, and he could not help but feel that he was favored by destiny in the world of Naruto. Could it be that the notion of a law of conservation of luck held true? Had his misfortunes in other realms been repaid in the Naruto universe? For a moment, Xinyan felt somewhat disoriented, primarily due to the overwhelming streak of bad luck he had previously endured, which now seemed almost surreal. After settling his emotions, Xinyan stripped down and lay upon his bed, feeling elated. It was time to reward himself. He rolled out his bedding. Xinyan fell into a deep slumber. Subconscious 1, awaken host. Someone approaches. Subconscious 2, host. It is Katono. Quickly, put on your clothes. As Xinyan had numerous tasks ahead, he summoned back the subordinate consciousness that had inhabited Kurizetsu. In the midst of slumber, Nobuhiko was roused by the gentle beckoning of two subordinate consciousnesses. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor, distinctive in their cadence, allowing Nobuhiko to discern, even without opening his eyes, that the visitor was none other than Katono. As I lifted the covers, I gazed at my naked form, hastily reaching for the garments beside me to adorn myself. Shinya, may I enter? Kono stood outside Shinya's door. Through the window, Shinya noticed that darkness had already enveloped the world outside. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery light into the room, as if the floor were cloaked in a delicate layer of frost. I shall emerge now. Xinyan stepped out of the room and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Chinai at the doorway. She was clad in a pale pink bathrobe, her long black hair half damp, clearly fresh from a shower. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Chinai's attire revealed a considerable expanse of her pristine white skin. At the first glance, Nobuhiko felt an unfathomable depth within her, as if she could encompass the universe. In the stillness of the night, Konoha approached him in such a manner, inevitably provoking one's imagination. However, Nobuhiko merely cast a fleeting glance her way before diverting his gaze. After all, the initial look is instinctual, but lingering would be impolite. Is there something you need at this late hour? He queried, locking his gaze onto Konoha's eyes. The usually poised Konoha displayed an uncommon shyness before him. Her fair skin glowed even more luminous under the moonlight, stirring an irresistible urge to reach out and caress her. Yet, Nobuhiko also discerned humiliation and numbness in her expression. It was my father who sent me, Konoha murmured, her voice barely audible. Upon hearing the words, Nobuyuki's heart seemed to skip a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure, raising an eyebrow. He approached the corridor, casually seated himself, and gestured to the space beside him, saying, "Come, if there is something to discuss, take a seat." Kanano paused momentarily, her right foot, which had initially stepped into the room, retracting once more. As an adult, her previous statement had been sufficiently candid. Although Nobuyuki's gaze towards her was markedly more courteous than that of the clan, it was evident that he held a genuine interest. Contemplating this, Kanano, with a look of uncertainty, moved to Nobuyuki's side and knelt down. It appears that my father has already informed Elder Tenjin about my succession as the next clan leader, has he not? Xinyan spoke up. Kanano nodded, affirming that the clan leader had visited her father in the evening and informed her of her impending marriage to him. So Elder Tianrin is pledging his loyalty. Xinyan mused with a gentle sigh. Perhaps so, Kanano replied, lowering her gaze. Though her voice was barely above a whisper, the trace of her resentment was unmistakable. She clutched her yukata tightly, her body tense with unspoken emotions. You seem quite unwilling, Sinyan observed, smiling at Kinano. Her long hair obscured her face, preventing Sinyan from discerning her expression, but he noticed her slight shake of the head. Yoshihiko remarked, although our relationship is close, I am aware that it does not stem from affection. However, to be candid, I cannot alter my father's decision, nor do I intend to. Yet, you find yourself devoid of even the right to choose. Are you mocking me? Suddenly, Kinano lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared intently at Yoshihiko. This was the first time Yoshihiko witnessed such a piercing gaze from her. Of course, it was not. With a smile, Yoshihiko remarked, as I ascend to the position of clan leader, it is inevitable that many will oppose me. I indeed require the support of the most formidable elder of the clan, the heavenly ninja. Your status as the most exceptional genius among your peers, as my wife, would undoubtedly confer significant advantages upon me. Kinai gazed deeply into Yoshihiko's eyes, as if she were rediscovering him anew. Sinyan inquired, I wish to pose a singular question to you. Are you truly willing to embrace such a fate? Kono momentarily paused, instinctively lifting her gaze towards the moonlit sky. The moonlight tonight bore a certain chill, causing her, freshly emerged from a bath and clad in scant attire, to feel a shiver. After a prolonged silence, Kono spoke softly. The moon in the heavens, lofty and unrestrained, appears at will. Yet I am but an ordinary human. What difference does it make if I refuse? In truth, her visit this evening had already signified her resignation to resistance. For she could neither defy the clan leader nor oppose her father. If she were compelled to choose between Hinata Ryota and Hinata Masato, her heart would undoubtedly lean towards Ryota. Alas, the grim reality was that she wielded no authority to decide. Whomever was to become the next clan leader, she was destined to be his bride. It was indeed a lamentable circumstance. In reality, she yearned to select neither. Although her affection for Ryota was genuine, it did not possess the fervor of romantic love, not at this moment, at least. If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. You may simply be my nominal wife and practical collaborator. Collaborator? Kono mused, taken aback by the notion. Sinyan pointed to Kino's heart, expressing his desire for her genuine assistance, assuring her that as long as she did not harm his interests, she could remain as she once was. To be fair, Kino's appearance was undeniably exceptional. However, the content is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Nonetheless, a forcibly obtained fruit may quench thirst, yet it lacks sweetness. At this moment, Sinyan did not feel desperate. His foremost priority was to grow stronger. Had Kino displayed a willing demeanor, he would have invited her into his room just now. As a wife, Kino was undoubtedly an excellent choice. She would ensure that neither their child nor he would go hungry. However, since she was unwilling, there was no need to compel her. Moreover, it was of utmost importance to Sinyan that he highly valued Kino's innate talent. Her proficiency in medical ninjutsu was not limited by her abilities, but rather constrained by the era in which they lived. The research conducted by Nobuyuki would undoubtedly progress at a much swifter pace if he had an assistant akin to Tsunade or Orochimaru. However, this individual must be someone he can trust. As the soon-to-be matriarch, Konoha is undoubtedly a candidate he can cultivate and align with. Why does Konoha gaze at Nobuyuki with confusion? She has faith in her allure. Although Nobuyuki's demeanor towards her is typically restrained and courteous, it is evident that he harbors an interest in her. Despite her advances, he manages to maintain his composure. In response to her questioning gaze, Nobuyuki turns his face away. The moonlight casts a captivating shadow on his profile, leaving Konoha momentarily entranced. Because I have great faith in your future, and furthermore. Sinyan turned his head, smiling as he gazed at her, his gentle voice lingering in her ears. The way we interact now makes me feel quite comfortable. I have no desire to change it. As for what I said, the truth will reveal everything. At that moment, Chinai noticed Sinyan pause, turning to look at her, and she instinctively inquired, what now? Can you pull up the collar of your clothing? A smirk played on Sinyan's lips, his gaze unabashed. Chinai, following Sinyan's line of sight, felt like a startled rabbit. She raised one hand to adjust her collar while the other lightly tapped his chest. Having prepared herself mentally for this encounter, she didn't feel particularly shy. Yet at that moment, her ears burned with warmth, wishing to bury her face in his chest. After an indeterminate time, not hearing any movement beside her, Chinai lifted her head and discovered Sinyan gazing up at the moon in the sky. Who knows if the moon is truly free? Sinyan mused softly. Upon hearing this, Chinai gently shifted her body closer to him. Naturally, she transitioned from a kneeling position to a relaxed sit, mirroring Sinyan's posture. The hem of her yukata revealed her long, fair calves, gently swaying in the corridor. The radiant moonlight bathed them both, casting an ethereal blue hue over the entire courtyard. Chinai felt a warmth enveloping her. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Chapter 57. In need of a good knife, the first rays of morning sunlight crept into the room, illuminating the bed in the center. A graceful and alluring figure lay atop it, the covers haphazardly piled near the door. Footsteps approached. Sinyan, Having awakened early from the adjacent room, prepared for his morning exercises. Arriving at his door, he glanced inside. Upon seeing the disheveled blankets and Chinai's sleeping form, he paused in surprise. Chinai lay at an angle on the bed, a pillow nestled between her legs. Her face was slightly flushed, brows furrowed, and her eyes tightly shut. Possibly lost in a dream. Her lips were gently pouty, emitting faint, indecipherable sighs. It was somewhat enticing. His gaze drifted downward. Her neck was smooth and elegant, pale and elongated. In the morning light, one could discern faint blue veins. Further down, the collar of her yukata was even more loosened than the night before, revealing a glimpse of ethereal light within. What a poor sleeping posture she had. Sinyan withdrew his gaze, unable to suppress a bemused smile. He gently closed the door behind him and made his way towards the front yard. Although this estate was occupied solely by him, it was quite expansive. The backyard served as a sanctuary for relaxation and practice. However, at this moment, it was evidently not the appropriate time to create a disturbance in the rear garden. Sinyan arrived at the front courtyard and embarked on an intense physical training session lasting an hour and a half. Once his body was drenched in sweat, he retrieved his ninja blade from the storage scroll. With a sharp sound, the blade was unsheathed, and Sinyan gazed upon the nick on the edge, his brow slightly furrowed. This ninja blade, of commendable quality, had been discovered in the treasure vault of the Hyuga clan. For a clan primarily focused on physical combat, possessing a blade of such caliber was indeed remarkable. However, he had not anticipated that after merely one encounter with the vertebrae of the corpse bone path using the thunder-breathing technique, a flaw would appear. This was evidently due to the extraordinary hardness of the bones, enhanced by the corpse bone path. Had he possessed the Kusanagi sword, the outcome would have been entirely different. Sinyan murmured to himself. It is said that the Kusanagi sword is the spiritual blade of the Kusanagi clan, with a total of 11 blades. During the encounter with the 8-headed serpent, 8 of these swords were employed to assault the beast. However, these 8 Kusanagi swords were absorbed into the body of the serpent, leading to the decline of the Kusanagi clan. The remaining 3 swords fell into the hands of humanity, the Tengu Cloud sword wielded by Orochimaru, the Tenbu Flow sword used by Sasuke, and the Ten Kusanagi sword mastered by Itachi. Considering the compatibility of attributes, the Tenbu Flow sword inherently amplifies lightning chakra, making it the most suitable for Sinyan's breath of lightning technique. Of course, the Tengu Cloud sword is also quite impressive. As for the Ten Kusanagi sword, it lacks a physical form and is difficult to procure by ordinary means, thus it is not currently a consideration for Sinyan. Next in line are the replicas of the Kusanagi swords forged from chakra-infused metal, followed by weapons containing a portion of chakra metal. Finally, there is the decent quality ninja blade in Sinyan's possession. This time, he must forge a fine sword to bring back. Sinyan pondered quietly within his heart. His true self was utterly impoverished, lacking the means to procure a fine blade. Following the annihilation of the Kaguya clan, a mere 20% of the ore on Mist Peak was allotted to the Hyuga clan. Within his own clan, there were but a handful of members who wielded ninja swords. As the next heir to the clan, he could indeed forge a ninja sword from the precious ores. Should it come to that, according to the intelligence at hand, the rare ores found on Mist Peak could significantly enhance the conductivity of chakra, which evidently referred to the so-called chakra metal. The currency of today is not entirely the same as that of 50 or 60 years hence. It appears to have undergone a revision. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. A mere 6-year-old child exchanging outdated coins from decades past for new currency evidently bears some risk. As for bringing back some gold or silver, the opportunity to liquidate such precious metals seems unlikely. It would be wiser to allow Kurizetsu to save some money over time, to present it to me later on. In his heart, Sinyan mused that the exchange of white eyes and Sharingan, along with several precious items, would require an immense expenditure of potential points. Even if he possessed an abundance of these points, he still aimed to conserve some for future projections. After all, apart from his recent ventures into the world of Naruto, which had proved somewhat smoother, his previous experiences had been less than gratifying. He yearned for a more auspicious beginning. Constantly counting every point was exhausting. Occasionally, he wished to indulge and see what fortune might arise from a lavish expenditure of potential points to select a unique projection identity. With his thoughts settled, Sinyan commenced his daily training. The power of the thunder-breathing technique, when combined with chakra, exceeded even his wildest expectations. This only heightened his anticipation for the swordsmanship that awaited him upon mastering the total concentration, constant. With a crackling sound, as he infused lightning chakra into the blade, arcs of blue and white electricity began to dance across its surface. It seemed imperative to enhance his training in the nature and form transformation of lightning chakra. Upon completion, he would save a considerable amount of training time upon returning to his original form. With these thoughts in mind, Sinyan slightly crouched, leaning his upper body forward while sheathing his ninja sword. At that moment, his breathing rhythm altered abruptly, and a faint, imperceptible rumble of thunder echoed within his lungs. A delicate mist of white vapor was inhaled and exhaled through his nostrils, followed by another deep breath and a moment of suspended exhalation. In an instant, Sinyan felt his stamina surge, his strength magnified, and his body's reflexes hit their peak. With a flash of lightning and the sharp sound of slicing air, Sinyan appeared behind a large tree 5 meters away. The tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, came crashing down, its trunk severed into 3 sections. This was the limit of his current speed using the Thunder Flash technique, executing 2 strikes in a single heartbeat. In terms of difficulty, it was no less challenging than the 6 strikes technique. When employing the 6 strikes, there remained subtle pauses that could be exploited by elite ninjas. For instance, against someone like Minato Namikaze, who possessed extraordinary reflexes in the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, such a pause could be fatal. Sinyan either does not act, or if he does, he strives for excellence. Boom. 5 streaks of lightning like sword light flashed across. Sinyan directed the second form of thunder breathing, Rice Spirit, at the remaining wooden stump. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Suddenly, Kono appeared in the backyard, her hair disheveled and her clothes in disarray. Upon witnessing the shattered tree in the yard, she shot Sinyan a reproachful glance and exclaimed, "The tree has done nothing to offend you. Can't you allow someone to sleep peacefully?" Sinyan sheathed his sword and turned around to gaze at the drowsy China. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, in about an hour, the clan meeting would commence. "Do you not wish to prepare?" Shinyan pointed at her current appearance. No peeking. It was only then that Konoha realized she was clad solely in a yukata. She shot a glare at Shinyan before dashing towards the backyard. However, her voice soon rang out again. Chapter 58, The Clan Meeting, A Letter from Hashirama. Shinichi returned to the backyard, where he found Kinano seated on his bed, her tousled hair in disarray. Upon noticing Shinichi's entrance, she frowned and remarked, "I rushed here last night and brought nothing with me. If I were to return looking like this, it would be quite unbecoming, wouldn't it?" In his heart, Sinyan couldn't help but mutter to himself and asked, "Surely, you do not expect me to go to your home to fetch your toiletries, do you? There is no place for me to bathe here." In pursuit of his experiments, Sinyan dismissed all his servants. Others merely regarded him as a reclusive individual and allowed him to be. Residing in an antiquated house, he drew water for his ablutions from a well in the backyard. After each of his training sessions, he would bathe outdoors. Although Sinyan was indifferent to lending her the facilities, it was evident that Chinai would likely be reluctant. "Wait for me a moment." With this thought, Sinyan made his way to the adjacent room. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a white cloak and tossed it to Chinai. "Wear this. It has been ages since I last visited a hot spring, and it would be delightful to accompany you. Conceal your face, and no one will know who you are." Chinai held the cloak, momentarily taken aback. Yoshihiko held a wooden basin, accompanied by a change of clothes. The residence of Hinata Tenjin was situated at the heart of the clan's territory, surrounded by the abodes of various elders. At the very center stood an inn, transformed from an outdoor hot spring. Konoha tidied her disheveled hair and donned a cloak as she followed Yoshihiko out of the residence. "Aren't you going to cover your face?" Yoshihiko inquired, noticing Konoha had lowered her hood. Konoha replied, "In any case, I will soon be presented as the wife of the young clan leader. So what is there to hide?" "That is not what I meant," Yoshihiko countered. "I was referring to your hair, which is as chaotic as a bird's nest. Do you truly think I am unconcerned about appearances?" Yoshihiko shook his head, speaking with utmost seriousness. Konoha's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. Sinyan chuckled, "I am merely jesting. With your striking beauty, even as a bald woman, you would still be the most exquisite among the clan." Listening to Sinyan's compliment, Chinai felt a mix of irritation and amusement, along with a hint of joy. "Could you please refrain from speaking?" Chinai retorted, somewhat exasperated. As they continued their journey from Sinyan's secluded residence to the heart of the clan, an increasing number of clansmen appeared, all casting curious glances at the pair. However, the attention was predominantly directed towards Chinai, shrouded in her cloak. The pale pink bathrobe peeking from beneath her cloak, coupled with the direction they had come from, left little to the imagination. "Am I seeing things?" Many male clansmen wore expressions of disbelief. If Chinai had chosen Hinata Masato, perhaps it would have been somewhat acceptable to them. After all, as the eldest son of the clan leader, Masato possessed the strength of a leader before even reaching 30, and was destined to become a formidable clan leader like Hinata Tianyuan during the Warring States period. However, Hinata Ryota was utterly unremarkable. Though Ryota had shown marked improvement in recent years, he paled in comparison to Masato, and even lagged behind the average upper ninjas of the clan. Chinai was the most talented prodigy of the younger generation. In the eyes of many ninjas, even Hinata Masato was not worthy of her. Yet now, her choice of Hinata Ryota was utterly absurd. Despite the recent news of Ryota using medical ninjutsu to save the Senju brothers, Senju Banzin and Senju Waken, thereby earning the friendship of the Senju clan, it was evident to all that this was merely a pretext. When the Hinata clan chose to abandon a fierce rivalry with the Uchiha and turned a blind eye to Kaguya's destruction of their clan, it became clear that the clan leader must have reached certain agreements with the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Indeed, the two sons of the Senju leader had sustained injuries. However, If Hinata Ryota merely handed over a bandage and assisted in dressing the wounds, it could be construed as saving them in a certain light. After all, being the son of the clan leader, others would extend a courtesy without taking it too seriously. In the face of her clansmen's discussions, Chinai maintained a serene demeanor. Meanwhile, the passing elders dispersed the onlookers and greeted Xinyan with warm smiles. Nabahiko respectfully greeted each elder in attendance. Upon reaching the center of the street, he bid farewell to Katono. He proceeded to enjoy a relaxing bath, while Katono returned home to freshen up. Half an hour later, Nabahiko emerged from the bath, rejuvenated and clad in a fresh set of attire. As he entered the reception hall of the clan leader's grand residence, a considerable number of clan members had already gathered. Hinata Tenjin occupied the seat of honor, with Hinata Masato positioned at his right hand. To Tengin's left sat the most formidable elder of the branch family, Hinata Tenni. The remaining elders were seated on either side, followed by the clan's elite shinobi. The assembly of over 100 individuals represented the upper echelons of the Hinata clan. Upon glancing around, Nobuhiko realized that he was the last to arrive. No, that was not quite correct. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed that Kanano had yet to make an appearance. Ryota, you've arrived. Come, take a seat, beckoned Hyuga Tenon with a smile, gesturing for him to join him. Meanwhile, the J-Nin placed 2 cushions beside Hyuga Tenmon before Nobuhiko reached him. Yes, father. Xinyan knelt beside Hinata Tianyuan. How did Ryota manage to sit next to the clan leader? Could it be? Did the clan leader intend for this? Aside from a few elders from the branch families, others were left in bewilderment. Although the clan leader often favored his second son, Hinata Ryota, this was a high-level clan meeting. Ryota had never before been qualified to participate. Now, not only was he allowed to attend, but he was seated on equal footing with the clan leader. While the onlookers were astonished, they dared not voice their objections, keeping their thoughts to themselves. The most shocked of all was Hinata Masato. He opened his mouth, ready to inquire. But upon witnessing his father engaged in jovial conversation with Ryota, he hesitated to ask further. After all, Hinata Tianyuan held absolute authority within the clan, and even he did not dare to defy him. Meanwhile, the branch family elders appeared remarkably composed, as if this development was unsurprising to them. Even Hinata Masato, typically oblivious, sensed that something was amiss. Was his father planning to appoint Ryota as the next clan leader? How could that be possible? As more content loaded, a note appeared indicating a failure to load the chapter. It advised users to disable reading modes and ad blockers, or to switch browsers. Though Hinata Tianyuan had not explicitly designated Ryota as the junior clan leader, the clan members had already begun to regard him as the successor. Tianyuan's silence on the matter suggested tacit approval. Masato had also positioned himself as the junior clan leader, so what did this signify? Just as Masato was lost in his thoughts, Hinata Kono arrived, albeit fashionably late. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, in stark contrast to her earlier disheveled appearance. Chinao had now adorned herself with a splendid white kimono and an exquisite visage. She radiated a captivating and mature beauty, utterly refined. I apologize, esteemed clan leader, for my tardiness, Chinao said as she bowed gracefully before Hinata Tenjin, offering her sincere apologies. Preparation always requires time, it is no matter. Hinata Tenjin responded with a benevolent smile, gesturing toward the space beside Xinyan. Please, take a seat. Certainly. Chinao naturally settled beside Xinyan, and her demeanor sparked a remarkable possibility in the hearts of the onlookers. Now that everyone is present, let us commence, Hinata Tenjin spoke softly. As his words lingered in the air, all eyes shifted to him, an unspoken anticipation filling the room. They sensed that something momentous was about to unfold during this clan meeting. The first announcement was the decision of the Hyuga clan to form an alliance with the Senju clan. The majority of those present displayed little astonishment at Hinata Tengin's declaration, for the harrowing events of Kaguya's annihilation had left most with a clear understanding of the circumstances. Ryota, this is a letter from the eldest son of the Senju clan. Hashirama, please, take a look, Hinata Tenjin continued, retrieving a scroll from his robes. The scroll was sealed with black wax, emblazoned with the Senju clan's crest, and the seal remained intact, indicating that Hinata Tenjin had not yet perused its contents. This act immediately caught the attention of the perceptive onlookers. Under the watchful gazes of the assembly, Xinyan unrolled the scroll to reveal its message. A smile soon graced his lips. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him. Hashirama's letter expressed a desire for Xinyan to visit the Senju clan whenever he had the opportunity. Furthermore, they were in the process of commissioning a master blacksmith to craft a custom ninja blade for Xinyan, utilizing or sourced from the Misty Peak. This material would be exclusively from the Senju clan's reserves, and there would be no limits on the resources provided, ensuring that all of Xinyan's needs would be met. For a ninja skilled in the art of swordsmanship, the significance of possessing a finely crafted, high-quality ninja blade was indeed profound. The signature at the end of the letter is from Senju Hashirama. However, the content and phrasing within suggest it may not have originated solely from Hashirama himself. It is likely that Senju Tobarama has refined it somewhat. Hashirama's awareness of the fact that he had sustained a notch in his ninja blade from the vertebrae of a corpse while rescuing Wakana and Banjian is indeed indicative of Tobarama's meticulous nature. This thoughtful gesture carries significant weight and demonstrates profound sincerity. The ore from Mount Mist Peak is presumably an exceptionally rare chakra metal. Given the esteemed Senju clan's assertion, it is only natural that Sinyan would not shy away from this offering. He is finally poised to acquire a ninja blade entirely forged from chakra metal, an invaluable weapon worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions, that could serve as a treasured heirloom. However, the design must not only accommodate his current physique but also align with his essence in the ninja world, which warrants careful consideration. Momentarily lost in thought, handed the letter to Hinata Tenjin beside him. The letter invited him to visit the Senju clan and also presented him with a custom-made ninja blade, with all expenses disregarded. Hinata Tenjin glanced at it and pocketed the letter. The gathered Jonin exchanged bewildered looks. If it were merely a gesture of goodwill towards the clan leader, the Senju clan would not have gone to such lengths. Following the recent annihilation of the Kaguya clan, the Mist Peak mountain they once occupied had been claimed by the Hinata, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. The Hinata clan was entitled to 20% of the minerals produced there. Given the scarcity of this valuable mineral, the Senju clan's mention of disregarding all costs essentially meant gifting away more than half of the output. Just in terms of materials, it was worth millions. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this metal, which enhanced chakra conductivity, was not available for purchase, no matter how wealthy one might be. On to the second matter. Hinata Tengin's voice took on a serious tone. In mid-next month, a wedding will be held for Ryota and Katono within the clan. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Many clansmen had seen Katono walking alongside Shinichi in a yukata that morning. Yet most of them were not high-ranking jonin eligible to attend clan meetings. The sudden announcement of this tragic news sent a jolt through the hearts of many young jonin who harbored feelings for Katono. My wife is gone. Although they knew a relationship with Katono was impossible, as long as she was not truly married, she remained a possibility for everyone. At least psychologically. They could still find solace. Now, with the clan leader publicly announcing this news, the object of their secret affections had become another's wife. Sinyan harbored a deep-seated grudge against them for the betrayal of love. Damn it, how could this happen? Among the crowd, no one found it more intolerable than Hinata Ryota. He had long regarded Katono as his own. Merely observing Hinata Tengin's resolute expression rendered any further words futile. In a decisive moment, Hinata Tenjin surveyed the assembly. Silence fell upon everyone under his gaze, awaiting his pronouncement. From this day forth, Ryota shall be the next head of the Hinata clan, while Masato shall become an elder of the branch family. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the gathering. What? Ryota is the successor? How could this be? How does Ryota compare to Masato? Am I not hearing correctly? Not only is Ryota being appointed, but Masato is also being elevated to elder? This is tantamount to expelling him from the main family. Typically, the eldest son inherits the main family unless the second son is exceptionally gifted. The disparity between Ryota and Masato was glaringly evident. While the first two announcements might have been met with some acceptance, the final proclamation was far less palatable. Though the next clan leader is designated by the current head, the members of the Hinata family naturally yearned for a wise and sagacious leader. Even if one lacked intelligence, they must possess formidable strength to guide the Hinata clan towards prosperity. In an era of warring states where military might prevailed, the clan leader represented the face of their ninja lineage. They need not be the strongest, but they should at least rank among the elite. Within this assembly of over 100 individuals, it was unlikely that Ryota could best any of them. In contrast, Hinata Masato, at the age of 27, was already the second strongest in the clan. The chasm between them was glaringly apparent. The clan members voiced their dissent regarding such a foolhardy decision, for this was a matter of great consequence for their future, not to be taken lightly. However, the elders remained silent, seated in quiet contemplation. A light cough from Hinata Tenjin, who had long commanded respect as the clan leader, silenced the murmurs. Yet, many harbored dissatisfaction within. This matter is already decided. Ryota is the prophesied child foretold by our ancestors. He is destined to lead the Hinata clan to the pinnacle of the warring states. Prophecy. The restrained Hinata Masato finally erupted, rising abruptly. Father, you would entrust our clan to a worthless individual based on a nebulous prophecy. Do you expect our future leader to take to the battlefield wielding medical ninjutsu against our foes? Or rely on his mediocre swordsmanship? Masato, unable to conceal his emotions any longer, tore off the fade, revealing his resentment and bitterness. As the eldest son, everything belonging to the Hinata clan was rightfully his. In terms of strength, talent, and reputation, he saw no inferiority to Ryota. Why should this be so? Indeed, clan leader, we share your discontent. Even if not Masato, Ryota's strength is far too inadequate. Clan leader, we implore you to reconsider. Following Masato's protest, several supportive high-ranking ninjas echoed his sentiments. Observing nearly half of the high-ranking ninjas rallying in support, Hinata Ryota cast a cold glare at Sinyan. At that moment, Katono rose unexpectedly amidst the crowd. If you doubt Ryota, why not test him yourself? In a few years, aside from the clan leader, no one will stand a chance against Ryota. Not even you, Masato. In concluding her statement, Katono fixed her gaze upon Hinata Masato. Having engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Sinyan the previous night, she had witnessed his true strength. His stamina, speed, endurance, and explosive power were formidable. Though she believed herself to be stronger in raw ability, Sun Yan's swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Otherwise, she would not have found herself so exhausted that she could not rise in the morning. Let me test this then. To see if Ryota has indeed made such significant progress. Masato narrowed his eyes, a mix of anger and mockery evident in his expression. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the fact that before he could even prepare to display his prowess, Chinai had already incited a wave of animosity on his behalf. However, this was undoubtedly the most straightforward approach. During the Warring States period, relying on mere words was far less effective than wielding one's fists. Yet, at present, he was no match for Hinata Masato and could only resort to a strategy of evasion. You are 11 years his senior. Do you truly think it honorable to challenge him? At that moment, Chinai countered, subsequently pointing at several of the jonin who had just voiced their agreement. You, and you. If you were so unconvinced, why not face Ryota and combat yourselves? Chinai mused that the disparity between these individuals and herself was significant, and they were clearly no match for Sun Yan. Hinata Masato found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to her remark. Meanwhile, those jonin whom Chinai had singled out felt a sting of condescension. Nobuhiko rose to his feet and gently patted Kino's shoulder, signaling her to take a seat. With his left hand, which was resting behind him, he gave her an approving thumbs up. It is well known that he is a devoted protector of his partner, truly commendable. Now, it is time for him to make his entrance. Will you approach one by one, or shall you come forth together, holding the ninja blade? Nobuhiko inquired in a tone of utter nonchalance, as if he were genuinely seeking the opinions of others. The atmosphere was charged with tension. How audacious could one be? Who did he look down upon? The crowd was taken aback by Nobuhiko's inflated remarks. Did he truly regard the elite shinobi as mere clay to be molded? Moreover, did he dare to challenge them all at once? This kid is quite the spectacle, thought Hinata Tenjin, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. Sun Yan refrained from idle chatter and stepped forward decisively. He inhaled deeply, a barely perceptible wisp of white smoke curling at the tip of his nose. Hinata Tianyuan and the esteemed elders exchanged glances, their expressions tightening as they sensed the shift in Sun Yan's aura. Even Hinata Masato, who had previously underestimated Sun Yan, felt an unsettling change. Without hesitation, Hinata Tianyuan activated his Byakugan to assess Sun Yan's condition. The three jonin, who had been the most vociferous in their support, were momentarily taken aback by the formidable chakra radiating from him. Yet, they were not yet prepared to mount a simultaneous assault against Sun Yan. The eldest among the jonin stepped forward and suggested, "Let us proceed to the courtyard." Sun Yan shook his head and replied, "No need. If we resort to swordsmanship, the battle will not last long." The elder jonin's expression darkened with anger as he resolved to disregard the patriarch's authority and deliver a severe lesson to Ryota. Nevertheless, despite his fury, he did not underestimate his opponent. He activated his Byakugan to closely monitor Sun Yan's movements. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he chose to wait for Sun Yan to make the first move, employing a strategy of stillness to counteraction. With the absolute defense of the heavenly return technique at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to withstand any form of swordplay. "May we begin?" Sun Yan inquired softly, adopting a bow stance, his upper body slightly leaning forward as he gripped the hilt of his sword. "Certainly," the elder jonin responded. Observing Sun Yan's initial posture akin to drawing a blade, he felt a surge of caution. Through his Byakugan, he perceived Sun Yan's chakra swiftly coalescing around his lungs and heart. Instantly, he assumed the starting position of the 8 trigrams palm, prepared to utilize the heavenly return technique at a moment's notice, ready to stabilize his defense. Suddenly, a flash darted before the onlookers. A streak of blue lightning surged through the elder jonin's form. Shinichi appeared in the position behind him. A sharp sound echoed, clang. The sound of a blade being sheathed intertwined with the tearing of fabric. The kimono of the elder jonin split down the middle, revealing a faint crimson mark upon his exposed chest, yet there was no blood. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Aside from a few, including Hinata Tenyuan, the others wore expressions of astonishment. They had not even had the chance to activate their Byakugan before the battle concluded. What had just transpired? Chapter 60, Sealing Technique. Did it come to you, one by one, or all at once? Nobuyuki gazed at the other jonin who had just been clamorous, a wisp of ethereal white smoke escaping from his nostrils. The several jonin who had felt humiliated moments ago now stood in stunned silence. What manner of speed was this? Although the Byakugan lacked the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, it offered a panoramic view of 360 degrees without blind spots. As long as the disparity in speed did not exceed the threshold of reaction, it was impossible to be instantly defeated. Yet now, Nobuyuki's velocity had transcended their comprehension. Did this imply that any ordinary jonin would be swiftly vanquished? A startling thought suddenly surfaced in the minds of the onlookers. Had Haijie Rita, at the tender age of 16, already attained prowess nearing that of the clan leader? The elder jonin behind Yosuke, though uninjured, felt a humiliation greater than that of physical wounds. He was caught utterly off guard. Had the blade penetrated a few centimeters deeper, he would have been disemboweled. Nonetheless, He recognized that the young clan leader had shown mercy and refrained from further conflict. Observing the clan leader's serene expression, the elder Jonin felt a chill of self-reproach. Berating himself for rashly charging in and becoming a mere pawn to establish the young leader's authority, he bowed slightly to Yosuke, conceding defeat. Affirming that Ryota had rightfully assumed the position of clan leader without dispute. Witnessing this, Hyuga Tenjin gestured for the elder Jonin to withdraw and change his attire. After apologizing, the elder left the hall. Meanwhile, the elders from the branch family looked at the several Jonin who remained frozen in indecision, scolding, "Are you not going to sit down?" Yes, yes. The Jonin hastily complied, resuming their seats. Humph. Hyuga Masato snorted disdainfully and swept out of the room. As he departed, his gaze towards Yosuke brimmed with a desire for vengeance. Seeing Hyuga Masato's blatant lack of decorum only deepened Hyuga Tengin's disappointment. He could not even feign restraint. At that moment, Tenjin became resolute in his intention to cage the branch family like birds in a cage. Although his second son had made remarkable progress after receiving the ancestral chakra, surpassing his expectations, the swordsmanship displayed moments ago was akin to lightning, leaving even him startled. However, he understood that commanding respect from the clan would require time, particularly from Masato, who would likely not relent easily. A leader-level strength was not something to be easily discarded. Yet, having promised his second son 3 years, Hyuga Tenjin found himself in a quandary. He merely hoped to endure a little longer. Now, is there anyone who dares to voice dissent? Hyuga Tenjin inquired in a low tone. This time, no one dared to oppose him. After all, those Jonin who had supported Hyuga Masato had already withdrawn their backing. What significance would their persistence hold? Initially, their opposition to Ryota's ascension had been rooted in concerns for the future of the clan. Now that Ryota had proven his extraordinary strength and talent, dissent was unnecessary. To offend both the current and future clan leader would lead to grave troubles. I agree. Hyuga Tenjin was the first to voice his support. I also concur. Agreed. With a leader stepping forward, consensus was swiftly achieved. The matter of Yoshihiko becoming the next clan leader has been decided. A year later, after initially becoming the junior clan leader, Hyuga Tenjin offered Yoshihiko residence in his grand estate. However, Yoshihiko declined the offer. As the projection of dreams began with the Hokage, he continues to reside in his secluded manor. At this moment, in Shinhiko's bedroom, situated within the basement, Kinono stood before the experimental table. While Shinhiko positioned himself behind her, guiding her through the intricacies of the experiment. Of course, he had yet to disclose the research plan regarding the Byakugan to her. After all, this matter bore significant weight, and Kinono's proficiency had not yet reached a level where she could assist him in purifying the Byakugan essence. Nevertheless, one cannot dismiss the undeniable nature of talent. Kinono's pace of learning was astonishingly rapid, to the point that Shinhiko found himself astounded. Clearly, it would not be long before Kinono reached a level of independence in her experiments, allowing her to provide even greater assistance. After all, having been nurtured under his guidance and now bound by the title of husband and wife, trust was well established between them. Kinono, continue. I shall step out for a moment. Shinhiko remarked suddenly, raising an eyebrow as he made his way toward the staircase. All right, go ahead. Kinono replied absently, her focus unwaveringly fixed on the cells beneath the microscope. Nabahiko opened the door to a new world for her. The more she engaged in profound discussions and learned medical ninjutsu from Nabahiko, the more her curiosity about the affairs of the ninja realm intensified. Perhaps this is the joy of exploring the unknown and unraveling mysteries. Sinyan opened the barrier of the universal seal and stepped out of the basement. Throughout the past year, his primary endeavor had been the study of sealing techniques. The efficiency of the Black Absolute surpassed his expectations. Within less than 7 days, he had transcribed all the sealing arts from the treasure vault of the Uzumaki clan. He meticulously documented the 4-symbol seal, the inner 4-symbol seal, the 5-element seal, the binding formation, the Een seal, the fire sealing technique, the evil sealing technique, and the corpse demon sealing technique, among others. Notably, the diamond lock required the Uzumaki bloodline and could only be awakened by those of exceptional talent, rendering it unattainable for the average individual, a fact Sinyan wisely acknowledged, avoiding any wastage of time. The corpse demon sealing technique was lethal upon application. He studied it briefly solely to devise countermeasures. As he pondered, the content continued to load. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a loading failure of the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL into another browser for reading. After all, during his projection, he existed in a spiritual state. If death occurred while his soul was sealed, he could not ascertain the possibility of forcibly returning. Therefore, a degree of preparation was prudent. What he valued most were the inner 4-symbol seal and the Een seal. It must be noted that Uzumaki Mito was indeed a prodigy, having developed such a formidable S-rank auxiliary ninjutsu before the age of 20. The Een seal allowed for the accumulation of excess chakra at the forehead, forming a diamond-shaped mark. When the seal was released, one could instantaneously access a substantial amount of chakra. Traditionally, ninjas stored chakra primarily in the lower abdomen, known in his past life as the dantian. Additionally, a smaller portion of chakra resided within the meridians throughout the body. Now, the Yin seal effectively created a second dantian within the human body for chakra storage. Even ninjas with a modest chakra reserve could utilize chakra in multiples. After all, the capacity of the dantian had its limits if expansion was not feasible. One could simply establish another dantian. Such an innovative concept was truly remarkable. Thanks to his practice of the Yin seal, although Xinyan had not fully mastered it, he had managed to store twice his original chakra at his forehead. Reflecting on the original works Nagato, a Deva path, who had drained him to a mere husk, he realized the significance of this power. The reincarnation eye and the Rinnegan both involved the six paths power, with the former leaning more towards offensive capabilities. Should he ever awaken the reincarnation eye, Xinyan was determined not to deplete his chakra completely with a single use of the golden wheel rebirth. Now, having proficiently mastered the universal seal, the caged bird, and the inner four symbols seal, he was poised to fully explore the development of a new type of caged bird. Xinyan entered his bedroom and once again sealed the barrier of the myriad phenomena. As the master of this barrier, he wielded the power to manipulate perspectives at will, allowing him to observe the outside world from within, as well as to gaze inward from without, while rendering both realms invisible to those beyond. Come forth, Jinxiang. Xinyan murmured softly. At that moment, a pool of black, viscous substance unexpectedly emerged from the ground. Father, this is the spatial secret technique, the heavenly delivery technique, which I pilfered from the Yeyue clan of the Land of Thunder. As soon as the black figure appeared, it deftly produced a scroll. It was indeed the heavenly delivery technique that Xinyan required. Chapter 61. Preparations complete. Research on the blood and remains of the deceased. Nobuhiko unfurled the scroll to examine it closely. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu released 2 more scrolls. Is this the technique bestowed by the heavens? Xinyan gazed at the contents of the scroll, softly murmuring. The difficulty level, in comparison to the vortex sealing technique he had acquired, could only be deemed moderate. In a few months, he would surely master it. In truth, every ninja possesses some degree of spatial talent, as most are capable of learning summoning techniques, which pertain to spatial manipulation. However, different techniques demand varying levels of spatial aptitude, which is distinctly different from general elemental or chakra talents. Abilities related to spatial dimensions rank among the highest in the Naruto universe, and acquiring them postnatally presents considerable challenges. After fully committing the technique of heavenly sending to memory, Xinyan created a shadow clone and instructed it to practice in the adjacent room. Thus far, he had only taught the shadow clone technique to China, which explained her remarkable progress in medical ninjutsu while also maintaining her training. Of course, not everyone possesses the ability to create multiple shadow clones like Xinyan. Beyond the quantity of chakra, the most significant factor is the overwhelming mental and physical fatigue that accompanies the dissolution of shadow clones, which most individuals cannot withstand. Shinji Tobarama initially developed the shadow clone technique solely for reconnaissance purposes, while the true application for training was pioneered by Naruto in the original storyline. However, Naruto stands alone in his ability to utilize hundreds or thousands of shadow clones in the early stages of his training, thanks to his extraordinary talent and lineage. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline endowed Naruto with a robust physique and enhanced recovery abilities, coupled with a substantial chakra reserve. Furthermore, as the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, along with the Nine Tails serving as an inexhaustible source of energy, Naruto epitomizes the ultimate prodigy within the Naruto realm. As for Xinyan, while he may not rival Naruto, he is certainly far stronger than the average ninja, capable of creating approximately 10 shadow clones for training concurrently. The mental fatigue experienced upon the dissolution of these clones is what most find insurmountable. However, Xinyan belongs to the rare few who can endure such strain, possessing formidable mental strength and 2 secondary consciousnesses. When the shadow clones dissolve, their memories return to him in 3 parts, effectively mitigating mental fatigue. After Xinyan assimilates all the information, he allows his 2 secondary consciousnesses to share the memories gradually, alleviating the burden of mental exhaustion. With the issue of mental fatigue addressed, physical fatigue becomes considerably easier to manage. As long as one does not exceed their physical limits, recovery is ultimately automatic. Consider the training process of Might Due and Might Guy. They continually push beyond their physical boundaries to break through the gates within their bodies. Even with their extraordinary talents, they required ample resources to facilitate their training. Every other night, Shinhiko indulges in medicinal baths, and he frequently visits hot springs to alleviate fatigue. Since ascending to the position of clan leader, his treatment has escalated dramatically. Hinata Tenjin spares no expense in enhancing his prowess. Following his daily training in the dissolution of his shadow clones, he immerses himself in a medicinal bath. Subsequently, maidens arrive at his residence to provide massages, aiding in muscle relaxation and fatigue relief. In the tumult of the warring states, strength reigns supreme. For those clan members devoid of talent and connections, the battlefield poses a constant threat to life. Conversely, being a maiden of the clan leader allows one to evade the perils of combat. Should one be fortunate enough to capture his favor and be welcomed into his chambers as a concubine, they would undergo a remarkable transformation in status. Thus, many kunoichi eagerly vie for the opportunity to attend to Shinhiko. He has chosen 4 of the most skilled in massage techniques. each day after his medicinal bath. The four maidens engage in a comprehensive relaxation massage from head to toe. This regimen enables Shinhiko to maintain approximately 10 shadow clones for his training. Sinyan then picked up another scroll, which detailed the new location of the Kaguya clan stronghold. Is this where the bone-condensing herb is stored? He inquired. As he grasped the final scroll, he realized it was a storage scroll. Haiketsu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, I followed an elder of the Kaguya clan for half a month. During one of our conversations, I learned about the properties of the bone-condensing herb. When the members of the Kaguya clan awaken their Shikatsumiyaku, they often lose their sanity. Consuming the bone-condensing herb allows the awakened individual to regain their reason and simultaneously suppresses the onset of the bloodline disease. That aligns closely with my suspicions." Sinyan murmured to himself. He had tasked Haiketsu with stealing the heavenly transport technique from the Land of Lightning, instructing him to first visit the Land of Water on his return journey to investigate the Kaguya clan stronghold, while also seeking to uncover the true effects of the bone-condensing herb. If it could indeed suppress the onset of the bloodline disease merely by consumption, and if he could discern the herb's composition, then elucidating the pathogenic causes of the Shikatsumiyaku's bloodline disease could lead to a solution for it, wouldn't it? Sinyan pinched a small amount of the powdered bone-consolidating herb between his fingers, contemplating quietly. Investigating the bloodstains and ailments of skeletal remains is no simple endeavor. However, with a clear research direction and available samples, the challenge becomes significantly less daunting. Rather than ingesting the bone-consolidating herb directly, it might yield more potent effects when combined with other medicinal ingredients. Sinyan has been haunted by the specter of the bloodstain disease. Less than a year after establishing the Flame Empire with Kaguya, he has endured nearly a decade of daily weakness and lethargy due to this affliction. Although Shinyan is greatly tempted by the effects of the corpse bone pulse, the bloodline disease poses a far more lethal threat. Nevertheless, he is not prepared to concede defeat. He firmly believes that with ample time, no problem is insurmountable. Presently, the timeline is set 40 years before the establishment of Konoha, offering him more than 50 years. As long as he can return his soul before the birth of Konoha, specifically 33 years prior, he will succeed. Of course, living to over 60 years of age is rather challenging under normal circumstances. However, if I were to marry during the Warring States period and leave behind descendants of my bloodline, would it not mean that the current clan leader of the Hyuga, Hinata Katanda, would be of my grandson's generation? Sinyan suddenly pondered this issue. However, he did not dwell on it for long and swiftly redirected his focus to Kurizetsu. Without a doubt, Kurizetsu was Sinyan's greatest acquisition during the Warring States period. In just a year, Kurizetsu had traversed nearly half of the Naruto world. Truly, he worked tirelessly and selflessly, laboring day and night for 365 days, a feat that would bring tears to any capitalist's eyes. Kurizetsu, how is the investigation proceeding? Sinyan inquired. Kurizetsu replied, there have been no recent anomalies concerning the Uchiha clan. However, their leader, Uchiha Taijima, appears to be afflicted by a blood-related ailment, with his health deteriorating steadily. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara has experienced a significant surge in power and has begun to merge with Indra's chakra. Additionally, within the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Masashi has been engaged in covert activities over the past year. This Hyuga Masashi poses a considerable nuisance, yet as a leader-level combatant, it is impossible to eliminate him directly. Reflecting on Hyuga Masashi's attitude towards him, Sinyan recognized that he would indeed become a significant problem in the future. However, his captive bird had not yet been fully researched, precluding any premature confrontations. It seems I must prepare for contingencies. At this juncture, the second Kazekage, Shaman, from the original story should also have reached adulthood, and I presume he has developed his puppet techniques by now. In his heart, Sinyan contemplated quietly. Then instructed Heiju, Jinxiang, during this period, you shall journey to the Wind Country in the west and seek out a ninja named Shaman. Strive to obtain the art of puppetry from him. If that proves impossible, then acquire some powerful secret techniques from the renowned ninja clans. Furthermore, they are likely skilled in the study of poisons. Gather some formulas for me, as they will be of use in the future. Understood. Heiju replied respectfully upon hearing these commands. He was not afraid of exhaustion. What truly troubled him was idleness. Wait. Sinyan suddenly called out to Heiju, who was preparing to vanish into the ground. What is it? Heiju paused, momentarily taken aback. Sinyan gently caressed the dark, shadowy head, expressing gratitude for the hard work. It is no trouble at all. These are all my responsibilities. Black Zetsu replied with a hint of excitement. Go now, and be cautious. Yes. Farewell, father. Chapter 62. Time changes, and welcomes the bride. For years have quietly slipped away. It has been 5 years since Hinata Tenmoto pledged to research a new type of cage bird. Hinata clan territory. The clan leader's residence. At this moment, the mansion has changed ownership. Despite Sinyan's significant enhancement in medical ninjutsu, he was still unable to prolong Hinata Tenmoto's life into the 6th year. However, the new type of cage bird had just barely reached preliminary success by the end of the 3rd year, which Sinyan referred to as the Type 1 cage bird. Utilizing his formidable strength and long-standing reputation, Hinata Tenmoto employed forceful measures to impose the caged bird curse seal upon the members of the branch family. Naturally, this met with resistance from them. To avoid pushing his clan members too far, Hinata Tenmoto assured them that the caged bird was merely a protective seal for the Byakugan, posing no harm to the human body itself, as he had received Xinyan's assurance. The Type 1 caged bird, developed by Xinyan, had successfully eliminated the after-effects of a 1-degree visual blind spot. However, it also meant that control techniques could not be implanted within the minds of the recipients. Unlike the main family of later generations, he could not arbitrarily dictate the lives of the branch family members through techniques. Originally, Xinyan had no intention of doing so. The Type 1 caged bird essentially fulfilled his initial vision, combining the caged bird, the 4-symbol seal, and the Heavenly Sin technique. The destination of the Heavenly Sin technique was the body of Black Zetsu. As a product created by Kaguya using Yin-Yang release, Black Zetsu's body was nearly immune to all seals below the 6 paths level. However, should he consent, spatial ninjutsu and sealing techniques could be inscribed upon him without any rejection or abnormal reaction. The so-called 4-symbol seal, capable of devouring all, was ineffective before him. Once the Byakugan was transmitted into Black Zetsu's body, Xinyan need not worry about preservation. The interior of Black Zetsu's body resembled the internal space of a storage scroll. Yet, the sole drawback remained the issue of spatial transmission distance. Shineki conducted experiments using the ocular orbs of the Byakugan, establishing that the destination of the black must not be too distant from the deceased, ideally within 100 miles. Beyond that, spatial coordinates become indistinct. Naturally, Shineki had ample time to refine his methods. In conjunction with Hyuga Tenmon, while implanting caged birds in the branch family members, Shineki orchestrated several tomb robberies conducted by the Black months in advance within the clan's territory. Although some clan members harbored resentment towards being marked by the caged birds due to concerns over the leakage of Byakugan, the looming possibility of not returning from the battlefield compelled them to acquiesce. To safeguard the Byakugan from being seized by outsiders, they had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, Hyuga Tenmon had granted exemptions to the branch family elders and several of the clan's most talented ninjas from being implanted with the caged birds, representing a subtle form of compromise. This also served as a recognition of their strength. Elders such as Hyuga Tenai and Hyuga Misato, along with Kodo, were not subjected to the caged birds. In Shineki's perspective, Hyuga Tenmon sought to avoid escalating tensions. After all, by the time Shineki developed the new type of caged bird, Tenmon's health had already deteriorated significantly. At such a juncture, fostering division within the branch family became essential for the effective implementation of the caged birds. Otherwise, any arising issues could spiral out of control. What Xinyan must undertake now is the continued development of the caged bird, addressing the issues of spatial coordinate sensing. Furthermore, he seeks to devise a control technique akin to that of the caged bird from the Konoha era. Only by achieving this can he ultimately deduce a method to completely liberate the caged bird. In summary, the path ahead is both arduous and long. Shinya sat cross-legged in his room, which had originally belonged to Hinata Tenjin. Following the unfortunate passing of Hinata Tenjin a fortnight ago, Shinya ascended to the position of clan leader and subsequently relocated here. The hidden chamber beneath Hinata Tenjin's room was several times larger than his previous laboratory, aptly resolving the issue of inadequate space. Everything progressed along the expected timeline, though the subsequent events remain unclear to me. Half a year prior, a fierce battle erupted between the Uchiha and Senju clans. The leader of the Uzumaki clan also participated in this conflict, bringing along a number of his kin. To everyone's astonishment, Uchiha Taijima, the leader of the Uchiha clan, faced two formidable opponents, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Q, and perished in a devastating exchange, achieving a remarkable 1-for-2 trade. Following this, the leadership of the Uchiha clan was assumed by Uchiha Madara. His brother, Uchiha Izuna, awakened his Manjiki Sharingan as a result of this battle. While the Uchiha clan mourned the loss of their esteemed leader, they simultaneously gained a burgeoning Manjiki Sharingan wielder, enhancing their overall strength. Remarkably, the Uchiha began to gradually suppress the Senju clan. However, last month, at a critical juncture, the newly appointed leader of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, erupted with unparalleled power. His would-release techniques were capable of cataclysmic destruction, as he single-handedly subdued both Madara and Izuna Susanoo. As Shinya contemplated his next course of action, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed through the air. The only individual capable of entering the backyard unannounced was undoubtedly Katono. Shinya, Katono paused outside the door. A private appellation shared solely between the two. Come in. Katono entered the room, bearing a scroll in her hands, standing before Shinya. Over the span of 5 years, Katono had matured both in appearance and spirit, becoming increasingly beautiful. She had now become Shinya's most trusted ally in the Warring States, his finest aide. In the presence of others, she adeptly played the role of a supportive and devoted wife. Xinyan took the scroll, raising an eyebrow at its contents. It was a letter from the Senju clan. In 3 days, Hashirama Senju was to visit the Uzumaki clan to wed the princess of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Mido. This union signified a deepening bond between the two clans. Hashirama had extended an invitation to him for the wedding, while also addressing matters concerning the Uchiha clan. However, Xinyan sensed that the latter topic was likely added by Tobarama, as the strokes had become noticeably thicker, indicating a slower pace of writing compared to the preceding lines. During the last conflict between the Uchiha and the combined forces of Senju and Uzumaki, Hyuga Tenjin had been gravely ill, resulting in their absence from the fray. Although the Senju had expressed understanding, this time the situation was different. While he was uncertain of Madara's current strength, Sinyan knew he could not match the prowess of Indra's chakra reincarnation. Over the past 5 years, he had devoted himself to mastering sealing techniques, reaching a level of power akin to that of a clan leader. Yet, he feared that the Hyuga clan would struggle against the Uchiha alone. Regardless, it was time to take a definitive stance. Aligning with Hashirama seemed a prudent choice. Kina, please reply to Hashirama and assure him of my timely presence. Sinyan instructed as he handed the scroll to Kina. Understood, Kina nodded in agreement. Nobuhiko chuckled. You've worked hard these past few years. As you said, we are companions and collaborators. Konami's beautiful face broke into a radiant smile as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Sinyan watched as Kino departed. A certain Master Lu, surnamed Sho, once remarked that daily admiration of beautiful women is beneficial for both body and mind. 3 days later, in the early morning at the Uchiha clan's estate, in the backyard of the clan leader's residence, the scene unfolded with an urgent call for more content. Suddenly, the sharp clashing of weapons echoed through the air. Uchiha Madara was engaged in a fierce swordsmanship practice with his younger brother, Izuna. The two exchanged blows with intense fervor. With a decisive strike, Madara disarmed Izuna, who staggered back. Izuna, while your speed is commendable, your grip on the sword lacks steadiness. This will not suffice. Yes, brother. Let us continue. Madara raised his sword once more and launched an offensive. The two were soon enveloped in a whirlwind of combat. At that moment, an Uchiha Jonin approached. Clan leader. Madara remained focused on his duel, though his voice bore a heightened seriousness. What news? According to reliable intelligence, Senju Hashirama has led a small elite force away from the clan grounds. Where have they gone? Madara did not cease his movements, yet the urgency in his inquiry intensified. It is said they are headed to the Uzumaki clan for a marriage proposal. Madara's body stiffened suddenly, a surge of powerful chakra erupted from him, forcefully pushing Izuna aside. He then swung his sword violently towards a monumental tree in the courtyard. Boom. The ancient tree, likely standing since the time of past clan leaders, cracked down the middle, splitting apart with a resounding crash. Brother, should we not? Izuna, noticing Madara's darkened expression, hesitated. He presumed Madara was concerned about the implications of a union between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, which would be detrimental to the Uchiha. However, Madara merely glanced at the ninja blade in his hand, then at the severed tree, muttering softly, my hand slipped. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Madara suddenly raised his head. Immediately gather the elite of the clan. We shall intercept the Senju. Understood. Chapter 63. Madara comes to claim the bride. In the morning, after breakfast, Nobuhiko embarked on a journey to the territory of the Senju clan, accompanied by Kitono. Although the elders initially intended to dispatch additional members to accompany them, Nobuhiko firmly declined their offer. After all, this visit was merely a social call. As long as they arrived, that sufficed, and there was no need for an ostentatious entourage, given that the Uchiha clan's territory lies to the south of the Hyuga clan, and the Senju clan is situated further north of the Uchiha. The most direct route to the Senju clan would be to head straight north. However, this path would necessitate passing near the Uchiha clan's territory. Naturally, Nobuhiko would never engage in such self-destructive behavior. A few years ago, the way Madara gazed at him was as if he wished to devour him alive. He certainly does not wish to test Madara's current combat capabilities. Presently, Nobuhiko possesses strength comparable to that of a clan leader. However, according to information relayed by Kurizetsu, Madara, due to his Indra chakra, surpasses the typical clan leader and shadow-level experts by a considerable margin. Reflecting on this, it is somewhat embarrassing that Sasuke, also a reincarnation of Indra and a wielder of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, was soundly defeated by Killer Bee. Based on the intelligence gathered, Nobuhiko deduces that Hashirama's current strength has not yet reached its peak potential. Nevertheless, even without mastering Sage Mode, and with his Sage body not fully developed, Hashirama remains the foremost warrior of the Warring States period. When it comes to extraordinary prowess, these two individuals are truly exceptional. After 5 arduous years of training with the Shadow Clones, Sinyan estimated that he could only engage in a few rounds of combat with them before calling it a day. Passing through the Uchiha clan territory to reach the Senju clan for Hashirama's wedding felt undeniably provocative. The bond between Madara and Hashirama was such that had either of them been a woman, the Warring States period would have concluded long ago. Sinyan preferred to take a slight detour to the east before heading north. Having been in the Warring States for 7 years, he had not taken the opportunity to truly appreciate the external scenery, save for that one great battle. With the rare presence of a beautiful companion, it would indeed be delightful to explore. The eastern route would also lead him past the Misty Peak, a necessary passage for the Uzumaki clan's bridal procession. Even if he did not encounter Hashirama, he could still foster relations with the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps they had developed new sealing techniques in recent years that had yet to be documented. Uzumaki Mito was a prodigious figure from the Uzumaki clan. Having created the S-rank ninjutsu, sealing, several years ago, it was possible that she had made further advancements since then. Sinyan pondered, even while circumventing the Uchiha clan, why he would choose such a lengthy route. Meanwhile, Kino walked alongside him, casting a puzzled glance towards Sinyan, having always referred to him by this name in private. With a smile, Nabahiko remarked, "Of course, it is to witness the procession of the Uzumaki clan's bridal party. After all, Hashirama and the others are also engaged in a wedding reception. We might encounter them along the way and have a delightful conversation. As we haven't seen each other much in recent years, I have heard that the princess of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Mito, is extraordinarily beautiful, and many claim she is the loveliest woman of the Warring States period. Surely, you wouldn't wish to see her as well?" Although Konoha posed her question casually, her expression soon turned earnest. Of course, who wouldn't want to gaze upon a beautiful woman? Nabahiko teased, deliberately speaking in contradiction, noticing Konoha's wandering gaze. Upon hearing Nabahiko's candid response, Konoha scoffed softly and turned away, refraining from further inquiries. The sound was too faint for Nabahiko to discern her words, yet he could easily surmise their content. Sinyan elongated his voice, chuckling as he inquired, "Could it be? Are you truly upset? I spend every day in your company and have become immune to beautiful women. Even if this whirlpool maiden resembles a celestial goddess, could she possibly surpass your beauty?" "Humph, that cannot be definitively said." Upon hearing Sinyan's veiled compliment, Chinai let out a soft huff, yet her steps grew a tad lighter. "Ah, women." Shinyuki quickened his pace to catch up. Over the years, having lived under the same roof with Kiona, the adage that familiarity breeds affection rang true, even though they had yet to reach that stage. Her excellence, both in appearance and character, aligned perfectly with Shinyuki's ideal. However, he had promised her that he would not compel her to do anything against her will. Furthermore, she had clearly stated that their relationship was not one of romantic affection. Perhaps, at this moment, Kiona's feelings had evolved from what they once were. Yet, Shinyuki's sentiments had also transformed. His affection for Kiona transcended mere attraction to beauty. Thus, he refrained from shattering the barrier between them, uncertain of how to navigate the future. As for the four maids who served him, he had taken one as a concubine. However, there were no genuine feelings involved. It was merely an outlet for his surplus energy. Evidently, she shared similar motives, seeking to elevate her status as the clan leader's concubine. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit, leaving Shinyuki devoid of any moral qualms. Yet, in Kiona's presence, Shinyuki was emotionally invested. Nevertheless, he would inevitably have to conclude this projection and return to his true form, which was separated from Kiona by over 60 years. Though her prowess now surpassed that of Shinyuki, who specialized in sealing techniques, upon his return to his original self, even if Kiona were still alive, she would be an elderly woman, despite having imparted the art of sealing to her, and her potential to retain a youthful visage. The disparity in their statuses would be significant by then. Would Shinyuki refer to her as great-grandmother? Although Kaguya was also significantly older than him, Shinyuki's true self was a descendant of the Hayamura bloodline, which was, in turn, the son of Kaguya. However, in reality, Hayamura bore no blood relation to Kaguya. He was merely a manifestation of Kaguya's thoughts, bestowed through yin-yang release and chakra, with Kaguya being his creator. The essence of Nabahiko remains human, distinctly separate from Kaguya's race. Moreover, the issues surrounding Kaguya will take considerable time to resolve. The matter concerning Katono, however, is pressing. In a moment of turmoil, Nabahiko found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Even if not as a lover, Katono is an invaluable partner in his endeavors. The success of the experiments over the past few years owes much to her contributions. He pondered whether Tobarama Senju had discovered a technique for spiritualization. If I were to develop a technique akin to Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, how long would it take? Indeed, women only seem to influence the speed at which I draw my sword. After a brief moment of contemplation, Nabahiko decided to cease his overthinking. Name: Hyuga Ryota. Nabahiko. Attributes: water, lightning, earth, yin, yang. Physique: 267 strength, 254 agility, 281 spirit, 299 I technique, Byakugan. Pure I LV3 cultivation techniques, chakra refinement technique LV10. Thunder breathing technique LV9, loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to access it in another browser. Skills: basic gentle fist LV10. 8 trigrams palm LV10, secondary awareness LV5, first style lightning flash LV10, second style rise soul LV10 potential points, 51 gazing at his enhanced attributes. Nabahiko recalled that his foremost purpose in coming to the Warring States was to elevate his own power. Although he had devoted most of his energy to researching the caged bird technique over the past 5 years, he had not neglected his training. Even upon returning now, the benefits gained from this projection exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, due to his amicable relationship with Hashirama, there were abundant opportunities ahead. Woofing Mountain. The town at its base was once the territory of the Kaguya clan. After their annihilation, It became a stronghold for the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Senju relocated some of the local civilians here, and the town gradually regained its vitality. At this moment, to the southeast of the town, a group of ninjas arrived. The wedding procession of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mido sat in the center of the palanquin. The Uzumaki clan intended to rest at Wufing Town. Although the tumultuous circumstances of the warring states were taken into account, and in consideration of the Senju clan's stature, they had refrained from fetching the bride from the land of whirlpools. Escorting her directly to the Senju territory was not feasible. Uncle. During the procession, a gentle and melodious female voice emerged from the palanquin. The second elder of the Uzumaki clan raised his hand, signaling the procession to halt, and approached the palanquin to inquire, "What is it, Mido?" To the due west, 5 kilometers away, 2 powerful chakra signatures were approaching. What? Could they be enemies? The second elder was immediately alarmed. No, their speed is not rapid. Although they are heading this way, they should not be foes. Mido's words alleviated the elder's concerns momentarily. However, before he could fully relax, Mido's subsequent statement sent a jolt through him. To the northwest, approximately 10 kilometers away, there are 6 formidable chakra signatures. One of them is extraordinarily powerful, rivaling Hashirama. They are rapidly approaching us. This is bad. It must be Uchiha Madara. The elder's expression changed drastically as he recalled that the Uchiha clan had once sought to marry Mido. Is Madara here to abduct the bride? Chapter 64. Madara's grudge. Upon hearing the second elder's panicked voice, the accompanying clan members were thrown into disarray. Abduct the bride. Uchiha Madara. How could he be here? What should we do? It was no wonder they were so frightened by Madara's reputation. If it were a typical clan leader-level adversary, it would be manageable. Although Uzumaki Kagami had perished, their wedding procession included nearly 10 genin, and they would not fear a conventional clan leader, especially since Uzumaki Mido, a young genius, had already attained clan leader-level power and was now the strongest of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama from the previous month had shocked the entire warring states. The second elder had witnessed Madara's might firsthand. Madara had transcended the conventional definition of a clan leader-level warrior. Even if Hashirama and Kagami were alive and united, they might not stand a chance against Madara. However, even with that being said, Madara and his brother, Izuna, had both been suppressed by Hashirama. This was precisely why the Uzumaki clan was willing to marry their only clan leader-level expert, the 20-something prodigy Mido, to Hashirama. But with Hashirama absent, there was no one to contest Madara. Moreover, the two brothers were inseparable. If Madara arrived, Izuna would undoubtedly follow. What could be done? If Mido were taken away, the consequences would be dire. Just as everyone was in a frenzy due to Madara's presence, the curtain of the palanquin was lifted, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Uzumaki Mido pursed her lips and calmly stated, "Uncle, do not worry. Hashirama informed me that he has invited his friend, the leader of the Hyuga clan, to the wedding. The 2 individuals to the west should be the Hyuga-Ryota couple. We will head west to join them. The 3 of us will confront Madara, while you handle the others." Additionally, there are 3 powerful chakra signatures approaching from the north, 30 kilometers away. One of them is familiar to me. It is Tobirama, Hashirama's brother. Loading more content. Please wait. Hashirama informed me that his brother's sensory abilities rival those of the Uzumaki clan's Kaguya Shingon. I can sense him, and he will likely detect our location as well. We merely need to buy time. Mido's string of statements provided a reassuring bomb to everyone. The second elder immediately proclaimed, "We shall proceed as Mido suggested. The procession will move westward at full speed." Yes. The crowd promptly altered their pace and sprinted westward, directly towards the north. A white-haired youth, his cheeks and chin adorned with strokes of red paint, led the group to greet the Whirlpool's envoy. This individual was none other than Tobirama Senju, accompanied by the clan's esteemed elder and third elder, who were entrusted with the task of welcoming the bride. Initially, Hashirama was also meant to join, but as the clan leader of the Senju, he could not venture so far for a mere wedding. Even in a union, the Senju would remain the predominant force. Thus, Tobirama instructed Hashirama to wait midway until they received the bridal party, after which he would escort them to Hashirama. After all, Tobirama's presence, along with the 2 remaining elders of the clan, exhibited ample significance. Since Hashirama assumed leadership, Tobirama had felt an overwhelming burden. His elder brother, despite his formidable strength, relied entirely on him for all other matters. Suddenly, midway through their journey, Tobirama halted. "What is it, Tobirama?" The others paused, their faces etched with curiosity. Tobirama realized that, within his perception, the Whirlpool clan's bridal procession was receding ever further. To enhance his awareness, he crouched down, gently pressing his right index finger against the ground while closing his eyes. The elder and third elder watched him with apprehensive expressions, refraining from interrupting. Tobirama possessed a unique sensory ability, particularly when he melded with the earth, allowing his awareness to expand over several dozen miles. This skill was the reason the Senju clan consistently gained the upper hand in battles against the Uchiha clan in recent years. A sudden shift in Tobirama's demeanor indicated urgency. He sprang to his feet. "It's the Uchiha scoundrels. They are heading towards the Whirlpool clan's procession to seize the bride. Those damned Uchiha. How dare they?" The elder's face twisted with a mix of fury and concern as he turned to Tobirama. What shall we do now? Tobirama furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he strategized. In his perception, aside from his sister-in-law, the Whirlpool's envoy, there was another familiar chakra signature, Ryota, the one who had previously saved Tobirama and Hashirama. Accompanying Ryota was an even stronger chakra presence. The Whirlpool clan's procession was not approaching them, but veering westward, clearly indicating their intent. Tobirama quickly deduced, Second Elder, return immediately and fetch my brother. Inform him that Madara is coming to seize the bride. Elder, we must support the Whirlpool clan. The Hyuga clan's leader is also there. If we unite, we should be able to delay until my brother arrives. Understood. The second elder responded without hesitation, promptly retracing his steps. Tobirama had built considerable respect within the clan through his adept leadership. Let us hasten, the elder urged. Tobirama nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Shinhiko, who was enjoying a leisurely outing with Konoha, suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. His azure eyes narrowed, veins protruding at the corners. Soon, his expression darkened. What is it? Konoha asked, activating her Byakugan upon noticing Shinhiko's distress, yet she perceived nothing amiss. It's Madara Uchiha. Shinhiko grimaced. With his Byakugan evolved into the pure eye at level 3, his detection radius had expanded from 1 kilometer to 3. He discerned that Madara was approaching him with a contingent. Simultaneously, the Whirlpool clan's procession was also converging towards their location, effectively sandwiching Shinhiko and Konoha. Despite the overwhelming odds, Shinhiko felt no fear towards Madara. In terms of survival capabilities, only Kaguya could rival him from the Warring States era. We must move, Shinhiko urged, leading Konoha eastward. However, Madara soon entered Konoha's Byakugan range. As he sensed the chakra surging closer, Konoha abruptly halted and resolutely declared, Shinhiko, at this rate, we'll be caught. You should go ahead. I will hold them off. Upon hearing these words, Nabahiko felt a surge of warmth in his heart and abruptly came to a halt. He seized Konoha, who was attempting to leave, and delivered a resounding slap to her rear, admonishing her, what foolishness are you spouting? The faint crackle of thunder echoed from Nabahiko's chest, as wisps of white smoke were inhaled and exhaled through his nostrils. He crouched slightly, one hand reaching under Konoha's knee while the other encircled her back, lifting her into a princess carry with fervent determination. Subsequently, he unleashed the full force of his breathing technique and sprinted eastward. Given the menacing chakra he sensed, they were far from being a match for Madara. If Shinhiko had chosen to utilize the art of evasion directly, he would undoubtedly have managed to escape unscathed. However, he could not carry anyone with him. Were it not for the fact that Madara is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, possessing unparalleled advantages, Shinhiko would have willingly remained to confront him, even against ordinary users of the Meijiki Sharingan. Presently, besides Madara, the pursuing team includes Uchiha Izuna and others. Leaving Konoha behind would surely spell her doom. Given her earlier words, Shinhiko was resolved that he could not allow her to perish here today, even if it meant prematurely ending his projection. The most prudent course of action now was to rendezvous with the Uzumaki clan and unite against Madara. Through his Byakugan, he observed that Uzumaki Mido's chakra was exceptionally potent. The three of them joining forces against Madara, complemented by other elite members of the Uzumaki clan, would undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation. If they could just hold out until Hashirama arrived, it would become a formidable duo battle. Damn Madara, holding on to grudges like this. Just wait. With the combination of the thunder breathing technique and the explosive release of lightning chakra, Shinhiko swiftly distanced himself from Madara. Chapter 65, the powerful Madara. Upon witnessing Shinhiko accelerate away, Madara paused momentarily before significantly amplifying his chakra output, elevating his speed to a new echelon. A torrent of fierce chakra erupted from his being, carving the ground as if a colossal plow had furrowed through it, leaving a trench over a meter wide. Trees in his path were mercilessly snapped in half by the violent chakra, resembling a ferocious beast rampaging through the forest. Since discovering the presence of another chakra within him, Madara's power had been on a relentless ascent. Yet, at times, his emotions would be slightly influenced. In truth, Madara had long understood the reasons behind Ryota Hyuga's association with Hashirama. It was not that Hashirama had forgotten their initial pact. Especially after both had succeeded their respective clan leaderships, Hashirama had shown immense sincerity, consistently seeking reconciliation between the Uchiha and Senju clans to put an end to the turbulent era of warring states. Undoubtedly, Madara was deeply tempted. Once convinced that Hashirama had not changed, Madara had, in his heart, already forgiven Hashirama for his perceived betrayal. However, as clan leader, he bore the weight of responsibility for the entire Uchiha clan. His parents and several brothers had perished in the conflict against the Senju clan. The enmity between their clans was deeply rooted. Furthermore, his brother Izuna vehemently opposed any reconciliation. Madara found himself in a dilemma, torn between familial loyalty and the bonds of friendship with a kindred spirit now positioned as an adversary. Madara and Hashirama could only restrain their clansmen during each battle, striving to minimize the scale of their conflicts. Their confrontations were prolonged, never truly escalating to the point of desperation. Conversely, Izuna and Hashirama's brother Tobirama seemed to fight with unrestrained ferocity each time. Madara feared for his brother Izuna's safety as well as the possibility of Izuna harming Tobirama. Amidst the turmoil of his daily existence, he was suddenly struck by the news of Hashirama's marriage to Uzumaki Mido. Overwhelmed by emotions, he felt compelled to investigate further. However, en route, he encountered Ryota Hyuga and his wife. Due to the solid rapport between Ryota and Hashirama, Madara found himself inexplicably harboring disdain for Ryota. This encounter led him to the conclusion that greeting Ryota, given their opposing affiliations, was entirely reasonable. Izuna and the 4 elite Uchiha shinobi accompanying him evidently shared this sentiment. Ryota Hyuga, don't run, Madara bellowed, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward Shinhiko. As Madara unleashed his chakra and accelerated, Izuna and the others hastened their pace as well. Yet, as Madara once more intensified his chakra output, Izuna and his companions could scarcely catch a glimpse of his retreating figure. Too fast. My brother had been concealing his true power all along. Izuna stared in astonishment at his brother's rapidly vanishing silhouette, whispering to himself, does my brother hold a grudge against the Hyuga clan? Although the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were historical foes, their confrontations had largely been skirmishes, the most significant being when Hyuga Tenkai thwarted their advance against the Kaguya clan. The remainder of their interactions had predominantly involved minor conflicts. Presently, the Uchiha clan's primary adversary was the Senju clan, while the Hyuga clan had allied with the Senju. The strife of the warring states prioritized self-interest. The Hyuga clan would certainly prefer that the Senju did not completely annihilate the Uchiha, thus securing dominion over the land. In recent years, the Uchiha and Senju had engaged in battles, with the Hyuga clan providing limited support and refraining from deploying their main forces. Observing his brother's demeanor, it appeared as though he was resolutely intent on eliminating the leader of the Hyuga clan. This course of action would irrevocably push the Hyuga clan into the arms of the Senju. At present, as the Uchiha sought allies, simultaneously contending with the Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans would place them in a precarious position. Furthermore, with the impending confrontation against Hashirama, Izuna pondered the implications of his brother's reckless expenditure of chakra. The last time they faced Hashirama, the overwhelming force of his wood release still haunted Izuna. Could it be that my brother intends to strike first? To seize Uzumaki Mido, the princess of the land of whirlpools, before the Senju can arrive? This way, when the time is ripe, the Uzumaki clan would have no choice but to acknowledge the alliance. The princess of the land of whirlpools becoming the Uchiha clan leader's wife would undoubtedly create a rift between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Izuna's realization dawned upon him. He turned to the 4 elite shinobi beside him, commanding, accelerate with all your might and catch up to my brother. We must resolve this swiftly. Capture Uzumaki Mido and depart. Do not linger. Understood. Is that really necessary? Feeling the menacing chakra rapidly approaching from behind, Shinhiko's expression shifted. Madara's true power exceeded even Black Zetsu's exaggerated descriptions. It seemed that during their battle, neither had truly exerted themselves. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, possessing advantages meant one could act with impunity. Dark Sealing Technique, release. Light Sealing Technique, release. Xinyan held Chi-Na tightly in his embrace, resolute in his determination. He refused to believe that he could not match Madara in battle or evade him in flight, as he formed a single-handed seal. A pale blue crescent mark materialized upon his forehead, followed closely by a deep blue circular emblem. This was his creation, the 2-instrument sealing technique, developed from Uzumaki Mido's sealing. This technique allowed for an additional doubling of chakra reserves, though he could not yet fully merge the 2 seals and could only release them individually. Upon the release of the 2-instrument seal, Xinyan unleashed his breathing technique, rapidly replenishing his dwindling chakra. A sensation of soreness coursed through his body's meridians. Not due to an excess of chakra, but because of his physical limitations. His innate talent was evident, yet it constrained the upper limits of his chakra growth. This body, after all, lacked the prowess of his original form. With a deep breath, Xinyan felt the surge of chakra fill him, and he unleashed lightning release chakra, employing the thunder-breathing technique to accelerate his movements. As he expended a significant amount of chakra, the seal on his forehead continuously replenished his reserves. Suddenly, a squad of 10 ninjas appeared ahead of him. The clan insignia on their attire revealed them to be of the Uzumaki lineage. Leading them was a striking young female ninja, appearing to be in her early 20s, donned in a resplendent white wedding kimono, none other than Uzumaki Mido, the betrothed of Hashirama. Upon spotting them, Mido rushed towards Xinyan and Chi-Na, deftly shedding the cumbersome adornments of her kimono as she ran. Her hands swiftly formed seals, and a torrent of potent chakra erupted forth, causing her voluminous kimono to billow without wind, resonating with a powerful sound. As reinforcements arrived, Xinyan hurled Chi-Na towards Mido and turned to intercept the rapidly approaching Madara. 8 trigrams empty palm. An invisible surge of highly concentrated chakra erupted from Xinyan's palm, striking towards the oncoming Uchiha Madara with a resounding boom. As Nabahiko unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm, he simultaneously drew the kunai hanging at his waist. The pristine white blade transformed into a bluish-white hue, suffused with the chakra of lightning. Breath of Thunder, second form, Rice Spirit. 5 radiant arcs of lightning, infused with chakra. surged forth, even surpassing the 8 trigrams empty palm released by Nobuhiko. They swiftly sealed off all 5 directions, left, right, above, below, and directly ahead, against the impending attack from Madara. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Susanoo. The expression on Xinyan's face instantly froze. Was he truly unable to handle this? Ban had surprisingly activated the Mangeki Sharingan, magnifying the encounter. A vibrant blue chakra rapidly materialized around his body, forming a rib-like chakra armor that enlarged swiftly. Subsequently, it transitioned from the initial form of Susanoo to its first stage, with ribs growing rapidly, culminating in a skeletal upper body resembling a human figure. Then came the second stage, where the skeletal upper body quickly developed chakra pathways and flesh, exceeding a height of 10 meters. Boom! The sword light and the concentrated chakra attack of the 8 trigrams empty palm were formidable indeed. Even an ordinary clan leader would hesitate to take such a blow head-on. Yet, in the face of the defensive prowess of the second stage Susanoo, Xinyan's assault merely resulted in a slightly louder commotion. What the hell? What kind of grudge is this? Xinyan thought as he watched Susanoo wield a massive 4-meter-long blade to deflect his attack, his expression shifting dramatically. If Ban relished taking attacks head-on, why didn't he wait for Xinyan to activate his Rinnegan and try the Golden Will Rebirth explosion? Though he cursed inwardly, Xinyan wasted no time. 8 trigrams empty palm, 12 times. Xinyan swiftly retreated, sheathing his ninja blade, while simultaneously thrusting his palms forward with great agility. Numerous highly concentrated chakra spheres erupted from his palms, hurtling towards the oncoming attack from Madara. Boom, boom, boom. The Susanoo swept through with a decisive slash, instantly dispersing the chakra spheres. Chapter 66, Hashirama, will you attend my wedding? In this moment, Nobuyuki seized the opportunity to employ the breath of lightning technique, creating a slight distance. His mastery of the gentle fist still fell considerably short of Hyuga Tenjin. Meanwhile, Madara's strength had already surpassed that of Uchiha Taijima. The 8 trigram 64 palms was originally designed to combat ordinary shinobi. An average human body, after enduring even a mere 10 strikes, would likely suffer from sealed chakra points and internal injuries, let alone 64. The subsequent advanced versions, the 128 palms, 256 palms, 512 palms, and 1024 palms, merely built upon the original, executing a faster series of strikes while incorporating unique techniques to dissipate force. Xinyan had previously perceived little significance in his endeavors. After all, having mastered the art of soft fist to the level of employing the Divine Sky Strike, a single move could conclude the battle. Now, however, he finally comprehended its essence. The subsequent advanced palm techniques were not meant for conventional combat. Rather, they were designed to counter the extraordinary prowess of Susanoo. The technique of force release was crucial for opposing Susanoo with the human body. By continuously unleashing chakra from the palms and executing high-speed strikes, the force could be dissipated. Madara, commanding Susanoo, relentlessly wielded his weapon, stirring up violent gusts of wind. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. In the face of imminent peril, Qin Na, whom he had cast aside, suddenly surged forth. Her palms, infused with chakra, struck at high speed, creating numerous afterimages as they collided with Susanoo's weapon. 8 trigrams, 512 palms. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal explosions reverberated through the air. In this critical moment, Qin Na astonishingly broke through her previous limitations, doubling the speed of her strikes. Yet even so, it barely managed to fend off Madara's assault. Although Susanoo's strike did not achieve its purpose, it still sent Qin Na reeling backward, her complexion paling significantly. Hinoyuki stepped forward, shielding Kino with his own body. He met Susanoo's punch with the 8 trigrams palm. Although he mitigated much of the force, he still felt a jarring impact on his internal organs, letting out a pained groan. Stop! Vortex Mizuho cried out. Vajra lock. At that moment, a massive golden chain erupted from her body, ensnaring Susanoo tightly. Vortex Mizuho. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the beautiful female ninja, Madara's gaze turned icy. A powerful chakra surged forth. Susanoo's body trembled violently. Boom. A fierce gust of wind swept through the area, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. Madara, controlling Susanoo, unleashed a forceful swing of his right arm, sending Vortex Mizuho soaring into the sky. Just as he prepared to command Susanoo to strike Mizuho, his movement faltered. After a moment's hesitation, Madara refrained from attacking her. Water style, water surge. Water style, water dragon bullet. Suddenly, a towering water spout, soaring several meters high, materialized before Shinya, cascading down with the force of a waterfall. The turbulent waters, akin to crashing ocean waves, violently struck the Susanoo, causing it to stagger back a few paces. Almost immediately, another column of water resembling a dragon appeared beside the Susanoo, jolting its form. It was the water release technique of Tobirama. Surely Hashirama must be nearby. As Madara scanned his surroundings, he could not discern Hashirama's presence. Tobirama rushed in from Shinya's right side. Xinyan gazed at the exaggerated water release technique. It was no mere water release, but rather an overwhelming deluge. In terms of strength, the current Tobirama was not significantly superior to Xinyan. Yet, The potency of Sinyan's water release could scarcely rival even a third of Tobarama's. To unleash such an extravagant water release in a place devoid of water was nothing short of a maritime escape. Tobarama's support granted Sinyan, Mizuho, and Katono a moment to catch their breath. However, Madara remained unfazed in the face of such an onslaught, addressing Tobarama with an air of indifference. Tobarama, you are no match for me. Bring Hashirama forth. Madara, do not be so arrogant. My elder brother will arrive momentarily. Tobarama's expression darkened as he unleashed the water release, water-severing wave. A powerful jet of water erupted from his mouth, astonishingly slicing through the weapon wielded by Susanoo. Madara was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly commanded Susanoo to block with its arms, successfully absorbing the attack. Lightning release, 4-pillar binding technique. The ground trembled violently as it fissured, and 4 massive stone pillars, towering over 10 meters, ascended around Susanoo. Crackling sounds echoed as deep blue lightning surged from the pillars, converging violently towards the center where Susanoo stood. Under the relentless assault of the lightning, the surface of Susanoo began to tremble.